It was past 3 a.m., and the only light in my dark room came from my computer screen. I felt exhausted as I curled up in my gaming chair, wearing my large hoodie. I logged into the game's Starfront line and saw that I was entering the Lava Rift map. I felt a sudden focus, because I had studied this map over 20 times. I knew every hiding spot and path by heart. I saw that my team of average players was matched against the Royal Military Academy, a team of high-ranking professionals. My teammates were panicked and sure we would lose. I turned on my microphone and spoke very quietly. I asked them to trust me and follow my lead. I typed out a complex plan, telling them exactly where to stand. I even ordered some teammates to act as bait to trick the enemy. The match began, and I moved my character silently along the edge of the danger zone. As I predicted, the professional team used a standard strategy. I told one of my teammates to move out in the open. The enemy sniper shot him immediately, but this revealed the sniper's location. My own sniper instantly took him out. Next, we used an EMP and a flashbang grenade to blind the main group of enemies. I seized the moment. I jumped out from behind a rock and shot 3 of them before they could react. My teammates were cheering, but I knew one enemy scout was still hiding. I set up one final trap. I let another teammate get shot to expose the last enemy. Once the enemy fired, I calculated the exact angle and wind speed for my sniper. He took the shot and we won the game. I took off my headset and let out a long breath. My back was sweaty and my hands were shaking from the tension, but I smiled. I sat there in the quiet of my room, completely unaware that military officers were analyzing my game data and planning to find me. I was organizing training reports at the National Defense University when a secretary from headquarters interrupted me. I was summoned immediately to see Minister Chen. I boarded a helicopter where I received a top-secret file. As I read through it, I felt confused and skeptical. The subject of this high-level mission was a 20-year-old civilian girl named Yu Xingqing. According to the documents, she was a college dropout with terrible physical health. She weighed very little and could not perform a single pull-up. However, the next page shocked me. Her IQ was 187, and she possessed perfect spatial memory. She was known online as Xingtong, a legendary gamer who had defeated professional military teams using only tactical brilliance. When I arrived at the Hidden Dragon military data center, I questioned Minister Chen about why we were interested in a gamer. Instead of answering with words, he showed me a video of her gameplay. I watched in silence as she predicted enemy moves with terrifying accuracy. The minister explained that her mind was more valuable than an entire division, but foreign intelligence agencies were already tracking her. My mission was clear, but difficult. I had to recruit her, protect her, and train her into a soldier. The minister warned me that she suffered from severe social anxiety, which would make the task even harder. I accepted the assignment, though I felt uneasy about babysitting a fragile civilian. Back in my quarters, I studied her file more closely. I learned that she had left university because she struggled with group life, not because of her grades. I looked up her gaming highlights and listened to her voice recordings. She sounded soft and nervous, completely unlike the confident soldiers I usually commanded. I noted that she liked dried mango and science fiction novels. I realized that to convince a genius like her, I would need patience rather than intimidation. I prepared myself to visit her the next morning, wondering how I would turn this shy gamer into a military asset. I arrived outside Jinsho Garden at 7 a.m. sharp and waited for 5 minutes before entering Building 7. I rang the doorbell of apartment 501. A cautious woman, Yu Xingqing's aunt Yu Mei, answered. When I explained I was a recruiter from the National Defense University, she was skeptical, pointing out her niece's poor physical fitness. Yu Xingqing appeared in the hallway, looking small and disheveled in an oversized sweatshirt. She seemed terrified, hiding behind the wall. Her aunt called me a scammer and tried to send me away. To prove my identity, I mentioned her gaming ID, Xingtong. This caught her attention. I showed them my military ID, and her aunt verified it by calling the Ministry of Defense. Once they believed me, I was invited inside. I noticed Yu Xingqing's high-end computer setup, surrounded by tactical notes and snacks like dried mango and cola. I sat down and explained that we weren't interested in her physical strength, but her mind. I told them she processed tactical information 10 times faster than normal commanders. Yu Xingqing peeked out from her room again. I offered her a private workspace with advanced computers and promised she could avoid crowds and have her own meals. She asked why we chose her. I told her that her unique strategies could save lives in real combat. To further persuade her, I showed her a list of special privileges, including top-tier computer hardware and unlimited snacks. Her eyes lit up at the mention of the graphics card and snacks. She said she needed time to think. I left my business card, telling her she had 3 days to decide. Before leaving, Yu Mei asked about my age. I told her I was 26 and had also been specially recruited at 16. I asked her to tell Yu Xingqing that she wouldn't be alone at the academy, implying that I understood her situation because I had been through something similar. 3 days later, I was waiting with my aunt when Captain Pei arrived in a military jeep to pick me up. I felt terrified and shy, hiding in my hoodie. I nodded to confirm I was joining, mostly because I wanted the high-spec computers. Captain Pei said I had to do a physical test right then and there. I panicked, but he insisted it was standard procedure. At the community sports field, the tests went horribly. My BMI was low, my lung capacity was below average, and I could barely touch my toes. The running test was a disaster. I was incredibly slow. Then came the pull-ups. Even with Captain Pei spotting me, I couldn't lift myself at all. I scored a 0. The final test was an 800-meter run. I started crying, thinking it would kill me. Captain Pei told me I could jog slowly, so I tried. By the 3rd lap, I was gasping for air. Suddenly, a small poodle ran out and scared me. I screamed, fell, and started crying even harder. Captain Pei stepped in to protect me from the dog and checked if I was hurt. I felt so ashamed of my weakness and failure. As we were leaving, Captain Pei surprised me. He said the test wasn't to shame me, but to know where to start my training. He admitted my fitness was terrible, but asked if I was willing to change. He reminded me of the powerful computer and unlimited snacks waiting for me. He even joked about training me not to cry at puppies. I felt a bit better and gave him a handwritten tactical report I had made the night before. It detailed strategies for mountain operations based on the game map. He read it seriously and told me it was worth far more than my physical test results. For the first time, I smiled a little. As he drove us home, he seemed to appreciate my mind, even if he sighed about my physical strength. I sat in my dark room, eating dried mango and feeling hopeless. After failing the physical test yesterday, I was sure Captain Pei would give up on me. But then the doorbell rang. I went out to the living room and saw Captain Pei talking to my aunt. He was wearing normal clothes instead of a uniform, which made him seem less scary. He handed us a folder containing a new offer from the military academy. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read it. The school promised me a private studio with a powerful computer featuring the latest graphics card. They also offered a single dorm room, exemption from morning exercises, and unlimited snacks. It sounded too good to be true. I asked why they would give all this to someone with such poor physical strength. Captain Pei looked me in the eye and explained that my tactical talent was rare and valuable. He promised I wouldn't be forced to fit in immediately and could take things one step at a time. He even gave me a welcome gift, a mouse pad with my gaming ID on it. I ran back to my room to think. Asked about the internet speed, and when he told me it was incredibly fast, I made my decision. I walked out holding my favorite pillow and agreed to go. My aunt helped me pack, and soon I was sitting in the back of Captain Pei's jeep. As we drove away from my home, I felt nervous but excited. I asked Captain Pei about the specific computer parts in my new studio. He confirmed that everything was top tier, including the memory and monitors. It was even better than I had dreamed. My fear faded away, replaced by excitement. I took out my notebook and immediately started drawing new tactical diagrams, ready to use my new equipment. When the door to my new studio opened, I felt like I was walking into a dream. It was even better than the photos. The 3 large monitors, the glowing mechanical keyboard, and the fridge full of my favorite snacks were perfect. I sat down and tested the computer. It was incredibly fast, launching my game instantly. I was so happy that I forgot to be nervous. Captain Pei told me to take my academic and psychological tests right there in the studio. I was relieved I didn't have to go out or meet new people. I finished the math and theory papers quickly. Later, I learned I had scored full marks on everything, confusing the professors who couldn't understand how someone with such severe social anxiety could have such perfect tactical intuition. However, the next morning was a nightmare. I had to go to the training field for physical tests. I felt small and scared in my oversized tracksuit. The results were humiliating. I ran slower than anyone, couldn't jump far, and only managed one sit-up. When I tried to do a pull-up, I couldn't lift my body at all and fell into Captain Pei's arms. I broke every record for the worst physical performance in the school's history. Walking back, I heard students whispering about me. I wanted to hide, but Captain Pei walked in front of me to block their stares. He told me my worth wasn't measured by running speed. He took me back to the lab and showed me a secret military simulation program. The moment I touched the keyboard, my fear vanished. I focused entirely on the digital map. I commanded the Blue Army and destroyed the enemy in just 15 minutes. The system gave me an SSS rank. Captain Pei showed me the data. I was faster and more accurate than top military commanders. For the first time, I smiled. I realized that while my body might be weak, my mind was powerful enough to rule this battlefield. On my 5th day, Captain Pei assigned me a team mission with 2 other students, Liu Yisin and Shin Machi. I was terrified of working with others and tried to refuse, but he insisted. I spent the night anxious, unable to even prepare a greeting. The next morning, I nervously cleaned my studio and waited. Liu Yisin arrived first, cheerful and loud, which scared me. Shin Machi followed, quiet and focused on the mission. Liu Yisin surprised me by knowing about my anonymous tactical articles. She had hacked the forum to find me. This revealed her skills as a hacker. We started the mission, a complex fleet simulation. Shin Machi organized our roles. I handled tactics, Liu Yisin managed communications, and he took care of logistics. Once we began, I forgot my fear and focused on the game. We worked surprisingly well together. At lunch, Liu Yisin tried to drag me to the cafeteria. I panicked, but Shin Machi noticed my distress and suggested they bring food back instead. I was grateful. Liu Yisin even guessed my food preferences perfectly, including no green onions, because she had seen my snack labels. While eating, Liu Yisin shared her own story of being shy until Shin Machi pushed her into a hackathon. She told me it's scary at first, but the world isn't so bad. We finished the mission in the afternoon with a perfect score. Liu Yisin almost hugged me but stopped herself, respecting my space. Shin Machi simply said, "See you tomorrow," which Liu Yisin explained was his way of saying he enjoyed working with me. When Captain Pei returned, I told him they were nice. He seemed surprised by my positive reaction. Alone again, I felt a sense of accomplishment. I opened a new document and started planning for tomorrow, ready to work with my team again. The first day of basic training was terrifying. Even though Captain Pei had arranged private lessons for me, the principal intervened, forcing me to join the large group formation. Walking to my spot in the middle of hundreds of staring cadets made me dizzy with anxiety. I could hear them whispering about my special treatment and my poor physical abilities. The chief instructor was loud and strict. When he approached me to correct my posture, I panicked. He touched my shoulders to straighten them, and that was the breaking point. I couldn't breathe, my vision went white, and I fainted. I woke up later in the infirmary with a smell of disinfectant in the air. Captain Pei was by my side, explaining I had fainted from hyperventilating. Liu Yisin and Shin Machi rushed in to visit, bringing snacks and my laptop. Although I wanted to work to calm down, Captain Pei insisted I rest. He then delivered shocking news. Higher-ups had seen the footage and permanently excused me from all group training. I felt relieved but also ashamed of being special again. Shin Machi comforted me, saying it was a mistake to force a fish to climb a tree. Liu Yisin gave me a lucky charm, USB drive and told me to imagine plugging it into my brain to block out social anxiety. Later, Instructor Lin brought me food and praised my posture before I fainted, which surprised me. Captain Pei showed me a new training plan tailored just for me, mostly theory with private physical training and small group activities. He told me it wasn't pity, but the best use of resources. I promised him I would work hard, grateful for the chance to develop my talents in my own way. It was past lunch hour when I finally worked up the courage to go to the cafeteria alone, since Lu Yisin and Shin Machi were away. I was terrified. The cafeteria was noisy and full of people whispering about me. When I ordered, I was too scared to ask for more food when the worker gave me a tiny portion. I ate quickly and left, still hungry. Back in my studio, I couldn't focus because my stomach hurt. Captain Pei arrived later and immediately noticed something was wrong. He guessed I hadn't eaten enough and, after confirming my meager lunch, called the canteen and medical office. He ordered 3 full meals and a nutritional supplement for me. When they arrived, he made me eat everything. I felt embarrassed about eating so much, but he explained that my intense mental work burns calories like running marathons. After I finished, he took me back to the cafeteria to demonstrate how to order. He ordered a huge amount of food for me and made me pay with my card, insisting I speak up. When other students whispered about the quantity, Captain Pei defended me, explaining to them that my brain uses massive amounts of energy. Back in the studio, he told me he would arrange for special meal boxes, so I wouldn't have to worry about ordering again. He also revealed that my studio had health monitoring sensors which alerted him to my low blood sugar. I felt grateful rather than invaded. After eating well, my work efficiency skyrocketed. Captain Pei left, telling me my teammates would be back the next day. I felt safe with my fridge full of food. Later, I received a text from Lu Yisin, who had already heard about my big meal and thought it was cool. I smiled, feeling much better. Captain Pei informed me I had to attend a modern military strategy analysis class the next morning. I was terrified of being in a classroom with others, but he reassured me that I would sit in the back corner with Lu Yisin and Shin Machi. He also said the professor knew about my social anxiety, but warned me the academic standards would remain high. The next morning, I hesitated outside the classroom until my friends arrived. Lu Yisin was cheerful, and Shin Machi brought me coffee, with double sugar. They acted as my meat shields as we entered. I heard whispers about my fitness and appetite, which made me want to hide, but we found our secluded seats. Professor Zhou Ming, a retired officer with sharp eyes, started the class by asking about ancient strategic deception. To my horror, he called on me. I panicked, but Lu Yisin encouraged me to breathe. I stammered out an answer about Han Xian's battle tactics. As I explained the details of the psychological warfare involved, I slipped into my professional mode, forgetting my fear. The class listened in silence. Professor Zhou then challenged me to apply the principle to modern warfare. I cited the Normandy landings and Operation Fortitude. He pushed further, asking me to design a deception plan for a modern scenario. I paused, then proposed a complex cyber warfare deception strategy. When he pointed out flaws, I confidently countered with solutions, citing military journals. The professor asked me to see him after class. My friends were excited for me, praising my performance. Lu Yisin assured me the meeting was a good sign. Still nervous, I walked alone to Professor Zhou's office and knocked on the door. Professor Zhou sat behind a desk full of books, his sharp eyes watching the girls standing at the door, looking confused. "Sit down," he said, pointing to the chair opposite. Yu Xingqing carefully sat down, placing her hands on her knees, like a student awaiting judgment. He took a neat stack of papers from his drawer. "This is my current paper on strategic deception in the information age. Take a look and give me your feedback next week." Yu Xingqing took the paper, feeling unsure. I'm not qualified. You are more qualified than 99% of the people in this building," Professor Zhou interrupted her directly. "You have tactical intuition, which is almost gone among military students. They're too good at following orders, but forget how to think." Yu Xingqing looked down at the paper, feeling a pure academic recognition, not pity for her social difficulties, nor disdain for her physical limitations, just appreciation for her unique mind. Thank you, she whispered, this time not out of fear but from being touched. Every Wednesday afternoon, my office is open, Professor Zhou said as he continued grading papers. You can come to discuss any tactical questions. Just remember, come with your brain, speak less. This was a strange way of understanding. Professor Zhou seemed to see through her social anxiety. When she left the office building, Yu Xingqing saw Pei Xingchuan standing nearby, seemingly waiting for someone. When she came out, he approached her. How did it go? Yu Xingqing raised the stack of papers. Professor Zhou asked me to give feedback. Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. He never allows students to participate in his research. Yu Xingqing looked down, but a small smile appeared on her lips. I might be a bit special. Indeed, Pei Xingchuan said, rare for him. By the way, Minister Chen watched the recording of your class today. Yu Xingqing immediately tensed up. What did he say? He said, that kid's brain should be insured. Pei Xingchuan mimicked Minister Chen's tone. That's his exact words. Yu Xingqing blinked, unsure whether it was praise or criticism. It's the highest level of approval. Pei Xingchuan seemed to see through her doubts and said, let's go. There are new tasks waiting at the studio. Yu Xingqing stared at the training schedule on the table, her lips trembling slightly. Is this a mistake? She asked carefully, her voice barely a whisper. Pei Xingchuan looked expressionless.
No mistake.
It is tailored for you according to the minimum physical standards of the National Defense University. The paper clearly showed. Morning run, 2,000 meters, speed not specified. Push-ups, 5 sets of 5. Pull-ups, 3 sets of 1. Swimming, 50 meters, any stroke. For ordinary military students, this is just warm-up. But for Yu Xingqing, it was almost impossible. Can I? She blinked her big eyes, trying to use a cute trick. A tactic taught by Lu Yisin, said to work well on Pei Xingchuan. Pei Xingchuan didn't even move his eyebrows. No, Yu Xingqing's shoulders slumped, her face turning pale.
I
might die. Not going to die. Pei Xingchuan took out a heart rate monitor bracelet from his briefcase. It's set to the lowest intensity. The medical room is on call 24 hours. Despairing, Yu Xingqing looked at the black bracelet as if she saw her death sentence. Starting tomorrow, Pei Xingchuan stood up to leave, then added, 6 o'clock on the playground. Being late adds 500 meters. After the door closed, Yu Xingqing slumped into a chair, like a small cat soaked in rain. She picked up her phone and sent a help message to Lu Yisin. Help. Captain Pei wants me to run. The reply was almost instant. Haha. It's finally your turn. Here's a string of laughing emojis. Then came Shin Mosai's calm advice. Suggest you sleep early tonight. Add some carbohydrates. Yu Xingqing sighed and resignedly opened her computer to search for how not to die during mid-distance running. After browsing a few websites, she felt even more hopeless. Her training standards were worse than elementary school PE classes. At 5:50 a.m. the next morning, Yu Xingqing was already at the edge of the track, wrapped in an oversized sports jacket, trembling. You're quite punctual. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from behind, startling her. Today, she was dressed in a full sports outfit, looking more energetic than usual. Yu Xingqing quietly said, Good morning, her voice trembling from nervousness. Pei Xingchuan handed her a thermos, grape sugar water. Drink half first. Yu Xingqing obediently drank the sweet, slightly overwhelming liquid, then put on a heart rate monitor bracelet. Today's goal is to complete the project smoothly. Pei Xingchuan pointed to the track. No need to run fast, just finish walking. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and took her first step. The first 100 meters went fairly well, and she even thought, this isn't so hard. But soon, her breathing became rapid, and her legs felt heavy, as if filled with lead. At 300 meters, her face was flushed red, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Adjust your breathing. Pei Xingchuan ran beside her, speaking calmly. Breathe in for 2 steps, breathe out for 2 steps. Yu Xingqing tried to match his rhythm, but her lungs felt as if they were being squeezed by an invisible hand, each breath burning. At 500 meters, her steps turned into a staggering, slow walk. Suddenly, the noise of children came from the entrance of the playground. The nearby elementary school's track team was training. A group of children, about 7 or 8 years old, wearing bright sports clothes, jumped and ran under their coach's guidance onto the track. Today's warm-up is a 2-kilometer jog. The coach blew the whistle. As usual, the last 3 will do extra frog jumps. The children cheered and started running, quickly catching up to Xingqing's slow pace. Big sister is so slow, a small girl with pigtails shouted as she overtook her. Run like this. Another little boy demonstrated proper running form, easily leaving her behind. In less than a minute, the entire elementary team had overtaken Yu Xingqing. Even the chubby boy at the back looked at her with sympathetic eyes. Yu Xingqing's face was so red it seemed like it might bleed, whether from exercise or embarrassment. Pei Xingchuan, standing nearby, rubbed his forehead but surprisingly didn't urge her to stop.
Keep
going. Yu Xingqing gritted her teeth, dragging her heavy legs forward. At 800 meters, her vision blurred, and only her pounding heart could be heard. Pei Xingchuan suddenly grabbed her arm. Stop. Your heart rate is 180. Yu Xingqing looked at him blankly, her lips turning pale. Not finished yet. That's enough, Pei Xingchuan said, sounding unusually tense. First, focus on adapting. He half-supported, half-carried Yu Xingqing to a bench by the track, handing her the remaining glucose water. Her hand trembled badly, almost spilling the cup. Drink slowly. Pei Xingchuan held her hand gently. Take deep breaths. After 10 minutes, Yu Xingqing's breathing finally steadied, but her legs remained weak like noodles. She looked down in shame. Sorry. I was too weak. Better than expected, Pei Xingchuan said unexpectedly. You completed 40%. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise, noticing he was recording data on his phone. Keep going tomorrow, he said, putting away his phone. Now let's have breakfast. Double portions of carbs. Yu Xingqing tried to stand, but her legs gave way, almost making her kneel. Pei Xingchuan quickly caught her, hesitated for a second, then turned and squatted down. Get on. Her eyes widened.
Carry.
Carry me? Choice. Carry or Princess Carry, Pei Xingchuan said firmly. You can't walk back to the cafeteria. Yu Xingqing's face reddened again. Carefully, she climbed onto his back. Pei Xingchuan stood easily and walked steadily toward the cafeteria. At this time, many students out for morning exercise saw this scene and looked surprised. Captain Pei carrying that talented girl. I heard she was exhausted after running 800 meters. She was overtaken by a primary school student. Whispers floated into her ears. Yu Xingqing buried her face in Pei Xingchuan's shoulder, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. At breakfast, Pei Xingchuan ordered 3 servings of food and placed them in front of Yu Xingqing. Eat everything. Yu Xingqing nibbled on a bun and suddenly asked, Why? Do we have to do physical training? 3 reasons. Pei Xingchuan put down his coffee. First, it's the minimum graduation requirement for the National Defense University. Second, for health.
Third, he paused.
The battlefield environment is unpredictable. Even the best tactical mind needs basic physical ability. Afternoon swimming practice, Pei Xingchuan said, almost choking. Shun Mo-chi is a lifeguard. Yu Xingqing immediately imagined Shun Mo-chi with his icy face in a lifeguard uniform, which strangely looked a bit funny. Back at the studio, Yu Xingqing slumped into a chair, feeling sore all over. Louis Sin came in laughing loudly. I heard you got bullied by elementary school kids? Ha ha. Shun Mo-chi followed quietly, placing a bottle of sports drink on the table. Electrolyte replenishment. Yu Xingqing buried her face in the keyboard, making a small animal-like whimper. Don't be discouraged. Lu Yisin patted her shoulder. I'll hack into the system and change your scores. Just kidding. Seeing Pei Xingchuan's warning look, she quickly changed her words. The afternoon swimming practice was just as tough. Yu Xingqing wore a children's swimming ring and splashed in the shallow water for 20 minutes before completing a 50-meter feat, choking on water 3 times and being pulled out twice by Shun Mo-chi. The lifeguard was expressionless the whole time, but his eyes showed deep helplessness. At 7 p.m., Yu Xingqing collapsed on the studio sofa like a pile of mud, not even wanting to move her fingers. Pei Xingchuan came in holding a strange device. Use this tomorrow, he said, placing the device on the table. A running aid with a safety belt reduces knee joint pressure by 65%. Yu Xingqing was so touched she almost cried, but then she heard Pei Xingchuan say, "Tomorrow's goal, complete 800 meters." Thus, Yu Xingqing's week of physical hell began. Every morning, she did basic training under Pei Xingchuan's supervision. Progress was slow and frustrating, but she was improving. On the third day, she finally ran the full 800 meters, though it took 3 times longer than a primary school student. On the fifth day, she completed her first proper push-up, then lay on the ground for half a day before getting up. On the seventh day, with the help of a swimming ring, she finished 50 meters in freestyle without choking water. After each training session, Pei Xingchuan carefully recorded her data and adjusted the training plan. To Yu Xingqing's surprise, he never showed impatience or disappointment, only calmly pointed out small improvements. "Today, you rested 2 minutes less than yesterday. Your peak heart rate dropped by 5%. Your coordination improved." 2 weeks later, on a morning, Yu Xingqing stood on the track and took a deep breath. Today's goal was to run 1,500 meters. Remember the pace. Pei Xingchuan adjusted her support device. "Don't rush." Yu Xingqing nodded and started jogging slowly. This time, she didn't feel the usual suffocating pain in the first 800 meters. Her breathing was steady, and her legs didn't feel heavy like lead. At 1,200 meters, a familiar tiredness hit her, but she clenched her teeth and kept going. In the distance, a group of elementary school students appeared again, but today she wouldn't get overtaken by the fastest kid. Last 300 meters, Pei Xingchuan ran beside her, his voice unusually encouraging. "Keep going." Yu Xingqing's face turned red, sweat soaked her sports shirt, but she didn't stop. When she finally crossed the 1,500-meter finish line, her legs gave way, but this time she collapsed smiling. "Finished," she panted, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Pei Xingchuan handed her a towel and water, checking her wristband data. "You finished 4 days earlier than expected." Yu Xingqing took small sips of water, suddenly realizing she was proud of completing a physical training routine suitable for elementary students. But then she thought, for her past self, this was truly an unimaginable progress. "Tomorrow," Pei Xingchuan was about to speak when Yu Xingqing looked at him nervously.
Rest.
For one day, she blinked her big eyes, trying her usual, cute tactic. Pei Xingchuan looked at her wet eyes and was silent for 3 seconds. Rest in the morning. Half the strength training in the afternoon. Yu Xingqing smiled happily, her steps lighter than usual. At 6:30 in the morning, Yu Xingqing stood in the horizontal bar training area, looking up at the metal bars stretching across the sky, her eyes full of despair. "Can I practice something else first?" she mumbled softly, unconsciously twisting the hem of her sports shirt. Pei Xingchuan stood nearby, expressionless, glancing at his watch. "Complete 3 sets before 7 o'clock, 1 set each. If late, extra practice." Yu Xingqing's shoulders drooped. 2 weeks of physical training had improved her running and swimming, but her upper body strength was still terrible. "Warm up first." Pei Xingchuan handed her 2 resistance bands. Shoulder joint mobility. Yu Xingqing mechanically did warm-up exercises, but her eyes kept sneaking peeks at the pull-up bar, as if it were some kind of torture device. At the other end of the playground, a few students who had finished their morning exercises were doing pull-ups easily, their muscles clearly visible in the morning light. "Stop looking and focus." Pei Xingchuan's voice pulled her back to reality. "Try the first one." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, tiptoed, and grabbed the bar with both hands. Her fingers were slender and pale, contrasting sharply with the dark metal. She tried to pull herself up. Nothing happened. She tried harder, still no movement. After 30 seconds, she hung on the bar like a dried, salted fish, her legs swinging weakly, her face full of despair. "Come down," Pei Xingchuan said. "Adjust your posture." Yu Xingqing released her grip, landed, and rubbed her reddened palms, tears of physical pain flickering in her eyes. Not tears of sadness, just pain. "Your grip is too wide," Pei Xingchuan pointed out. "A shoulder-width grip suits you better." He walked over to the bar and demonstrated himself. He easily jumped up, grabbing the bar, his back muscles forming perfect lines under his tight sportswear. 1, 2, 3. Perfect pull-ups, done as naturally as breathing. Yu Xingqing stared in shock, instinctively looking down at her own thin arms, like bamboo sticks, feeling hopeless by the huge difference. Try again, Pei Xingchuan said as he landed without even catching his breath. Remember the correct order. Shoulders down, back muscles engaged, then arms. Yu Xingqing nodded and tried again. This time, she adjusted her grip as instructed, clenched her teeth, and exerted force. Her body rose about 2 centimeters, then immediately fell back.
You're
Making progress, she panted, trying to find comfort in this tiny change. Pei Xingchuan didn't mock her, just nodded.
good.
Rest for 30 seconds, then continue. For the next 40 minutes, Yu Xingqing repeated the cycle of hanging, struggling, failing. Eventually, her palms blistered, her arms trembling like dry leaves, but she stubbornly refused to give up. Time's up, Pei Xingchuan glanced at his watch. Completion rate, 17%. Yu Xingqing slumped on the ground, sweat soaking her sports shirt. She looked at her red hands and whispered, "Am I the worst one?" "Not at all," Pei Xingchuan replied unexpectedly. "There is a student in the 2009 class who studied computer science and couldn't do a full pull-up even after graduation." Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. "Really? But he later became a top hacker and hacked into missile systems of 3 enemy countries," Pei added. "So upper body strength isn't the only measure." This strange comfort surprisingly made Yu Xingqing feel a bit better. "Keep going tomorrow." Pei handed her a cold sports drink. "We'll treat your hand at the medical room." Yu Xingqing sipped her drink quietly when she suddenly heard familiar footsteps. Lu Yixin hurried over, holding a camera. "Did I miss anything? I heard you challenged the pull-up bar today." Seeing Yu Xingqing's red hands, she exaggeratedly gasped, "Wow. Our little star has become an iron palm." Shinmok silently handed her a tube of ointment. To prevent infection, Yu Xingqing gratefully took the ointment and quietly said thank you. Lu Yixin couldn't wait and moved to the pull-up bar. "Let me try. I was a tree-climbing expert as a kid." She easily jumped up and grabbed the bar, twisting her body to try to pull herself up, but she couldn't do even one. "Darn it." Lu Yixin released her grip and landed. "Why is this so hard?" Shinmok silently approached the bar, did a perfect pull-up, then 2, then 3. His movements weren't as smooth as Pei's, but he finished easily. "This isn't fair," Lu Yixin shouted. "Why are boys so relaxed about this?" "Muscle ratio difference," Pei explained briefly. "Women's upper body strength is about 52% of men's on average." Yu Xingqing looked down at her slim arms and suddenly asked, then, "Is there a standard for women?" "Yes," Pei nodded. "Your training volume is now at 30% of the adjusted level." Lu Yixin patted Yu Xingqing's shoulder. "Don't be discouraged. We can train together. Starting tomorrow, I'll be your lazy buddy." Shinmok pushed up his glasses. "I suggest assisted training, resistance bands, pulley systems." Pei Xingchuan seemed very supportive of this idea. "We'll adjust the plan tomorrow." On the way back to the studio, Yu Xingqing's steps became lighter than before. Although today's training was still very tough, at least she was not alone in facing it. Lu Yixin chattered about how to cheat to finish pull-ups, with Shinmok occasionally offering professional advice. Pei Xingchuan walked quietly at the back, but his serious gaze seemed softer. In the next few days, strange scenes appeared in the pull-up area. 2 girls fighting with a bunch of training equipment. Lu Yixin somehow got all kinds of training tools, resistance bands, assistive devices, and even a modified pulley system.
Look.
"This is my fish-out-of-water plan." She proudly showed off the gear. "With these, we can do it." Yu Xingqing looked at the equipment, her eyes shining. Pei Xingchuan surprisingly didn't oppose. He simply adjusted the training plan and added these aids. On the first day, using the thickest resistance band, Yu Xingqing finally completed her first, halfway, pull-up. Her chin barely reached the bar, with strong help from the band. On the third day, she used a medium resistance band and completed 3/4 of the movement. On the 5th day, with a thin resistance band, she almost did a full pull-up, just 5 stubborn centimeters short. "Look." Xingqing is about to make history. Lu Yixin held up her phone to record, excited as if witnessing an Olympic gold medal. Pei Xingchuan stood directly under the bar, hands slightly open, ready to catch Yu Xingqing if she lost strength. Yu Xingqing clenched her teeth, her forehead veins bulging. "Come on," Lu Yixin shouted. "Think about braised ribs. Think about those who look down on you." This strange motivation surprisingly worked. Yu Xingqing suddenly gathered a burst of strength, finally crossing the symbolic line of the bar with her chin. Success! Lu Yixin's heart raced, almost throwing her phone. When Yu Xingqing landed, her legs went weak, but her face was filled with an unprecedented bright smile. "I did it," she panted, her voice full of disbelief. "This is just the beginning." Lu Yixin put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Next week, we will challenge 2. Next month, 5. One day, we will make those boys who look down on us see us in a new light. Starting today, we will do basic combat training." As soon as Pei Xingchuan said this, Yu Xingqing's pen dropped to the ground with a snap. She slowly looked up, her eyes full of disbelief. Fighting? Her voice was tiny, like a mosquito, with obvious trembling. "Basic self-defense techniques," Pei Xingchuan added, but it offered no comfort to Yu Xingqing. "It's a required course at the National Defense University." Yu Xingqing's fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes, her knuckles turning white. The small progress she made on the horizontal bar now seemed so insignificant compared to this new challenge. "Can I?" "No." Pei Xingchuan saw through her desire to escape. "Lu Yixin and Shin Mok will train together." Yu Xingqing's shoulders slumped like a small cat caught in the rain. She looked down at her thin arms. Though she had gained some muscle in the past 2 weeks, using them for fighting was like a fairy tale. At 9 a.m. the next morning, Yu Xingqing stood at the training hall door, refusing to go in. Lu Yixin had to half-drag, half-pull her inside, while Shin Mok stayed behind to prevent her from running away. "Relax." Lu Yixin patted her back. "It's just basic moves. We won't make you fight anyone." Inside the training hall, more than 20 students had gathered, divided into small groups practicing basic techniques. When they saw Yu Xingqing and the others enter, whispers immediately spread. "Isn't she the one who's terrible at physical fitness? I heard she finally did one pull-up. Fighting class? She's doomed." Yu Xingqing kept her head down, wishing she could disappear into the cracks in the floor. Just then, Pei Xingchuan walked in, and everyone immediately fell silent. "Today we will practice basic self-defense moves," he said, scanning the room. His gaze finally settled on Yu Xingqing. "In pairs. Yu Xingqing with Lu Yixin, Shen Mok will demonstrate with me." Pei Xingchuan and Shen Emochi reached the center of the training area and began demonstrating basic self-defense moves: how to break free from a front grip, how to respond to a back hold, and how to get up from the ground to defend oneself. "Watch carefully," Pei Xingchuan said calmly and clearly. "The key is to use your opponent's strength and balance, not brute force." Shen Emochi cooperated by making various attack motions, and Pei Xingchuan responded and neutralized each one. Their movements were smooth like a dance, but full of power. Yu Xingqing watched intently, almost forgetting her fear. "Now, each group practices the first move," Pei Xingchuan ordered after the demonstration. "Check back in 10 minutes. Lu Yixin excitedly turned to Yu Xingqing. "Come on. I'll be the attacker." Yu Xingqing nervously assumed her stance. Lu Yixin gently grabbed her wrist. This was the simplest exercise to escape from a front grip. "Remember the steps," Lu Yixin whispered. "Twist your wrist, sink down then." Yu Xingqing tried to follow the instructions, but her movements were weak and ineffective. Lu Yixin had to pretend to let go, acting as if she was being freed. "That's too fake." Pei Xingchuan suddenly appeared behind them. "In real combat, opponents won't cooperate." He turned to Yu Xingqing. "Try again. Be serious." Yu Xingqing bit her lip and tried once more. This time, she used a little more force, but it still felt like scratching an itch. Pei Xingchuan frowned and grabbed her wrist directly. "Feel this force. This is what you'll face in real combat." His palm clamped tightly around Yu Xingqing's delicate wrist, leaving a red mark immediately. Yu Xingqing was in pain, and tears almost came out. In her panic, She forgot all the techniques and just pulled desperately. Think, Pei Xingchuan shouted. Use technique, not brute force. Yu Xingqing's mind went blank, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face. Suddenly, she crouched down, curling up like a frightened rabbit. Stop. Stop, she sobbed. I give up. The training hall fell silent. Everyone stared in shock. Probably never before had anyone given up during basic practice at the National Defense University of Dongxia. Pei Xingchuan released her hand and looked at Yu Xingqing, who was curled up on the ground, with a complex expression. Lu Yixin quickly crouched down and hugged her, softly comforting her. Shun Mo Chi stood nearby, his eyes behind glasses showing rare signs of anger. Not at Yu Xingqing, but at Pei Xingchuan's strictness. Take a 5-minute break, Pei Xingchuan finally said, then walked to another group.
Hey.
If you're still watching, it means you like the story. Please support me by subscribing to the channel so I can make more new videos and continuations for you. Thank you, my best viewer. Lu Yixin helped Yu Xingqing to a bench in the corner, handing her water and a towel. It's okay. First time, always like this. Yu Xingqing looked down, tears falling onto her lap. She didn't mean to embarrass herself, but the moment Pei Xingchuan grabbed her wrist, a sudden fear took over her. I can't do this, she choked out. Shun Mo Chi silently handed her a piece of chocolate. Low blood sugar. Effects reactions. Yu Xingqing nibbled on the chocolate, gradually calming down. She secretly looked at Pei Xingchuan in the center of the field. He was guiding another group, moving smoothly and precisely, demonstrating each move perfectly.
Why?
Is he so strict with me? Yu Xingqing whispered. Lu Yixin and Shun Mo Chi exchanged a glance. Because, Lu Yixin carefully chose his words, he sees potential in you that you haven't noticed yet. Shun Mo Chi nodded. High standards mean recognition. Yu Xingqing didn't fully understand, but the chocolate and the rest made her feel much better. When Pei Xingchuan came over again, she had stopped crying. Continue, his tone softened a little. Start from the basics. For the next practice, Pei Xingchuan changed his approach. He first had Yu Xingqing observe his and Shun Mo Chi's slow demonstrations, then practice with a doll to break down the moves, and finally try with a real person, at the lowest force level. This step-by-step method finally worked. Yu Xingqing gradually learned the key to the first escape move, using leverage to turn the tables with little effort.
Look.
I did it. When she finally broke free from Lu Yixin's grip for the first time, her eyes sparkled like stars. Pei Xingchuan nodded subtly. Keep going. Next move. So, the whole morning Yu Xingqing stumbled through learning 3 basic self-defense moves. At lunch, Lu Yixin excitedly talked about the morning's training, while Yu Xingqing sipped her soup, her arms sore, and almost unable to hold the spoon. Do we have class this afternoon? She timidly asked. Combat class, Shun Mo Chi replied. Fighting psychology. Yu Xingqing relaxed, at least she wouldn't be thrown around anymore. The afternoon class was held in the classroom, led by Professor Lin from the Combat Research Department. He explained the mental responses to threats: fighting, fleeing, freezing, and appeasing. Most people only know fight or flight, Professor Lin said, but actually, freezing is more common, especially for those without professional training. Yu Xingqing took notes carefully and suddenly realized her morning reaction was a typical freezing response. The key is training the brain to overcome instinctive reactions, Professor Lin continued. Through repeated practice, correct actions become new instincts. After class, Pei Xingchuan stopped Yu Xingqing. Practice for an extra hour tonight. Her face immediately fell, but she didn't protest. She just quietly said, okay. At 7 in the evening, the training hall was empty, with only a light on in the corner. Pei Xingchuan was already waiting there, with some strange equipment beside him. These are... Yu Xingqing looked at the devices curiously. Reaction trainers. Pei Xingchuan picked one up. They won't cause real harm but can simulate attacks. He pressed a switch, and the device suddenly blew out a stream of air toward Yu Xingqing, startling her and making her step back. This trains your dodge response. Pei Xingchuan explained. Start with this. For the next hour, under Pei Xingchuan's guidance, Yu Xingcheng fought against various training devices. Some sprayed air, some bounced soft mats, and others made warning sounds. Though these devices looked scary, they didn't cause harm, allowing her to practice reactions calmly. Good job. When Yu Xingcheng successfully dodged a bouncing mat for the third time, Pei Xingchuan rarely praised her. Reaction speed has improved. A small smile appeared on Yu Xingcheng's face. Though she was still far from real fighting, she was no longer a rabbit that froze at the first sign of danger. At the end of training, Pei Xingchuan handed her an ice pack. Apply this to your wrist. Yu Xingcheng only then noticed her wrist was swollen, where he had grabbed her earlier in the morning. She silently took the ice pack and whispered, "Thank you. Keep going tomorrow." Pei Xingchuan was packing up the training equipment, saying, "The goal is to overcome the freezing response." Yu Xingcheng nodded. Although she still felt scared inside, she was no longer as resistant as in the morning. When she left the training hall, she looked back. Pei Xingchuan was still tidying up, his backlit silhouette appearing especially lonely. Back at the dorm, Yu Xingcheng found Lu Yixin had prepared hot packs and ointment. "I heard you trained extra tonight," she asked while helping Yu Xingcheng apply the ointment. "How was it? Still?" "Okay," Yu Xingcheng answered softly. "Used a lot of strange machines." Lu Yixin smiled. "That's Captain Pei's treasure. It said he designed them himself, and usually no one is allowed to touch them." Yu Xingcheng blinked in surprise. Those simple-looking devices were actually made by Pei Xingchuan himself? She leaned on the desk in the studio, her chin resting on a thick book titled Martial Arts Techniques Encyclopedia, her eyes dull. There were faint red marks on her wrist, and her shoulders and back muscles ached as if run over by a truck. "Xingcheng? Are you okay?" Lu Yixin waved her hand in front of her eyes. "Are you out of your mind?" Yu Xingcheng blinked slowly. "It hurts. Did the ointment Shinmok gave you not work?" Lu Yixin picked up the tube of ointment and looked at it. "This is military grade." "No, it's psychological trauma," Yu Xingcheng mumbled softly. Shinmok raised his head and pushed up his glasses. "Post-fight training side effects." Oh, Lu Yixin suddenly understood, grinning mischievously. "You've been beaten so badly by Captain Pei that you need to vent." Yu Xingcheng's face turned slightly red, but she didn't deny it. The past 2 weeks of martial arts training had been a nightmare, falling and tumbling every day, with bruises all over her body, yet that demon instructor never even frowned. "I have an idea." Lu Yixin suddenly jumped up and ran toward Yu Xingcheng's computer. "Aren't you the best at game design? Why not?" She typed rapidly on the keyboard, opening a 3D modeling software. "Create a virtual Pei Xingchuan, then." He. Yu Xingcheng's eyes slowly lit up. She sat up straight and took the keyboard. Her slender fingers began to dance across the keys, quickly forming complex code and 3D models on the screen. Facial features. Make the eyebrows sharper. I have the body data. I secretly noted it from the last health report. Don't forget that kind of intense gaze. Shinmosai watched the two girls chatter about building the virtual Pei Xingchuan, shook his head, and continued his own work, but a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After 3 hours, a lifelike digital image of Pei Xingchuan appeared on the screen. Yu Xingcheng even perfectly recreated his unique cold tone and concise way of speaking. "Test it." Lu Yixin excitedly rubbed her hands. "Tell him to say, do 3 more sets." Yu Xingcheng tapped a few keys, and the digital Pei Xingchuan immediately spoke in his familiar stern voice. "Do 3 more sets. The movements are not correct. Start over." The two girls burst into laughter, and even Shinmosai couldn't help but chuckle. "It's perfect." Lu Yixin wiped tears of laughter from her eyes. "Now, come up with 100 ways to beat him." Yu Xingcheng bit her lip, her eyes shining with cleverness. She quickly designed a simple fighting scene and added exaggerated skills for the player character. A cute, chibi version of Yu Xingcheng, lightning fists, invincible flying kicks, and even a special move called Adorable Distraction. Big, teary eyes that can instantly soften the enemy's defenses. Let's start with a normal mode. Yu Xingcheng clicked the start button. The small chibi Yu Xingcheng immediately launched an attack on the digital Pei Xingchuan. Fight training begins. The virtual instructor coldly said, adopting a standard defensive stance. The small Yu Xingqing used a combo, but it was easily countered. Virtual Pei Xingchuan performed a shoulder throw, and the game character's health instantly halved. Not fair, Luisen shouted. This is just like real life. Yu Xingqing was calm and unhurried. She clicked the cheat mode button. Suddenly, a halo appeared above little Yu Xingqing's head, granting her 10 times the attack power. This isn't standard, said the virtual instructor with a frown, but it was too late. Little Yu Xingqing delivered a flying kick, knocking him to the edge of the screen, his health bar dropping to 0. Yes! The two girls cheered, clapping as if they had won a real battle. Again, Lu Exin urged. This time, use the cuteness overload special move. Yu Xingqing nodded and chose a special skill. Her eyes immediately widened 3 times, and she looked at the digital Pei Xingchuan with sparkling tears, saying, Instructor, can we take a break? A special effect triggered. The virtual Pei Xingchuan's body stiffened noticeably, and his defense dropped sharply. Seizing the moment, Yu Xingqing threw an uppercut, knocking him out again. This is so relieving, Yu Xingqing laughed, her face turning red, her frustration from the past few days completely gone. She then designed several revenge scenes, headshotting the demon instructor in a virtual shooting game, crashing him out of the racetrack in a racing game, even deliberately burning the dishes he cooked in a cooking game. Just as the 3 of them were immersed in the virtual revenge fun, the studio door suddenly opened silently. Progress report, came Pei Xingchuan's voice from behind. Yu Xingqing's fingers froze on the keyboard, her face turning pale. On the screen, a chibi version of her was riding on the digital Pei Xingchuan, slapping him with both hands, accompanied by exaggerated "papa" sound effects. Lu Exin covered her face and hid behind Shinemo Chi, who pretended to be suddenly very interested in the ceiling. Yu Xingqing's hand hovered in midair, trembling, afraid to move, as if staying still would prevent her from being caught. Pei Xingchuan slowly approached from behind, leaning over to look at the screen. The digital version of him was lying on the ground, bruised and swollen, with a line of text floating above his head. Are you surrendering? Are you surrendering? Creative, said Pei Xingchuan, his tone neutral. It seems your fight training has sparked your imagination. Yu Xingqing curled up in her chair, a tiny ball of herself, her ears red enough to bleed. Sorry. Pei Xingchuan reached out. Yu Xingqing instinctively shrank back, but the expected scolding did not come. He picked up the mouse and opened the game code interface. The virtual behavior tree has flaws. He calmly pointed out, the counterattack logic is too straightforward. All 3 of them froze, unable to believe what they heard. Here, Pei Xingchuan pointed to a piece of code. We should add pseudo-random variables to make the virtual behavior harder to predict. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened in surprise as she stared blankly at Pei Xingchuan, who was seriously giving her technical advice on her revenge game. Also, about this physics engine, he continued, collision detection is inaccurate. In real life, shoulder throws cause more damage. Lu Yixin stifled a laugh, shaking his shoulders, while Shinmoke's mouth twitched, as if he was fighting a tough battle to keep a straight face. Organize your suggestions and send them to me. Pei Xingchuan stood up, speaking normally. Tomorrow at 6 a.m. at the training center. Test the new data. Yu Xingqing opened her mouth, then closed it, finally managing to whisper. Yes. Pei Xingchuan walked to the door, paused, and said, by the way, lower the trigger chance of the Clever Pass skill to 5%. It's ineffective in real life. After the door closed, a deafening burst of laughter erupted in the studio. Lu Yixin collapsed onto the floor, Shinmoke holding his stomach and leaning against the wall, while even the usually quiet Yu Xingqing was laughing so hard tears streamed down her face.
He
Actually, Lu Yixin panted, helped you improve the game where you beat him up. Shinmoke took off his glasses to wipe his tears. Makes sense. Fits the training logic. Yu Xingqing wiped away her tears of laughter and looked back at the screen. All right. She took a deep breath, fingers returning to the keyboard. Let's upgrade the Devil Instructor data. The 3 worked late into the night, improving the game based on Pei Xingchuan's suggestions. The new data was indeed more challenging, but it made the game more fun. Yu Xingqing even found herself thinking about real fighting techniques to deal with virtual enemies. Wait! Lu Yixin suddenly realized something. Isn't this a disguised way for you to practice fighting? Shenmok pushed up his glasses. Very high. Extremely high. Yu Xingqing paused her typing, suddenly understanding. At 5:50 a.m. the next morning, Yu Xingqing arrived at the training center earlier than usual. Pei Xingchuan was already waiting for her, with a laptop beside him. Is this the improved version? Yu Xingqing nodded and handed over a USB drive. According to your suggestion, I made some adjustments. Pei Xingchuan plugged it into the computer, quickly looked through the code, and then started the game. On the screen, the chibi version of Yu Xingqing faced the upgraded digital Pei Xingchuan. This time, the fight was clearly more difficult. Your movements are not correct, the virtual instructor said coldly, easily blocking several attacks. Practice 3 more sets. In real life, Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly. Qualified. Now, let's start real-person training. The 2-hour training was more efficient than any before. Strangely, Yu Xingqing found she was no longer so afraid. Every time she fell to the ground, images of winning against opponents in the game appeared in her mind, which actually made her more motivated. You've made great progress. At the end of training, Pei Xingchuan rarely gave direct praise. Reaction time has been shortened by 70%. Yu Xingqing wiped the sweat from her forehead and couldn't help but smile. Back in the studio, she found a note on her computer. Virtual human still needs improvement. Add combo recognition function. Lu Yixin saw it and laughed, collapsing onto the sofa. Your way of interacting is so strange, Shenmok nodded. Effective. Just strange. Yu Xingqing smiled and opened her computer, starting a new round of coding. A week later, Yu Xingqing's Devil Instructor game had been upgraded to the 3rd version. She even designed special modules for different training scenarios, from basic fighting skills to advanced tactical cooperation. You're planning to digitize the entire military training system, Lu Yixin said, lying on the sofa, watching Yu Xingqing type quickly. Shenmok looked up from his pile of documents. Actually, the U.S. military already has something similar. Stop. Lu Yixin grabbed a pillow and threw it. No science lessons right now. Yu Xingqing watched them playfully, but she kept working. Her game design during this time gave her new understanding of military training. Behind those strict movements are the essence of countless real combat tests. By the way, Lu Yixin suddenly sat up. Captain Pei doesn't seem so strict lately. Since that game was discovered, Pei Xingchuan's training method has subtly changed. Still strict, but he now stops her at the right moment before she breaks down. Still picky, but he points out specific ways to improve instead of just criticizing. Data supports it, Shanemo Chi said, pulling up a chart. In the past week, Yu Xingqing's injury rate during training dropped by 65% and skill mastery improved by 40%. Wow, Lu Yixin exaggeratedly covered his chest. That icy-faced instructor has learned to be gentle. Yu Xingqing's face unconsciously turned red. It's not that. Suddenly, the door to the studio opened, and the 3 immediately fell silent. But this time, it wasn't Pei Xingchuan who entered, but Professor Yang, the department head. Students, Professor Yang said with a smile, I have good news for you. The 3 quickly sat up straight. After department discussions, you've been chosen to participate in the military simulation system test. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. Starting next Monday for 2 weeks. Lu Yixin was so excited he almost fell off the sofa. Really? That's amazing. Shanemo Chi quickly noted the date. What materials do we need to prepare in advance? The military simulation system is a training opportunity even senior students dream of, said to replicate over 90% of real combat environments. However, Professor Yang suddenly became serious. There will be a special observer following the entire test. He looked meaningfully at Yu Xingqing. Captain Pei Xingchuan, the instructor who had been tortured countless times in the virtual world, was now going to see her performance in the real simulation system with his own eyes. After Professor Yang left, Lu Yixin excitedly rushed to Yu Xingqing.
Wow.
We're going into the simulation system. Since you design games, you can get familiar with the environment in advance. Yu Xingqing forced a smile, but her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes. Shun Mo Chi noticed her unease. Initial survival rate in the simulation is 17%. But you have an advantage. What's the advantage? Yu Xingqing asked blankly. You've already defeated the most difficult opponent. Shun Mo Chi pointed to the paused game screen. The virtual version. Yu Xingqing looked at the screen. Pei Xingchuan, the digital person, was standing in a standard fighting stance, eyes sharp as a blade. For some reason, this scene suddenly gave her a little courage. In the next few days, Yu Xingqing spent all her free time studying the simulation system materials. She even tried to recreate the simulation scene in the game using the publicly available information she found. This should be the ammunition depot, she muttered, adjusting the parameters of the 3D model. The entrance cover. Lu Yixin and Shen Machi also worked hard to help, one providing practical experience, the other handling technical details. The three of them unknowingly stayed up late into the night again. Done. Yu Xingqing finally straightened up. The basic scene is built. On the screen, a simple model of a military base appeared, with a few cartoon-style characters moving around inside. Although it wasn't a real simulation system, it was enough for them to get familiar with the basic terrain and tactics. Great. Lu Yixin eagerly grabbed the controller. Let me try. The three took turns practicing in the virtual scene, gradually developing a simple teamwork strategy. Although it wasn't professional, at least Yu Xingqing no longer felt completely lost about the upcoming training. After the Friday afternoon combat training ended, Pei Xingchuan unusually didn't leave immediately. Simulation system, he suddenly said. It's different from your game. Yu Xingqing's hand, which was wiping sweat, paused in midair. How did he know she was preparing? The real battlefield. Pei Xingchuan's eyes were sharp and penetrating, has no reset button. Yu Xingqing swallowed hard and nodded. I understand, but the principles are the same. Pei Xingchuan turned around and left the sentence behind. Observe, think, act. Watching his back as he left, Yu Xingqing was deep in thought. Over the weekend, Yu Xingqing almost buried herself in the pile of materials. She repeatedly watched all the simulation system videos she could find, analyzing each action's successes and failures. Before going to bed at night, her phone lit up with a message. Tomorrow at 5:30 a.m., Training Hall 3. Basic Tactics Review. P. Yu Xingqing stared at this simple message for a long time. This was the first time Pei Xingchuan had proactively contacted her outside of training hours. She carefully replied, Received. Thank you, instructor. She put down her phone and looked at the map of the simulated base on the wall. Those lines and symbols are no longer just unfamiliar marks. They are challenges she must overcome. Observe, think, act. She softly repeats Pei Xingchuan's words and turns off the desk lamp. At 4:30 a.m. Yu Xingqing's alarm rings on time. She suddenly sits up in bed, her forehead covered in a fine layer of sweat. Outside, it is still completely dark, with only a few streetlights shining faintly. Another nightmare, she mumbles softly, wiping her sweat. For 3 days in a row, she has woken up from the same terrible dream, dreaming that she is a puppet in the military simulation system, unable to move, watching her teammates fall one by one. At the end of the dream, there are always Pei Xingchuan's disappointed eyes. Yu Xingqing gets out of bed and washes her face with cold water, which helps calm her racing heart. Today is her first day entering the full military simulation system. Since she received the notice 2 weeks ago, she has been in a strange state of excitement mixed with fear. After finishing her wash, she opens her wardrobe. Inside, a brand new combat uniform hangs neatly, customized by Shunmok for her, lighter than the standard version by 15%, with better mobility. I can do this, she encourages herself as she gets dressed. At least, I won't faint in the simulation pod. A ding sounds as her phone's screen lights up. A message from Lu Yixin pops up. Xingqing, are you awake? Don't forget today is our big day. I'm waiting for you in the cafeteria, bringing you some energizing coffee. A small smile appears on Yu Xingqing's face. Lu Yixin is always like that, full of energy like a little sun. Just as she is about to reply, another message appears, this time from Shunmok. Suggest arriving at the simulation center 45 minutes early. System parameter optimization package is ready. Finally, an unsigned short message appears. Room 3. Review basic tactics. This P is undoubtedly Pei Xingchuan. Since that night he saw the virtual revenge game, their relationship seems to have entered some kind of undefined state. She quickly packs her gear and heads toward the cafeteria. Yu Xingqing walked quickly with her head down, suddenly hearing some boys talking behind her. Look, it's her, the transfer student. I heard she's going into the simulation system today. Let's see how she does. I bet she won't last 5 minutes. Yu Xingqing's back stiffened for a moment, but quickly relaxed again. She was used to this kind of talk. An ordinary college student with no military background suddenly assigned to an elite military training program. Anyone would think it was a joke. In the cafeteria, Lu Yisin was staring blankly at 3 cups of coffee. Xingqing. Over here, she waved her hand vigorously, drawing attention from others nearby. Yu Xingqing jogged over, and as soon as she sat down, she was handed a steaming cup of American coffee. Special blend. Double espresso. Lu Yisin's eyes sparkled. I promise you'll be full of energy today. Shinmok silently appeared opposite them, pushing over a small USB drive. System optimization package. Just plug it into the simulation pod. Thank you. Thank you both. Yu Xingqing held her coffee, and in the steam, her friends' faces became a little blurry. She suddenly felt a pang in her nose. Without them, she might have already broken down. Lu Yisin suddenly lowered her voice. I heard today's simulation scenario is City Alley Fight. It's said to be one of the hardest. Shenmok pushed up his glasses. Accuracy rate 78.3%. Based on recent international situations, the priority for urban counterterrorism training has increased. Yu Xingqing's heart sank.
City Alley Fight.
Narrow spaces, complex terrain, sudden gunfire. She had read about these words countless times in textbooks, but facing them in real life. Don't be afraid. Lu Yisin patted her shoulder. Just follow us. Survival rate in theory is 17.6%, Shinmok calmly added, but your optimization package can boost it to 34.2%. Yu Xingqing almost choked on her coffee. Is that supposed to be comforting? The 3 hurriedly finished their breakfast and headed toward the simulation center. The hemispherical building gleamed with a cold metallic shine, like a sleeping giant beast. A long line had already formed at the entrance, with students taking turns verifying their identities and checking equipment. Yu Xingqing, the inspector looked at the list and raised an eyebrow. Oh, you are the one. He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was clear. Yu Xingqing silently took her equipment bag. Good luck, the inspector suddenly whispered. The first time I used the simulator, I almost peed my pants. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise and saw a sincere smile in the inspector's eyes. She nodded gently, feeling her nervousness lessen a little. In room 3, Pei Xingchuan was already waiting for her. He was dressed in standard tactical gear today, with a black combat suit that showed his fit figure. His pistol and dagger on his waist gleamed coldly. Instructor, Yu Xingqing greeted softly, her fingers nervously twisting together. Pei Xingchuan nodded and motioned for her to sit down. Are you familiar with the basic commands? Yes. Yu Xingqing quickly pulled up information on her device. Red team is the attacking side, a 5-person squad. The goal is to eliminate enemies inside the building. What tactics will the blue team use for defense? Pei Xingchuan suddenly asked. Yu Xingqing responded instinctively. They will likely set crossfire points on the main passage, place snipers on the second-floor platform, and set traps in the target room. How to break through? Feign an attack at the front door, while the main force enters through the side ventilation ducts. Yu Xingqing's voice grew more confident. If it were me, I would create a short circuit in the B1 power room to disrupt enemy communications. Pei Xingchuan listened quietly, his face still expressionless, but his eyes flickered slightly. Theoretically correct. Remember, Pei Xingchuan stood up, looking down at her. The pain in the simulation system is just nerve signals. Fear is just data flow. Your mind is the real weapon. I will. Try my best, she whispered. Not just try. You must do it, he corrected her. 5 minutes later, Yu Xingqing stood in front of the simulation pod. It was an egg-shaped device filled with sensors and projection equipment inside. She took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment the door closed, darkness enveloped her. A cold countdown sounded in her headset. Neural connection starting 5.4.3.2.1. A strong dizziness hit her, and Yu Xingqing instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she was standing on an unfamiliar street, paved with bricks, with broken buildings on both sides, and distant gunfire faintly heard.
This
"Feels so real," she whispered, reaching out to touch the wall. The rough texture was felt through her fingertips, and she could even smell the gunpowder in the air. Red Team Group A ready. The voice of Lu Yixin came through her headset. "Xingqing? Where are you?" Only then did Yu Xingqing notice the tracker on her wrist, showing her teammate about 50 meters southwest. She was about to move when she suddenly heard faint footsteps behind her. Her training instinct kicked in, and she immediately pressed herself against the wall, holding her breath. A fully armed blue team soldier appeared around the corner, alertly scanning the surroundings. 1 step. 2 steps. Yu Xingqing's heart pounded like a drum, but her mind was unusually clear. She remembered Pei Xingchuan's taught technique, silent takedown, waiting until the opponent took the 3rd step. Now was the moment. She suddenly lunged out, delivering a clean, sharp hand strike to the enemy's neck. The soldier grunted and collapsed to the ground. "Group A has eliminated 1 enemy," she quietly reported, her voice trembling slightly but conveying the message accurately. "Nice job," Lu Yixin cheered. "Move east, we've found the entry point." The next 20 minutes felt like a blend of dream and reality. Yu Xingqing followed her team into the building. Every firefight made her heart race, but strangely, her body seemed to remember every move from training: proper gun stance, effective cover use, tactical movement. "The target room is about 30 meters ahead," Shenmok calmly indicated. 3 heat sources detected. Yu Xingqing checked her ammunition. "I still have 1 flashbang left," Lu Yixin grinned. "Old rule, I count to 3. The plan was executed perfectly." As the flashbang exploded, the 3 rushed into the room and quickly took down 2 guards. The last blue team member aimed his gun at Lu Yixin's back, but Yu Xingqing didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger. Click. The empty chamber sounded especially loud in the silent room. The blue team member turned around, aiming his gun at Yu Xingqing's forehead. "Simulation over," the system's female voice suddenly announced. "Red team has achieved the main objective." A flash of white light, and Yu Xingqing returned to the simulation pod, soaked in cold sweat. Finally. "What happened?" she asked confusedly. Yu Xingqing stood in front of the big screen, staring intently at the replay, herself making a perfect tactical gesture, directing her teammates to flank the enemy. The move was quick and clean, as if she had practiced it hundreds of times. "Is that really me?" she whispered, unable to believe that the calm, decisive person in the rain of bullets was herself, just 2 weeks ago trembling on the training ground. "Data doesn't lie." Shun Mo Chi pulled up a set of analysis charts. "Your tactical reaction time has improved by 63.4%, and your decision accuracy is now 89.2%. Lu Yixin put his arm around Yu Xingqing's shoulder. "So impressive. Especially the crossfire coordination when you protected me. It's like a special forces level." Yu Xingqing's ears turned slightly red. She instinctively looked around for Pei Xingchuan. The instructor was standing in the corner of the evaluation room, arms crossed, watching the tactical review on the screen. He seemed to sense Yu Xingqing's gaze, looked up, and their eyes met. His usual cold gaze flickered with a faint hint of approval, making Yu Xingqing's heart skip a beat. Xingqing's student, Professor Yang, walked over with a bright face. "Your performance today was truly surprising. Completing a B-level mission with no casualties is very rare among second-year students." The students around started whispering. Yu Xingqing lowered her head, feeling countless eyes like spotlights on her, surprised, doubtful, and some openly jealous. "It's just luck," she whispered. "Luck," a tall voice suddenly interrupted. It was Lin Rui, who had mocked her several times before. "The system must have a bug, right? How can a rookie, who can't even hold a gun steady, Lin Rue, Professor Yang sharply interrupted. The evaluation data can stand any test. Instead of questioning others, reflect on your own performance today. Lin Rue's face darkened as he closed his mouth, but his dissatisfaction was obvious. He strode toward Yu Xingqing and looked down at her. There's a tactical match next week. Do you dare to team up with me? Let me see if your skills are real. The tactical competition is a big test during the semester, and teams are formed randomly. Being paired with top students like Lin Rue puts a lot of pressure. If you don't do well, you'll immediately become the joke. She accepts. Pei Xingchuan suddenly spoke from behind. He walked over to Yu Xingqing and said, but the condition is that she will be the team leader. Lin Rue was surprised.
What?
Let a newcomer lead. Afraid not? Pei Xingchuan asked calmly, with a barely visible smile. Lin Rue's face turned pale and then flushed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, Fine. I want to see her real ability. Then he stormed out of the evaluation room. Yu Xingqing stood there blankly, her mind empty. She had just been put in the spotlight by Pei Xingchuan. Being the leader means taking responsibility for the team's success or failure, and one wrong decision could lead to a big loss. Coach, she whispered in protest. I'm not ready. Not ready? Pei Xingchuan turned to her, his voice deep but clear. Enemies on the battlefield won't wait for you to be ready. Professor Yang looked at them thoughtfully. Interesting idea. I will assign you to the same tactical team. He patted Yu Xingqing on the shoulder. Relax, it's just a training exercise. Just a training. Yu Xingqing repeated this in her mind, but she felt no comfort at all. When she left the evaluation room, her steps were heavy, like she was carrying lead. Are you crazy? Back in the studio, Louis Xian closed the door and asked loudly, Let Xingqing lead Lin Rue. That arrogant guy? He will tear her apart. Shen Emochi was reviewing Lin Rue's past training data. According to the records, he refuses to obey female leaders 92.3% of the time. Yu Xingqing slumped into a chair, her forehead resting on the cold table. I'll mess up. I definitely will. No, you won't. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from the door.
He had somehow followed them in.
Your performance today shows you have a talent for tactics. Pei Xingchuan walked to the workbench and pulled up a video. This was a key clip from today's simulation training. It showed Yu Xingqing accurately identifying the enemy's weak point amid chaos and leading her team in an attack. Here, he paused the video and pointed to a tiny movement by Yu Xingqing. You noticed a detail that everyone else missed. Yu Xingqing looked blankly at the screen. She remembered that moment, feeling instinctively that something was off. The enemy's right flank guard changed shifts 3 seconds later than the left, possibly due to communication issues. This is tactical intuition. Pei Xingchuan turned off the video. It can't be trained. It can only be discovered. The studio fell into brief silence. Lu Yixin and Shin Machi exchanged surprised looks. Pei Xingchuan giving such straightforward praise was something they had never seen before. But intuition is just the start. Pei Xingchuan shifted the topic and threw a data board to Yu Xingqing. Before the competition, you need to learn these. She looked down and saw a dense list of study materials, ranging from advanced tactics to psychology, terrain analysis, and team management, including at least 20 professional books and 50 hours of real-world simulation training. Within a week, she asked, eyes wide. 6 days and 14 hours, Pei Xingchuan corrected her. I will check your progress every night. Lu Yixin whistled. Upgraded intense training. Shinmachi had already started organizing materials. I suggest using block learning. Efficiency can improve by 37.5%. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and gently touched the edge of the data board. She looked up, her eyes much more determined than before. I will do it. Not just effort, but achievement. She silently repeated Pei Xingchuan's words in her mind. In the following days, Yu Xingqing almost buried herself in tactical materials. The studio walls were covered with maps and battle flowcharts, and her desk was piled with professional books. She even started demonstrating team formations with a fork during meals, making the cafeteria auntie look at her repeatedly. Rest. On the 4th night, Pei Xingchuan suddenly closed her notebook. Overworking will reduce learning efficiency. Stop. Pei Xingchuan's voice was unquestionable. Let's proceed with a practical combat simulation. He took Yu Xingqing to a small simulation room on campus. The equipment here was not as advanced as the full military system, but it was enough for basic tactical practice. Command a 4-person team to break through the enemy's defenses. Pei Xingchuan set the parameters. Time: 10 minutes. Yu Xingqing's temples throbbed, but she had no time to hesitate. Once the simulation started, she quickly assessed the battlefield. Enemies had snipers on 2 high points, and the main corridor was blocked by heavy fire, seeming impenetrable. But Yu Xingqing squinted her eyes. She noticed a 2-degree blind spot in the enemy sniper's alert range. If she could use smoke grenades to create visual interference. Group A feigns an attack on the left to draw fire. Group B sneaks through the right blind spot. Her commands were clear and precise, unlike the quiet girl she usually was. 5 minutes later, the simulation system announced her team had successfully broken through the defenses, losing only 1 member. Good, Pei Xingchuan said. But the cost was too high. Yu Xingqing bit her lip. I should have noticed the sniper's reloading pattern earlier. That's not it. Pei Xingchuan shook his head. You overlooked the most important thing, trust. Yu Xingqing looked at him in confusion. Commanding is not about control. Pei Xingchuan brought up a replay, pointing to the part where she frequently interfered with her team members' actions. You gave orders but didn't leave them space to act. Yu Xingqing suddenly understood. She was so afraid of making mistakes that she lacked trust in her teammates, interfering in every detail. Like this, Pei Xingchuan suddenly stood behind her, placing his hands over hers on the controller. Give the direction. He guided her finger to a spot on the screen, then suddenly released her hand. Let go. Yu Xingqing's heart raced. Pei Xingchuan's warmth still lingered on her hand, and his breath brushed her ear, carrying a faint mint scent. This moment of closeness made her mind go blank. Her fingers froze in midair. Try again. Pei Xingchuan had already stepped back, returning to his strict instructor stance. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and refocused on the training. This time, after giving a general direction, she let the system handle the details on its own. The result was surprising. Task completion time was reduced by 1/3, and no one was hurt. Good enough. At the end of training, Pei Xingchuan rarely gave direct praise. Keep going tomorrow. Walking back to her dorm, Yu Xingqing's steps were lighter than usual. The night breeze eased her fatigue, and her mind kept replaying Pei Xingchuan's words. Set the direction, then let go. That phrase seemed to apply not only to tactical commands but also to some more complex things. On the day of the competition, Yu Xingqing woke up earlier than usual. Outside the window was still dark. She turned on her desk lamp and reviewed her tactical notes one last time. Today, she silently repeated in her mind, I must prove myself. At breakfast, Liu Exian gave her a lucky charm, a small pendant made from a bullet casing. It's my good luck charm from basic training. Liu Exian winked. I promise you'll be a sharpshooter today. Shun Emochi handed her a small communicator. Upgraded version. Anti-interference ability improved by 200%. Yu Xingqing gratefully accepted the gifts and carefully put them into her combat uniform pocket. Over the past 3 weeks, she had gained support far beyond expectations, not only from Liu Exian and Shun Emochi but also encouragement from Professor Yang, and even recognition from Pei Xingchuan. The competition attracted many instructors and senior students to watch. At the entrance, Yu Xingqing met Lin Rui and his 2 friends, top students with excellent grades. Our genius commander is here, Lin Rui sneered. Ready to drag the whole team down. Yu Xingqing didn't reply, just calmly checked her gear. This calm seemed to anger Lin Rui. He stepped forward. Listen, rookie, don't expect me to listen to your rules announcement. Pei Xingchuan's voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker, interrupting Lin Rui's provocation. All team commanders, go to the control room to receive your mission briefings. Yu Xingqing walked straight past Lin Rui toward the control room. Her back was straight, and the shoulder lines of her combat uniform outlined a neat silhouette under the lights. No longer the timid newcomer she once was. In the control room, 5 commanders gathered around a tactical map. Yu Xingqing was the only girl and the least experienced. The other 4 exchanged glances, clearly surprised by her presence. Today's mission, City Hostage Rescue, announced the instructor in charge. Red team will act as special police, blue team as terrorists. Roles will be assigned randomly. Yu Xingqing carefully noted the details. Rescue 20 hostages held at the city hall. Eliminate or arrest all terrorists with a time limit of 45 minutes. Special rule, the instructor added. Each mistaken harm to a hostage deducts 10 points, and losing a team member deducts 20 points. Total score is 100. By drawing lots, Yu Xingqing's team was assigned to play as the red team's special police. When she returned to the preparation area, Lin Rui was already waiting impatiently. "What's the mission?" he asked gruffly. Yu Xingqing didn't answer immediately. Instead, she signaled her team to form a circle. "I have a plan," Lin Rui snorted. "Forget it, good girl. This kind of mission needs real combat experience. There are 3 entrances to the city hall." Yu Xingqing interrupted him, her voice calm but clear. "The front door is heavily guarded, but the underground parking lot has only 2 guards." Lin Rui paused. "Based on my calculations," Yu Xingqing continued, pulling up a 3D model of the city hall, "we can break through here." Her plan was bold and clever, using the underground pipes to infiltrate, while creating a diversion at the front entrance to attract the enemy's main force. The most risky part was that she would go alone into the control room to remotely unlock the doors to the hall where the hostages were held. "That's too risky," Lin Rui opposed. "If we get caught, that's why you need to execute the timing precisely," Yu Xingqing said firmly. "No more than 15 seconds of error." The other 2 team members, an scout named Zhang Yi and an assault soldier named Wang Meng, looked at Yu Xingqing in surprise. This seemingly delicate girl showed tactical skills far beyond their expectations. "All right, I trust you," Zhang Yi finally said. "But if it doesn't work, I take responsibility," Yu Xingqing replied calmly. Lin Rui snorted, but didn't argue further. 5 minutes later, the team prepared and entered the simulation pod. After the familiar dizziness, Yu Xingqing found herself standing in a dim, underground tunnel. The tactical terminal on her wrist showed the positions of her teammates and the layout of the target building. She took a deep breath and pressed the communication button. "Start the operation." Over the next 30 minutes, her team carried out the plan perfectly. Lin Rui and Zhang Yi created chaos at the front door. Wang Meng cleared the underground tunnel, and she silently infiltrated the control room. But just as she was about to unlock the access, something unexpected happened. The system required dual authentication. Suddenly, a red light flashed on the console, and a loud alarm echoed through the building. "We've been discovered." Wang Meng's voice came through the headset. "Team B is moving toward the control room." Yu Xingqing's forehead broke out in cold sweat, but her mind remained clear. She quickly assessed the situation. There was only one entrance to the control room, making it hard to attack directly. If she could delay long enough. "Change the plan," she calmly ordered. "Lin Rui, immediately attack the east side of the hostage hall. Zhang Yi, cover him. Wang Meng, come to me with the demolition equipment." Her instructions were timely and clear, shocking her teammates, but no one questioned her now. Lin Rui even responded reluctantly. "Understood, Commander." 2 minutes later, when Team B terrorists stormed the control room, they were met with crossfire from Yu Xingqing and Wang Meng. Meanwhile, Lin Rui and Zhang Yi successfully entered the hostage hall. Red team completed the mission. The system's cold voice announced, "Time, 37 minutes and 12 seconds. All hostages rescued, enemies eliminated. Red team casualties, none. Score, 100. When the simulation chamber door opened, Yu Xingqing's legs finally started to shake. She saw Lin Rui come out first, looking at her strangely, then suddenly giving a thumbs up. "Not bad, Commander." This simple recognition warmed Yu Xingqing's heart more than any medal. As she stepped out of the simulation chamber, applause erupted in the observation area. Many senior students and instructors cheered for her. Professor Yang eagerly approached and said, "Excellent. A textbook-level rescue operation." Shun Emochi handed her a bottle of water. Operation efficiency exceeded expectations by 23.7%. Louis directly gave her a bear hug. "I knew you could do it." Yu Xingqing searched for that familiar figure among the crowd. The next morning, Yu Xingqing's device suddenly started vibrating wildly. She groggily reached out to turn off the alarm, but realized it was a communication request from Lu Yisin. Xingqing. Quickly checked the campus forum. Lu Yisin's voice was unusually anxious. Something big has happened. Yu Xingqing rubbed her eyes and clicked on the link. The headline on the screen made her instantly alert. Shocking. Tactical genius Yu Xingqing is the legendary commander, Star Pup, from Starry Battlefront. The post detailed her in-game ID, screenshots of her achievements, and even a few blurry photos from a gaming expo. The comment section was already buzzing. Wow. Is it really her? The one who single-handedly challenged 3 major guilds, Star Pup? No wonder her tactical skills are so strong. Gaming nerds can also get into university? Did she cheat her way in? Yu Xingqing's finger froze on the screen, her throat tightening. The thing she feared most had happened. The Star Pup, who was invincible in the virtual world, was now linked to shy, socially anxious Yu Xingqing in real life. Xingqing? Are you okay? Lu Yisin's worried voice came from the device.
I'm
fine, Yu Xingqing answered mechanically, but her voice was trembling badly. After ending the call, she sat stiffly on the bed, her mind blank. Starry Battlefront was her escape from reality. In that interstellar war game, she could become the calm and brave commander, Star Pup, leading her fleet to victory. But that was another version of herself, one that didn't have to face crowds or social interactions. Now, this secret was exposed openly to everyone. Yu Xingqing mechanically washed up and changed clothes, moving slower than usual. When she finally mustered the courage to open the dorm door, whispers in the corridor immediately stopped. A few girls pretended to look at their devices, but kept glancing her way. That's her. I didn't expect. She's so good at gaming. Yu Xingqing hurried past with her head down, her ears burning. She just wanted to hide in the studio. At least there, Lu Yisin and Shinmok wouldn't look at her with strange eyes. However, as she approached the school building, Yu Xingqing suddenly froze in place. A large group of students gathered at the entrance. When someone saw her, they immediately shouted, "She's here." The crowd surged forward, asking questions all at once like rapid fire. Great Star Pup. Can you sign my notebook? How did you manage to defeat 3 major guilds in the game? I heard you turned down an invitation from a professional team. Is that true? Yu Xingqing took a few steps back, her back pressed against the cold wall. Her breathing became quick, and the crowd in front of her blurred into colorful shapes. A buzzing sound filled her ears, making it hard to tell who was saying what. Her fingers unconsciously clenched her clothes, turning her knuckles white from the grip. Step aside, a cold voice suddenly cut through the noise. The crowd paused for a second as if pressed by an invisible button, then automatically parted to make way. Pei Xingchuan stood there, his face grim and serious. Almost instinctively, Yu Xingqing moved behind Pei Xingchuan, gently grabbing his sleeve like someone drowning clutching a piece of driftwood. Pei Xingchuan turned slightly, fully shielding her behind him, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping over the crowd. Military Academy is not a fan meeting. If you don't disperse in 3 seconds, the entire field will be cleared within 10 kilometers. This command was more effective than any dispersal order. The students scattered instantly. A few brave ones looked back, but under Pei Xingchuan's icy stare, they quickly ran away. Once the corridor was quiet again, Yu Xingqing realized she was still holding onto Pei Xingchuan's sleeve. She hurriedly let go, her voice tiny like a mosquito. Thank you. Thank you, instructor. Pei Xingchuan turned to look at her, his brow slightly furrowed. The military already knows your identity, so there's no need to worry. Yu Xingqing nodded, nervously twisting her fingers. Professor Yang said, "It's because of my tactical analysis skills in the game." That's right. Pei Xingchuan's voice unusually slowed down a bit. The tactical system in Stellar Frontier is 70% similar to the military simulator. Your performance proves you have a talent for tactics. Yu Xingqing looked up, surprised that Pei Xingchuan knew so much detail. Don't pay attention to idle gossip, Pei Xingchuan continued. Your results are genuine. This statement was like a boost of confidence, making Yu Xingqing's breathing steadier. But then she remembered the passionate students earlier, and her stomach clenched again. But they admire the strong. Pei Xingchuan interrupted her. And you happen to be one. Yu Xingqing was stunned. Pei Xingchuan actually used strong to describe her? Now, Pei Xingchuan resumed his strict tone as an instructor. Go to the studio. Lu Yixin and Shin Mok are waiting for you. The studio door was slightly open. Yu Xingqing gently pushed it open and saw Lu Yixin shouting at the screen. These idiots. They actually posted personal game records of Xingqing. Shin Mok calmly typed on the keyboard. 37 inappropriate posts have been deleted. Tracking IPs in progress. Yu Xingqing stood at the door, suddenly afraid to go in. Although she knew her friends wouldn't change their attitude toward her because of this, the fear of being exposed in the spotlight made her throat tighten. Xingqing, Lu Yixin quickly noticed her at the door and rushed over to pull her inside. Are you okay? Did those crazy people hurt you? Shin Mok also stood up and handed her a cup of hot tea. Public opinion is being controlled. No need to worry. Yu Xingqing held the cup, feeling the warmth through the ceramic to her cold fingertips. She whispered, Did you know about this long ago? That you're Xing Tong? Lu Yixin rolled his eyes. Come on, I'm at Diamond Rank in Starry Battlefront. Okay? I suspected when you first demonstrated that crossfire tactic. Shin Mok pushed up his glasses. Your enrollment file notes it. The military's special recruitment reason. Exceptional tactical intuition and decision-making skills. Yu Xingqing blinked. She hesitated. Don't like being watched. Lu Yixin suddenly put his arm around her shoulders. I get it. Just like I hate being asked. Your dad's a general. Did you get in through connections? Shin Mok nodded. Human social behavior exceeds necessary complexity by 87.3%. Yu Xingqing finally smiled, her tense shoulders relaxing. At that moment, there was a knock on the studio door. Come in, Lu Yixin called out. The door opened, and standing outside were Lin Rui and his two teammates. Yu Xingqing's body suddenly stiffened again. Could they also be here? Lin Rui scratched his head, looking unusually nervous. We came to apologize. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. About our bad attitude before, Lin Rui's teammate Zhang Yi added, I didn't expect you to really be the Starry Master. Wang Meng even took out a tactical notebook. Could you sign my copy? Your tactics from this serious battle are included in the textbook. Yu Xingqing looked at Lu Yixin in confusion, who made a teasing face at her. Yu Xingqing's voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. I'm not a master. Just what? Lin Rui suddenly became excited. You commanded 3 fleets at once against 3 major alliances. That battle has been analyzed thousands of times. Even Instructor Pei mentioned it in class. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise. Instructor Pei? Yes, Lin Rui nodded eagerly. Last semester in Advanced Tactics class, he used your Orion raid as a classic example. So, Lin Rui rubbed his hands, looking eager. Can you tell us how you came up with the double spiral encirclement tactic? Yu Xingqing opened her mouth, but before she could answer, the door to the studio was pushed open again, this time by Pei Xingchuan himself. Unimportant people, he said coldly, glancing over Lin Rui and the others. Leave. The 3 boys immediately scurried away like frightened rabbits, not forgetting to make a hand gesture to Yu Xingqing that said, next time. Pei Xingchuan approached Yu Xingqing and placed a document in front of her. Today's training plan has been adjusted. During public opinion periods, you will temporarily use the dedicated simulation room. Yu Xingqing took the document and saw that it was a special training schedule just for her, clearly to avoid curious crowds. Coach, she gathered her courage. Did you really analyze my tactics in class? Pei Xingchuan paused briefly, then answered calmly. Orion Raid is a classic case of asymmetric warfare, but gaming and reality are different. Pei Xingchuan shifted his tone. Your potential lies in transforming virtual experience into real combat skills. That's why the military values you. Yu Xingqing nodded seriously. She understood Pei Xingchuan's meaning. Achievements in the game are not worth boasting about. The real challenge is on the real battlefield. Now, Pei Xingchuan said as he walked to the door, see you in the dedicated simulation room number 3 in 10 minutes. After the door closed, Lu Yi immediately leaned over.
Wow.
Instructor Pei is actually your fan. Not exactly. Shun Mo Chi quickly corrected him. Appreciating tactical thinking is not the same as being a fan. Yu Xingcheng blushed as she packed her training gear. Pei Xingchuan knew she was star pupils, but he never treated her differently because of it. In his eyes, she was always just Yu Xingcheng, a student who needed strict training. The dedicated simulation room is on the top floor of the training center, usually only open to senior instructors. When Yu Xingcheng arrived, Pei Xingchuan was already adjusting the equipment. Today's task is City Counterterrorism Command, he said without turning around. You will command 3 teams to rescue hostages at the same time. Yu Xingcheng gasped. This difficulty was almost 3 times that of regular training. Any questions? Pei Xingchuan finally turned to look at her. Yu Xingcheng bit her lip and shook her head. No, instructor. Once the simulation started, Yu Xingcheng quickly got into the zone. The real-time images of the 3 teams appeared on the screen in front of her, and reports from each team leader kept coming through the communication channels. The pressure of multi-team command made her forehead sweat, but strangely, she didn't feel panicked. It was like controlling multiple fleets in a game. Her mind automatically split into several parallel channels. Team A is facing resistance, requesting support. A urgent call came through her headset. Yu Xingcheng quickly assessed the situation. Support 2 members of Team B, continue advancing with the others. Change Team C's route. Infiltrate through the ventilation ducts. Her commands were clear and decisive, completely different from the quiet girl she usually was. Pei Xingchuan watched from the side, a hint of admiration in his eyes. 30 minutes later, the simulation ended. Yu Xingcheng's team successfully rescued all hostages with 0 casualties, earning a rare S-grade rating from the system. Good result. Pei Xingchuan closed the system. But the support for Team B was 3 seconds late. Yu Xingcheng humbly accepted the criticism. I should have noticed that fire point earlier. Pei Xingchuan replayed the footage and said, You rely too much on visual clues and ignore sound cues. Yu Xingcheng suddenly realized, yes, if she had listened more carefully to the background sounds in the communication, she could have noticed Team A's trouble a few seconds earlier. Keep going tomorrow. Pei Xingchuan handed her a bottle of water. Now go back to the dorm and rest. Don't look at the campus forums. Yu Xingcheng took the water bottle, accidentally touching Pei Xingchuan's hand with her fingertips. That brief contact felt like a faint electric shock, almost causing her to drop the bottle. Thank you. Thank you, instructor, she stammered, bowing her head and quickly walking away. In the corridor, Yu Xingcheng's device vibrated again. It was a message from Lu Yisin. Urgent. The principal wants to see you. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. Yu Xingcheng's heart sank. The principal personally summoning her. Was it because of today's incident? Back in the dorm, Yu Xingcheng tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She got up and turned on her device, instinctively typing *I Orion Raid. Immediately, a bunch of analysis articles and videos popped up on the screen. One title caught her eye, Principal Pei's Analysis of Psychological Tactics in the Orion Raid. She clicked on the video. Pei Xingchuan's stern face appeared on the screen. He was dressed in a formal instructor uniform, standing at the tactical analysis room podium, with a projection behind him showing a replay of her famous battle. Commander Xingtong's feigned defeat here, Pei Xingchuan pointed at a spot on the screen, was not a tactical mistake, but a carefully planned psychological trap. She turned off her device, the blue light fading in the darkness. Taking a deep breath, she tried to calm the turbulent emotions inside her. So he knew all along. This realization made her heart race. Pei Xingchuan not only knew who she was, but had also studied her tactics carefully. The next morning, Yu Xingcheng woke up an hour earlier than usual. After washing up, she repeatedly checked her military uniform in the mirror, making sure her collar was straight, her shoulder straps were neat, and even every strand of hair was fixed with gel. The principal's summons made her nervous and anxious, but last night's discovery gave her some confidence. Ding! The device sounded a notification. It was a message from Lu Yisin. I'm waiting for you at the entrance of the administrative building. Don't worry, I checked it out, it's not a bad thing. Yu Xingcheng let out a gentle sigh and pushed open the door to the administration building. Her steps unconsciously quickened, and her heartbeat pounded in her ears. In front of the administration building, Lu Yisin was pacing back and forth. When he saw Yu Xingcheng, he ran over immediately. You're finally here. I checked, and today the principal is meeting with special admission students, probably just routine talks. Huh. Yu Xingqing relaxed her shoulders slightly. Thanks, Eason. No need to thank me. Lu Eason helped straighten her tie. Remember, you got in because of your strength. So, what if you're a gaming genius? That's still strength. Yu Xingqing nodded and walked into the administration building. At the end of the corridor, behind a heavy oak door, was the principal's office. She gently knocked 3 times. Come in. She pushed the door open and was surprised to see several people waiting inside. The Professor Yang sitting on a sofa on one side, and at the principal's desk, Lin Rue and 2 other special admission students stood. Your classmate has arrived. Professor Yang waved kindly. Come, sit down. Principal Du Jun looked up from his files. This seasoned general in his 60s, with neat silver hair, had sharp eyes like an eagle. Everyone is here. Today I called you here about next month's class competition. Yu Xingqing blinked, so it wasn't about her identity being revealed? Principal Du continued. This year's competition will use a new format, with red and blue teams of 40 people each, simulating mountain attack and defense battles. He tapped on the keyboard and the projection screen displayed the rules. As special admission students, you will play key roles in your respective classes. Lin Rue excitedly rubbed his hands. Principal, what are the specific roles? That will be decided by each class. Principal Du looked around at everyone. But I want to emphasize that this competition will have headquarters observers present. Outstanding performers may earn a chance for summer special training. Getting selected for the headquarters training means securing a spot in the elite team early, a dream opportunity for all students. Any questions? Principal Du asked. Yu Xingqing hesitated but raised her hand. Principal. About my situation. Principal Du nodded understandingly. Your gaming identity? The military's special admission process is fully compliant. I've seen your ability assessment report, and there's no problem. He paused and asked, unless you think this is a burden yourself. No, Yu Xingqing blurted out, then blushed at her own outburst. I mean, I will try my best to prove I deserve this spot. Principal Du smiled rarely. Very good. Meeting adjourned. Yu Xingqing sat in the corner, unconsciously rubbing the edge of her tactical tablet. Today was the draw for the class competition. All second-year students in the tactics department gathered here, waiting to be assigned roles. I heard this year's competition is twice as big as last year's. Louis Xian leaned in and whispered, even the instructors from the graduating class will come to watch. Yu Xingqing nodded. Since her identity as star pupils was revealed, she had become the focus of attention on campus. Some admired her, others doubted her, but everyone looked forward to her performance. This attention made her feel uneasy. At the front of the classroom, Professor Yang clapped to get everyone's attention. This competition will use a mountain terrain attack and defense mode, with 40 people on each side. Now, let's start the draw. Yu Xingqing stared at the random assignment program on the big screen, her heartbeat quickening as her name scrolled by. When the words, Yu Xingqing, Blue Team, Strategist, appeared, she let out a breath of relief. At least she wouldn't be the one in charge of commanding. Blue Team Leader, Lin Rue. Professor Yang announced. Red Team Commander, Zhou Yi. Lin Rue, upon hearing his appointment, immediately looked around for Yu Xingqing and gave her a thumbs up. Since learning she was star pupils, this top student, who once looked down on her, had completely changed his attitude. Blue Team Strategists, gather in Conference Room 203, Lin Rue announced loudly. The conference room was already set up with a mountain terrain model. When Yu Xingqing followed 3 other strategists inside, she saw someone else sitting there, former tactics instructor Zheng Yi, who was assigned as an advisor to the blue team. Sit. Instructor Zheng simply instructed, we have 3 hours to develop an initial plan. During the discussion that followed, Yu Xingqing mostly stayed silent, only offering some routine suggestions when called upon. Too conservative. During the discussion, Lin Rue suddenly slammed the table. Commander Zhou Yi of the Red Army is my roommate. I know him. He always follows the standard procedures. We need to surprise him. Instructor Zheng frowned. The battlefield is not a game, cadet. Following tactical principles can reduce casualties. But victory often goes to those who break the rules. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Everyone turned to see Yu Xingqing. She seemed a bit startled by her own bold words, her cheeks slightly red, but her eyes were firm. The meeting room was quiet for a few seconds. "Do you have any suggestions?" Lin Rui's eyes lit up. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and stepped to the model map. The usual idea in mountain warfare is to fight for high ground. But what if we do the opposite? She began placing small flags representing troops, not on the high ground but scattered in valleys and forests. "We could give up some high points to lure the Red Army deeper into our territory. That's too risky." Zheng shook his head. "Giving up high ground means losing our firepower advantage. What if the Red Army doesn't fall for it and just stays in their stronghold?" Yu Xingqing bit her lip. Based on Senior Zhou Yi's records from 7 past drills, he has an 83% chance of taking aggressive expansion early in the occupation. She pulled out a detailed tactical analysis, showing Zhou Yi's decision patterns in previous drills, even including details about when he preferred to attack. Instructor Zheng raised an eyebrow in surprise. The analysis was very professional, more than what a cadet could usually do. "Xingqing's data analysis," Lin Rui whispered. "No wonder she's so good." "This isn't a game," Zheng said seriously. "Real battles have more variables. Your plan relies on too many assumptions." Yu Xingqing's shoulders drooped slightly, but Lin Rui suddenly stood up. "I've decided to go with Yu Xingqing's plan." "What?" Zheng was stunned. "That's reckless. This is my decision," Lin Rui said firmly. "As team leader, I take full responsibility." Yu Xingqing looked at Lin Rui in surprise, not expecting him to support her so strongly. Zheng shook his head, but didn't argue further. "I hope you know what you're doing." After the meeting, Yu Xingqing was asked to stay behind to refine the details. While she focused on adjusting the ambush points, Instructor Zheng approached her and said, "Cadet, you have good ideas, but the battlefield is not a data model." Yu Xingqing paused her work and replied seriously, "Instructor, I understand. But data can reveal patterns, and patterns influence actions." Instructor Zheng looked at her deeply, said nothing more, and turned to leave the meeting room. 3 days later, the mock battle officially began. The training area was a real combat training ground behind the military school, a 5 square kilometer simulated mountain terrain filled with sensors and cameras that could track each cadet's position and injuries in real time. At 5 in the morning, the blue team was making final preparations at the assembly area. Yu Xingqing, dressed in full combat gear, was checking her communication equipment when Lin Rui approached her. "Are you nervous, officer?" Yu Xingqing honestly nodded. "A little. If the plan fails, then it just fails," Lin Rui shrugged. "At least we tried a different approach." This attitude helped Yu Xingqing relax a bit. She looked into the distance. Red team was gathering on the other side, and Zhou Yi's tall figure stood out among the crowd. "Everyone in position." Professor Yang's voice came over the radio. "The mock battle begins." For the first 6 hours, the blue team followed Yu Xingqing's plan strictly, resisting symbolically, then voluntarily abandoning the outer positions to create the illusion of a retreat. As expected, the red team quickly took over these areas and began to defend in separate groups. "They took the bait," Lin Rui whispered from the command center, eyes fixed on the real-time situation map. However, Yu Xingqing frowned. "They're 15% faster than expected." Senior Zhou Yi might have noticed something. She quickly adjusted the positions of several ambush groups and ordered the launch of the fog plan. Several special teams started spreading false information and jamming signals behind the red team. At noon, the red team's communication channels suddenly became active. "Main force of blue team spotted in Area B. No, Area C2. The command center is under attack." Repeat, the command center is under attack. In reality, these were all fake attacks designed by Yu Xingqing. Red Team Commander Zhou Yi was clearly confused and began moving his troops frequently, causing gaps in their defenses. "Now," Yu Xingqing said to Lin Rui. The main force of the Blue Army suddenly launched a surprise attack from a hidden position, accurately targeting the weak points in the Red Army's defenses. In just 20 minutes, the Red Army lost 1/3 of its troops. "Great job," Lin Rui excitedly pounded the table. "Keep pushing forward," but Yu Xingqing shook his head. "No, retreat to the hiding spot." "What? We're in the advantage." "It's too early." Yu Xingqing pointed at the map.
The Red Army still has reserves.
We need to wear them down one more round. Lin Rue hesitated but finally nodded in agreement. The Blue Army disappeared into the forest again, leaving the confused Red Army searching everywhere. This cat-and-mouse game lasted all afternoon. The Red Army's morale was clearly dropping. They were exhausted by the unpredictable Blue Army, and they rarely had a chance to fight face-to-face. This is like being attacked by ghosts. A Red Army trainee complained on the public channel, forgetting that the communication was being monitored. By evening, Yu Xingqing thought the time was right and ordered a full attack. The Blue Army attacked from 3 directions at once, splitting and surrounding the already scattered and tired Red Army. The most impressive part was a special unit that suddenly appeared behind the Red Army command post and directly eliminated Commander Zhou Yi. The Red Army command post has been taken, the broadcast announced. The competition is over, Blue Army wins. The Blue Army position erupted with cheers. The trainees gathered around Yu Xingqing, praising her enthusiastically. You're amazing. How did you know they would move like that? Those fake intelligence reports were brilliant. Star Pupil's master truly lives up to the reputation. Yu Xingqing blushed deeply and kept saying, it's everyone's achievement. Lin Rue pushed into the crowd and saluted her seriously. The best strategist, no doubt. On the way back to the camp, the Blue Army trainees excitedly reviewed every exciting moment. Yu Xingqing was walking at the end of the line when she suddenly noticed Instructor Zheng waiting by the roadside. Instructor, she stopped, uncertain, and greeted him. Instructor Zheng looked at her carefully, his serious expression gradually softening. I owe you an apology, trainee. Your nonsense plan was very successful. Yu Xingqing was surprised and widened her eyes. Thank you, instructor, but I really took a big risk. Strategy is always a balance between risk and reward. Instructor Zheng smiled rarely. Next week's advanced tactics class, I hope you can share your experience. Yu Xingqing quickly nodded, feeling a sense of pride. Being recognized by Instructor Zheng, a traditional military person, made her more proud than winning the competition itself. That evening, during the summary meeting, Professor Yang highly praised the tactical innovation of the Blue Team. Especially in psychological and intelligence warfare, they reached the level of graduating students. The projector replayed key moments. Yu Xingqing saw every detail she planned was perfectly carried out. The precise control made her feel very satisfied. But Professor Yang turned the topic. These unconventional tactics rely on accurate predictions of the enemy. In real battles, intelligence is often incomplete. Yu Xingqing carefully noted this criticism. She knew the professor was right. Today's success was based on her familiarity with Senior Zhou Yi's tactical style, but real enemies wouldn't be so transparent. After the meeting, Yu Xingqing walked alone back to her dorm. She looked up at the starry sky and suddenly remembered the virtual galaxy in Starry Frontier. There, she had created many tactical miracles, but today's victory was real. Yu Xingqing, a familiar voice came from behind. Yu Xingqing turned around and saw Pei Xingchuan standing under a street lamp, tall and steady like a pine tree.
Teacher.
Instructor. She instinctively straightened up. Pei Xingchuan took a few steps closer, the moonlight outlining his silhouette with a silver edge. I watched today's match. Pei Xingchuan watched the competition? She had no idea. Today's match showed your full potential. Overall, it was quite good. Pei Xingchuan gave his usual standard praise, but his tone was softer than usual. But the fake intelligence signals could be more precise. Yu Xingqing nodded eagerly. Yes, instructor. I also realized that the third wave of interference signals was too dense, which made them seem fake. Pei Xingchuan slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Starting tomorrow, you can join the Advanced Tactics Discussion Group. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. The Advanced Tactics Discussion Group was an elite team only for top students in the graduating class. Can I? She whispered. It's not just about whether you can, Pei Xingchuan corrected her. It's about whether you must. After speaking, he turned and walked away, the sound of his military boots on the stone path clear in the night. Back at the dorm, Yu Xingqing found Lu Yisin and Shun Mo Qi waiting for her, with a small celebration cake on the table. Our tactical master is back. Lu Yisin hugged her tightly. I heard you had the bossy senior fooled completely. Shen Mo Chi pushed up his glasses. According to the data, the decline in the Red Army's morale matches your prediction with 91.7% accuracy. Yu Xingqing smiled and accepted her friend's congratulations, but her mind still echoed Pei Xingchuan's words. Joining the Advanced Tactical Discussion Group, what does it mean? Harder challenges? Higher expectations? Early the next morning, Yu Xingqing hurried to the Advanced Tactical Discussion Group. In the meeting room, 12 students sat, all top graduates. She was the only second-year student. When she pushed open the door, everyone's eyes turned to her. Curious, scrutinizing, and some with obvious disdain. "Wrong place, little sister," a tall boy sneered. Yu Xingqing's ears warmed, but she straightened her back. Yu Xingqing, sent by Instructor Pei to join the discussion group. As soon as she finished, Pei Xingchuan entered. The room immediately fell silent. He looked around, his gaze resting on Yu Xingqing for a second, then stepped to the podium. Today's topic: Information Deception in Asymmetric Warfare. The projection screen lit up, showing the missed plan Yu Xingqing used in the contest. Analyze the strengths and weaknesses of this case, Pei Xingchuan ordered. For the next 2 hours, the group deeply analyzed Yu Xingqing's tactics. At first, some students seemed to pick faults, but as the discussion went on, professionalism took over. The timing of the false information was well controlled, but the third wave was indeed too dense, a girl with glasses pointed out. The personality of the Red Army commander played too big a role. This tactic isn't universally applicable, another student added. Yu Xingqing carefully noted every comment, occasionally responding when Pei Xingchuan called her out. She noticed that Pei Xingchuan rarely directly judged anyone's words, instead guiding the discussion with brief questions. Yu Xingqing. As the discussion was nearing its end, Pei Xingchuan suddenly called out, "Summarize your main learning points." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and stood up. First, unconventional tactics must be based on solid conventional tactics. Second, intelligence deception should match the enemy's perception. Third, she paused. There is no perfect plan on the battlefield, only the best balance between risk and reward. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly. Good enough. Prepare a case study on psychological tactics in urban warfare for next week. This was the first time Yu Xingqing spoke in front of so many senior students, and she received Pei Xingchuan's approval. When she left the meeting room, her palms were sweaty, but she felt an indescribable sense of fulfillment. Wait! A voice stopped her. Yu Xingqing turned around and saw the girl with glasses from earlier. "I'm Li, a fourth-year student in the tactics department. Your analysis was very insightful." Yu Xingqing was surprised. "Thank you, senior." "Don't call me senior. It feels a bit awkward." Li smiled. Instructor Pei doesn't usually invite people into the discussion group. Show your best. Don't let him down. That day, Yu Xingqing arrived at the meeting room 20 minutes early. The empty room was only filled with the hum of a cleaning robot. She chose a seat in the corner and opened her device to review the materials she prepared last night. "Hey, little junior, coming to join the class again." A sarcastic voice came from the door. Yu Xingqing looked up and saw senior student Zhao Zhiming leaning against the doorframe, followed by 2 classmates. Zhao Zhiming was a top student in the 4th-year tactics department and one of the people who questioned her qualifications a few days ago. Yu Xingqing closed her device. "Good morning, Senior Zhao. I heard you're good at gaming." Zhao Zhiming stepped forward. Ranked first on the starry battlefront ladder, Yu Xingqing's fingers tightened slightly. "That was in the past. Coincidentally, I'm second." Zhao Zhiming suddenly bent down, placing his hands on her desk. "I've always wanted to spar with star pupils, but I didn't expect you to be so petite in real life." The door to the meeting room opened again and other students started to come in. Zhao Zhiming straightened up and deliberately raised his voice. "Everyone, I suggest that after today's seminar activity, we have a friendly match in the central simulation room. Star Eye versus Keen Eagle. They are old rivals in the game." Several senior students immediately cheered and agreed. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red. Keen Eagle is indeed her old opponent in the game, known for aggressive tactics. She didn't expect it to be Zhao Zhiming. "My training schedule is full today." Yu Xingqing tried to politely decline. "Are you afraid?" Zhao Zhiming raised an eyebrow. Well, the game and real life are different. The atmosphere in the meeting room became a bit tense. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, about to respond, when Pei Xingchuan walked in. Everyone quickly returned to their seats, and the room became silent. Today's topic: multi-front command strategies. Pei Xingchuan turned on the projector, seemingly unconcerned about the earlier fuss. Yu Xingqing analyzed the command mistakes in the Alpha Corridor battle. Yu Xingqing stood up and smoothly explained her views. The discussion went well until the end, when Zhao Zhiming suddenly raised his hand. Report to the instructor. We want to request use of the central simulation room for extracurricular practice. Pei Xingchuan looked between Zhao Zhiming and Yu Xingqing. Content: Tactical confrontation simulation, red versus blue team command duel. Zhao Zhiming shot a provocative look at Yu Xingqing. Want to learn from the special recruits? Everyone knew this was a public challenge. Pei Xingchuan paused for a few seconds, then looked at Yu Xingqing. Your opinions? Yu Xingqing straightened her back. Report to the instructor. I accept the challenge. Approved, Pei Xingchuan said briefly. 3 p.m. in the central simulation room. I will be the referee. At 2:30 p.m., the viewing lounge outside the simulation room was already crowded, with curious students filling the corridor. As Yu Xingqing weaved through the crowd, she heard various comments. I heard it's Star Eye versus Falcon. Zhao Zhiming has been the champion of the simulation battles for 2 consecutive years. This little sister is definitely going to lose. Lu Yixin and Shan Emochi were waiting for her at the door of the simulation room. Lu Yixin handed her an energy drink. Don't be nervous. That guy is just jealous of you. Shinmachi adjusted his glasses. According to the data, Zhao Zhiming has a 78% win rate in close combat, but when it comes to large-scale troop command.
Thank you.
Yu Xingqing interrupted him with a faint smile.
I'll do my best.
Inside the simulation room, Zhao Zhiming was already standing at the red team's control console. When he saw her enter, he made an exaggerated please gesture. Yu Xingqing quietly walked to the blue team station and began checking the equipment. Pei Xingchuan stood at the central console, his face expressionless as he announced the rules. This simulation uses the planetary landing battle mode. The red team will defend, and the blue team will attack. Victory conditions: the blue team must capture the main base within 6 hours, or the red team must eliminate all blue forces. Yu Xingqing quickly studied the terrain map. It showed a complex region of plateaus and canyons. The red team's main base was on a central high ground, surrounded by 3 defensive lines. As the attacker, she needed to break through those defenses. Ready? Pei Xingchuan asked. Both nodded. The countdown began, and the simulation battle officially started. As expected, Zhao Zhiming used an aggressive defense strategy. The first line was filled with mobile units, clearly preparing for a counterattack. Yu Xingqing didn't rush to attack. Instead, she sent out scout teams to survey the terrain. What's the blue team waiting for? Someone in the observation room muttered. 10 minutes later, Yu Xingqing finally moved. But to everyone's surprise, she didn't attack directly. Instead, she split her main force into 3 groups, advancing in different directions. Splitting her troops?
Lily Fronat.
Isn't that suicide? Zhao Zhiming was also stunned, then sneered and sent elite units to crush them one by one. However, when the red troops approached, the blue forces suddenly changed direction. The 3 groups began moving in a spiral pattern, drawing the red pursuers into the complex terrain. Is that a baiting tactic? Someone in the observation room exclaimed. Yu Xingqing's troops moved like they were flying a kite, always keeping just the right distance, luring the enemy deeper and deeper. Whenever the red troops tried to retreat, the blue forces would suddenly strike back, forcing them to continue the chase. Darn it! Zhao Zhiming wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing that at least half of his mobile units were now trapped by this tactic. Yu Xingqing seized the opportunity and sent a surprise attack team to flank the enemy, quickly capturing 2 key points of the red team's first defense line. Well done! Lu Yi was so excited he jumped up in the observation room. Zhao Zhiming hurriedly adjusted the plan, but it was too late. In the next 2 hours, the blue team held their ground steadily, while the red team struggled to respond, and their defenses kept shrinking. The second red defense line has been broken, the system announced. Zhao Jiming's face grew paler and more worried. Suddenly, he gathered all his remaining elite troops, planning a full counterattack. This move had worked many times before, attacking instead of defending to disrupt the opponent's rhythm. But Yu Xingqing seemed to have expected this. When the red main force charged out, the blue team suddenly retreated all at once, and a special forces squad that had been hiding took the chance to flank from behind, heading straight for the almost undefended main base. Blue team has taken the main base. Simulation over. Blue team wins. The system announced the result just 3 hours and 47 minutes after the start. The observation room burst into shocked exclamations. Zhao Jiming stood frozen in front of the console, his face turning from red to white, then pale blue. He suddenly turned around and strode toward Yu Xingqing. You cheated. Yu Xingqing calmly shut down the system. The entire simulation was recorded. You can review it, senior. That flashy tactic would never work in real combat. Zhao Jiming raised his voice. In a real battlefield, commanders need to adapt quickly, came Pei Xingchuan's voice from behind. He stepped between the two. Zhao Jiming, your problem is your fixed way of thinking. For 3 years, all your tactics have been variations of the same pattern. Zhao Jiming opened his mouth but couldn't find words to argue. Pei Xingchuan turned to Yu Xingqing. Your dog-walking tactic is creative but too risky. If the red team doesn't fall for it, or if there's a reserve force. Yes, instructor. Yu Xingqing humbly accepted the criticism. I should prepare a backup plan. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly. Send me the analysis report tomorrow. Dismissed. The crowd began to leave. Zhao Jiming glared fiercely at Yu Xingqing and stormed out. Lu Yi and Shen Machi rushed into the simulation room, each grabbing her from one side. That was amazing. Did you see Zhao Jiming's expression? Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, her back soaked with sweat. The recent confrontation seemed easy, but every second was tense. Any mistake could lead to total defeat. I just understand his fighting style, she whispered. In the gaming world, Kunpeng was known for being aggressive, while Star Eye used flexible tactics to counter him. On the way back to the dorm, the three of them were pointed at and whispered about by many students. Some looked at her with admiration, others whispered among themselves. Passing the cafeteria, Li caught up and called out, Yu Xingqing. Wait. Senior Li, Yu Xingqing stopped. Li handed her a data chip. This is a record of Zhao Jiming's simulated battles over the past 3 years. Instructor Pei asked me to give it to you. Surprised, Yu Xingqing took the chip. Instructor Pei, he said, since you can predict Zhao Jiming's moves, you should study how to improve his tactics. Li smiled meaningfully. Welcome to the elite team, little junior. Or should I say, commander now. Back in the dorm, Yu Xingqing immediately inserted the chip into her terminal. It contained not only Zhao Jiming's match records but also notes and analysis written by Pei Xingchuan himself. She read carefully, losing track of time, until late at night. Suddenly, the terminal beeped with a message from Pei Xingchuan. Have you finished the report? She checked the time, 1:15 a.m. Quickly, she replied, still editing. I will submit it first thing tomorrow. Get some rest. At 6 a.m, Yu Xingqing was awakened by the vibration of her terminal. She groggily reached out, nearly falling off the bed. The screen showed 5 unread messages, all from Lu Yisin. Are you awake? Check the campus notice. You're included in the teaching materials. School-wide announcement. If you don't get up, I'll kick your door. Rubbling her eyes, she clicked on the link in the last message. The official school website displayed a notice. Announcement on including student Yu Xingqing's tactical analysis as supplementary teaching material. Her sleep suddenly vanished, and her fingers trembled as she opened the details. After review by the Tactical Research Group, it was decided to include the article Intelligence Deception and Psychological Tactics in Asymmetric Warfare, written by second-year student Yu Xingqing as a supplementary material for the Advanced Tactical Analysis course. Suddenly, the dormitory door was pushed open. Lu Yifeng rushed in hurriedly, waving a printed document in his hand. The official document is out. Signed personally by Professor Yang. She quickly pulled back Yu Xingqing's blanket. Everyone on campus is talking about this, and you're still sleeping. Yu Xingqing curled up in the corner of the bed, burying her face in her knees. There must be a mistake. My report only got A, B. B? No way. Louis Feng pressed his device in front of her. Look at the comments. Even instructor Zheng left a message saying, "Very insightful analysis." Shun Mochi appeared at the door unexpectedly, glasses reflecting the light from the device. According to data, only 17 students have received this honor in the 70 years since the school was founded. The average age is 22 years and 7 months. You are the youngest record holder. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red. She grabbed her uniform and rushed into the bathroom. I'm going to be late. While washing up, cold water splashed on her face, but couldn't cool her cheeks. The girl in the mirror had wide eyes, but her mouth was uncontrollably curved into a smile. She pinched her arm. It hurt a lot, not a dream. The classroom for tactical analysis was more lively than usual. As Yu Xingqing reached the door, the laughter inside suddenly fell silent, and dozens of eyes fixed on her. Her steps froze until Professor Yang waved from the podium. You classmate, come in. The usual seat was already taken, leaving only the front row in the center empty. Yu Xingqing forced herself to walk over, feeling as if her back was about to be stared through. When she sat down, she noticed a brand new textbook on the table. On the light gray cover, gold embossed, was the title, Advanced Tactical Analysis, 7th edition. Below, in small print, was contributing author, Yu Xingqing. Today, we won't have a regular lecture. Professor Yang tapped the podium. The research group has decided to use this class to discuss the new supplementary case, Yu Xingqing's tactical analysis in the class competition and simulated battles. The projection screen lit up, showing excerpts from Yu Xingqing's report. She slowly buried her head. Who wants to share their thoughts on this dog-walking tactic first? Professor Yang looked around the classroom. A hand rose from the back. Zhao Zhiming. When he stood up, Yu Xingqing instinctively shrank back slightly. Report to the professor, Zhao Zhiming said unexpectedly calmly. As someone who experienced it firsthand, I think the key to this tactic is precise control of the opponent's mind. Junior sister Yu. He paused. Not only did she predict my every move, but she also designed countermeasures. A murmur spread through the classroom. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise, just in time to meet Zhao Zhiming's complex gaze. He nodded slightly and sat down. Good point of view. Professor Yang smiled. That's why we included this analysis. It not only records a successful tactical execution, but also summarizes a reusable psychological warfare pattern. In the following discussion, more students spoke up. Some questioned the risk level of the tactic, others praised its creativity, and some graduating students offered suggestions for improvement. Yu Xingqing gradually relaxed and occasionally responded quietly to questions. Yu, can you demonstrate a variation of this spiral enemy tempting formation live? Professor Yang suddenly called her. Yu Xingqing felt her throat tighten. As she stood and walked to the podium, her knees felt a bit weak. Professor Yang handed her an electronic pen. She took a deep breath and began drawing on the holographic sand table. If the enemy splits their forces to encircle us, her voice trembled at first, but as she explained further, it became smoother. We can set up fake targets here to lure them. The virtual troops on the sand table shifted formations according to her commands, showing various response plans. At key points, she even forgot her nervousness, her fingers skillfully adjusting parameters, her eyes shining with concentration. Excellent. Professor Yang clapped after she finished. Did everyone see that? This is tactical thinking, not just memorizing rules, but adapting flexibly to real situations. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Yu Xingqing let out a long breath. As she packed her books, a few classmates who usually didn't talk much came over. Yu, can you sign my notebook? A girl wearing glasses handed her the new textbook, saying, It's written on your case page. I'm not a famous person. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red again. Now you are, the girl insisted. My brother is in the 3rd Fleet. He says even their instructors are talking about your tactics. After signing her 5th name, Yu Xingqing escaped the crowd. In the corridor, she hurriedly walked with her books, but then heard someone call her name behind her. Yu Xingqing. This voice made her stop immediately. Turning around, Pei Xingchuan was standing 3 steps away, holding the same new textbook. "Hello, instructor." She quickly stood at attention. Pei Xingchuan approached and flipped to a page. Page 147, paragraph 3. "Why did you set this parameter?" Yu Xingqing took the book and saw it was a part of her report's data analysis. She quickly looked over it. "This is the error value calculated based on Senior Zhao's average response time in the past 3 simulated battles. Not precise enough," Pei Xingchuan pointed out. "You overlooked the effect of equipment upgrades." She looked carefully and realized it was true. Last fall, the military school updated the simulation system, and response time standards should be adjusted. She lowered her head in shame. "I was careless, but overall quality." Pei Xingchuan paused. "It's still good, quite practical." Hearing the instructor's words, Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. "Thank you, instructor." Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly, turned to leave, then stopped again. "Extra training tomorrow. Bring your improvement plan." Watching the instructor's distant figure, Yu Xingqing tightly hugged her textbook to her chest. Her name on the cover sparkled in the sunlight, feeling incredibly real. During lunch break, Yu Xingqing hid in a corner of the library. She opened the new textbook and read her own article word by word, sometimes frowning, sometimes nodding. When she reached the last page, she found a small line at the bottom. "Editor. This article was written by a second-year student in the command department, proving that creative thinking is not limited by age." Tactical Research Group. Her fingertips gently brushed this line, and a warm feeling rose in her chest. The terminal suddenly vibrated, and Lu Yi's message appeared. "Where did you hide? Many people at the cafeteria want your signature." Yu Xingqing replied, "Let me have a moment of quiet. I have classes this afternoon." She closed her textbook and looked out the window. On the training ground, a group of students was practicing under the hot sun, their shouts faintly audible. A few months ago, she was just a star pupil hiding in the game world. Now, her name was printed in military school textbooks, and her tactics were analyzed and discussed. This change made her feel both nervous and happy. Having her work included in the textbooks was not the end, but a new beginning. More people would review her work, and more eyes would watch her performance. In the afternoon practical combat class, Instructor Zheng unexpectedly used Yu Xingqing's case as teaching material. "Today, we won't follow the textbook." He paced in front of the team with his hands behind his back. "Let's try to solve real problems using this theorist's methods." The simulated scenarios he set up were similar to class competitions, but with more restrictions. During group discussions, students kept coming to ask Yu Xingqing questions. "If it were you, which stronghold would you give up? How do you control the scale of luring the enemy in? What if the opponent doesn't fall for it?" Yu Xingqing patiently answered each question, sometimes drawing diagrams on the ground. Gradually, she found herself no longer stuttering, explaining clearly, and even coming up with new ideas by thinking creatively. "Not bad." Instructor Zheng suddenly appeared behind her. "Talking on paper and actual command are 2 different things. You understand both well." That was the highest praise she had received from Instructor Zheng. Yu Xingqing stood straight and said, "Thank you, instructor." During the dismissal, Instructor Zheng announced, "At the beginning of next month, our school will send 2 teams to the military academy competition. One team is made up of graduating students and the other," he looked around at everyone, "it will be selected from among you." After the team disbanded, students excitedly discussed. As Yu Xingqing packed her gear, Lin Rui approached her. "Team up? You lead, I'll support." Yu Xingqing looked at him in surprise. Lin Rui was the captain of the class competition team and always the top choice for the leader position. "Don't look at me like that." Lin Rui scratched his head. "The last time we worked together was my best performance. Besides," he lowered his voice, "there will be a military competition, and Instructor Pei will definitely lead the team. Don't you want to join him?" Yu Xingqing's heart skipped a beat. The military academy competition. That will be a gathering of true elites, much more difficult than the school-level contests. "Okay," she said. She heard herself say, "Let's do it together." In the evening, Yu Xingqing sat alone on a bench by the training field. She opened her textbook and read her own article again, this time marking it with red pen, full of notes and suggestions for improvement. I found you. Lu Yisin sat down beside her suddenly and handed her a lunchbox. Even if you're busy, you need to eat. Shunmok checked it out. All the data from the past 10 years of the military competitions are here. She put down a data chip. By the way, are you really going to participate? Yu Xingqing took a bite of her sandwich and nodded. Crazy, Lu Yisin said exaggeratedly, shaking his head. Do you know how intense those military students are? Last year's champion was the Northern Military Academy. Their team leader can supposedly command 6 tactical units at once. I know it's tough, Yu Xingqing said softly. But I want to try. Lu Yisin looked at her for a few seconds and suddenly smiled. Now that's the star pupils I know. She jumped up. Let's go. Shunmok is waiting for us in the studio. He said he wants to help analyze the opponents. Yu Xingqing closed her textbook and followed her friend toward the studio. As dusk fell, the lights in the teaching building flickered on one by one, like stars decorating the campus. She remembered the first time she played Starry Sky Frontline as a child, the excitement of discovering a new world. She pushed open the door to the studio. Shunmok had already projected data on the wall, and Lu Yisin immediately joined the discussion. Yu Xingqing stood at the door, watching her 2 friends busy, a smile unconsciously forming on her lips. Night had fallen deep, but a few lights still shone on the military school's training ground. Yu Xingqing stood at the starting line of the track, adjusting her wristband and glancing at the entrance from time to time. The terminal showed 1958, 2 minutes until the scheduled training session. Suddenly, footsteps sounded behind her. She quickly turned around and saw Pei Xingchuan walking briskly toward her. The man had changed into his training uniform, a black short-sleeved shirt that showed off his muscular build, making him look very tall and strong under the lights. You're 30 seconds late. Pei Xingchuan glanced at his watch. Next time, arrive early to warm up. Yu Xingqing opened her mouth. She had arrived 5 minutes early, but in the end, she just nodded. Yes, instructor. Pei Xingchuan took a document from his bag. This is the physical test standard for the military academy competition. Your weak points are marked in red. Yu Xingqing took the paper, feeling a heavy weight in her heart. The chart was full of red marks. Endurance running failed, obstacle course speed C-, strength test D. Physical fitness is the foundation of tactics. Pei Xingchuan's voice was sharp, like a knife. No matter how good your plan is, if you can't run, it's all useless. Yu Xingqing clenched the paper. I will try my best, instructor. It's not about trying hard. Pei Xingchuan corrected her. You must meet the standards. Now, 5 laps of warm-up. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and stepped onto the track. The smell of rubber from the track hit her face, and her breathing quickly became heavy. After 3 laps, her calves felt as if they were filled with lead. Adjust your breathing. Pei Xingchuan appeared beside her without warning, keeping the same rhythm. Inhale every 3 steps, exhale every 2. Yu Xingqing tried to imitate his rhythm, and it felt a little easier. But by the 4th lap, her lungs started to burn painfully. Keep going. Pei Xingchuan's voice was close, almost at her side. No one on the battlefield will wait for you to catch your breath. This sentence strangely gave her strength. Yu Xingqing clenched her teeth and forced herself to finish 5 laps. When she stopped, she was bent over, gasping for air, sweat dripping from her chin onto the track. The passing line is 8 laps. Pei Xingchuan, expressionless, handed her a water bottle. Tonight's goal, 6 laps. Yu Xingqing almost choked on the water. Now. Pei Xingchuan was already heading toward the equipment area. Rest for 3 minutes, then continue. The next hour was like hell. Besides endurance running, Pei Xingchuan also arranged obstacle training, strength exercises, and reaction tests. Yu Xingqing's clothes were soaked through, her bangs stuck to her forehead, and her vision blurred. One last time, Pei Xingchuan pointed to a 2-meter-high obstacle wall and said, "Remember the key points. Kick, pull, flip." Yu Xingqing wiped her face and rushed toward the obstacle. The first 2 times, she fell while trying to climb over, scraping her knees. On the 3rd try, she felt a strong hand support her waist, helping her over the top of the wall. Lean forward. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from below. Yu Xingqing instinctively lunged forward and landed steadily on the mat. This was the first time tonight she successfully completed the full move. Again, Pei Xingchuan had already returned to the starting point. Until it becomes muscle memory, she repeated this about 10 times, finally able to do it on her own. When she succeeded on the 10th try, her face was still smiling, but before she could fully show it, Pei Xingchuan said, "Add weight now." A 5-kilogram sandbag was tied around her waist. "Coach," Yu Xingqing cried out, her voice carrying a hint of playful pleading she didn't even realize she had. Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. "Will the enemy reduce their firepower just because you're tired?" Yu Xingqing pouted and resigned herself to rushing again toward the obstacle. This time, she nearly fell, the sandbag heavy on her stomach, making her curl up in pain. "Your posture is wrong." Pei Xingchuan crouched down to check her condition. "Your abs need to be tight, or you'll get hurt." His fingers gently pressed on her abdomen. Yu Xingqing instantly forgot the pain. The warmth of Pei Xingchuan's palm through her damp training uniform made her whole face flush. "Understood," Pei Xingchuan asked, raising his eyes. Yu Xingqing stammered, "You understood. Keep going." Pei Xingchuan stood up. 20 sets. When the training whistle finally blew, Yu Xingqing collapsed onto the mat, like a melting ice cream. Basically meets expectations. Pei Xingchuan handed her a towel and water bottle. "Same time tomorrow." Yu Xingqing's hand, trembling as she took the water bottle, asked, "Tomorrow too? 3 weeks straight, 2 hours each day." Pei Xingchuan's tone was firm. "Unless you give up the competition." "I won't give up." Yu Xingqing suddenly sat up, then immediately fell back down because of dizziness. Pei Xingchuan's lips curl into a barely noticeable smile. Rest for 10 minutes before returning to the dormitory. He sits beside her and begins to check today's training records. Yu Xingqing secretly glances at his profile. Under the light, Pei Xingchuan's features are sharp like carved with a knife, and his eyelashes cast fine shadows on his eyelids. Sweat slides down his temple to his jawline, finally disappearing into his collar. "What are you looking at?" Pei Xingchuan suddenly turns his head. Yu Xingqing quickly looks away. "And nothing." After a brief awkward silence, Pei Xingchuan asks, "Why do you play games?" This unexpected question makes Yu Xingqing pause. "Huh. Starry Frontier." Pei Xingchuan closes his notebook. "Why did you start playing?" Yu Xingqing relaxes and looks at the stars in the night sky. "Because I am too ordinary in real life. In the game, I can be anyone. Now, Yu Xingqing smiles softly. "I realize I can also be different in real life." "Thank you, instructor." Pei Xingchuan doesn't reply. He just stands up. "Time's up. Let's go back." Yu Xingqing struggles to stand, her legs feeling weak like noodles. She takes a step forward but stumbles, only to be steadied by a strong arm. "Take a few steps to get used to it." Pei Xingchuan's voice is close to her ear, warm breath brushing her ear tip. Yu Xingqing's heart pounds wildly, unsure if it's from exercise or something else. "Instructor," she stammers, "I can do this." Pei Xingchuan loosens his grip but keeps a step's distance behind her, like a silent protector. At the training ground exit, a sneaky figure suddenly peeks out from behind a tree. "Hey, isn't that our little Xingxing?" Lu Yisin exaggeratedly waves his arms, eyes scanning between the two. "Training extra?" Yu Xingqing immediately straightens her back. "Physical training." Oh, Lu Yisin elongates his voice, squinting. "Instructor Pei is so responsible." Pei Xingchuan nods expressionlessly. "Lu trainee, still outside, so late. Just here to check some data." Going back now, Louis Xian made an exaggerated salute, took advantage of Pei Xingchuan not paying attention, and winked at Yu Xingqing, making a bumping into gesture. Yu Xingqing's face instantly turned red to her ears. "I'll take her back to the dormitory." Pei Xingchuan said to Lu Xian, "You should hurry back too." "Yes, coach." Lu Xian happily ran off, and before leaving, she didn't forget to turn back and give Yu Xingqing a thumbs up. On the way back to the dorm, Yu Xingqing walked carefully, worried about falling or feeling awkward. Pei Xingchuan looked calm, as if there was nothing wrong with walking alone late at night to escort a female student. "Coach," Yu Xingqing gathered her courage and asked halfway, "Why did you choose me to join the research group?" Pei Xingchuan's steps didn't stop. because you have potential. Is that all? Potential and stubbornness. Pei Xingchuan turned to look at her. Stubbornness to try even when you know you'll lose. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but smile. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. Pei Xingchuan stopped at the girls' dormitory entrance. We're here. Do some stretching before bed, or you'll cramp tomorrow. Yu Xingqing stood at attention and saluted. Thank you, coach. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly and turned to leave. Yu Xingqing stood there, watching his figure disappear into the night, then slowly went upstairs. Every step she took, her legs protested. She pushed open the dorm door and Louis Xian immediately jumped up from her bed. Confess. Solo training. Physical contact. It's just physical training. Yu Xingqing weakly defended herself, carefully sitting down, her buttocks still hurt. Louis Xian stood with her hands on her hips. I saw him support you. Coach Pei. That man who never touches a student. That was because I almost fell. Stop it. Louis Xian suddenly pulled out a cake box like magic. Tell me the details or I'll confiscate your late-night snack. Yu Xingqing laughed and cried. It was really just training. She rubbed her sore arm. And he's pushing me to the limit. Louis Xian suddenly became serious. He personally made special arrangements for you, which shows he really values you. She opened the cake box and said, the military competition is not a joke. Many tactical geniuses have been eliminated during physical tests. Yu Xingqing took the cake, feeling warm inside. I understand. So, no matter how tired I am, I will keep going. Speaking of persistence, Lu Yisin's expression turned mischievous again. What were you two talking about on the mat? So close. Lu Yisin, Yu Xingqing grabbed a pillow and threw it at him, but because she moved too suddenly, she strained her muscle and winced in pain. The two girls giggled and played around until they heard knocking from the next room, protesting. After lights out, Yu Xingqing lay in the dark, thinking about every detail of the evening. Pei Xingchuan's coaching, occasional praise, and that steady, rock-like hand. Suddenly, her device lit up with a new message. Tomorrow night's training. Weighted obstacle course tactical response. Bring your improvement plan. Pei Xingchuan, seeing this short, commanding message, Yu Xingqing rolled on her bed, almost pressing on her sore muscles. She replied word by word. Received, instructor. I will complete the task. After sending it, she felt it was too formal and hesitated to add an emoji, but finally decided against it. Pei Xingchuan probably doesn't like fancy things like that. At 6 a.m, the military school broadcast blared with an energetic march. Yu Xingqing buried her face in her pillow, trying to block out the noise. Wake up. Lu Yisin pulled back her blanket. The opening ceremony of the sports meet starts at 7. You still need to eat breakfast. Yu Xingqing painfully curled up. Let me sleep 5 more minutes. Last night's training went until 11. No way. Lu Yisin grabbed her arm and forced her to get up. You're the star of hope in our command department. This sarcastic title made Yu Xingqing fully alert. She rubbed her sore arm. I'm supposed to be a substitute. Why am I suddenly a regular participant? Because Lu Chong got an upset stomach last night. Shenimo Chi came in with 3 breakfasts in hand. Statistics show you have an 87.3% chance of being chosen. Since last week's physical test results were made public, she has been under special attention from the command department, training every day with no rest on weekends. Although Pei Xingchuan's special training helped her improve noticeably, she is still far from the level needed for the sports meet. Don't worry, Louis stuffed a small steamed bun into her mouth. Our department has never won a prize before, so just participating is enough. At exactly 7 o'clock, all students gathered on the sports field in formation. Yu Xingqing stood among the command department's team, secretly watching the instructors on the podium. Pei Xingchuan, dressed in a neat uniform, stood at the edge, expressionless, scanning the crowd. When his gaze swept over the command department, Yu Xingqing instinctively straightened her back. The 38th Military Academy sports meet officially begins. The principal's voice echoed through the loudspeaker. First event, grenade throwing contest. Yu Xingqing's heart sank. This was her weakest event. During last week's test, she missed the target 3 times out of 5 throws, and her best score was just barely passing. Yu Xingqing, The department head's voice came from behind. You go. Me? Yu Xingqing pointed to herself, her voice trembling. Isn't Senior Wang Lei supposed to go? He sprained his wrist. The department head pushed her forward without allowing refusal. No pressure, just do your best. Nervously, Yu Xingqing walked toward the competition area. The other contestants from different departments were all big and muscular, making her feel like a small sheep among wolves. Is the command department sending a girl? A burly soldier from the armor department sneered. Want me to give you 3 meters? Yu Xingqing ignored him, focusing on inspecting the training grenade in her hand. This special rubber grenade wouldn't explode, but the electronic sensor at the landing point would record her score. Get ready. The referee raised a red flag. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, recalling what Pei Xingchuan had taught her. Push off the ground, spin, swing her arm, bang. The moment the rubber grenade slipped from her hand, she knew she had messed up. Her angle was completely wrong. The grenade traced a strange arc and flew straight toward the judges' stand. Everyone gasped. The referees scattered to avoid it, and the rubber grenade hit the edge of the podium with a loud pop, only half a meter from the principal. An eerie silence fell. Yu Xingqing froze in place, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. After a few seconds, everyone burst into loud laughter. The command department is about to carry out a beheading operation. New tactic. First eliminate the referee. Haraha. Yu Xingqing lowered her head and quickly escaped the scene, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. As she passed the podium, she caught a glimpse of Pei Xingchuan raising his hand to his mouth, seemingly hiding a smile. It's okay. It's okay. Back at the department, Louis patted her shoulder to comfort her. At least you made history. You're the first student to almost blow up the principal. Yu Xingqing buried her face in her hands. I want to drop out. Cheer up. Shun Emo Chi handed her a bottle of water. The next obstacle race is your strong suit. Yu Xingqing looked up. Are you serious? Last week, I just managed to climb over a 2-meter wall. Numbers don't lie. Shun Emo Chi pushed up his glasses. Your progress curve is 2.3 times steeper than your classmates. Before the obstacle race started, Yu Xingqing did 10 minutes of stretching. Pei Xingchuan's special training was effective. She could now complete basic obstacles more easily. But the obstacles set for the race were clearly more complex than in training. Besides the usual high walls and barbed wire, there was a swinging log bridge and a rope net. Ready, the whistle blew, and more than a dozen contestants started at the same time. Yu Xingqing had a good start, smoothly passing the first few obstacles. At the rope net section, she tried to climb up like the others but got tangled at the top. What's going on? She struggled to free herself, but found her combat uniform's hem caught in the net. The command department contestant has been captured. A commentator's teasing voice came over the broadcast. Looks like our net is tougher than the enemy's. The audience burst into laughter again. Yu Xingqing hurriedly untangled her clothes, her face burning hot. By the time she finally freed herself, the other contestants had already reached the finish line. At least you didn't throw a punch. Lu Yi comforted her as she sat back down. You didn't hit anyone. Yu Xingqing slumped in her chair, feeling hopeless. How many more events are there? The last one is a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run. Shunimo Chi checked the schedule. It starts in 2 hours. For the rest of the competition, Yu Xingqing was basically just a mascot in the audience. The other contestants in the command department performed poorly, finishing near the bottom, only slightly better than the arts and logistics departments. Final event, armed cross-country running. The announcement sounded, all contestants from each department gather at the starting point. Yu Xingqing slowly stood up, feeling all her muscles protesting. Her previous 2 performances had already made her the joke of the school, and now she just hoped to finish safely. At the starting line, contestants from each department were checking their gear, backpacks, water bottles, simulated rifles. Yu Xingqing adjusted her straps and suddenly noticed Pei Xingchuan standing by the track, talking to a judge. Get ready. More than 20 contestants crouched at the starting line. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, trying to ignore the teasing looks from others.
Bang!
The starting gun fired. The crowd surged forward like arrows shot from a bow. Yu Xingqing started at her own pace, but was quickly left behind by most of the group. The first 2 kilometers on flat ground went smoothly. She kept a steady breathing rhythm. But once the terrain turned to mountains, her legs began to refuse cooperation. "Come on, Queen of Decapitation," a contestant from the armor department mocked as she passed by. "Which leader are you aiming at this time?" Yu Xingqing ignored the taunts, focusing on her steps. Pei Xingchuan's voice seemed to echo in her mind. "Adjust your breathing. 3 steps inhale, 2 steps exhale." At the 3rd kilometer, something miraculous happened. She started to overtake others. Some contestants who had started too fast were already exhausted, and Yu Xingqing's steady pace began to show its advantage. 1, 2. By the 4th kilometer, she had reached the middle pack. "The command department's Yu Xingqing is catching up." The announcer's voice on the broadcast was filled with surprise. Could this former star of the first 2 events be making a comeback? The last 800 meters were a straight sprint. Yu Xingqing's vision blurred, and she relied solely on willpower. Her lungs felt like they were on fire, each breath tasting of blood. But she didn't slow down. In fact, she sped up, passing 7th place, 6th place. "Oh my, she's still accelerating." The cheers from the audience grew louder. Yu Xingqing could no longer hear the details, only knowing that the finish line was ahead. In the last 100 meters, her body was almost at its limit, but a familiar figure stood beside the finish line, Pei Xingchuan. This sight gave her the final strength she needed. Yu Xingqing clenched her teeth and pushed herself with all her might to sprint forward. She overtook 5th place, 4th place. Finally, she crossed the finish line in 3rd place by a narrow margin. Yu Xingqing from the command department, 3rd place. Amid the cheers, Yu Xingqing's world spun around her. Her legs could no longer support her, and she fell forward. Just as she was about to hit the hard ground, strong arms caught her securely. A familiar cold aura surrounded her. "It's Pei Xingchuan." "Breathe." His voice was close to her ear. "Don't rush to stop." Yu Xingqing collapsed into his arms, gasping heavily, her heart pounding as if it might jump out of her chest. She could feel Pei Xingchuan's chest rising and falling with each breath, the warmth passing through the fabric. "Officer," she whispered weakly. "I didn't embarrass myself." Pei Xingchuan looked down at her, a rare flicker of emotion in his usually cold eyes. "On the contrary, very impressive." These 3 words felt like a shot of adrenaline, and suddenly, Yu Xingqing felt all her pain was worth it. Her vision cleared, and she realized how close they were. She could count the eyelashes on Pei Xingchuan and see her reflection in his pupils. Time seemed to stand still. "Xingqing!" Lu Yisin's excited shout broke the moment. "You did amazing!" Pei Xingchuan immediately returned to his usual composure, helping Yu Xingqing to stand straight. "Take it slow. Don't sit down immediately." Lu Yisin rushed over and hugged Yu Xingqing tightly. 3rd place. The best result in 2 years for the command department. She leaned close to Yu Xingqing's ear and whispered so only the 2 of them could hear. "And you got 3rd place being carried like a princess by Officer Pei." Yu Xingqing's face, which had just started to recover, blushed again. "I just almost fell." "Yes, yes, yes." Lu Yisin winked playfully. "Come on, let's go to the podium." At the award ceremony, Yu Xingqing stood in 3rd place, her knees still trembling. When the principal personally hung the bronze medal around her neck, the applause was even more enthusiastic than for the champion. "It seems everyone prefers stories of overcoming challenges," the principal said with a gentle smile. "Next time, aim your projectile at the target, not at me." Amidst the laughter, Yu Xingqing shyly looked down but accidentally caught Pei Xingchuan's gaze. He stood at the edge of the crowd, with a slight smile on his face. Definitely a smile, though it disappeared quickly. Back in the dormitory, Yu Xingqing collapsed on her bed, not even wanting to move her fingers. Lu Yisin hung her medal in the most visible spot on the bedside table. "Did you know?" Lu Yisin sat on the edge of the bed. "When you crossed the finish line, Coach Pei jumped down from the viewing platform." Yu Xingqing opened one eye. "Really?" "Absolutely." Lu Yisin gestured excitedly. "He ran faster than you to the finish." Shun Mok recorded it. The door was pushed open, and Shun Mok entered. "Data analysis is complete." He handed Yu Xingqing a chart. "Your late-stage acceleration pattern is very similar to Coach Pei's when he won the championship 3 years ago." Yu Xingqing took the chart, which showed 2 nearly overlapping curves.
He
also participated in this competition. Not only participated, Shinmok pushed up his glasses, but also set a record that still stands today. Yu Xingqing gently touched her medal, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction. Suddenly, the device beeped with a notification. Yu Xingqing struggled to move her arm and open the message. Training session postponed tomorrow night. Rest well. Pei Xingchuan. These few words stirred ripples in her heart. This was the first time Pei Xingchuan adjusted his training plan because of her health. Such a sweet smile. Lu Yixin leaned over to look. Wow, Coach Pei is so thoughtful. Yu Xingqing hid her device under her pillow. He just arranged the training reasonably. Yes, yes, yes. Lu Yixin hummed a tune as she headed for the door. I'm going to buy a celebration cake. Some people can continue reasonably arranging her little thoughts on the bed. After the door closed, Yu Xingqing buried her face in the pillow but couldn't hide the smile on her lips. Late at night, in an underground meeting room on an unnamed island somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, 12 high-backed chairs formed a circle. A holographic projector in the center of the table displayed a rotating black vortex symbol, the emblem of the Shadow Organization. The abnormal data at Dongxia National Defense University has lasted for 3 months. The figure on the third chair spoke. With their voice processed electronically, their tactical simulation system suddenly increased its calculation efficiency by 37%. The woman on the 7th chair sneered. It's just a military school. Why bother discussing it? The problem is, the third chair continued, we can't crack their new algorithm. All infiltration attempts have failed. The figure at the main seat finally moved slightly. Why? They're using a brand new dynamic encryption protocol. The 5th chair answered. Each intrusion triggers different defense mechanisms. We all suspect. There might be a shadow of Star Eye behind this. The conference room suddenly fell silent. Star Eye, this brilliant player from Starry Battlefront, once caused Shadow to lose virtual assets worth over 100 million. Investigate. The leader gave a brief order. Send Kevin. The holographic projection switched to a young man's profile. Blonde hair, blue eyes, a bright smile, and a record showing he was an excellent student at the Western Union Military Academy. The exchange student program starts next week, the third chair added, just in time for their military competition selection. The leader tapped the armrest lightly. I want to know the secret of that algorithm. If it's Star Eye, bring them back. The projection went dark, and the 12 chairs gradually left the room, as if no one had ever been there. A few days later, a welcome banner was hung at the entrance of Dongxia National Defense University. Yu Xingqing hurried past, clutching a stack of documents, almost bumping into a blonde boy. Sorry, she quickly stepped back. The boy smiled brightly. No problem. Excuse me, how do I get to the tactical analysis building? Yu Xingqing finally noticed his exchange student ID on his chest. Turn right, the gray building. She was about to leave when he called out to her.
Wait.
Are you Yu Xingqing? The boy said happily. I've seen your tactical analysis. That dog-walking tactic was amazing. Yu Xingqing stopped in surprise.
You
saw it. Of course. I'm Kevin Wilson from Western Union Military Academy. He extended his hand casually. I'm here to learn about your simulation system. Yu Xingqing politely shook hands, feeling a thin callus, left from shooting practice. She calmly withdrew her hand. Thank you. I have class now. Did I hear you're preparing for the all-military competition? Kevin followed her. Can I observe and learn? That requires approval from the instructor. Yu Xingqing quickened her pace. You can apply at the academic office. Turning the corner, she took a deep breath. This exchange student was unusually enthusiastic, and those blue eyes always reminded her of a tricky opponent from Star Frontier. Got stuck by fans again. Lu Yixin suddenly appeared from nowhere, putting his arm around her shoulders. Who's that blonde, handsome guy? An exchange student from Xilian. Yu Xingqing frowned. He seems to know a lot about my tactics. Lu Yixin whistled. International influence. You guiding. Stop joking. Yu Xingqing lowered her voice. He asked a lot about the simulation system. Shenmok suddenly appeared behind them. Kevin Wilson, 3rd year at Xilian Military Academy, Tactical Command Department, all A's, specializes in information warfare. He pushed up his glasses. But his detailed resume isn't on the official website. The three exchanged glances and silently moved to a quiet spot. Do you think something's wrong? Lu Yixin put away his joking expression. Yu Xingqing shook her head. I can't quite put my finger on it. It just feels too coincidental. She remembered those days of being followed. The all-military competition is coming up, and suddenly there's an exchange student interested in the simulation system. I'll look into him. Shenmok's glasses flashed with a light. In the afternoon tactical class, Yu Xingqing saw Kevin sitting in the back row. When Professor Yang explained the dynamic encryption algorithm, she noticed Kevin leaning slightly forward, recording much faster. That's all for today's case analysis. Professor Yang closed the lesson plan. Reminder: the selection for the all-military competition starts tomorrow. The list has been announced. The students immediately became excited. Yu Xingqing opened her terminal and found her name and Lin Rui's on the list. Before she could feel happy, a shadow fell in front of her desk. Congratulations on making it. Kevin smiled as he handed her a cup of coffee. I heard this competition will use the latest simulation system. Yu Xingqing didn't take the coffee. Thanks, I don't know the details. Your Eastern Xia's encryption technology is really impressive. Kevin seemed unaware of her coldness. Our Western Union engineers can't crack it. This made Yu Xingqing's alertness spike instantly. She closed her book. Sorry, I have other things to do. After leaving the teaching building, Yu Xingqing immediately messaged Shenmok. He's probing about the encryption system. The reply came quickly. It's a bit unusual. He was added last minute. Yu Xingqing's heart sank. She turned toward the administrative building. She had to report to Pei Xingchuan. Outside the instructor's office, on the corridor, Yu Xingqing almost bumped into Kevin coming out. Both froze for a moment. Such a coincidence. Kevin was the first to recover his smile. I'm here to request to observe the competition. Yu Xingqing nodded stiffly, watching him walk away before knocking on the door. Report. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from inside. Come in. Inside the office, Pei Xingchuan was organizing documents. Yu Xingqing noticed an additional set of materials about the Western Union Military Academy's exchange program on the desk. Instructor, about that exchange student, Kevin Wilson. Pei Xingchuan didn't look up. It's already on record. Yu Xingqing breathed a sigh of relief. He asked a lot of questions about the simulation system. Pei Xingchuan finally looked up at her. Did you tell him? No. Yu Xingqing hurriedly shook her head. I think he's very suspicious. Pei Xingchuan's expression softened a bit. Staying alert is right. He handed her a document. These are the rules for the selection competition. Your physical strength is still a weakness. Yu Xingqing took the document, hesitated for a moment. Instructor, don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? Shadow just stopped tracking, and now there's an exchange student interested in the encryption system. You suspect he's with Shadow? Just a gut feeling. Unexpectedly, Pei Xingchuan didn't deny her suspicion. The intelligence department is already investigating. Focus on preparing for the competition. Don't contact him alone. This answer made Yu Xingqing feel both reassured and worried. She saluted and prepared to leave, but Pei Xingchuan called her back. Your alertness is very good. Keep it up. Yu Xingqing's heart skipped a beat. Yes, instructor. After leaving the administrative building, the sunset had already disappeared beyond the horizon. Yu Xingqing decided to practice more at the training ground but heard a familiar voice around the corner. Kevin was on a call with someone. Preliminary judgment suggests it might be related to her. Yes, the one who embarrassed herself at the sports meet. Yu Xingqing held her breath and pressed against the wall. The simulation match is a good opportunity. No, I haven't accessed the core system yet. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Yu Xingqing quickly pretended to be just passing by. Kevin saw her and immediately hung up. Well, if it isn't you again, his smile was still bright. Training more? Need a practice partner? Yu Xingqing clenched her device. No, I have plans with my teammates. That's a pity. Kevin shrugged. By the way, I heard you have a very skilled technical advisor?
His name.
Shin something. His probing was too obvious. Yu Xingqing decided to play along. Shenmok? He's just a data analyst. Oh. Kevin's eyes lit up. I thought he was involved in developing the simulation system. Our system was developed by Professor Yang's team. Yu Xingqing deliberately revealed half-true, half-false information. Shenmok mostly helps with testing. Kevin nodded thoughtfully.
I see.
So, see you at the competition tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yu Xingqing turned and walked away, her back straight and tense. Only after ensuring Kevin couldn't see her did she run toward the workshop. Lu Yixin and Shin Mok were debugging equipment. Yu Xingqing, panting, closed the door. He's investigating us. After hearing her story, Shin Mok immediately pulled up the surveillance footage. He left the administrative building and made a call at the third corner. The footage zoomed in, clearly showing Kevin's lips. Can you read lips? Lu Yixin asked. Shin Mok shook his head. The angle isn't good. But I caught this. He played an audio clip with a faint electronic background. Continue observing Xing Tong. All three fell silent. Could it be Shadow? Yu Xingqing's voice tightened. How did they find out about this? Your tactical analysis is very unique. Lu Yixin clenched his fists. Should we report this to the school? Captain Pei said the intelligence department is already investigating. Yu Xingqing bit his lip. We need to be careful and not alert the enemy. Shin Mok pushed up his glasses. I suggest we play along. Give him the information he wants. Of course, it's fake. The three of them huddled together to make a plan. Yu Xingqing would attract Kevin's attention during the race. Lu Yixin would pretend to accidentally leak inside information, and Shin Mok prepared a carefully designed fake algorithm. Later that night, Yu Xingqing returned to her dorm but couldn't fall asleep. Her device lit up with a message from Pei Xingchuan. Tomorrow's race, stay normal. The intelligence department will monitor everything. This simple command made Yu Xingqing feel more at ease. She replied, Understood. Good night, instructor. Early in the morning, a light fog covered the training ground. Yu Xingqing was warming up at the starting line. Today was the school's internal selection race for the military competition, gathering top students from all departments. Her eyes scanned the spectators and, as expected, she saw Kevin. His blonde hair stood out in the crowd. Everyone in position. The referee raised the starting pistol. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and assumed her starting stance. When the gun fired, she shot forward like an arrow. She kept in the middle of the pack for the first 200 meters, following Pei Xingchuan's strategy, save energy early, then accelerate later. Go, command department! Lu Yixin's voice came from the sidelines. Yu Xingqing adjusted her breathing and started to speed up. She overtook one, then another competitor. By the last lap, she was in third place. The crowd in the stand stirred. She caught a glimpse of Kevin standing up, holding some device aimed at the track. As she crossed the finish line, her score was second in her group. She bent over, gasping for breath, and suddenly felt a sharp gaze. Looking up, she saw Pei Xingchuan standing at the side, but his eyes weren't on her. They were fixed on Kevin in the stands. Good performance. Lin Rui handed her a towel. You improved by 10 seconds since last time. Yu Xingqing wiped her sweat and quietly asked, Has that exchange student been recording the race the whole time? Lin Rui lowered his voice and said, He is using high frame rate professional equipment, probably analyzing something. Yu Xingqing felt a tightness in his chest. At that moment, Pei Xingchuan walked over and said, Yu Xingqing, come with me. She followed Pei Xingchuan to a quiet corner. Pei Xingchuan spoke softly. That exchange student is suspicious. Did you notice too? Yu Xingqing asked anxiously. He was filming just now. It's more than just filming. Pei Xingchuan interrupted her. He asked all the contestants about the simulation system. From now on, stay away from him and don't have any one-on-one contact. Yu Xingqing nodded. Shin Mok said he checked Kevin's information last night and found. I know. Pei Xingchuan made a shushing gesture. The intelligence department is already involved. Focus on the competition and don't alert him. His gaze crossed Yu Xingqing's shoulder and suddenly softened a bit. Your performance has improved. This sudden praise left Yu Xingqing speechless. When she regained her composure, Pei Xingchuan had already walked away. In the afternoon tactical simulation, Yu Xingqing and Lin Rui worked well together and successfully won first place in their group. When they left the simulation pod, Kevin was the first to come over and congratulate them. Excellent command. He enthusiastically extended his hand. That ambush tactic was perfect. Yu Xingqing remembered Pei Xingchuan's warning and politely nodded in thanks, without shaking hands. Kevin seemed unaware of her coldness and continued talking excitedly. Your simulation system reacts so quickly. Did you use a new algorithm? It was the same question again. Yu Xingqing pretended to organize her gear. Just standard equipment. Really? Kevin smiled meaningfully. I've never seen such smooth real-time calculations in the Western Union. Yu Xingqing was about to leave with her tactical bag when Kevin suddenly lowered his voice. Actually, I have a personal request. Can I try your simulation pod? Just 10 minutes. This request was too direct, and Yu Xingqing almost choked on her saliva. This isn't allowed. Please, Kevin clasped his hands together, making a pleading gesture. I need first-hand data for my paper. You can apply through the Academic Affairs Office. Yu Xingqing took a step back. I really don't have the authority to decide. Kevin's expression flickered with a hint of gloom, but he quickly returned to a bright smile. All right, I won't push you. Yu Xingqing hurriedly left, feeling a chill down her back. She could sense Kevin's gaze following her, like a snake watching its prey. In the evening, Yu Xingqing met Lu Yisin and Shin Machi in a corner of the cafeteria. Today, he asked me 3 times about the system, Yu Xingqing said, stirring her soup. He also wants me to secretly let him into the simulation chamber. Lu Yisin rolled her eyes. That's pretty obvious. Do you think we're fools? Shin Machi pushed up his glasses. I found out he tried to access the campus network last night, but the firewall blocked him. Her spoon fell into the soup. What? He used an IP from Western College, Shin Machi continued, but his method was very professional, clearly trained. Lu Yisin lowered his voice. Should we report this to Officer Pei? He already knows. Yu Xingqing remembered the morning's conversation. The intelligence department is already investigating. The 3 of them finished their meal in silence, each lost in thought. On the way back to the dorm, Yu Xingqing kept feeling like someone was following her. She looked back several times, but only saw empty hallways. At 11 o'clock at night, Shin Machi's workshop was still lit. He was adjusting a special firewall program, the blue glow of code reflected in his glasses. Suddenly, an alarm sounded. Shin Machi immediately checked the surveillance footage, a shadow slipping into the side door of the lab building. Zooming in, his blonde hair was faintly visible in the moonlight. I knew it was him, Shin Machi whispered to himself, fingers flying over the keyboard. He activated a trap program he had prepared and sent an urgent message to Officer Pei. Inside the lab building, Kevin skillfully avoided patrols and reached the door of the simulation room. He took a small, clever decoder from his pocket and cracked the electronic lock in less than 10 seconds. Too easy, he whispered proudly, and slipped into the lab. The room was dark, with only the indicator lights of the simulation chamber glowing faint red. Kevin headed straight for the main control panel, inserted a USB drive. The screen lit up, showing the login page. Let's see your secrets. The progress bar started loading, and Kevin showed a confident smile. However, when it reached 99%, the screen suddenly turned red, and a loud alarm sounded throughout the lab.
Warning!
Unauthorized access. Kevin cursed and quickly pulled out the USB drive. But it was too late. The lab door automatically locked, and the lights blazed brightly. Damn it! He rushed to the window, only to find the safety bars had already lowered. Meanwhile, Shun Mochi's terminal received an alert. The intruder triggered a trap, and reverse tracking had begun. The surveillance footage showed Kevin frantically trying various escape methods. Lockdown complete. Shun Mochi pushed up his glasses and sent coordinates to Pei Xingchuan. Target secured. In less than 5 minutes, security personnel surrounded the laboratory building. Pei Xingchuan personally led the team and caught Kevin inside, who was trying to destroy evidence. Exchange student, Pei Xingchuan said coldly, "What brings you here late at night?" Kevin raised his hands, wearing a harmless smile. Misunderstanding. I just wanted to try out the equipment for tomorrow's competition early. Pei Xingchuan signaled the security to check his belongings. Data recovered from the USB showed Kevin was trying to download the core algorithm of the simulation system. Take him away. Pei Xingchuan gave a brief order. Interrogation by the intelligence department. After security took Kevin away, Pei Xingchuan turned to the surveillance cameras and nodded. He knew Shun Mochi was watching. In the studio, Shun Mo-chi let out a long breath and messaged Yu Xingcheng and Liu Exian. Target caught. It's safe now. Yu Xingcheng almost immediately replied. Is he really a spy? Absolutely certain. Shun Mo-chi responded. His hacking tools and methods matched those used by Shadow. Elsewhere, in the interrogation room of the intelligence department, Kevin still maintained his innocent look. I was just curious, he said with a sad face. Aren't Shilian and Dongxia allies? The interrogator sneered and showed a video, Kevin skillfully using a decoder inside the lab. Ordinary exchange students wouldn't use military-grade hacking tools. Kevin shrugged. I took a course in information security. Really? The interrogator opened a file and asked, can you explain why your student record was only created 3 months ago? Kevin's expression showed a hint of worry for the first time. Outside the interrogation room, Pei Xingchuan watched everything through a one-way mirror. The head of the intelligence department approached and handed him an initial report. It's confirmed to be from the Shadow Group. The department head whispered, their target is the simulation system algorithm, but they seem to be especially interested in Yu Xingcheng. Pei Xingchuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Why? It's not certain yet. The department head shook his head. But his communication records mentioned star pupils several times. Pei Xingchuan clenched his fists. He had already guessed. Yu Xingcheng's performance in Starry Battlefront was too outstanding. The Shadow Group wouldn't let her go easily. Increase her security. Pei Xingchuan ordered. Don't let her know. The department head nodded. It's arranged. Also, Shun Mok has made a great contribution. His firewall design is very clever. Pei Xingchuan rarely showed approval. He's a genius. Leaving the intelligence department, Pei Xingchuan walked through the campus under the night sky. He paused and looked toward the girls' dormitory. Yu Xingcheng's window still glowed faintly, indicating she couldn't sleep either. After a moment of hesitation, he turned and left. Some words could wait until tomorrow. At 7:50 in the morning, Yu Xingcheng stood in front of the administrative building, repeatedly adjusting her uniform collar. She hadn't slept much last night, and her eyes carried a faint bluish tint. She took a deep breath and stepped onto the stairs. Report. The door to Pei Xingchuan's office was slightly open and muffled conversations could be heard inside. Yu Xingcheng hesitated at the door, faintly hearing words like shadow and protection. Come in. Pei Xingchuan's voice suddenly sounded clear. She pushed the door open and was surprised to see a middle-aged officer with graying hair. His shoulder insignia indicated he was a major general. She immediately straightened her posture and saluted. Good morning, sir. This is Minister Chen, Pei Xingchuan briefly introduced. Sit down. Carefully, Yu Xingcheng sat on the edge of the sofa, her hands resting on her knees. Minister Chen looked at her kindly. I've heard of you, creator of the dog-walking tactic. Thank you, but I don't deserve it. Yu Xingcheng's ears turned red. It's just good luck. Good luck? Minister Chen smiled. Luck that made the Shadow organization send someone specifically to investigate. Yu Xingcheng's fingers unconsciously clenched together. Pei Xingchuan handed her a cup of tea. Kevin Wilson is a senior intelligence officer of Shadow, responsible for infiltrating university research institutions. He has 2 targets. Minister Chen continued. One is your tactical simulation system, and the other is you. The teacup wobbled in Yu Xingcheng's hand, spilling a few drops of hot water. Pei Xingchuan calmly handed her a tissue.
Me?
Why? Because your value far exceeds that of a single soldier. Minister Chen's tone suddenly became serious. Your tactical thinking and innovation are rare resources that the military urgently needs. Yu Xingcheng's eyes widened, unsure how to respond to such praise. Pei Xingchuan's voice interrupted at the right moment. Starting today, your security level is raised to level A. You need to report when going out, your communication devices will be checked regularly, and you are forbidden from contacting strangers alone. A series of restrictions left Yu Xingcheng feeling confused. Isn't this too much? I'm just a trainee, not too much. Minister Chen stood up and walked to the window. Do you know why Shadow is so interested in you? Yu Xingcheng shook her head. Because you cracked their virtual defense system worth hundreds of millions. Minister Chen turned around, his gaze sharp. In Stellar Front, you are the only player to have directly defeated their chief system. Pei Xingchuan added. And now, Your tactical ideas are influencing the training system of the Eastern Summer Military. This is a double threat to Shadow. Yu Xingqing's throat tightened. She never thought her actions in the game could have such a deep impact. Coach Pei will be responsible for your safety. Minister Chen walked to the door. Remember, your mind is more important than your body. After the door closed, only Yu Xingqing and Pei Xingchuan remained in the office. Coach, Yu Xingqing finally broke the silence. Am I really that important? Pei Xingchuan put down his teacup and looked directly into her eyes. Minister Chen never exaggerates. This answer made Yu Xingqing feel both scared and strangely excited. I will train harder, she said, lifting her head with a firm voice. I won't let the organization down. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly and quietly said, You can continue participating in today's selection, but stay within my sight. Yes. As she left the administrative building, her device vibrated with a message from Lu Yisin. Urgent assembly. The selection has been moved up. Yu Xingqing jogged toward the training ground, already seeing Lu Yisin and Shen Mok waiting for her from afar. What's going on? She asked, panting. Shen Mok pushed up his glasses. After the Kevin incident, the school decided to speed up the process. Today's final competition will be held directly. Lu Yisin lowered his voice mysteriously. I heard he was sent back overnight. Yu Xingqing remembered Minister Chen's warning and just shook her head. Not sure. Let's focus on the competition. At the training ground, the contestants had already lined up. Pei Xingchuan stood beside the judging table, scanning the crowd, his gaze lingering on Yu Xingqing for a second. The final round of the military competition begins now. The principal's voice came through the loudspeaker. First, tactical sand table simulation. Yu Xingqing and Lin Rui were assigned to the same team, facing off against a top armored unit. The simulation depicted a mountain assault, with very complex terrain. We will use a layered progression tactic, she whispered to Lin Rui. Control the high ground first then, she added.
Lin Hui nodded.
You lead, I'll handle the firepower. Once the simulation started, Yu Xingqing focused completely on deploying the virtual troops. She could feel Pei Xingchuan's gaze occasionally on her, like an invisible shield. Feint on the left flank, main force encircle from behind, she ordered decisively. Lin Rui executed her commands perfectly. After 20 minutes, they successfully surrounded the enemy command center and won the first round. Great job. Lu Yisin cheered from the side. Commanding team will win for sure. The second part was a combat simulation. Yu Xingqing put on her gear and stepped into the simulation pod. She instinctively looked at Pei Xingchuan. The instructor nodded slightly, as if saying, I believe in you. The simulated battlefield was a city in ruins. Yu Xingqing's team was ambushed, suffering heavy casualties. In her headset, Lin Rui's scream was heard. Commander, we're surrounded. At a critical moment, Yu Xingqing remembered a last-ditch counterattack from Starry Battlefront. She clenched her teeth and gave a seemingly suicidal order. Everyone retreat to the central square. Lure the enemy in. The team members were confused, but followed the command. When the enemy reached the square, Yu Xingqing triggered the explosives she had planted earlier. This was her backup plan before the battle.
Boom.
The simulation system judged that the enemy's main force was destroyed. Yu Xingqing's small team won against many, achieving the best performance in the selection competition. As they stepped out of the simulation pod, applause erupted. Even the usually serious principal showed an approving smile. We won. Lu Yisin rushed over and hugged her. You're amazing. Shen Mok also smiled for the first time in a while. Data analysis shows your tactical choices had a success rate of 92%. Yu Xingqing was distracted. What happened to Instructor Pei? Lu Yisin looked in her direction. Oh, I heard that Shadow has some new activity. Just then, Pei Xingchuan strode over. Yu Xingqing, come with me. Everyone else, disperse. Yu Xingqing hurried to follow Pei Xingchuan to a small meeting room. He closed the door and said directly, Shadow's base in the Pacific has just been destroyed. Yu Xingqing widened her eyes. Is that good news? Not entirely. Pei Xingchuan pulled up a satellite image. Their core members escaped, and the image zoomed in, showing a submarine diving into the deep sea. Intelligence indicates they carried advanced systems, likely targeting you. Why are they so obsessed with me? because you proved their systems can be defeated. Pei Xingchuan's voice was low and firm. This is a deadly blow to their business empire. What should I do? Pei Xingchuan turned off the projection. Continue your studies and training, but security measures will be further strengthened. He paused briefly. I will also adjust my responsibilities. Thank you, instructor, she said softly. I won't let you down. Pei Xingchuan's expression softened slightly. You've already done very well. Rest now. Special training begins tomorrow. Yu Xingqing stood in the hallway, looking out the window at the campus. Back in the dorm, Lu Yixin immediately approached her. What's going on? You seem mysterious. Yu Xingqing hesitated, but decided to keep it secret. Just some arrangements for the competition. Lu Yixin looked at her suspiciously. Really? Then why was Shen Mosai called to the intelligence department? What? Yu Xingqing was surprised. When did that happen? Right after you left. Lu Yixin lowered her voice. I heard they're upgrading the school's firewall system. Yu Xingqing relaxed. That was definitely Shen Mosai's specialty. She opened her device and sent a message to Shen Mosai. Need help? The reply came quickly. Routine upgrade. Don't worry. She put down her device and looked at the night sky outside the window. Then she took out her textbook and turned to her tactical analysis page. Minister Chen's words echoed in her mind. Your value goes far beyond a teacher. Gently, Yu Xingqing touched the page, making a quiet decision. She must prove she deserves this trust. The next morning, Yu Xingqing arrived at the training ground half an hour early. To her surprise, Pei Xingchuan was already there. Good morning, instructor, she said, jogging over. Pei Xingchuan looked up. 15 minutes early. Not bad. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but smile. What's this new device? Neural response tester. Pei Xingchuan adjusted a helmet-like device. It tests your decision speed under pressure. Yu Xingqing studied the complex machine curiously. Never heard of it. Latest military development. Pei Xingchuan gave a brief explanation. Starting today, your training will include more real combat stress. The next 2 hours were intense training. Besides regular physical exercises, Pei Xingchuan simulated various battlefield emergencies, communication failures, injured team members, ammunition running out. Yu Xingqing had to make the best decision in 1 second. Again, Pei Xingchuan's voice was cold and relentless. There's no second chance on the battlefield. Yu Xingqing was covered in sweat but gritted her teeth and persisted. When the training finally ended, she collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. The data is better than expected. Pei Xingchuan checked the test results and said, your stress resistance has improved by 27%. Yu Xingqing forced a small smile and said, thank you, instructor. Pei Xingchuan handed her a bottle of energy drink. Take a 10-minute break, then review the tactics. Yu Xingqing sipped her drink quietly, secretly watching Pei Xingchuan's side profile. Instructor, she gathered her courage to ask, did you train me so strictly because of orders? Pei Xingchuan put away the testing device. At first, yes. This answer made Yu Xingqing's heart skip a beat. And now, Pei Xingchuan rarely looked directly into her eyes. It's because I believe in your potential. She looked down, hiding her reddening eyes. I won't let you down. I know. Keep training. At 4 a.m., a sharp whistle pierced the night sky. Yu Xingqing jumped out of her bedroll, dressed quickly within 3 minutes, packed her bag, and ran downstairs. The playground was already lined up, and the instructors were calling the names of each squad. Yu Xingqing. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from the left. Here, she jogged over and stood at attention in front of Pei Xingchuan. In the faint morning light, Pei Xingchuan was dressed in combat gear, with a map bag and compass at his waist. He glanced at Yu Xingqing's equipment, his gaze lingering on her noticeably bulging backpack for a second. Weight check. Yu Xingqing's heart tightened, but she quickly took off her backpack and opened it. It was filled with lightweight foam blocks, with only the bottom layer holding essential field supplies. Instructor, this is... I know, Pei Xingchuan interrupted her in a low voice. Minister Chen arranged this. Your backpack looks the same as others, but its actual weight is only a third. Yu Xingqing bit her lip. This special treatment made her feel both grateful and awkward. The other students carried real 30-kilogram gear. Line up. Pei Xingchuan pointed to the squad behind him. Today, you will be with Group A. Yu Xingqing jogged over and found that Group A consisted of top students from the command department, including Lin Rui and 3 other senior students. They nodded at her without asking questions. Attention, everyone, the principal stood on the jeep, speaking loudly through a loudspeaker. This outdoor training lasts 3 days and 2 nights. The routes are assigned randomly. Each team must reach 5 checkpoints within the given time. The team that arrives last will be responsible for cleaning the camp's toilets. The students let out a groan. Yu Xingqing secretly glanced at Pei Xingchuan. The instructor's expression was unchanged, but he took out a sealed envelope from his pocket. Team leaders, please collect your route maps. Lin Rui, as the leader of Group A, stepped forward to receive the envelope. Back with his team, he opened the envelope. The 5 of them gathered to look at the map. It's a standard military terrain map with 5 checkpoints marked in red. The first point is northeast, about 15 kilometers away. Lin Rui frowned. We have to go through this dense forest. Yu Xingqing leaned in to look at the map and suddenly exclaimed, Huh, what is it? Lin Rui asked. Yu Xingqing pointed to a contour line at the edge of the map. There should be a hunter's trail here, which could save at least 2 kilometers. The other team members looked at each other in surprise. There were no markings on the map. Are you sure? Senior student Li Ming asked skeptically. The map shows nothing. Yu Xingqing suddenly realized he had said too much and quickly tried to cover it up. It's just a guess based on the terrain. Pei Xingchuan had appeared behind them at some point. What guess? Lin Rui explained Yu Xingqing's discovery. Pei Xingchuan took the map, examined it carefully, then looked at Yu Xingqing with a meaningful expression. Do you have any evidence? Yu Xingqing's ears turned red. Reporting to the instructor, I have played many outdoor survival games. This explanation caused a few quiet laughs, but Pei Xingchuan did not smile. He paused thoughtfully, then suddenly asked, On which side of the mountain is this trail? Northwest side, near the stream. Yu Xingqing blurted out, then quickly realized he had revealed something again. He hurriedly added, That's how it's designed in the game. Pei Xingchuan nodded and turned to the team. Adjust the route according to Yu Xingqing's suggestion. Let's go. Group A was the first to leave the camp, heading northeast along the forest trail. Yu Xingqing walked in the middle of the team, feeling the curious looks from his teammates. Are you really just relying on your game experience? Lin Rui whispered. Yu Xingqing responded vaguely. In fact, her spatial memory has been extraordinary since she was young. Once she sees a map, she can reconstruct it perfectly in her mind and even deduce details not shown on the map. This ability helped her a lot in Starry Battlefront, and unexpectedly, it also proved useful in real life. An hour later, the team reached the location Yu Xingqing mentioned. Deep in the forest, there was a faint trail covered with fallen leaves, barely visible unless looked at carefully. Incredible! Li Ming looked at Yu Xingqing in surprise. You could guess that. Yu Xingqing chuckled awkwardly, avoiding Pei Xingchuan's curious gaze. The team quickly moved along the trail and arrived at the first checkpoint half an hour earlier than planned. The instructor at the checkpoint looked surprised when they saw them. Group A? How are you so fast? Pei Xingchuan handed over the sign-in sheet. We took a shortcut. Impossible. The instructor checked the map. There's no shortcut on this route. Yu Xingqing pretended to study her boots, not daring to look up. After signing in, Group A received the coordinates for the second checkpoint, this time a swampy area. We'll have to go around at least 5 more kilometers, Lin Rui frowned. Or risk crossing directly. The team argued back and forth. Yu Xingqing stared at the map and suddenly pointed to a spot at the edge of the swamp. There's an abandoned dam here, which we can cross safely. No one questioned her this time. Pei Xingchuan directly ordered, Lead the way. Yu Xingqing walked at the front, using her mental map to navigate precisely. Sure enough, behind a patch of reeds, there was an old but still sturdy earthen dam. How do you know that? Li Ming couldn't help asking as they crossed the swamp. Yu Xingqing was trying to think of an excuse when Pei Xingchuan suddenly said, She has photographic memory. This explanation made everyone realize, including Yu Xingqing herself. She shot a grateful look at Pei Xingchuan, but the instructor had already moved ahead. Thanks to Yu Xingqing's intuition, Group A led the way and reached the third checkpoint before sunset, half a day ahead of the other teams. The instructors at the checkpoint hadn't even prepared dinner supplies yet. "Did you fly here?" The logistics officer was handing out field rations while muttering to himself. As night fell, the team set up camp in the designated area. Yu Xingqing was setting up the tent when Pei Xingchuan walked over and handed her a thermos. "Drink this." Yu Xingqing took the cup, which contained hot ginger tea, something not usually provided during military training. "Commander, this special supply," Pei Xingchuan replied briefly. "Your body temperature regulation isn't as good as others." Holding the cup, Yu Xingqing saw the side of Pei Xingchuan's face softly illuminated by the campfire's glow. She sipped the ginger tea slowly, feeling the warm liquid spread from her throat down to her stomach. "Thank you, Commander," she whispered. "You don't need to take special care of me." Pei Xingchuan was checking the map without looking up. "It's not care. It's part of the mission." Yu Xingqing smiled softly. Her instructor always found the most official reasons to do the most thoughtful things. Later, it was her turn for the first watch. Sitting by the campfire, she studied the route for tomorrow using the firelight. The fourth checkpoint was in the mountains. The map showed they needed to cross a steep ridge. "Is there a shorter way?" Suddenly, Pei Xingchuan's voice came from behind, making Yu Xingqing almost jump. The instructor had somehow stood behind her, looking down at the map in her hands. "Report, Commander, I think we can go around here." She pointed to a valley. "It's a bit longer, but the slope is gentler, so we might move faster." Pei Xingchuan sat down beside her. "How large is your spatial memory?" he suddenly asked. Yu Xingqing clenched the map. "I'm not sure, but I think I can remember details after just one look." "Duration? It seems. I won't forget." Yu Xingqing honestly admitted. "I remember maps I saw 3 years ago." Pei Xingchuan nodded thoughtfully. "That's a gift, but also a responsibility." Yu Xingqing understood his meaning. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. She softly said, "I will make good use of it." "I know." Pei Xingchuan stood up. "Wake Lin Rui in 2 hours for the next shift." Watching his figure disappear into the tent, Yu Xingqing let out a long breath. The next morning, Group A continued along the route planned by Yu Xingqing. While crossing a valley, they encountered a lost Group B, who had been wandering in the same spot for 2 hours. "Unbelievable." The instructor from Group B was frustrated. "The map and the actual terrain don't match at all." Pei Xingchuan glanced at Yu Xingqing. Without words, she immediately understood what the instructor meant. "Report." She stepped forward and suggested, "Head southeast. About 500 meters ahead, there's a dried-up riverbed that leads directly to the checkpoint." Group B hesitantly adjusted their direction. An hour later, when Group A reached the fourth checkpoint, Group B had already been waiting there for some time. "Incredible." The instructor from Group B patted Pei Xingchuan on the shoulder. "Are you a living GPS?" Pei Xingchuan rarely smiled. "Almost." Yu Xingqing pretended not to hear and focused on organizing her gear. The last part of the journey was the hardest. It involved crossing a simulated minefield. According to the rules, participants had to follow the marked safe route exactly. Otherwise, they would be considered eliminated. "I'll lead the way," Pei Xingchuan volunteered. "Follow closely." The team lined up carefully behind the instructor. Yu Xingqing was second from last when she suddenly noticed an unusual mark on the ground. That was a hidden trigger device, which even Pei Xingchuan had missed. "Stop," she instinctively shouted. "Trap on the third step on the left." Pei Xingchuan immediately stopped and checked carefully. He confirmed Yu Xingqing was right. A well-camouflaged pressure sensor was hidden under the leaves. "How did you find it?" Lin Rui asked in surprise. Yu Xingqing hesitated. Reflected light was a bit unusual. Pei Xingchuan looked at her deeply, but didn't ask further. After avoiding the trap, the team reached the end point smoothly, 8 hours ahead of schedule, setting a new record for the military school training. The principal and other instructors had been waiting for a while. Seeing Group A arrive first, the principal looked at the clock in surprise. "Did you cheat?" Pei Xingchuan handed over the sign-in sheets from all checkpoints. "All thanks to the excellent performance of the students." The principal looked over the perfect records and focused on Yu Xingqing. "Is it you again? I heard you've been taking shortcuts all along." Yu Xingqing stood straight and replied, reporting to the principal, "It's just good luck. Good luck." The principal laughed loudly and turned to the other instructors. "This student is very modest. Instructor Pei, your Group A is excused from the final exam." The team cheered happily. On the bus returning to camp, Yu Xingqing leaned against the window, feeling sleepy. Exhaustion washed over her, and her head tilted to one side. But she didn't hit the cold glass. A warm hand gently supported her cheek. In her dazed state, Yu Xingqing felt someone guiding her head to a more comfortable resting spot. She faintly smelled that familiar cool scent and peacefully drifted into sleep. Pei Xingchuan sat stiffly, letting Yu Xingqing rest her head on his shoulder. In the early morning fog, the training ground was quiet. Yu Xingqing stood in line, listening to the principal's passionate speech. The one-week advanced outdoor training was starting today, and all selected students would participate. "This training will take place in Qinglong Mountain." The principal's voice echoed through the loudspeaker, "and will fully simulate real combat conditions." Yu Xingqing instinctively looked toward Pei Xingchuan, who was at the front of the instructor line. Since the last training, she had been officially assigned to the special training team led directly by Pei Xingchuan. The dismissal horn sounded, and students quickly headed to their designated spots. Yu Xingqing jogged to Group A and saw familiar faces like Lin Rue, along with a few new students, top students from other departments. "This is Zhao Feng from the Special Operations Department," Pei Xingchuan briefly introduced. "Demolition expert, Zhou Yu from the Communications and Electronic Warfare Department, skilled in signal interference and countermeasures, and Wang Shua from the Logistics Support Department, an outdoor survival expert." Yu Xingqing nodded to her new teammates. It was clear this team was carefully assembled. Each member had their own specialty. "Get in the vehicle," Pei Xingchuan ordered. "We'll reach the mountain entrance in an hour." The military truck jostled along the rugged mountain road. Yu Xingqing sat at the back of the truck, looking out through the canvas gaps at the retreating scenery. "Is this your first time in Qinglong Mountain?" Zhou Yu asked as he moved closer. Yu Xingqing nodded. "More impressive than I imagined. Things look more beautiful deeper inside," Wang Shua interrupted. "But it's also dangerous. Cliffs, falling rocks, venomous snakes. Don't scare the newcomers," Zhao Feng said with a smile. "Yu Xingqing is the one who set the record for the training run." Yu Xingqing smiled shyly, glancing sideways at Pei Xingchuan, who was staring at his tactical tablet with a slight frown. The instructor rarely showed such an expression, and Yu Xingqing felt a sudden sense of unease. Suddenly, the truck braked sharply, causing everyone to lurch forward. Pei Xingchuan immediately stood up, one hand bracing against the wall of the truck, the other steadying Yu Xingqing, who almost fell out. "What's going on?" he asked loudly toward the driver's cabin. "Report, instructor. There's a landslide ahead. We can't go through," the driver called back. Pei Xingchuan jumped down from the truck, followed closely by the team members. Sure enough, the mountain road ahead was blocked tightly with lots of broken rocks and fallen trees, making passage impossible. "Strange." Wang Shua crouched down to examine the debris. "It hasn't rained recently. Why did it suddenly collapse?" Pei Xingchuan took out a map. "Let's take a detour. The nearest backup entrance is 3 kilometers southeast." Yu Xingqing moved closer to look at the map, then suddenly noticed a detail. "Instructor, this backup route passes near a cliff. Any objections?" Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. "No," Yu Xingqing pointed to a marked spot on the map. "I mean, we could go around from here. It's 2 kilometers longer, but safer." Pei Xingchuan thought for a moment, then nodded. "Let's follow your suggested route." The team changed direction and moved along the route Yu Xingqing recommended. The mountain path grew narrower. Yu Xingqing walked in the middle of the team, feeling something was wrong. Too quiet, not even bird sounds. "Stop." Pei Xingchuan suddenly raised his hand, signaling to halt. "There's movement." Everyone held their breath. At first, only the wind was heard, but soon, a faint crack sound came from above like rocks loosening. "Back up," Pei Xingchuan shouted sharply. "Spread out." As soon as he finished, a huge rock tumbled down from the cliff, heading straight for the team. The students quickly scattered to avoid it. The boulder brushed Yu Xingqing's backpack and crashed onto the ground with a dull thud. "Is anyone hurt?" Pei Xingchuan quickly checked the number of people. Report to the instructor. Everyone is safe, Lin Rue responded. Keep moving forward and stay alert. This is not an accident. Yu Xingqing's heart tightened. The instructor's judgment was the same as hers. Landslides and falling rocks were too coincidental, more like deliberate sabotage. But who would do such a thing?
Could it be?
The words, shadow, exploded in her mind. Although Kevin had been sent back, his accomplices might still be active. Thinking of this, Yu Xingqing instinctively moved a little closer to Pei Xingchuan. The mountain path was getting steeper, and everyone had to climb using their hands and feet. Just as they were about to reach a platform, Pei Xingchuan suddenly stopped. The path is blocked, he said in a deep voice. Yu Xingqing pushed forward to look and saw that the mountain ridge ahead had been cut away, creating a 5-meter-wide cliff. Below was a bottomless canyon. How is this possible? Wang Shuo exclaimed in shock. The map clearly shows a continuous path. Pei Xingchuan examined the broken edge. It's recent. He turned to the team. Prepare ropes and set up a temporary bridge. The team quickly got to work. Yu Xingqing stared at the broken edge, lost in thought. Its edge was too neat, not like a natural collapse. She quietly moved closer to the cliff, leaning down to observe. Back off, Pei Xingchuan grabbed her backpack. It's dangerous. Look, instructor. Yu Xingqing pointed at the edge of the cliff. These marks look like they were made by blasting. Pei Xingchuan squatted down to examine carefully, his face growing more serious. Her guess was likely correct. Someone deliberately sabotaged the route. Everyone pay attention, he said in a low voice, standing up. We might be facing hostile actions. The team immediately tensed up, quickly checking their weapons and gear. Although this was a drill, everyone was equipped with basic self-defense tools. The ropes were soon set up, and Pei Xingchuan was the first to slide across. As he landed, something strange happened. Suddenly, the rope shook violently, and a large tree on the other side creaked ominously. The roots have been weakened intentionally, Zhao Feng shouted. Instructor, get out of the way. In a split second, Yu Xingqing had a flash of insight. Zhao Feng, use your blasting rope. Zhao Feng immediately understood her meaning and quickly took out a special rope from his backpack. This is a low-power blasting rope used for training, designed to simulate breaking through obstacles. He accurately threw the rope across the cliff and wrapped it around a thicker tree on the other side. Hold on tight. Yu Xingqing directed the team members to pull the rope. Lin Rue, tie a knot. Lin Rue quickly tied a military-style knot at the end of the blasting rope. Just as the big tree collapsed loudly, the blasting rope was pulled tight, forming a second safety line. Pei Xingchuan stabilized himself on the opposite side and quickly returned using the newly set-up rope. His gaze fell on Yu Xingqing, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Report the situation, he said briefly. Any discoveries? The blasting rope is low power, Yu Xingqing analyzed, but enough to cause targeted damage at specific spots. It was likely done by a professional. What is the target? Zhou Yu asked nervously. Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing exchanged a look. The answer was clear, either a distraction exercise or targeting a specific objective. Considering the previous, shadow, incident, the latter was more likely. Change the plan, Pei Xingchuan decided. Abandon the original route and head to this coordinate. He pointed to a hidden valley on the map. There are backup communication devices there. The team quickly adjusted their direction. Yu Xingqing walked beside Pei Xingchuan and whispered, Instructor, do you think it's the shadow? Not sure. Pei Xingchuan's voice was low. But the method is very professional, not like a prank. The mountain trail became harder to walk, and the dense forest almost blocked out the sunlight. Yu Xingqing's spatial memory came into play again. She accurately identified a hunter's trail, greatly speeding up their progress. Suddenly, Pei Xingchuan at the front raised his hand to signal a stop. He slowly crouched down and picked up a metal object from the fallen leaves, a delicate electronic device emitting a faint red light. A tracker. He said coldly, someone is tracking our location. Zhou Yu immediately took out a device to scan. The signal is strong, probably placed recently.
When?
Lin Rue asked in surprise. We've been very alert all along. Yu Xingqing stared at the device and suddenly remembered something. The truck. Someone might have tampered with it while we were checking the landslide. Pei Xingchuan nodded, threw the tracker into a metal water bottle and tightly sealed it. This is a simple way to block signals. Keep moving forward, he ordered. Maintain radio silence. As evening fell, the team reached the valley Pei Xingchuan mentioned. There was indeed a hidden supply point, a metal box disguised as a rock, containing spare communication devices, dry food, and medicine. Camp here tonight. Pei Xingchuan assigned tasks. Zhao Feng and Wang Shuo will stand guard. Zhou will try to contact the base, and others will build shelters. Yu Xingqing helped Lin Rui set up a simple tent. Just as she secured the last support pole, she heard a rustling sound behind her. She instinctively turned around and almost bumped into Pei Xingchuan, who had appeared silently. Coach! Pei Xingchuan handed her a thermos. Drink this, then rest. It was another special hot drink. Yu Xingqing held the cup, and in the steam, she smelled a faint herbal scent. Thank you. If it weren't for your quick reaction today, you were the one who found the explosion marks, he corrected her. And you thought of using explosive cords to create a second safety line. Yu Xingqing looked down at her reflection in the cup. I just thought of a similar scene in a game. Games and real life are different, Pei Xingchuan said softly, unusually gentle. Your virtual experience has helped you develop real combat skills. He paused. That's rare. Yu Xingqing looked up and met his gaze. You're more impressive than I thought, he suddenly said. I don't want to fall behind, she whispered. Pei Xingchuan seemed to want to say something, but Zhou Yu's shout interrupted them. Coach. We've made contact with the base. Pei Xingchuan strode quickly toward the communication device. Yu Xingqing sipped her hot drink quietly, listening to the intermittent messages. Turns out, not only they, but several other teams had also encountered various accidents. The school had already sent rescue teams and paused all outdoor training activities. Evacuate at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning, Pei Xingchuan announced after finishing communication. Tonight, 2 people will take turns on guard duty. He personally arranged the shift schedule. Yu Xingqing noticed she was assigned to the same shift as him, from 2 to 4 a.m., usually the most dangerous time. It was late at night. Besides Zhao Feng and Wang Shuo on guard, everyone else had fallen asleep. Yu Xingqing curled up in her sleeping bag, listening to the wind in the forest. Half asleep, she felt like she was back on the virtual battlefield of Starry Sky Front. At 2 a.m., when it was her turn to stand guard, Yu Xingqing forced herself to get up. Pei Xingchuan was already waiting by the campfire, the firelight flickering on his sharp face. Report to the instructor. Yu Xingqing was about to salute, but was stopped by a hand gesture. Sit down. Pei Xingchuan's voice was softer than the night breeze. No need for formalities. Carefully, Yu Xingqing sat beside him, maintaining just the right distance, neither too distant nor too close. Tomorrow, we can return to school, Pei Xingchuan suddenly said. Yu Xingqing nodded, then suddenly remembered something. Instructor. After returning to school, will there be a training review meeting? Yes. Pei Xingchuan fiddled with the campfire. The principal asked each team to prepare a performance. A performance? Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. She was least good at performing in front of others. Pei Xingchuan looked at her. Your programming skills can be useful. Yu Xingqing felt warm inside, so the instructor remembered her special talent. But then she hesitated, feeling a bit nervous. But I've never performed in front of so many people, like commanding a battle. Pei Xingchuan interrupted her. Focus on your goal, ignore other distractions. This metaphor strangely eased Yu Xingqing's nerves. She looked at the flickering fire, and suddenly had an idea. Maybe I could make an electronic fireworks program. Pei Xingchuan didn't reply immediately. Just as Yu Xingqing thought her idea was too childish, the instructor's deep voice came. Very suitable for you. The night wind picked up, carrying the coolness unique to the mountains. Yu Xingqing instinctively pulled her collar tighter and suddenly felt a weight on her shoulder. Pei Xingchuan had draped his coat over her shoulders. Teach. Keep your body temperature up. Pei Xingchuan had already stood up, turned his back to her, and was checking the surroundings. 1 hour until shift change. Yu Xingqing wrapped her loose coat tighter, still smelling faintly of the instructor. cold with a hint of pinewood scent, which strangely made her feel safe. That hour passed very quickly. When Lin Rue and Wang Feng came to take over, Yu Xingqing realized that Pei Xingchuan had been standing in the wind, blocking most of the cold for her. Back at the tent, Yu Xingqing hesitated whether to return the coat. Keep it. Pei Xingchuan seemed to understand her thoughts. Wear it on the way back. She quietly thanked him and crawled into the tent. The military truck on the way back was bumpier than when they arrived. Yu Xingqing curled up in the corner of the truck, gently swaying with the vehicle. 3 days of outdoor training had drained all her energy, especially the series of accidents on the last day, which made everyone tense. The air inside the truck was filled with a smell of sweat and dust, but no one complained. The team members dozed off in various positions. Only Pei Xingchuan sat upright, recording something on his tactical tablet. Yu Xingqing's eyelids grew heavier, her head slowly tilting to one side, until she couldn't control it and finally leaned against him. In her drowsiness, she instinctively rubbed her face, finding a more comfortable spot, and fell into deep sleep. Pei Xingchuan's body stiffened instantly. Yu Xingqing's head was resting on his shoulder, her soft hair brushing his neck, causing a slight itch. He should push her away. That was the boundary between instructor and trainee. But when he looked down at her tired, sleeping face, his raised hand paused in midair. Teach. Lin Rue, sitting opposite, was about to speak, but was stopped by a look from Pei Xingchuan. Lin Rue wisely closed his mouth and signaled to the other team members. They exchanged teasing glances, but no one dared to speak. Pei Xingchuan picked up his tactical tablet again, but found he couldn't focus on any words. Yu Xingqing's even breathing was close to his ear. The truck suddenly made a sharp turn, causing her body to slide forward. Pei Xingchuan quickly reached out, gently supporting her shoulders, and brought her back to her resting position. This instinctive protective action almost made Lin Rue laugh out loud. 200 push-ups, Pei Xingchuan said coldly. Perform them after returning to school. Lin Rue immediately looked downcast. Yes, sir. 2 hours later, a truck entered the campus. The loud screech of brakes woke Yu Xingqing. She groggily opened her eyes and suddenly realized she was leaning on Pei Xingchuan's shoulder. This was a big surprise. She quickly sat up straight, almost hitting the wall of the truck. Sorry, sir. Pei Xingchuan had already stood up and was tidying his wrinkled uniform. Pack your gear. Gather in 5 minutes. He looked calm, as if nothing had happened. But Yu Xingqing clearly saw, perhaps it was just her imagination, that the officer's ears seemed a little red. After getting off the truck, the principal personally greeted the safely returned team members. The situation has been investigated, the principal said seriously. Someone deliberately sabotaged the drill. The security team is investigating fully. He turned to Pei Xingchuan's squad. You all performed very well, especially in handling unexpected situations. Reporting to the principal, Pei Xingchuan said calmly, Yu Xingqing was the first to find the explosion traces and suggested a solution. The principal looked at Yu Xingqing with approval. Again, you? Looks like Officer Pei often gives you special attention. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red, unsure how to respond to this kind compliment. Pei Xingchuan stepped in at the right moment. There will be a training summary meeting tonight at 7 in the auditorium. All members must attend. Dismissed. Back at the dormitory, Yu Xingqing was immediately surrounded by Lu Yisin. I heard you guys were attacked. Lu Yisin checked her from head to toe. Are you okay? Everyone's talking about it. Yu Xingqing shook her head and briefly explained what happened, naturally omitting the part where she leaned on Pei Xingchuan's shoulder. That's so scary. Lu Yisin took a deep breath. It must be the shadow group. They actually came into the school? I'm not sure. Yu Xingqing, feeling tired, lay on her bed. But the officer said the method was very professional. Speaking of the officer, Lu Yisin suddenly lowered her voice, her eyes shining with curiosity. I heard that on the way back, someone slept on his shoulder for 2 hours? Yu Xingqing instantly sat up. Who said that? Lin Rue posted in the group. Lu Yisin waved her device. But she quickly retracted it. He said that Instructor Pei made him do 200 push-ups. Yu Xingqing buried her face in the pillow and let out a sad sound. Now everyone in the team knew, and maybe soon the whole school would hear about it. Stop pretending to be dead. Lu Yixin pulled her blanket and asked, "Tell me the details." How did Instructor Pei react? No reaction. Yu Xingqing quietly said, "He just let me keep sleeping." Lu Yixin exaggeratedly covered his chest and said, "The strict instructor didn't even wake you up." Yu Xingqing grabbed a pillow and threw it, and they both laughed and played around. After the fun, she said seriously, "Actually, the instructor is very kind. Just not good at showing it." "Oh, so you're defending him now?" Lu Yixin raised his eyebrows and said, "But honestly, today he praised you in front of the principal. That's the first time an instructor Pei's teaching history." Yu Xingqing felt a warm feeling inside. At 7 p.m., the Dongxia National Defense University auditorium was brightly lit. Students participating in the training assembled neatly in line. Unlike usual drills, tonight's atmosphere was much more relaxed. When Yu Xingqing followed Group A into the auditorium, she saw that the front row seats already had name tags for each squad. "We sit here." Lin Rui pointed to seats in the third row. "Nice spot." Just as Yu Xingqing was about to sit down, she suddenly felt a strange gaze on her. She looked back and saw many students looking her way, whispering among themselves. Lu Yixin squeezed over from the back row and leaned close to her ear mysteriously. "The whole school is talking about how you leaned on Instructor Pei's shoulder and fell asleep." Yu Xingqing's ears instantly turned red. "How could that?" Lin Rui, the big mouth. Lu Yixin pouted and said, "But now everyone's curious about, why didn't the strict instructor push you away?" Yu Xingqing didn't know how to respond, so she just pretended to adjust her sleeve. At that moment, there was a commotion at the entrance of the auditorium. The instructors entered in formation. Leading the group was Pei Xingchuan, dressed in a sharp dark green uniform. His shoulder epaulets shone under the lights, and his stern face immediately drew everyone's attention. "Look," Lu Yixin nudged Yu Xingqing. "Your instructor is here." Yu Xingqing stared intently at her knees, too afraid to lift her head. She only relaxed slightly when the instructor team sat on one side of the stage. The principal stepped onto the podium and began to give a summary of the training. Yu Xingqing listened absent-mindedly, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes. Soon, it would be her turn to perform with her team. Especially Team A, which showed excellent ability to handle emergencies. The principal's voice pulled Yu Xingqing back to reality. "Now, let's move on to a fun part. Each team will showcase their talents. Teams will perform in order from lowest to highest scores." Applause erupted as the first team took the stage to perform military exercises. Next came a skit about battlefield first aid and a team singing in sign language. As the performances went on, Yu Xingqing grew more nervous, her palms sweating. Next, the host announced loudly, "Please welcome the top team of this training, Team A led by Instructor Pei Xingchuan." The hall burst into enthusiastic applause and whistles. Lin Rui and the other team members looked at Yu Xingqing with eager and encouraging eyes. "It's your turn," Lin Rui whispered. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, carrying her laptop onto the stage. The spotlight shone brightly on her, making her unable to open her eyes comfortably. In the dark audience, she could only faintly see the tall figure sitting in the front row of the instructor seats. I prepared an electronic fireworks program," she said nervously, her voice trembling slightly. "It needs to connect to the hall's projection system." The technicians quickly helped her set up the connection. During this moment, Yu Xingqing secretly glanced at Pei Xingchuan, who sat upright with no visible emotion. Seeing him nod slightly gave her a strange boost of courage. "All right," she whispered, her fingers on the keyboard. Suddenly, the hall lights went out. Amid gasps from the audience, the big screen lit up. An expansive starry sky slowly unfolded in the darkness, and a shooting star streaked across the sky. Then, the first electronic fireworks burst in the night sky, displaying the emblem of Dongxia National Defense University. "Wow!" the audience exclaimed in admiration. Yu Xingqing's fingers danced across the keyboard, fireworks blooming one after another, forming symbols for each department and team numbers. Even more amazing was that these fireworks changed their timing to match the volume of the audience's applause, as if they had a life of their own. "Beautiful!" Lu Yi's heart shouted from below the stage. The last group of fireworks formed a small figure giving a salute, perfectly mimicking the stance of a military academy student. The applause was thunderous. Yu Xingqing blushed and bowed, ready to leave the stage. At that moment, a familiar figure stepped onto the stage, Pei Xingchuan. The whole audience instantly fell silent. Yu Xingqing froze in place, her heart pounding, unsure of what the instructor was about to do. Pei Xingchuan stood beside her and said clearly, "This is Yu Xingqing, our brain, at the Eastern Summer National Defense University." Yu Xingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Pei Xingchuan was actually praising her in front of all the students and teachers? He continued, scanning the crowd. Her value lies not only in her talent but also in her ability to turn talent into practical skills. That is the quality a soldier of Eastern Summer should have. The applause erupted again, even more enthusiastic than before. Tears welled up in Yu Xingqing's eyes. She saw the principal nodding, her teammates cheering, and Pei Xingchuan's gentle gaze. After the event, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yu Xingqing packed up her computer and noticed Pei Xingchuan standing at the hall entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. "Instructor," she whispered softly. Pei Xingchuan nodded. The fireworks tonight were beautiful. A few simple words made Yu Xingqing's lips curl into an uncontrollable smile. "Thank you. Thank you for earlier." Just speaking those words, she couldn't hide her happiness. Just telling the truth. Pei Xingchuan interrupted her, but his tone was gentle, not stern. He hesitated for a moment and suddenly asked, "Are you tired?" Yu Xingqing shook her head, then nodded. "A little, but I'm very happy. Go back and rest." Pei Xingchuan paused, then added, "You have the day off tomorrow." Yu Xingqing blurted out, "Really?" "Yes." A smile appeared at the corner of Pei Xingchuan's mouth. "It's an order." "Yes, instructor." Yu Xingqing stood at attention and saluted, her smile impossible to hide. On the way back to the dormitory, the night sky was dotted with stars. Below the dormitory building, a familiar figure stood there. Shinmo Qi. "The fireworks are very beautiful." He pushed up his glasses and said, "But there's a small bug. The particle effects of the third set of fireworks don't look natural." Yu Xingqing smiled. "Next time, I'll improve it." "Why didn't you join the party?" "Working on upgrading the firewall." Shinmo Qi lowered his voice. "I found something about the attack incident." Yu Xingqing immediately became alert. "What did you find?" "The method is definitely Shadow's style, but..." Shinmo Qi hesitated. "The attack commands came from the school network." "What?" Yu Xingqing gasped. "Are you saying there's a traitor inside the school?" Shinmo Qi nodded. "The IP address was disguised, but I traced it back to a rough area, near the administrative building." "The administrative building? Besides the school leader's office, there is also..." "Intelligence department," Yu Xingqing blurted out. The two looked at each other in silence. If the shadow spy had already infiltrated the intelligence department, the situation would be very dangerous. "Don't tell anyone yet," Yu Xingqing said. "Let's gather more evidence before reporting." "Okay." Shinmo Qi nodded. "I've set up a trap program. As soon as they act again, we can locate their exact position." Back in the dorm, Yu Xingqing lay on her bed, lost in thought. She turned over and opened her terminal. After hesitating, she sent a message to Pei Xingchuan. "Thank you for your recognition today. It means a lot to me." The message showed it was read, but there was no reply for a long time. Just when Yu Xingqing thought there would be no response, her terminal suddenly lit up. "Honestly, you deserve it." Outside the window, a shooting star streaked across the night sky and disappeared in an instant. Yu Xingqing remembered a legend she heard as a child, making a wish upon a shooting star, and it would come true. She gently closed her eyes and silently wished in her heart, "I hope one day I can truly become the proud Yu Xingqing in the eyes of the instructor." Sunlight seeped through the cracks in the curtains into the dorm. Yu Xingqing rarely slept in until she woke naturally. She rubbed her eyes and reached for the terminal on her bedside table. The screen displayed a new message from Pei Xingchuan. "Today is a day off. Rest well." Yu Xingqing buried her face in the pillow, adjusting to a more comfortable position. "Why are you acting so strange this early in the morning?" Lu Yisun asked sleepily, sticking his head out from the top bunk. Nothing, nothing. Yu Xingqing quickly hid her device under the blanket. Today is my day off. Where are you going? To the library, Louisin yawned. We have a tactical exam next week, so I need to review. What about you? Yu Xingqing thought for a moment. Maybe I'll go to the training center. I want to practice close combat. Training on your day off, Lu Yisin rolled his eyes. Of course, it's because of instructor pay. They chatted and finished washing up. Just as they opened the dorm door, Yu Xingqing froze. Two unfamiliar officers were standing in the hallway, their shoulder patches indicating they were from the General Staff Department. Yu Xingqing, are you a student? One of them stepped forward. Yu Xingqing automatically straightened. Yes, please come with us. The officer handed her a document. This is an order. Lu Yisin nervously grabbed Yu Xingqing's arm. What's going on? Did she do something wrong? Just a routine procedure, the officer said expressionlessly. Please cooperate. Yu Xingqing quickly glanced at the order, which was officially stamped with the General Staff Department seal. She gently patted Lu Yisin's hand to reassure him. It's nothing. I'll be back soon. She followed the two officers downstairs and saw a black military car parked below the dorm. What surprised her even more was that Pei Xingchuan was standing beside the car. Instructor. Yu Xingqing hurried over. This is... Pei Xingchuan shook his head slightly, signaling her to get in the car. Only after the door closed and the car smoothly left campus did he speak softly. Minister Chen wants to see you. Minister Chen? Yu Xingqing asked in surprise. Minister Peng Ming from the Ministry of National Defense Technology? Pei Xingchuan nodded, his expression serious. About the Shadow Project. On the way, Pei Xingchuan didn't say much more. Yu Xingqing looked out the window at the rapidly retreating scenery, her heart pounding faster. The minister of the Ministry of National Defense Technology personally summoned a student? The car entered the heavily guarded Ministry of National Defense compound. After passing 3 security checks, it stopped in front of an unremarkable gray building. 2 armed guards verified their identities before allowing them inside. Instructor Pei, sorry to keep you waiting. A civilian officer approached and said, Minister Chen is waiting for you in the conference room. The elevator descended to the 3rd basement level, and Yu Xingqing followed Pei Xingchuan through a long corridor. On both sides of the walls hung portraits of national defense science heroes from different generations, many of whom she had only seen in textbooks. The conference room door opened, and an elderly man with white hair and a lively spirit stood up. You're here? Sit down. Minister Chen Pingming looked more imposing than on TV, with sharp eyes that seemed to see through people. Yu Xingqing nervously saluted, her palms sweaty. Relax. Minister Chen smiled and gestured for them to sit. Yu Xingqing, your performance during the training was excellent. Thank you, Minister. Yu Xingqing straightened her back. I just did what I was supposed to do. Minister Chen nodded and turned to Pei Xingchuan. Young Pei, you've brought out a good talent. Pei Xingchuan's expression remained serious. Minister, about that matter. Minister Chen pressed a button on the table, and a transparent soundproof barrier suddenly rose around the room. Let's get to the main point. He took a file marked Top Secret from his folder and pushed it toward Yu Xingqing. Take a look at this. Carefully, Yu Xingqing opened the file, and the first page made her gasp in shock. It contained detailed information about the Shadow organization, including its backing by international forces and several infiltration activities against Dongxia in recent years. Her voice trembled slightly. It's more serious than I imagined. The most serious is this. Minister Chen turned to the last page, which was a surveillance screenshot. Do you recognize this person? Yu Xingqing looked closely and shook her head. The photo showed a middle-aged man wearing glasses, well-educated looking, like a scholar. Zhou Yuanxia, a senior analyst at our intelligence department, Pei Xingchuan said in a deep voice, he is also the shadow contact in Dongxia. Yu Xingqing suddenly looked up. It was him during the training. Yes. Minister Chen closed the file. He used his position to plan an attack on you. His goal was to obtain the data from the tactical system you developed. Yu Xingqing felt a wave of fear. If it weren't for Pei Xingchuan's vigilance and the cooperation of the team members, the consequences could have been terrible. Minister, she asked bravely, why are you telling me this? Minister Chen exchanged a glance with Pei Xingchuan, then took out another document from the drawer. Because from now on, You are on the country's top-level talent protection list. Yu Xingqing was stunned and even forgot to take the document. Top-level talent protection list? Isn't that an honor reserved only for national scientists and strategic experts? Is this a mistake? I'm just a trainee, no mistake, Minister Chen said seriously. The tactical algorithm you developed in Starry Frontier has been evaluated by the Ministry of National Defense and has significant military application value. More importantly, your potential to turn virtual tactics into real combat skills is a rare talent that the country urgently needs. Confused, Yu Xingqing looked at Pei Xingchuan. Even the instructor's eyes showed a hint of approval. Minister Pei Xingchuan spoke about the protection plan. It's already prepared, Minister Chen said, taking out a plan of action. Your daily training and life will stay the same, but additional covert protection measures will be added. Instructor Pei Xingchuan, you will be the direct supervisor. Yes, Pei Xingchuan responded sharply. Over the next 2 hours, Yu Xingqing listened as Minister Chen explained every detail of the protection plan, from daily communication encryption to travel security. Everything was covered. Any questions? After the explanation, Minister Chen asked. Yu Xingqing hesitated. Minister, why me? There are so many talented people in Dongxia, Minister Chen smiled. Do you know? 20 years ago, I asked the same question. He pointed to a portrait on the wall. The old minister back then told me it's not about who you are, but about who you can become. By noon, she left the Ministry of National Defense. Yu Xingqing sat in the returning car, still feeling a bit dazed. In just one morning, her identity had changed completely, from an ordinary trainee to a nationally protected strategic talent. Instructor, she whispered, does this mean? Pei Xingchuan looked straight ahead. It means your potential has been recognized by the country. Then, our training will be more strict. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Pei Xingchuan's mouth. Be prepared. The car returned to campus and stopped in front of the instructor's office building. Pei Xingchuan signaled Yu Xingqing to follow him inside. They walked silently to his office. Sit. Pei Xingchuan closed the door and took a box from the safe. This is for you. Curious, Yu Xingqing opened the box. Inside was a special military-grade device, lighter and thinner than usual, but clearly reinforced. Encrypted communication device. Pei Xingchuan explained, only my number is stored in it. Contact me immediately if anything unusual happens. Carefully, Yu Xingqing picked up the device and saw a small inscription on the back. To the future strategist. Is this Minister Chen's inscription? Pei Xingchuan's voice softened slightly. He rarely praises people like this. Instructor, she didn't know how to express her feelings at that moment. But Pei Xingchuan had already returned to a formal tone. Starting tomorrow, add 2 hours of special training each day. I will send the schedule to your device. Yes, Yu Xingqing automatically stood at attention. And, Pei Xingchuan added, this matter must be kept secret from everyone, including your closest classmates. Yu Xingqing nodded seriously. She understood that this protection was both an honor and a responsibility, as well as an invisible restraint. Leaving the instructor's office building, Yu Xingqing walked slowly along the campus-shaded path, trying to clear her mind. Yu Xingqing. Lu Yisin's voice came from behind. Where have you been all morning? I was looking for you to eat. Yu Xingqing quickly hid the device and turned around with a smile. I was called by the instructor to help organize some materials. Instructor Pei? Lu Yisin raised an eyebrow. You two have been getting pretty close lately. Stop talking nonsense. Yu Xingqing's ears turned hot. It's just normal training. Come on. Lu Yi gently held her arm. Everyone knows he praised you in front of the whole school. Let's go. There's braised pork ribs in the cafeteria today. Dragged by her friend, Yu Xingqing walked toward the cafeteria, feeling more relaxed. Just after she finished getting her food, she saw Lin Rue and the other team members from Group A waving at her. Over here, Lin Rue moved aside 2 seats. I heard you were taken by the general staff? What's going on? Yu Xingqing was prepared. Just routine questioning about the training details for the report. The team members asked her questions eagerly, but she answered them all smoothly. As the conversation shifted to next week's tactical assessment, the cafeteria suddenly quieted down. Pei Xingchuan and a few instructors entered. Wow, Instructor Pei is actually here for lunch, Zhao Feng lowered his voice. The sun must be rising in the west. Yu Xingqing lowered her head to eat, not daring to look in that direction. But when she secretly glanced up, she saw Pei Xingchuan's gaze passing through the noisy cafeteria, directly fixed on her. In just a moment, he looked away. The campus broadcast on Monday morning broke the peaceful atmosphere of Dongxia National Defense University. Yu Xingqing was jogging on the training ground when she heard the principal's voice on the radio. Attention all students and staff, a large-scale combat exercise codenamed Iron Shield will be held at the end of this semester. The detailed arrangements have been sent to each department. Yu Xingqing slowed her pace and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Lu Yi immediately came over. Did you hear? The scale of this exercise is 3 times that of previous years. Even the graduate school is participating. Such a big scale? Yu Xingqing frowned slightly. Is there a special reason for this? Who knows? Lu Yi shrugged. But I heard the commanders of the red and blue teams are important figures. There will be a mobilization meeting in the auditorium this afternoon. The broadcast continued. This exercise will fully simulate modern warfare environments, including electronic warfare, information confrontation, and other new combat modes. Yu Xingqing looked thoughtful. Since being placed on the protection list, she had become very sensitive to any unusual arrangements. Could this scale of exercise be related to the threat of shadow? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all students and staff gathered in the auditorium. On the stage, besides the school leaders, there were a few unfamiliar faces, officers from the General Staff Department and various military districts. Yu Xingqing saw Pei Xingchuan among the crowd. He was quietly talking with a senior officer with graying hair, looking serious. Quiet. The principal tapped the microphone. Now, the exercise director, General Li Jingqing from the theater command staff, will announce the rules. A tall, strong general stepped onto the stage. Comrades, the Iron Shield exercise will break traditional methods. The Red Army will be the attacking side, and the Blue Army will defend. Both sides will have 24 hours to prepare and 72 hours for real combat. Yu Xingqing carefully took notes on every detail. Unlike traditional exercises, this confrontation will happen entirely in a real combat environment, using the latest laser simulation system. Even supplies from the cafeteria are part of the scoring. Now, the commander's list will be announced. General Li opened a folder. The overall commander of the Red Army will be Colonel Zhao Weigua, commander of the 12th Combined Brigade from the Eastern Theater. Applause erupted below. A strong middle-aged officer stood up and saluted, medals shining on his chest under the lights. The overall commander of the Blue Army will be Major General Zheng Yu, director of our school's tactical department. Another round of enthusiastic applause followed. Yu Xingqing saw Pei Xingchuan nod slightly. Zheng Yu was one of his most respected mentors, known for his defensive tactics. Next, the 2 commanders will announce their staff teams. The Red Army's list was announced first, all experienced active duty officers and instructors. When it was the Blue Army's turn, General Zheng paused unexpectedly. By special recommendation, I propose that second-year student Yu Xingqing serve as the Assistant Chief of Staff for the Blue Army, responsible for electronic warfare and information confrontation plans. The hall suddenly erupted. Yu Xingqing froze in place, unable to believe what he heard. The surrounding gazes were filled with surprise, doubt, and mostly disapproval, especially from upper-year students. That's unfair. A loud voice came from the graduate section. Qin Yu stood up, his shoulder insignia showing he was the president of the Graduate Student Council. Letting a second-year student hold such an important position is a joke for the exercise. Supportive voices followed one after another. Yu Xingqing clenched his fists tightly around the armrests, his knuckles turning white. She could feel the suspicious looks coming from all directions, like countless sharp swords stabbing her. Be quiet. General Zheng tapped the microphone. This proposal was not made lightly. Instructor Pei Xingchuan, please explain your reasons. Pei Xingchuan calmly stood up and walked to the podium. He didn't even bring any materials, just looked around the room peacefully, and the hall gradually quieted down. 3 reasons. His voice was not loud, but firm with each word. First, in the global competition of Starry Sky Front, Yu Xingqing led her team to defeat the Western Military Academy's simulated team, including 3 classic defensive battles. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise. Second, Pei continued. During last month's training, she was the first to discover and solve the enemy's electronic interference, creating a safe path for her team. Lin Rui nodded strongly from below, drawing some sideways glances. Third, and most importantly, Pei's eyes swept over Qin Yu and others. In the electronic warfare test 3 days ago, Yu Xingqing designed a firewall that successfully blocked a simulated attack organized by the graduate team, without her even knowing. This caused a stir among the crowd. So, the new algorithm Shunmok tested that day was actually a confrontation exercise with the graduate school? Qin Yu's face darkened. That was just a basic test. The real battlefield is much more complicated. So, fresh blood is even more needed. Pei Xingchuan refused to back down. Modern warfare is changing. We need versatile talents who understand traditional tactics and are skilled in information technology. Generally thoughtfully stroked his chin. Interesting. Instructor Pei, are you sure this student can handle it? I guarantee with my military rank. Pei Xingchuan's voice was firm and decisive. The hall fell silent again. A guarantee backed by military rank is the most serious promise in the army. Yu Xingqing's chest rose and fell rapidly. She never thought Pei Xingchuan would go this far for her. General Li and the principal whispered a few words, then announced, "The proposal is approved." Student Yu Xingqing, do you have confidence? All eyes immediately focused on her. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath. Her knees felt a little weak as she stood up, but her voice was clear. Reporting to the leader, "I will do my best and not let you down." After the appointment, Yu Xingqing was called to the principal's office. When she opened the door, she saw Pei Xingchuan, General Li, and General Zheng studying a large map of the exercise area. "You're here?" General Zheng smiled kindly and waved her over. "Come take a look at this." Yu Xingqing carefully approached the map and saw it was a detailed topographical map of the Eastern Summer Defense University and the surrounding 50 kilometers, marked with initial ideas for defenses and troop deployments. "Your main task," General Zheng pointed to the northwest corner of the map, "is to set up an electronic warfare command center here, designing a full-spectrum defense plan." Yu Xingqing studied the terrain closely. "Commander, I suggest placing the center underground and having at least 3 backup nodes." General Li raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Why?" "Modern electronic warfare first targets the command center," Yu Xingqing answered quickly. "Dispersed deployment can improve survival chances." "Good idea." General Li nodded. "But the Red Army has air superiority. How will you handle their electronic reconnaissance?" Yu Xingqing bit her lip. "We can set up fake target groups and use terrain to create electromagnetic shadow zones. Also, I suggest planting monitoring programs in civilian frequency bands. It's illegal during peacetime, but for this exercise, it's a gray area, tactic." The 3 officers exchanged glances. General Zheng smiled and patted Pei Xingchuan on the shoulder. "You really didn't choose the wrong person." Leaving the principal's office, Yu Xingqing jogged a few steps to catch up with Pei Xingchuan. "Instructor, thank you for speaking up for me." Pei Xingchuan stopped and turned to look at her. "It's not for you, but for the success of the exercise." "I know." Yu Xingqing lowered her head. "But I still..." Yu Xingqing. Pei Xingchuan suddenly called her full name, his voice unusually gentle. "You deserve this opportunity." She suddenly understood the meaning of this appointment. It was not just an exercise, but a stage Pei Xingchuan built for her to prove her worth to everyone. "I won't let you down," she whispered, her voice filled with unprecedented determination. Pei Xingchuan nodded, turned to leave, but stopped at the corner. "Tonight at 8 o'clock in the tactical research room. Bring your initial draft." Over the next 3 days, Yu Xingqing almost forgot to eat or sleep. Besides her regular classes, she spent all her time designing electronic warfare plans. Shun Mochi and Lu Yisin became her helpful assistants. The 3 often stayed up late in the library until dawn. "This encryption algorithm is too easy to crack," Shun Mochi pushed his glasses. "I suggest using a quantum random number generator. But that would overload the system resources." Lu Yisin argued. "Why not combine traditional encryption with frequency hopping technology?" Yu Xingqing massaged her temples. weighing the pros and cons of both options. Suddenly, her device vibrated with a message. Plan progress? P. She quickly replied, 80% done. Optimizing anti-interference module. Almost immediately, a reply came. Tomorrow at 6 a.m., training ground, live test. Yu Xingqing gasped. A live test meant Pei Xingchuan would personally check her plan. She immediately gathered Shun Mochi and Lu Yisun. Hurry! We have 8 hours to improve the plan. Just as dawn broke, Yu Xingqing ran to the training ground with her laptop. Pei Xingchuan was already waiting there, flanked by several electronic warfare instructors. Begin. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, turned on her computer, and started the simulation program. For the next 2 hours, the instructors took turns launching electronic attacks, from simple signal jamming to complex network infiltration, with difficulty increasing step by step. Yu Xingqing's defense system nearly collapsed several times, but always managed to adjust in time. Last one. Pei Xingchuan personally took the computer, entered a series of complex commands, and said, "Simulate satellite-guided weapon attack." A bead of sweat formed on Yu Xingqing's forehead. This was one of the most difficult attack modes to defend against. She quickly adjusted some parameters and launched a hidden program, her private decoy algorithm, which created false electromagnetic signals to mislead the guidance system. The simulated missile's trajectory on the screen suddenly veered off course, drew a strange arc on the virtual map, and then exploded. The room fell silent. One of the electronic warfare instructors whistled in surprise.
Wow.
What kind of black technology did that girl use? A faint smile appeared on Pei Xingchuan's face. Past. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and realized her back was already soaked with sweat. Pei Xingchuan approached and handed her a bottle of water. Good job. She sipped the water slowly and suddenly remembered something. Instructor. Senior Qin Yu and the others. Don't worry, Pei Xingchuan said, looking into the distance. Strength is the best answer. At the afternoon Blue Team combat meeting, when Yu Xingqing presented her battle-tested electronic defense plan, even the most skeptical officers had to nod in approval. Qin Yu sat in the corner, his face uncertain, but he didn't voice any objections. After the meeting, General Zheng kept Yu Xingqing behind. Xiao Yu, do you know why Instructor Pei supports you so much? Yu Xingqing shook her head, her heart pounding. Because he sees the future of the battlefield, and sometimes us older folks are held back by our experience. As she left the meeting room, Yu Xingqing saw Pei Xingchuan waiting at the end of the corridor. Instructor. She hurried over. General, Zheng said. Focus on your preparations. Pei Xingchuan interrupted gently. The drill starts the day after tomorrow. Make sure you're fully prepared. The day before the drill, during lunch break, Yu Xingqing hurried to the Electronic Warfare Command Center, clutching a thick stack of documents. Passing the corner of the training building, she paused as she overheard a deliberately lowered voice. Did you hear? She got promoted to Assistant Chief of Staff only because of her special relationship with Instructor Pei. The sharp voice was familiar. Su Wanqing, Vice President of the third-year Student Council in the Command Department, who had always paid special attention to Pei Xingchuan. Really? I think her electronic warfare plan is pretty good. A boy hesitated to ask. Who knows if Instructor Pei is secretly helping her? Su Wanqing sneered. Haven't you noticed? Since the training trip, Instructor Pei has been especially caring for her. She even slept on his shoulder without being scolded. Anyone else would have been punished with 20 laps. I heard she slept in Instructor Pei's arms for 2 hours on the return trip, another girl added exaggeratedly. The laughter hurt Yu Xingqing's ears. She clenched her lips tightly, her hands gripping the edge of the documents until they crumpled. These distorted rumors have belittled all her efforts, claiming they are just the result of a special relationship. Xingqing? What are you doing here? Lu Yisun's voice came from behind, and she also heard the gossip. Her face changed suddenly. These gossiping women. Before Yu Xingqing could stop her, Lu Yisun rushed over.
Su Wanqing.
The exam is coming soon. As a senior student, you should focus on preparing, not spreading rumors here. Su Wanqing looked surprised to be caught off guard. She showed a moment of panic, but quickly lifted her chin. Did I say something wrong? Who doesn't know that Yu Xingqing relies on? Relies on what? Lu Yisun interrupted sharply. Relies on her winning streak against the Western team in the Starry Sky Front global competition? Relies on her quick thinking to block electronic interference during training? Or relies on intercepting your graduate team's simulated attack without you knowing? Su Wanjing was speechless, her face turning pale and then red. I can testify. Shinmachi appeared at the end of the corridor without warning, adjusting his glasses. All the data from the electronic warfare test is with me. Yu Xingqing's algorithm success rate is 97.8%, setting a school record. More students gathered around, and the gossip shifted. Seeing the situation was turning bad, Su Wanjing left quickly, muttering, "You're all blinded. Ignore her." Lu Yixin held Yu Xingqing's arm. "Jealousy makes people ugly." Yu Xingqing forced a smile. Those malicious words felt like a thorn deep in her heart. She wasn't afraid of competition or challenges. What she couldn't stand was her efforts being misunderstood, and she didn't want Pei Xingchuan's reputation to be harmed. "Stay strong." Lu Yixin shook her gently. "Tomorrow is the exam. Show those gossipers your real skills." Shinmachi also came over and handed her a USB drive. "This is the latest optimized firewall module. It should come in handy." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, suppressing the sour feeling in her chest. "Thank you. I won't let this affect me." Although she said that, throughout the afternoon, Su Wanjing's words kept echoing in her mind. Yu Xingqing forced herself to focus on the data analysis, but her efficiency was noticeably lower than usual. At 6 p.m., after the tactical meeting at the Blue Army Command Center, everyone else went to the cafeteria to eat. Yu Xingqing stayed behind at the Electronic Warfare Center to continue debugging the system. The empty room was only filled with the hum of servers running. "Commander Yu, aren't you going to eat?" Suddenly, General Zheng's voice came from behind, startling Yu Xingqing so much she almost jumped out of her chair. Reporting to the commander. "I want to check the system for vulnerabilities again." She hurriedly stood up and saluted. General Zheng waved her to sit down and pulled over a chair himself. "I heard there were some unpleasant moments today." Yu Xingqing's heart tightened. How did the news reach the general? "It's just some small disagreements. They won't affect our work," she answered softly. General Zheng looked at her meaningfully. "You know, 10 years ago, when I promoted Pei Xingchuan to tactical instructor, many people talked behind my back." Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise. "At that time, he had just graduated from military school, even younger than you now." General Zheng smiled. "Some said he relied on his family background. Others said I was biased." "Do you know how he responded?" Yu Xingqing shook her head. "He shut everyone up with a perfect victory in a drill." General Zheng stood up, patted her shoulder, and said, "The battlefield is always the best proof for soldiers." After the general left, Yu Xingqing sat quietly for a long time, feeling the tension in her chest gradually ease. She refocused on her work, her fingers flying over the keyboard as lines of code poured out smoothly. She didn't notice how much time passed until she heard light footsteps approaching. Yu Xingqing didn't look up. "Yixin, I've finished processing the data. You can go back and rest now." "It's me." The familiar, deep voice made Yu Xingqing suddenly lift her head. Pei Xingchuan was standing at the door, holding a thermos box. "Coach." She quickly stood up, accidentally hitting her knee on the desk corner and gasping in pain. Pei Xingchuan frowned, walked over, and set down the thermos. "Eat." She carefully opened the box. Inside was steaming braised beef rice, accompanied by a few refreshing side dishes, all her favorites. "Thank you, instructor," she whispered softly, suddenly afraid to lift her head, worried that he might see her reddened eyes. Pei Xingchuan did not leave. Instead, he pulled over a chair and sat beside her, opening his laptop. "Keep working." Yu Xingqing secretly glanced at him. Under the blue glow of the screen, Pei Xingchuan's side profile looked very clear, and he seemed completely unaffected by rumors. She lowered her head and took a few bites of food, then gathered her courage. "Instructor, have you heard those rumors?" The keyboard paused for a second before continuing to click. "It doesn't matter, but..." Yu Xingqing clenched her chopsticks. "They say you favor me, and that might affect your reputation." "Yu Xingqing." Pei Xingchuan turned his head, his gaze sharp. "Do you think you got this position because of something else?" She opened her mouth. My ability? That's enough. Pei Xingchuan looked back at his screen. A soldier's value is judged by their performance on the battlefield, not by rumors. This sentence was like a key, unlocking the chains in Yu Xingqing's heart. She straightened her back, finished the remaining food quickly, and fully focused on system debugging.
Time passed second by second.
The clock in the command center pointed to 1 a.m. Yu Xingqing rubbed her tired eyes and saw that Pei Xingchuan was still sitting there, carefully reviewing the deployment plans submitted by various units. Instructor, aren't you going to rest? She asked softly. Are you planning to stay up all night? Pei Xingchuan replied. She nodded. I want to make sure everything is perfect. Pei Xingchuan didn't say anything. He got up and went to the storage cabinet, took out a military blanket, and handed it to her. It will get cold later. Yu Xingqing caught the blanket. It was dark blue, with Pei Xingchuan's initials embroidered in the corner, clearly his personal belonging. Then I have a coat. Pei Xingchuan sat back down. Wake me up in 3 hours. We'll do the final simulation. Yu Xingqing gently draped the blanket over her shoulders. It still carried a faint pine scent, like being embraced in a safe harbor. She quietly took a deep breath and continued to immerse herself in the world of code. At 3 a.m, Yu Xingqing finally finished all the system's stress tests. She stretched lazily and turned to look at Pei Xingchuan, the instructor leaning back in his chair, eyes slightly closed, breathing even, as if he was asleep. This was the first time Yu Xingqing had a chance to look at him so closely and without restraint. His usually furrowed brows were relaxed now, making him look a bit fragile. She hesitated whether to wake him up, but eventually quietly got up to make 2 cups of coffee. Just then, Pei Xingchuan suddenly spoke. Finished, Yu Xingqing was startled.
You
weren't sleeping. Just close my eyes for a moment. Pei Xingchuan rubbed his temples, took the coffee from Yu Xingqing, and they stood in front of the large map in the command center, doing the final tactical planning. The main attack from the Red Army should be through the northern valley. Yu Xingqing pointed at the map. The terrain is open here, good for armored units. Pei Xingchuan nodded. But they don't know we've set up fiber optic vibration sensors here. I've connected the sensor network to the early warning system. Yu Xingqing pulled up a screen. Any heavy equipment passing by will trigger a level 3 alarm. Good. Pei Xingchuan rarely praised. But Commander Zhao is clever. He might fake a main attack from the north and secretly infiltrate from the southern jungle. Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. Pretend to attack from the north, but actually sneak in from the south. Pei Xingchuan's lips curved slightly. That's a big improvement. They discussed like this, and before they knew it, the sky outside was beginning to lighten. Final check on communication encryption. Pei Xingchuan closed his laptop. Yu Xingqing quickly typed a few lines of code. Quantum encryption channel established, theoretically unbreakable. Oridically, Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. Yu Xingqing smiled slyly. Actually, I've hidden a trap program inside. Any attempt to crack it will backfire and attack the attacker system. Pei Xingchuan paused, then shook his head. You're more what? Yu Xingqing asked curiously. More like a warrior. Pei Xingchuan stood up. Rest for 2 hours. Be ready to assemble at 8. He walked to the door and suddenly stopped. Yu Xingqing. Here. Remember, Pei Xingchuan did not look back, but his voice was very clear. I chose you only because you are the most suitable person. The door closed, and Yu Xingqing stood still. She tightened the blanket on her shoulders and couldn't help but smile slightly. At 6 a.m, a loud alarm sounded across the campus of the Eastern Summer National Defense University. The Iron Shield exercise officially began. Yu Xingqing stood in front of the big screen at the Blue Army Command Center, her new aide badge shining under the lights. Inside the command center, people moved around quickly, and officers prepared for battle nervously. Report. The electronic warfare team is in position. Report. The reconnaissance company has completed covert deployment. Report. The Air Defense Missile Battalion is in combat readiness. These reports came through encrypted channels. Yu Xingqing calmly confirmed each one. Everyone attention. The pre-battle meeting will start in 5 minutes. General Zheng's voice came over the internal line. Commander Yu, are you ready? Yu Xingqing took a deep breath. Ready at any time, sir. The conference room was full of Blue Army commanders. When Yu Xingqing entered behind General Zheng, she felt sharp eyes on her, especially from the graduate student delegation. Qin Yu sat there, with a faint, cold smile on his face. "Comrades," General Zheng said directly, "according to the latest intelligence, the Red Army will launch their first attack in 2 hours. Our task is to hold the line for 72 hours. Now, each unit will report their preparations." When it was the electronic warfare team's turn, Yu Xingqing stood up and clearly explained her design defense system. Halfway through, Qin Yu suddenly raised his hand to interrupt. "Report. I doubt the practicality of this system." He looked around. A second-year student system, can it really withstand veterans like Colonel Zhao? There was a stir in the room. Yu Xingqing's fingers tightened slightly, but she kept her expression normal. "Senior Qin, the system has been fully tested by Instructor Pei and the Electronic Warfare Research Department." "Just theory," Qin Yu sneered. "In real battle, the enemy won't follow the test script." "Qin Yu," General Zheng frowned. "Watch your words. I am only responsible for the exercise." Qin Yu shrugged and asked, "If a complete failure happens because of someone's immature plan, who will take responsibility?" The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly became tense. Yu Xingqing felt everyone's eyes on her, some suspicious, some scrutinizing, and a few watching with interest. At that moment, the door to the meeting room was pushed open. Pei Xingchuan strode in confidently and directly stood beside Yu Xingqing. "I take responsibility." These 3 words were spoken firmly. Qin Yu's expression froze. "Instructor Pei, you mean?" "Yu's plan was personally approved by me," Pei Xingchuan said sharply, scanning everyone present. "Anyone who disagrees is questioning my professional judgment." The room fell silent. Even General Zheng raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by Pei Xingchuan's assertiveness. "Continue your report," Pei Xingchuan whispered to Yu Xingqing so only she could hear. "Ignore the gossip. Follow your plan." This was like a boost of confidence. Yu Xingqing straightened her back and fully presented her tactical idea. "That's so, I will set up 3 fake command centers, each releasing different false information to confuse the Red Army scouts." She clicked on the screen to show a simulation map. The real command center remained silent, only communicating with the units through quantum-encrypted channels. The plan caused a low murmur of discussion. Most people looked surprised. Such a complex electronic deception tactic was beyond the usual students' skills. "Interesting." General Zheng stroked his chin. "But the Red Army has Commander Zhao in charge. He's not easy to fool." Yu Xingqing smiled slightly. "So, we need to equip each fake command center with a bait. Make them look real enough to lure the Red Army's scouts." After the meeting, Pei Xingchuan called Yu Xingqing aside. 3 fake command centers will use a lot of resources. It's worth the risk," Yu Xingqing said firmly. "As long as it confuses the Red Army staff." Pei Xingchuan looked at her deeply. "You're more daring than I thought. It's not gambling, it's calculation." Yu Xingqing pulled up a set of data. According to Major Zhao's records from the last 30 drills, he takes an average of 2.7 hours to make a decision when faced with uncertain information. If we can delay him 3 times, we can gain an 8-hour strategic window. Pei Xingchuan responded, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "Then let's do it." Over the next 2 hours, Yu Xingqing worked efficiently, like a precise machine. She directed the electronic warfare team to set up 3 hidden command posts, each equipped with holographic projectors and signal simulators, even arranging actors to play the roles of commanders entering and leaving. Point A releases a signal indicating Blue Army is preparing to counterattack. Point B simulates a collapse of the defense line, and Point C, Yu Xingqing quickly coordinated through the communicator. "Remember, each point must have subtle flaws. Being too perfect will seem fake." Shan Emo-chi quickly typed on his keyboard. Quantum encryption channels are established. The real command center's signals are completely hidden. Liu Exian was responsible for coordinating the actors' lines. "Be careful. You are now panic staff officers. Don't overact." When everything was ready, the first wave of Red Army reconnaissance planes appeared on the radar. Yu Xingqing sat in the real command center, observing the 3 fake command posts through hidden cameras. "Fish has taken the bait," she whispered, watching the Red Army reconnaissance planes split into 3 groups heading toward different targets. The subsequent developments went exactly as Yu Xingqing planned. 3 Red Army reconnaissance teams returned with very different intelligence. North Command reports that the Blue Army is gathering armored units. West Side reports that the Blue Army commander is burning documents, seemingly preparing to retreat. East Side intercepted communications indicating the Blue Army plans to launch a surprise attack at midnight. Inside the Red Army staff, Major Zhao stared at the 3 conflicting reports, frowning. This doesn't add up. What is that old fox up to? Could it be a trap? One staff officer asked cautiously. Have all 3 directions been confirmed on the ground? Major Zhao asked further.
Yes.
We've seen the command vehicles and officers, and even captured some operational plans. Major Zhao slammed his fist on the table. Damn it! Which one is real? Meanwhile, in the true command center of the Blue Army, Yu Xingqing and a few corps members sat around a tactical screen, eating hot pot. Infrared imaging shows the Red Army staff headquarters is brightly lit. Shinmok chewed on a slice of beef and mumbled. They've been arguing for almost 2 hours. Louis Xian almost spat out his drink and said with a smile, 3 fake reports, 3 different plans. Enough to keep them busy for a while. Yu Xingqing sipped her hot soup but kept her eyes on the surveillance screen. Pei Xingchuan sat beside her, holding a bowl of noodles. Have you used this trick before? He suddenly asked. Yu Xingqing nodded. In the game, but this is the first time in real life. That's a good idea, Pei Xingchuan gave a brief comment. But Commander Zhao won't be fooled forever. I know, Yu Xingqing pulled up the timetable. According to plan, it will take them at least 3 more hours to figure it out. By then, our ambush troops will be in position. Just then an alarm suddenly sounded. Report. An armored unit of the Red Army is moving toward Point C. Yu Xingqing immediately put down her bowl and switched to the real-time battlefield view. They've fallen for it. They chose to first deal with the most dangerous eastern flank attack threat. She quickly issued a series of commands. Notify the actors at Point C to evacuate as planned. Activate the preset electromagnetic interference. Also, order the 7th Mobile Company to ambush in G7 area, cutting off their retreat after the armored unit passes. The command center became busy instantly, with various instructions transmitted rapidly through encrypted channels. Yu Xingqing stood in front of the 3D sand table, a small flag in her hand moving constantly, like a master controlling the overall game. Pei Xingchuan stood half a step behind her, his gaze shifting between the sand table and her profile. Report. The Red Army armored unit has entered the ambush zone. Report. Electromagnetic interference successfully blocked their communications. Report. The 7th Company has completed the encirclement. The good news came one after another, and a restrained cheer rose in the command center. However, Yu Xingqing did not relax. Notify the troops to carry out elimination according to the exercise rules. Remember to leave a few survivors. We need them to bring back more fake intelligence. This tactic proved effective. After the Red Army soldiers were eliminated and returned to their base, they brought back even more chaotic information. Blue Army used new electronic warfare equipment. Their command post is not on the east side at all. I see their staff moving north. The Red Army staff was completely thrown into chaos. Commander Xiao had to delay the original main attack plan and sent more reconnaissance units to verify the intelligence. Yu Xingqing got what she wanted, time. As night fell, the Blue Army had successfully gained 4 precious hours. All ambush units were in position. The air defense network was upgraded, and even the reserve troops had been fully rested. First phase target achieved. Yu Xingqing rubbed her sore shoulders and reported to General Zheng. The Red Army has lost at least 12% of their mobile forces, and their command system is in disarray. General Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Well done. But the real test is still ahead. Commander Zhao is no pushover. Sure enough, just after midnight, the Red Army suddenly changed tactics. They no longer split their forces for reconnaissance but concentrated fire on 3 fake command posts simultaneously. They've seen through our trick. Yu Xingqing stared at the rapidly disappearing fake target signals on the screen but remained calm. Activate Plan B. She pressed several buttons, releasing a series of carefully designed electronic signals. Report. The The Red Army's electronic warfare units are tracking our leak signals. Report. They've sent special teams, apparently heading for this coordinate. A slight smile appeared on Yu Xingqing's face.
Good.
Let them come. She turned to Pei Xingchuan. Instructor, is the gift ready? Pei Xingchuan nodded and picked up the communicator. Anvil, team, proceed as planned. The so-called gift was a command node that Yu Xingqing appeared to have carelessly left behind, but in fact, it was a deadly trap filled with sensors. When the Red Army's special team carefully infiltrated the target building, they faced the well-prepared elite Blue Army forces waiting for them. Report. The Red Army's special team has all been captured. Excited voices came from the communicator, including their leader. The command center erupted in cheers again. Even General Zheng couldn't help but pat Yu Xingqing on the shoulder. Kid, you've got some skills. Yu Xingqing smiled shyly, but her eyes unconsciously searched for Pei Xingchuan's figure. The instructor stood in the shadowy corner and nodded slightly at her. At 3 a.m, while most people were resting, Yu Xingqing remained at the command desk, analyzing the latest battlefield data. Pei Xingchuan appeared behind her unexpectedly and handed her a hot cup of coffee. Take a break for a while. We have a tough fight tomorrow. Yu Xingqing took the coffee, feeling the warmth pass through the cup to her fingertips. Instructor. Am I doing okay? Pei Xingchuan paused for a moment. Commander Zhao just requested a tactical pause. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. During drills, only one side would ask for such a pause if they believed the situation was completely beyond expectations. He admits he underestimated you. Pei Xingchuan's voice carried a faint hint of pride. Now, go get 2 hours of sleep. That's an order. Yu Xingqing obediently stood up but accidentally tripped as she turned around. Pei Xingchuan quickly caught her shoulder, and they were so close she could feel each other's breath. Be careful, he whispered softly, his hand's warmth passing through his combat uniform. Yu Xingqing's face flushed red. She stammered a thank you and hurried away. A few steps later, she couldn't help but look back. Pei Xingchuan was still standing there, watching her leave. The corridor light cast his shadow very long, stretching all the way to her feet. At 5 a.m, Yu Xingqing was awakened by urgent alarm sounds. Report. The main force of the Red Army has broken through the northern defenses. The frontline observer's voice crackled through the communicator. At least 2 armored companies are advancing toward G3. Yu Xingqing jolted awake and quickly rushed to the tactical screen. G3 was an open area. If occupied by the Red Army's armored units, it would threaten the core positions of the Blue Army directly. Where are our anti-tank units? She quickly pulled up the troop deployment map. Being suppressed by electronic interference from the Red Army, communications are cut off. The technical officer's forehead was sweating. They used new jamming devices. Our usual countermeasures are ineffective. The atmosphere in the command center grew tense. General Zheng hurried over, frowning. We must stop their advance at G3, or the entire defense line will collapse. Yu Xingqing stared at the terrain map, her mind racing rapidly. The G3 area is low-lying. If we can create a swamp environment there, it will greatly limit the mobility of armored units. Weather interference device. She suddenly looked up. Can we request to use the latest system developed by the Academy? General Zhang was surprised. Theoretically, all non-lethal equipment can be used during exercises, but that system is still in testing. It's worth a try. A deep voice came from the door. Pei Xingchuan strode in, dressed in a neat military uniform, looking like he hadn't slept all night. I've contacted the technical team. The device can be activated at any time. Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. If we can create a localized rainstorm, the terrain in G3 will become a nightmare for the armored units. Pei Xingchuan finished her sentence with a slight smile. The request has been approved. 10 minutes later, Yu Xingqing stood in front of the weather control console, fingers flying over the keyboard. Shen Emochi assisted beside her, quickly entering various parameters. Lock the rainfall to G3 area, duration. Yu Xingqing bit her lip. 30 minutes should be enough. What about the rainfall intensity? Shen Emochi pushed up his glasses. Test data shows it can reach heavy rain levels. Yu Xingqing glanced at the live monitor. Red Army tanks had already reached the edge of G3. Let's give them a good soaking. As the command was issued, 3 drones equipped with special devices took off, releasing catalysts at the designated altitude. In less than 10 minutes, dark clouds gathered over G3 and heavy rain poured down. On the monitor, the Red Army tank units initially paid no attention to the sudden rain, continuing to advance. But as the rain intensified, water quickly accumulated in the low-lying areas. The tracks of heavy tanks began to slip, and some even sank into the suddenly soft mud. Report. More than half of the leading Red Army tanks are stuck in the mud. Report. The following units are forced to reroute into our preset minefield. Report. Red Army engineers are attempting rescue, but the heavy rain has caused extremely low visibility. Good news kept coming, and the command center erupted in cheers. However, Yu Xingqing kept her eyes on the screen, not daring to relax. Notify the 5th Mobile Company. Take advantage of the chaos to flank and encircle them. Remember to follow the exercise rules for mark and destroy. Meanwhile, the Red Army commander in Area G3, Qin Yu, was furious inside the armored command vehicle. Is this also part of the exercise? Whether weapons are out now, the rules allow it within the permitted range, came a calm reply from headquarters over the communicator. Blue Force used the latest weather interference device developed by the Academy, which complies with Exercise Rule 17, Clause 3. Qin Yu slammed his fist on the control panel. Yu Xingqing. That girl again. The heavy rain lasted for 35 minutes. When the drones stopped working, the Red Army had lost over 40% of their armored units in Area G3. The remaining troops had to retreat to regroup. Blue Force took the chance to strengthen the northern defense line and successfully rescued the anti-tank team that had been cut off earlier. Well done. General Zheng patted Yu Xingqing on the shoulder. Now Commander Zhao will have a headache. Yu Xingqing shyly smiled, but her eyes unconsciously searched for Pei Xingchuan. The instructor stood in front of the tactical board, discussing something with a few staff officers. Sensing her gaze, he nodded slightly. She looked away and focused again on analyzing the battle. At noon, the Red Army changed tactics and began infiltrating the Blue Force's defenses with small, elite units. One reconnaissance team successfully sneaked into the logistics supply area and intercepted an important piece of intelligence. Blue Force would be transporting a batch of critical supplies to the western outpost in the afternoon. Has the intelligence been verified? In the Red Army staff room, Commander Zhao asked cautiously. Absolutely confirmed, the scout excitedly reported. We overheard communications from the logistics department and even took photos of the supplies being loaded. Commander Zhao narrowed his eyes. Notify the special forces. Prepare to intercept. If it's really important supplies, it could change the course of the battle. At this moment, Yu Xingqing was in the command center, secretly talking with the mess hall chief. Is everything ready? She asked softly, her eyes shining brightly. Yu Xingqing nodded with satisfaction and turned to the communications officer. Notify the transport team to depart as planned. Remember, they should look nervous, but not too exaggerated. At 3 p.m., a convoy of 5 trucks slowly headed toward the western outpost. As the convoy entered the canyon area, suddenly gunfire erupted. Red Army Special Forces launched an ambush. Don't move. According to the drill rules, you are now captured. Qin Yu led the team himself, proudly jumping onto the lead truck. Hand over the important supplies. The soldiers of the transport team raised their hands in cooperation, looking disappointed. Qin Yu couldn't wait and lifted the truck's cover, but froze in surprise. Inside, all the compartments were neatly filled with military lunchboxes. What is this stuff? He grabbed one and opened it. It was empty, with only a note stuck on the lid. Hungry? Surrender and get a meal. Hurrah! The Blue Army soldiers couldn't hold back any longer, laughing loudly. Senior Qin, our mess team, is really good at cooking. Want to consider switching teams? Qin Yu's face turned from red to green, then black, and finally he angrily threw the lunchbox to the ground. Yu Xingqing, you're playing me. This scene was fully recorded by hidden cameras and transmitted in real time to the Blue Army Command Center. Everyone in the command was laughing happily. Even the usually serious General Zheng was patting his thigh and shouting, "Brilliant!" Pei Xingchuan stood behind Yu Xingcheng and whispered, using psychological tactics too. Yu Xingcheng's ears turned red as he explained softly. Senior Qin was too impatient. If he had observed a bit longer, he would have realized this transport team was made up entirely of mess hall staff. Well done. Pei Xingchuan's voice carried a faint smile. Commander Zhao is probably scolding his reconnaissance team right now. Indeed, chaos reigned inside the Red Army staff headquarters. Commander Zhao, with a grim face, scolded the reconnaissance soldiers. 200 lunchboxes and you can't tell them apart? Are you all just good-for-nothings? But they disguised themselves so well. The reconnaissance soldiers argued sadly. Even the communication codes are real. Nonsense. That was deliberately set up for you to intercept. Commander Zhao shook his head in frustration. This Yu Xingcheng. He's quite something. As night fell, the exercise entered its second night. The Red Army suffered losses during several daytime attacks, and their morale was clearly low. The Blue Army took the opportunity to strengthen their defenses and sent small units to harass the Red Army's rear. Yu Xingcheng stood in front of the three-dimensional battlefield model, carefully analyzing the latest battle report. Hours of intense focus caused a dull pain in her temples, but she dared not relax for a moment. Drink something. A cup of hot cocoa suddenly appeared before her. Yu Xingcheng looked up and met Pei Xingchuan's gaze. Thank you, instructor. She took the cup with both hands, feeling the warmth pass through the ceramic to her fingertips. Pei Xingchuan sat beside her and pointed to the western part of the model. There is a gap in the Red Army's defenses here. Yu Xingcheng leaned in to observe, a strand of hair accidentally brushing Pei Xingchuan's shoulder. She quickly tucked her hair behind her ear and forced herself to focus on tactical analysis. Are you suggesting we could send special forces to infiltrate from here? Yes. Pei Xingchuan's voice was softer than usual. But the risk is high. If we are discovered, it would mean total defeat. Yu Xingcheng responded, her brow furrowing slightly.
Unless
we create a diversion elsewhere to draw their attention. Pei Xingchuan nodded. Exactly. They continued to discuss the plan, while others in the command center wisely refrained from interrupting, occasionally exchanging meaningful glances. Commander Yu, General Zheng suddenly approached with a smile. Any clever ideas? The Red Army now considers you their biggest threat. Yu Xingcheng smiled shyly. Actually, I have an idea, but I need the instructor's cooperation. She whispered her plan. After hearing it, General Zheng burst into laughter. Great. Let's do it. And let Commander Zhao experience being outsmarted too. At midnight, the Red Army's forward observation post suddenly spotted a familiar figure, Pei Xingchuan leading a team, sneaking toward the eastern defense line. Report. We've spotted a Blue Army Special Forces team, led personally by Pei Xingchuan. Report. They seem to be scouting our artillery positions. The news reached the Red Army's command, and Commander Zhao immediately became alert. Pei Xingchuan personally leading troops? There must be a big move. Send an armored company to intercept them. Just as the main Red Army force was moved to the east, the true special unit of the Blue Army quietly infiltrated from the west and successfully destroyed the Red Army's logistics supply center. According to the rules of the exercise, this meant the Red Army would not receive any supplies for the next 12 hours. When Commander Zhao realized he had been tricked, it was already too late. He looked at the battle report and shook his head with a bitter smile, feigning attack in one direction while attacking from another. Was that Yu Xingcheng's idea again? Report. We intercepted Blue Army communications. The operation code is... The signal officer hesitated, looking strange. Hungry Wolf Legend. The command vehicle fell silent. After a moment, Commander Zhao suddenly burst into laughter. Good one, Yu Xingcheng. Send the order. Everyone rest for 4 hours. Tomorrow, we'll have fun with this girl. By the third day of the exercise, the balance of victory was beginning to tilt toward the Blue Army. But Yu Xingcheng knew the hardest test was still ahead. Veteran commanders like Zhao would never give up easily. At 6 a.m, Yu Xingcheng stood in front of the Electronic Warfare Command Station, her eyes bloodshot but shining brightly. On the third day, The Red Army had clearly adjusted its tactics, starting to steadily strengthen its defenses. Although the Blue Army still held the advantage, the situation was gradually becoming a stalemate. "How many drones are left?" she suddenly asked. The technical officer quickly retrieved the data. "There are 328 mini reconnaissance drones, 216 attack drones, and 40 special interference drones remaining." Yu Xingqing bit her lip and pulled up the game interface of Starry Frontline. This action made the surrounding officers look at each other in surprise. The screen displayed a complex formation of drone squads labeled Stardust Tactics. "Shunmok," she asked without looking up, "can you program this formation into our control system?" Shunmok pushed up his glasses, looked at it, and said, "In theory, yes. But we need to adjust the parameters to fit the real environment. 2 hours. That's all." Yu Xingqing turned to Lu Yisin. "Notify the logistics department. I want all drones fully charged and on standby, including those still being repaired." Lu Yisin's eyes widened. "All of them? That's nearly 600 drones. It's about quantity." Yu Xingqing's eyes sparkled with a clever glint. "Let the Red Army's air defense system be overwhelmed." After the order was given, there was much discussion in the command center. An artillery officer couldn't help but question, "Commander Yu deploying so many drones at once. What if they get intercepted?" "It's meant to be intercepted," Yu Xingqing replied. She pulled up the Red Army's air defense deployment map. Based on data from a few days ago, their radar takes about 1.2 seconds to lock onto a target. If 500 targets appear at the same time, Pei Xingchuan suddenly stood behind her. "Saturation attack," Yu Xingqing nodded. In the game Starry Frontier, this move is called Stardust, using many cheap units to wear down the enemy's high-level defenses. "Game tactics," the artillery officer muttered quietly, but was silenced by Pei Xingchuan's stern look. "If it works, it's a good tactic," Pei Xingchuan said quietly, enough to quiet the entire command center. "Continue with your plan." With the instructor's support, Yu Xingqing grew more confident and refined her strategy. She divided the drones into 3 waves, each with different flight paths and attack modes, just like controlling a fleet in a game with precision. At 9 a.m., the first wave of drones took off. These were modified reconnaissance drones equipped with simple electromagnetic interference devices. Their task was not to attack, but to create chaos. "Report. The Red Army radar has detected our drone swarm." "Report. They've activated their air defense system." Yu Xingqing watched the screen closely, seeing the green dots representing drones and the red dots of Red Army air defenses begin to cross. As expected, the Red Army's anti-aircraft guns and missile systems quickly locked onto targets, shooting down several drones. But there were too many drones. Before the first wave was cleared, the second wave arrived. This time, the drones were true attack units, equipped with laser simulation devices, targeting Red Army communication nodes and radar stations. "Report. The northwest radar station of the Red Army has been destroyed." "Report. They are mobilizing reserve air defense units." Inside the Red Army command vehicle, Chinyu stared at the radar screen with a grim face. "Damn it! Who's running this exercise with drones like this? There's no rule against it." A staff officer whispered a reminder. "I know." Chinyu slammed his fist on the console. "But this is just too game-like." While the Red Army was busy dealing with the drone swarm, Yu Xingqing sent out the third wave, 40 specialized jamming drones heading straight for the Red Army's command center. These drones carried no weapons but emitted signals across all frequencies, causing the Red Army's communication system to temporarily shut down. "Report. The Red Army command system has lost contact for 3 minutes." "Report. They are urgently switching to backup channels." Yu Xingqing seized this valuable 3-minute window and quickly issued a series of commands. "Order the 3rd and 7th mobile units to advance toward Area B7. Electronic warfare teams to fully suppress Red Army communications and restore contact." Taking advantage of the Red Army's confusion, the Blue Army forces successfully captured 2 key positions. By the time the Red Army cleared all the drones and regained communication, their front line had moved back nearly 2 kilometers. "Drone losses are at 87%, the technical officer reported, but they successfully distracted 60% of the Red Army's air defenses and created a breakthrough opportunity for our ground troops." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath. Pei Xingchuan handed her a bottle of water and commented, "This stardust tactic worked well." She sipped her water and suddenly had an idea. "Instructor, I want to send Senior Qin a gift." Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. "Oh," Yu Xingqing smiled slyly. "An irresistible lure he can't refuse." At noon, an accidental communication from the Blue Army was intercepted by the Red Army. "Is the information verified?" In the Red Army staff room, Colonel Zhao asked cautiously. "Absolutely true," the signal officer excitedly reported. "We overheard the Blue Army staff arguing. Yu Xingqing insists on attacking the south, but General Zheng disagrees. They almost had a fight." Qin Yu studied the captured plan carefully. "It looks real. But that girl Yu Xingqing is tricky. This time it's different."
Colonel Zhao squinted.
"As far as I know, Zheng Yu and Pei Xingchuan prefer cautious tactics. That Yu Xingqing. She's young and likes to take risks." In the end, the Red Army decided to concentrate their main forces to defend the east, even pulling some elite units from other lines. All of this was observed by the Blue Army reconnaissance team. "The fish has taken the bait." Yu Xingqing watched the real-time footage of the Red Army's movements, a slight smile on her face. "This is a typical decoy tactic." Pei Xingchuan whispered behind her, with admiration in his voice, pretending to reveal the true intention, but actually hiding the real attack direction. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise. "Does the instructor know this term?" "One of the advanced tactics in the Starry Front," Pei Xingchuan explained rarely. "I have studied it. We will launch the feint attack at exactly 2 o'clock. At exactly 2 p.m., the blue team indeed launched an attack on the eastern front of the red team. Just as the red team was relieved, thinking they had guessed correctly, the main force of the blue team suddenly advanced through the almost undefended western canyon area. Report. The blue armored unit has broken through the southern defense line. Report. They are moving toward N9 high ground." The Red Army's command was in chaos. Commander Zhao stared at the battle report and suddenly burst into laughter. "What a Yu Xingqing! Even I was fooled." Qin Yu was furious. "Immediately send the armored battalion to reinforce. We must not let N9 high ground fall." But it was too late. The special forces of the blue team had already taken N9 high ground, a strategic point overlooking the entire exercise area. According to the rules, the occupying side gains a significant advantage in firepower and reconnaissance. Report. N9 high ground is under our control. Report. The Red Army's counterattack units are being intercepted by our artillery fire. Good news came, and the Blue Command Center was filled with joy. However, Yu Xingqing kept staring at the battlefield map, not daring to relax for a moment. "Notify the N9 defenders to prepare for the Red Army's fierce counterattack." Sure enough, the Red Army organized 3 waves of strong attacks at all costs to retake the high ground. But the blue team, with the advantage of terrain, easily repelled all attacks and eliminated nearly 30% of the Red Army's mobile forces. In the evening, the command announced that since the blue team had achieved the 72-hour defensive goal set for the exercise and successfully gained strategic initiative, the Iron Shield exercise was concluded early, and the blue team was declared the winner. The command center erupted in deafening cheers. Officers and trainees hugged and high-fived each other, celebrating this hard-won victory. Yu Xingqing stood still, seemingly still overwhelmed by the tension, until Lu Yisin suddenly embraced her. "We won. Xingqing, you were amazing." Shinmachi also rarely smiled. "Drone tactics will become a textbook example." Yu Xingqing finally woke up as if from a dream, and a small smile appeared on her lips. At the celebration banquet, Yu Xingqing was pushed onto the stage. General Zheng personally pinned a gold medal, symbolizing her as the MVP of the exercise, on her chest. The audience erupted in long-lasting applause. "Yu Xingqing has proven herself with her skills," General Zheng said into the microphone, "and she also shows that modern warfare needs new ideas and new tactics." Yu Xingqing shyly lowered her head, her fingers unconsciously twisting together. When asked where her wild tactical ideas came from, she softly replied, "From Starry Frontline. Many tactics are adapted from the game." A kind laugh broke out from the crowd. Even the usually serious commander, Zhao shook his head with a smile. It seems even as old folks need to try playing games. Halfway through the banquet, Yu Xingqing quietly slipped onto the balcony for some fresh air. 3 days of intense exercises had exhausted her, and now she just needed a moment of peace. Why are you hiding here? Pei Xingchuan appeared beside her without warning. Coach, Yu Xingqing greeted softly. I'm just a little tired. Pei Xingchuan didn't reply, only handed her a cup of hot tea. They stood side by side in silence, gazing at the distant night. Suddenly, Pei Xingchuan spoke. You performed very well in this exercise. She looked up. It's all because of your good guidance. No, Pei Xingchuan shook his head. It's your own talent and effort. He paused, his voice unusually gentle. I'm proud of you. Tears suddenly welled up in Yu Xingqing's eyes. All the ups and downs of these months, the sleepless nights, the frustration of being doubted, the joy of breaking through oneself. All of it now felt meaningful. Thank you for giving me the chance to prove myself, she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Pei Xingchuan turned to face her. This is just the beginning, Yu Xingqing. The morning after the exercise ended, the Tactical Analysis Center at the Eastern Summer National Defense University was packed. Not only did all the participating students attend, but many instructors and students who were not involved in the drill also squeezed in. Yu Xingqing sat in the front row, her hands neatly resting on her knees, but her fingertips nervously clenched together. Behind her, whispers kept spreading. That's her. The second-year student who defeated Commander Zhao with game tactics. I heard Instructor Pei personally recommended her to be the assistant to the operations officer. Senior Qin's face turned green with anger. These comments made Yu Xingqing feel her ears burn. She lowered her head, pretending to organize her notebook, until familiar footsteps approached, the steady stride of Pei Xingchuan walking onto the stage. The room immediately fell silent. Let's start the exercise review. Without any small talk, Pei Xingchuan directly played the holographic projection of the first day of the drill, saying, Blue Team's first tactical highlight, the Virtual Command Center. His voice was calm and clear, analyzing Yu Xingqing's design ideas thoroughly. The projection switched to a chaotic scene at the Red Army's staff headquarters, where Commander Zhao was frowning at 3 conflicting reports, causing a ripple of quiet laughter. Pei Xingchuan continued, this kind of psychological tactic is also effective in real combat. In 1943, in North Africa, the British used similar methods to confuse Rommel. Second highlight, weather weapon application. Pei Xingchuan brought up a scene of heavy rain in Area G3, saying, this is a new technology developed by the Academy, but Yu's innovation was to combine it with the terrain. Qin Yu sat nearby, frowning as he took notes, his pen carving deep marks on the paper. When Pei Xingchuan played the trap set by the mess hall's important supplies, the audience burst into laughter, but Qin Yu's face grew even more grim. Classic psychological tactic, Pei Xingchuan's lips curled slightly, using the opponent's eagerness to win against them. During World War II, the Allies also used fake intelligence to trick the Germans into wasting troops protecting a non-existent, important target. During the break, Yu Xingqing was surrounded by students from all sides. Lower-year students eagerly asked about tactical details, while senior students curiously inquired about the sources of her inspiration. Xingqing, that drone swarm formation was so cool, an electronic warfare student excitedly said, Can you teach us? Yu Xingqing shyly nodded and said, Actually, I adapted it from the swarm tactics in Starry Sky Battlefront. I can share the details with everyone. Game tactics? A graduate student raised an eyebrow in surprise. I thought it was from some military expert's paper. Games and real combat are closely related. Pei Xingchuan's voice came from behind the crowd. The students immediately made way. Modern warfare relies more and more on technology and creative thinking. He approached Yu Xingqing and handed her a document. The dean wants to see you. Come at 3 this afternoon, bring this. Yu Xingqing took the document with both hands and saw it was a tactical flowchart she designed, with Pei Xingchuan's handwritten comments and notes on it. Thank you. Thank you, instructor. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly and turned to leave. Liu Yixian immediately came over, making a funny face.
Wow.
Instructor Pei personally wrote comments for you. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red as she hurriedly put the file into her folder. It's just normal work procedures. At 2:50 p.m., Yu Xingqing stood outside the dean's office corridor. You're early. A deep voice came from behind. Yu Xingqing turned around and saw Pei Xingchuan walking toward her. Director Li appreciates innovative thinking. Are you here to see the dean too, instructor? I have a meeting in the next conference room. Pei Xingchuan pointed to the other end of the corridor with a faint smile. Just passing by. Suddenly, the office door opened and the secretary came out. Student Yu Xingqing? The dean is waiting for you. Please sit. Director Li pointed to the chair opposite. I heard you defeated old Zhao with game tactics. Yu Xingqing sat nervously, placing her hands on her knees. Report. Report to the dean. I was just lucky. Lucky? Director Li smiled and picked up the tactical flowchart on the desk. Pei Xingchuan wouldn't write such detailed comments just because of luck. He carefully examined the document, nodding now and then. Weather weapons combined with terrain analysis, drone swarms saturating attacks, false intelligence luring the enemy. Very creative ideas. Yu Xingqing watched the dean's expression carefully. Some tactics might be a bit unorthodox. War itself has no orthodox way. Director Li took off his reading glasses. He stood up and walked to the window. Do you know why I called you here? Yu Xingqing shook his head. The director turned around, eyes bright. I need to organize your game tactics into a report for the next military committee meeting. Yu Xingqing almost jumped out of his chair. Director, those are just game tactics. What's wrong with game tactics? Director Li laughed heartily. In exercises, if it works, it's the best tactic. The conversation lasted nearly an hour. When Yu Xingqing mentioned the shadow dancer tactic from the game, the director clapped his hands in admiration. This is exactly the core of modern electronic warfare. Creating illusions and realities makes it hard for enemies to see your true intentions. As Yu Xingqing left the director's office, his steps felt light. At the end of the corridor, Pei Xingchuan seemed to have just finished a meeting and was talking with a few instructors. Seeing Yu Xingqing come out, he briefly ended his talk and walked over. Instructor, the director asked me to write a tactical report. She whispered, her eyes shining. He said it will be discussed at the military committee meeting. Pei Xingchuan's deep eyes flashed with a smile. As expected, just then, a cold voice came from behind. Young student Yu is quite impressive. Qin Yu appeared around the corner of the corridor, wearing a fake smile. Even the director has called you multiple times. Yu Xingqing instinctively moved half a step closer to Pei Xingchuan. The instructor noticed her unease and slightly turned to form a protective stance. Qin Yu. Pei Xingchuan's voice returned to its usual stern tone. I've read your tactical report. It lacks depth. Qin Yu's face changed. Yes, instructor. I will rewrite it, especially the part about drone swarm countermeasures. Pei Xingchuan continued. Modern warfare relies more and more on such equipment. They can't be simply classified as unconventional methods. Understood. Qin Yu lowered his head. Yu Xingqing clearly saw a flicker of frustration in his eyes. After a brief silence, Pei Xingchuan looked at his watch. I have another meeting. Yu Xingqing, submit your exercise summary tomorrow. Yes, instructor. Yu Xingqing stood at attention and saluted. After Pei Xingchuan left, only Yu Xingqing and Qin Yu remained in the corridor. Don't think winning the drill makes you special. Qin Yu lowered his voice, the fake smile gone from his face. Military school isn't a place for playing games. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, forcing himself to look directly into the other's eyes. Senior, games and real combat are connected. Instructor Pei thinks so too. Mentioning Pei Xingchuan, Qin Yu's expression grew darker. What is your relationship with him? Why does he protect you so much? We are teacher and student, Yu Xingqing answered calmly. Just like Instructor Pei and you, he sneered. We'll see. Then he turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing loudly in the empty corridor. On the day the International Military Education Exchange Week opened, the campus of Dongxia National Defense University was decorated with colorful flags. Delegates from military schools in 17 countries gathered in the main hall. Their uniforms of different colors looked very bright in the sunlight. Yu Xingqing stood in a corner backstage, clutching her speech tightly, her knuckles turning white. 3 days earlier, When she was told she would speak as a student representative, she almost fainted. Relax. Louison helped her adjust her tie. Pretend everyone is a pumpkin. Pump. Pumpkins don't stare at people, Yu Xingqing whispered softly. Shunmok handed her a bottle of water. Take a deep breath. Think about how you looked when commanding hundreds of people during the drill. That's different. Yu Xingqing took the water, but her hands trembled so much she almost spilled it. Back then I didn't have to. Stand in the spotlight. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the backstage entrance. Pei Xingchuan walked over steadily, followed by several foreign instructors. Yu Xingqing. Pei Xingchuan approached her directly, his voice deep. Are you ready? Report, instructor. Yes, I am ready. Pei Xingchuan's gaze lingered on her pale face. He gently adjusted her slightly crooked badge. Remember, you are the person who commanded the entire school drill. None of these people know modern electronic warfare better than you. She took a deep breath, trying to straighten her back. Yes. Instructor, go on stage in 5 minutes. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly and turned to lead the foreign guests to their seats. Yu Xingqing's eyes unconsciously followed his back until Lu Yisin snapped his fingers near her ear. You're back to yourself. Lu Yisin grinned mischievously. Today, Officer Pei looks so handsome. It's almost unfair, right? Yu Xingqing's face turned bright red, reaching her ears. Don't talk nonsense. I was just looking at the audience layout. The host's voice came from the stage. Next, please welcome student representative from the Eastern Summer National Defense University, Yu Xingqing, to speak. Thunderous applause erupted, but Yu Xingqing's legs felt as heavy as lead. She mechanically stepped onto the stage. Among the dark crowd below, she could only vaguely recognize Pei Xingchuan and the school leader sitting in the front rows. Standing at the microphone, Yu Xingqing suddenly felt dizzy. Esteemed guests, she blurted out, then froze in place. The audience fell silent. Yu Xingqing's mind went blank, and all she could hear was her own pounding heartbeat. Pei Xingchuan's lips twitched slightly, and beside him, Director Li raised an eyebrow. Yu Xingqing stammered, trying to correct herself, but only made things worse. Respected guests. She felt a wave of dizziness and sweat trickled down her back. At that moment, she saw Pei Xingchuan make a subtle gesture. He gently placed his right hand over his heart and then pressed down slowly and firmly. It was the tactical gesture in Starry Battlefront that meant, stay calm. The instructor was reminding her to breathe deeply. Yu Xingqing instinctively copied the gesture, took a deep breath, then slowly exhaled. Dear guests, her voice became much clearer this time. It is my great honor to represent all students of the Eastern Summer National Defense University and welcome friends from around the world. Her speech went smoothly from then on. Yu Xingqing even added some ideas about international military cooperation. When she mentioned the use of game tactics in drills, many foreign officers in the audience looked surprised and interested. As our principal often says, future battlefields will not only be on land, sea, and air, but also at the forefront of technology and innovation. Yu Xingqing's voice grew more confident. The purpose of military education is to train talents who can succeed on this new battlefield. Thank you all. Yu Xingqing bowed with relief, but accidentally stepped on her shoelace when she straightened up, almost falling. This small accident unexpectedly eased the atmosphere, and kind laughter came from the audience. When she returned to her seat, Yu Xingqing's legs were still trembling. She hurriedly walked through the aisle with her head down, not daring to look anyone in the eye. As she passed the row where Pei Xingchuan was sitting, she heard the instructor's deep voice. Well said. After the opening ceremony, there was a networking session. Representatives from different countries gathered in small groups to discuss, with snacks and drinks on long tables on both sides of the hall. Yu Xingqing wanted to leave immediately, but was suddenly stopped by Director Li. Student Yu, come meet Colonel James from West Point. He's very interested in your drone tactics. For the next half hour, Yu Xingqing was forced to talk with various military education experts. Student Yu, an instructor from E-country, asked with a strong accent in English, how exactly do you turn game tactics into real combat applications? Yu Xingqing's tongue started to tie again. It's just, she designed a parameter conversion system. At some point, Pei Xingchuan appeared beside her, speaking fluent F language, mapping virtual coordinates from the game to real terrain. The instructor from E-Country looked excited and immediately switched to his native language to chat eagerly with Pei Xingchuan. Yu Xingchen watched in shock as the instructor talked animatedly, occasionally inserting technical terms with perfect pronunciation in F language. Pei instructor speaks F language, she whispered to Director Li beside her. 8 languages. The director smiled and said, "This guy is a walking translator." As the networking session neared its end, Yu Xingqing finally found a chance to slip onto the balcony for some fresh air. She took a deep breath, recalling her disastrous opening, and couldn't help but cover her face and groan. "Not that bad." A familiar voice came from behind her. Yu Xingqing suddenly turned around and saw Pei Xingchuan leaning against the doorframe, holding 2 drinks. "Professor." "Instructor." She quickly straightened up.
I
messed up the opening, but you recovered the situation." Pei Xingchuan handed her a glass of lemon water. "Colonel James said your insights are very forward-looking." Yu Xingqing took the cup with both hands and quietly thanked him. The two of them stood on the balcony, silently watching the training ground in the distance. "Instructor." After a long pause, Yu Xingqing gathered her courage and spoke. "Thank you for the gesture on stage." Pei Xingchuan turned his head to look at her. "Your reaction was very quick." Yu Xingqing sipped her lemon water and suddenly remembered something. "Instructor, do you really speak 8 languages?" 7. Pei Xingchuan corrected her. "I'm still learning Q language." Her response made Yu Xingcheng smile secretly. Turns out, even the all-knowing instructor Pei is still learning new things. "Yu Xingcheng." Pei Xingchuan suddenly called her in a deep voice. "Starting next week, you will help me organize the International Military Technology Development Reports." Huh, Yu Xingcheng was caught off guard. "Me? Really?" Every Wednesday and Friday evening, in the resource room, Pei Xingchuan's tone was firm. "This is an order." "Yes." "Yes, instructor," she responded, her voice rising an octave from nervousness. Pei Xingchuan seemed amused by her reaction. He turned to leave the balcony but then stopped. "By the way, respect for all positions." Yu Xingcheng's face suddenly turned bright red. "Very creative." Pei Xingchuan left those words and strode away. Yu Xingcheng stood frozen, almost dropping her cup. "You're here." Lu Exion's voice came from the door. "Come quick. Qin Yu is sparring with someone from West Point Military Academy and is getting beaten badly." Yu Xingcheng was pulled back to the auditorium by her friend. From afar, she saw Qin Yu crawling up from the mat, looking disheveled, while a tall student kindly reached out to help him up. Qin Yu pushed the other's hand away angrily and stormed off. Lu Yixin pouted and said, "Unlike our Xingqing, who can talk confidently even after messing up at the start." "Stop talking." Yu Xingqing covered her face and groaned. "My respect for each position will become a black mark on my life." "Don't worry." Lu Yixin hugged her shoulder and said, "Did you see the look in Officer Pei's eyes when he looked at you afterward? It was like he was looking at a rare species." On the 3rd day of the International Exchange Week, the Eastern Summer National Defense University arranged a technology exhibition for the visiting delegations. Yu Xingqing, a guide for the electronic warfare team, stood in front of a new drone simulator, demonstrating how to operate it to visitors. This simulator can recreate combat scenarios in various complex electromagnetic environments. Her explanation became much smoother after a few days of practice, and her nervousness around strangers had noticeably decreased. "Very impressive demonstration." A gentle female voice came from behind the crowd. Visitors automatically made way as a woman in W-Country military uniform stepped forward. She was about 27 or 28, with long black hair styled neatly into an elegant bun. Her face was delicate like a porcelain doll, and she had a small beauty mark at the corner of her left eye. "I'm Lin Wan, a visiting scholar from W-Country Science and Technology University." She smiled and extended her hand, a silver bracelet on her wrist shining under the lights. "You must be Yu Xingqing? Your performance during the exercise was very impressive." Yu Xingqing politely shook hands. "Thank you, Professor Lin. It's just a team effort. Humility is a virtue, but being overly modest is disrespectful to your own talent." Lin Wan's voice was smooth like silk, with a hint of a foreign accent. "Especially the inspiration you drew from Stellar Frontline." It's truly refreshing. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise. You also know about Stellar Frontline? Of course, Lin Wan chuckled softly. At our W National Military Academy, it's a required tactical training software. She stepped closer, and the faint scent of jasmine wafted into Yu Xingqing's nose. I heard you're using the Stardust style. Anyone who could accurately identify the game style was definitely a seasoned player. Just as she was about to explain further, a glass of iced lemon tea was suddenly handed to her. Pei Xingchuan appeared beside her without warning, speaking in a low voice. Rehydrate. Yu Xingqing was surprised and quickly took the drink. Thank you. Thank you, instructor. Just as she reached out, Pei Xingchuan's arm, accidentally, brushed against Lin Wan, who was about to hand over another glass of drink. The cup fell to the ground, and the amber liquid spilled onto Lin Wan's shiny shoes.
Saw the.
Pei Xingchuan's tone was calm, but his eyes were very sharp. Lin Wan's smile froze for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. It's okay, Instructor Pei. She gracefully took out a tissue to wipe her shoes. You really care about your students. An invisible tension filled the air. Yu Xingqing held the lemon tea Pei Xingchuan gave her, feeling confused by the strange atmosphere between the two. Professor Lin is also interested in electronic warfare. Pei Xingchuan broke the silence. Isn't that the core of modern warfare? Lin Wan smiled in response. Especially your school's breakthroughs in weather weapons and drone swarms. Quite impressive. Pei Xingchuan's gaze lingered on Lin Wan's bracelet for a second. W country's quantum communication technology is also advanced. Oh, Lin Wan raised an eyebrow. Instructor Pei knows a lot about our research, basic knowledge. Pei Xingchuan said calmly, then turned to Yu Xingqing. After the demonstration, help organize data in Lab B3. Yes. Instructor. Yu Xingqing instinctively stood at attention. Lin Wan watched their interaction, a mysterious glint flashing in her eyes. It seems I interrupted something important. Shall we talk about game tactics another day? Okay. Yu Xingqing nodded and watched Lin Wan's graceful figure disappear into the crowd. Instructor. She turned to Pei Xingchuan. Do you know Professor Lin? Pei Xingchuan didn't answer directly. Lab B3. In an hour. Then he strode away quickly, leaving Yu Xingqing puzzled. At 3 p.m., Yu Xingqing arrived at Lab B3 on time. This was the most advanced research center in the electronic warfare department, usually requiring top-level clearance to enter. She just swiped her card, and the door automatically opened. Obviously, Pei Xingchuan had already upgraded her temporary access. The lab was empty, with only various instruments emitting soft hums. Yu Xingqing carefully moved through the row of equipment and found a note left by Pei Xingchuan in front of a quantum computer terminal. Check the 7th group of data. There is an unusual mark. She sat down and started working, quickly immersing herself in the sea of data. These were electromagnetic environment parameters collected during the exercise, used to improve the electronic warfare simulation system. Yu Xingqing noticed several interference waveforms that did not follow natural patterns, seeming artificially created. Strange, she muttered to herself and pulled up comparison charts. At that moment, a sharp snap sound came from the corner of the lab, followed by a sizzling noise of electricity. Yu Xingqing looked up and saw a series of electric sparks rushing along the cable toward her workbench. In a critical moment, her reflexes, honed through the game, Starry Sky Front, kicked in. Similar traps often appear in the game, requiring a dodge within 0.5 seconds. Almost instinctively, Yu Xingqing pushed off the ground and jumped back, causing her chair to crash loudly into the wall behind her. At the same time, the lights in the entire lab suddenly went out, leaving only the emergency red lights faintly glowing. Yu Xingqing, still shaken, gasped and saw Pei Xingchuan standing next to the circuit breaker, his hand still on the main switch.
Teacher.
Instructor, her voice trembled. There was a short circuit. Pei Xingchuan strode over, inspecting the smoking wire joint. Insulation damage. His voice was unusually calm, but his brows were furrowed. Are you okay? I'm fine. Yu Xingqing tried to steady her breathing. Thanks to the reaction speed trained in the game. Pei Xingchuan's gaze lingered on the damaged wire for a few seconds, his expression dark and unreadable. The experiment ends here today. Change your clothes. There's a social event with the delegation tonight. Only then did Yu Xingqing realize her back was soaked with cold sweat. She nodded, packed up her materials, and prepared to leave, but she heard Pei Xingchuan add, "Stay away from Lin Wan." Huh? Yu Xingqing turned around, confused. Why? Pei Xingchuan didn't explain. It's an order. The social event was held in the school cafeteria, where long tables were filled with delicacies from various countries. Yu Xingqing, Lu Yiqing, and Shunmok sat together, sipping juice. Her gaze unconsciously searched for Pei Xingchuan's figure, but she saw the instructor standing in the corner, quietly talking with Director Li, with a serious expression. "What are you looking at?" Lu Yisin looked in her direction, then playfully nudged her with his elbow. "Are you looking for your instructor Pei again? Stop talking nonsense." Yu Xingqing quickly lowered her head, almost knocking over her cup. "I was looking at the buffet table." "Come on," Lu Yisin teased in a long tone. "Ever since he made you go to the resource room every week to assist with work, you've been distracted all the time." Shinmok pushed up his glasses. "Based on my observations, Instructor Pei's attention to Yu Xingqing definitely exceeds normal teacher-student relations. Data shows he looks at you every 37 minutes on average." "Wah. What data?" Yu Xingqing's face turned bright red, like a lobster, and she exclaimed, "Shinmok, stop recording random data." At that moment, a familiar jasmine scent drifted over. Lin Wan had somehow appeared beside their table, holding a plate of fruit. "Mind if I join you?" "Of course not." Lu Yisin enthusiastically moved aside. "Hello, Professor Lin. I am Lu Yisin from the Department of Electronic Engineering. This is Shinmok, specializing in quantum computing." Shinmok briefly introduced himself, his eyes behind the glasses flashing with a hint of caution. Lin Wan gracefully sat down and pushed a plate of delicate snacks toward Yu Xingqing. "Try this. It's a traditional W country dessert, very similar to what's sold at the New Moon Cafe in Stellar Front." "You remember that scene too?" Yu Xingqing exclaimed happily. "That's one of my favorite places in the game." The two quickly started chatting enthusiastically about the game details. Lin Wan was very familiar with Stellar Front and could mention some hidden storylines only experienced players knew. "By the way," Lin Wan suddenly lowered her voice, "do you know about the Shadow Society in the game?" Yu Xingqing nodded. It was a villainous organization in Stellar Front, known for its distinctive snake-shaped tattoo. Lin Wan smiled mysteriously and gently rolled up her left sleeve. On the inside of her slender wrist, there was a delicate snake-shaped tattoo, strikingly similar to the symbol in the game. This is. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. "The symbol of the player club." Lin Wan blinked. "We are a group of experienced players who organize offline meetups. Want to take a photo to remember?" Yu Xingqing's curiosity overcame her caution. She took out her phone, pretending to take a selfie, but actually aimed it at Lin Wan's wrist. Just as she pressed the shutter, Lin Wan suddenly put her arm around her shoulders. "Come on, let's take a picture together." "Ah." Startled by the sudden touch, Yu Xingqing shivered, dropped her phone, which arced through the air and then plopped into the hot pot on the table. "My phone." She looked hopelessly at the bubbling broth. "Oh no, I'm so sorry," Lin Wan exclaimed, quickly calling the waiter to help fish it out. "I'll buy you a new one." "No, it's okay." Yu Xingqing forced a smile, but inside, she was heartbroken. Her secret tattoo photo was inside that phone. Lin Wan insisted on paying for a new phone, even trying to transfer money right then. Yu Xingqing repeatedly refused, finally agreeing to go shopping for a new phone another day. This commotion drew many glances, including Pei Xingchuan standing far away. After the social gathering, Yu Xingqing walked back to her dorm feeling down. Not only did she fail to find out about Lin Wan's tattoo, but she also lost her phone. She felt she had lost a lot. "Yu Xingqing." A deep voice came from behind her. She turned around and saw Pei Xingchuan standing under a street lamp, his shadow stretching long.
"Teacher."
"Instructor." Pei Xingchuan approached and handed her a brand new phone. "Use this first." Yu Xingqing froze.
This
isn't right. It has encrypted messaging software inside." Pei Xingchuan's tone was firm. "From now on, report any discoveries about Lin Wan directly to me." "How did you know?" Yu Xingqing's voice grew softer. The phone fell into the broth. Pei Xingchuan said, I saw the whole process. Yu Xingqing lowered her head in shame.
Saw the.
I couldn't take a picture of that tattoo. Tattoo? Pei Xingchuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. Yu Xingqing described in detail the snake-shaped pattern on Lin Wan's wrist. Pei Xingchuan's expression grew more serious, and finally, he pulled her toward the administrative building. Come with me. His warm, strong hand firmly held Yu Xingqing's wrist. In the confidential meeting room of the administrative building, Pei Xingchuan connected Yu Xingqing's phone, which had been soaked in hot pot, to special equipment. Although the phone still emitted a faint spicy aroma, the data recovery program had already started running. Instructor, Yu Xingqing nervously twisted her fingers. Can it really be recovered? Pei Xingchuan didn't look up. His slender fingers quickly tapped the keyboard, military-grade waterproof. Sure enough, after a few minutes, a message appeared on the screen indicating successful file recovery. Pei Xingchuan opened the photo album and found the blurry picture. The snake-shaped tattoo on Lin Wan's wrist was especially clear under the flash. Indeed, it's the mark of the viper. Viper? Yu Xingqing repeated in confusion. Isn't that the Shadow Society in the game? Pei Xingchuan pulled up an encrypted file, showing a symbol on the screen that was almost identical to Lin Wan's tattoo. An international arms smuggling organization called Viper, which specializes in stealing military technology from various countries. The theft at W Country's quantum communication lab 3 years ago was their work. Yu Xingqing gasped in shock. Then Professor Lin. Her identity is suspicious. Pei Xingchuan closed the file. The W Country delegation list does include Lin Wan. Yu Xingqing suddenly remembered something.
Oh.
She invited me today to visit the high-tech equipment exhibition tomorrow. Pei Xingchuan's eyes suddenly sharpened. What time? Where? At 10 in the morning at the International Convention Center. Yu Xingqing whispered. She said there's a special pass to see some unpublished exhibits. Refusing outright would be too obvious. Pei Xingchuan thought for a moment. Go, but follow my instructions. He took out a pair of seemingly ordinary glasses from the drawer. Put these on. They have built-in cameras and communication devices. Yu Xingqing took the glasses. It felt like a spy movie involving undercover operations. Are you afraid? Pei Xingchuan suddenly asked. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and straightened her back. In the game, I often play the role of a scout. This answer made Pei Xingchuan's lips curl slightly. Good. Remember, no matter what happens, stay in contact. At that moment, the door to the meeting room was suddenly pushed open. Qin Yu stood in the doorway, holding a stack of documents. His gaze moved back and forth between Yu Xingqing and Pei Xingchuan, finally settling on the phone on the table that smelled like hot pot. Sorry to interrupt. Here is the tactical analysis report you requested. Instructor Pei Xingchuan remained calm. Put it on the table. Junior Sister Yu is really well cared for, he said sarcastically, and then strode away. Yu Xingqing looked at Pei Xingchuan in confusion, but found that the instructor's expression was unusually calm. Senior Qin seems to dislike me, she whispered. Pei Xingchuan closed his laptop. His father is the deputy director of the Military Science Institute. He's been spoiled since he was young. He then changed the subject. Tomorrow, I will be at the outskirts of the exhibition center to respond. If anything unusual happens, immediately activate the alarm button on your glasses. Yu Xingqing nodded. She fiddled with her glasses frame and suddenly thought of a question. Instructor, isn't this something that should be handled by security? Pei Xingchuan was silent for a moment. Viper is interested in your game tactics. You are the best bait. Understood. I will be a good bait. The next morning, Yu Xingqing arrived at the entrance of the International Exhibition Center, as scheduled. She wore a simple white t-shirt and jeans, looking like an ordinary college student. Lin Wan was already waiting at the entrance. Today, she wore casual clothes, her long hair loose, looking much younger than on campus. Seeing Yu Xingqing, she enthusiastically waved. Very punctual. No wonder you're a military school student. Hello, Professor Lin. Yu Xingqing politely greeted her, trying to keep her voice steady. Just call me Lin Wan. The other woman affectionately linked her arm. Today, I'll show you real high-tech. Through a special passage, the two entered Area B, which was not open to the public. Here, the latest military technology from various countries was displayed, from invisibility materials to quantum computers. Everything was there. Lin Wan enthusiastically introduced each exhibit, her extensive knowledge astonishing. This small drone, she pointed to a device about the size of a bee, can carry 500 milligrams of any substance, including some special medicines. Yu Xingqing nodded calmly, while quietly observing the surroundings. The layout of the exhibition area was very unique. All exhibits were arranged in a spiral pattern, with an open circular space in the center. This structure strangely reminded her of a sniper-level design in the game, Star Frontier. Suddenly, her whole body stiffened. In the game, such a layout was meant to give snipers perfect shooting angles. Standing at the center, the surrounding display cases formed multiple shooting lines with no blind spots. What's wrong? Lin Wan noticed her unusual behavior. Yu Xingqing's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat. From her headphones, Pei Xingchuan's deep voice came. What's going on? She couldn't answer directly, so she pretended to be interested in a nearby display case. This material. Very special. Lin Wan smiled. Want to take a closer look? We can go to the central experience area. The center. Yu Xingqing's heart was pounding almost out of her chest. She had to find a way to refuse without raising suspicion. Just then, she suddenly had an idea. She covered her forehead and said, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy. Not feeling well? Lin Wan looked at her with concern and helped her. Maybe. Low blood sugar, Yu Xingqing said weakly, secretly activating the alarm button on her glasses. Can we find a place to sit down? Lin Wan's expression flickered with a hint of irritation but quickly returned to concern. Of course, let's go to the rest area. She helped Yu Xingqing toward the exit, avoiding the central area. Yu Xingqing caught a glimpse with her peripheral vision. A man in a maintenance worker uniform stood up from behind a display case across from her and left casually. Are you feeling better? Lin Wan handed her a bottle of water. Do you want to go to the hospital? No need. Yu Xingqing took small sips, carefully checking the bottle's opening. No pinholes or abnormalities. Just need to rest a bit. Lin Wan's phone suddenly rang. She looked at it, her brow furrowing slightly. Sorry, I need to take this call. She took a few steps away, facing away from Yu Xingqing, and whispered to someone. Although she was not clear about what was said, Yu Xingqing noticed her posture suddenly tense, and her fingers unconsciously stroked the snake-shaped tattoo. In her ear, Pei Xingchuan's voice sounded again. Delay time, I am checking for suspicious people. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, Professor Lin, can you tell me more about that quantum communication device? Lin Wan hurriedly hung up the phone, forcing a smile. Of course. Are you feeling better? Much better. Yu Xingqing stood up and deliberately moved away from the center area. I'm really interested in that. For the next half hour, she did her best to drag Lin Wan around various display cases, asking all kinds of technical questions, acting like a student eager to learn. Lin Wan's smile became more stiff, and she kept checking her watch, clearly distracted. It's getting late, Lin Wan finally couldn't help but say. Should we go? Oh, I just remembered. Yu Xingqing clapped her hands. There's a tactical lecture by Instructor Pei at 2 p.m. I have to go back. Lin Wan's expression instantly darkened. Pei Xingchuan's lecture? Yes. That's right. Yu Xingqing pretended not to notice her unusual reaction. It's the final event of International Exchange Week. All students must attend. This lie seemed to work. Lin Wan nodded reluctantly. Then I'll take you back to school. No need. Yu Xingqing quickly waved her hand. I made plans with my classmates. Thank you for inviting me today. Before Lin Wan could respond, she hurried toward the exit. Until she stepped out of the exhibition center and blended into the busy crowd, she dared to breathe deeply. A black car silently pulled up beside her. The window rolled down, revealing Pei Xingchuan's sharply defined profile.
Get in.
Yu Xingqing almost jumped into the car. As the door closed, she slumped onto the seat, her back soaked with cold sweat.
The
center area, she stammered. It's a sniper point. Like the shadow corridor level in Stellar Front, a hint of approval flickered in Pei Xingchuan's eyes. Good observation, He handed her a tablet showing a photo of a man. Do you recognize this person? Yu Xingqing looked carefully. There was a repair worker earlier who looked a lot like him. He is an international wanted criminal, the top sniper known as Viper. Pei Xingchuan's voice was cold. Your low blood sugar saved your life. Yu Xingqing's face instantly turned pale. She suddenly realized that if her game experience hadn't helped her recognize that layout, she might already be. Your hand, Pei Xingchuan suddenly said. Huh. Your hand is shaking. Only then did Yu Xingqing notice her fingers trembling uncontrollably. She awkwardly clenched her fist, but a warm, large hand gently covered hers. Pei Xingchuan's palm was broad and strong, with calluses from years of holding a gun, yet it surprisingly made her feel safe. He quietly held her hand until her trembling eased. You did very well. These 5 simple words made Yu Xingqing's eyes suddenly fill with tears. The car entered the campus, and Pei Xingchuan finally let go of her hand. I have a lecture at 2 this afternoon. Yu Xingqing widened her eyes.
You
heard that. The communication line was always open. Pei Xingchuan's lips curled slightly. Your acting needs improvement. This almost teasing comment made Yu Xingqing laugh through her tears. Coach, she gathered her courage and asked, what will happen to Lin Wan? No, the person pretending to be Lin Wan. Pei Xingchuan looked into the distance. Fish with a long line catch big fish. He turned to Yu Xingqing, his eyes sharp. In the next few days, you might encounter more coincidences. Stay alert. Yu Xingqing nodded seriously. On the last day of International Exchange Week, the campus of Dongxia National Defense University was filled with a relaxed atmosphere. Yu Xingqing sat alone in the corner of the cafeteria, nibbling on a meat bun. The exchange week was almost over, and she finally felt a bit relieved, except for the constant need to watch out for that Lin Wan suddenly appearing. Xingqing. Over here. Lu Yixin waved from afar. She and a few classmates sat around a large round table, which was filled with delicious dishes. Yu Xingqing hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and pointed to her tray to show she would eat here. The cafeteria was too noisy and crowded, which made her feel suffocated. Her social anxiety was especially strong in such situations. She preferred to quietly finish her meal in a corner rather than squeeze into the lively crowd. Just as she lowered her head to sip her soup, the cafeteria suddenly became chaotic. A few students clutched their stomachs and squatted in pain, while others rushed toward the bathroom. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise and saw that the table where Lu Yixin was sitting was in chaos. Shen Mok's face was pale as he lay on the table, and Lu Yixin was clutching his stomach and sweating coldly. Food poisoning. Someone shouted. Call the school doctor. Yu Xingqing hurriedly stood up to help, but she saw Pei Xingchuan quickly entering the cafeteria with medical staff. The instructor's sharp gaze swept across the room. When he saw that Yu Xingqing was safe and unharmed, his brow relaxed slightly. Everyone who took the A-window meal, go to the clinic for a checkup immediately. Pei Xingchuan's voice cut through the noise of the cafeteria. The rest stay where they are. Only then did Yu Xingqing realize that the A-window was where Lu Yixin and the others had queued. Today, because she was afraid of crowds, she chose the least crowded D-window. By a twist of fate, she narrowly avoided trouble. The school doctor quickly confirmed that several dishes from the A-window meal had been laced with laxatives, but the poison was not very strong. In the chaos, Yu Xingqing accidentally saw Lin Wan standing at the cafeteria entrance, a look of regret flashing across her face. When she noticed Yu Xingqing looking at her, Lin Wan immediately put on a worried expression and hurried over to the affected students. Yu Xingqing quietly moved to a corner and sent a message to Pei Xingchuan. The poisoning at a window might be aimed at me. Lin Wan looks disappointed at the door. As soon as she sent the message, a cold voice sounded above her head. What are you sitting here for? Yu Xingqing looked up and met Qin Yu's gloomy gaze. This senior was unexpectedly not with his usual followers today, but standing alone with a plate of food in front of her. Hello, senior. Yu Xingqing instinctively moved aside to give him space. Out of politeness, not expecting this person who had always disliked her to sit down. Unexpectedly, Qin Yu actually sat down and pushed his plate toward the center. Eat this. There might be a problem with the food at window D2. Yu Xingqing was stunned. Is this still the same Chin Yu who always targets her? She carefully looked at her plate. It's a standard officer's meal, much better than the trainee's food. Thanks, senior, but I'm already full, she whispered, politely declining. Chin Yu snorted coldly and started eating on his own. The two sat silently, the atmosphere tense and awkward. Yu Xingqing was about to find an excuse to leave when a glass of juice suddenly appeared in front of her. You classmate, you need to get some vitamins. Linwan had come to the table without her noticing, smiling too sweetly. She was wearing the uniform of the W country delegation, looking like a friendly visitor who cares about students. Yu Xingqing's nerves instantly tensed. The juice was clear and transparent, but she always felt that anything Lin Wan handed her could be suspicious. Thanks, Professor Lin, but
she started to say.
She doesn't drink things from strangers. Chin Yu suddenly interrupted her, his tone very firm, which surprised Yu Xingqing. Lin Wan's smile froze for a moment. This classmate is very protective. Huh, basic safety knowledge, Chin Yu sneered. Wanna harm her? Go queue up. After saying that, he accidentally knocked over the glass of juice, spilling the liquid all over his plate. Lin Wan's eyes flashed with a hint of anger, but she quickly regained her smile. It seems I've disturbed you too. She gracefully turned to leave, but her back looked a little stiff. Yu Xingqing stared in shock at what just happened, her mind struggling to process. Is Chin Yu protecting her?
Thank you, senior, she stammered. Chin Yu scoffed. Don't misunderstand.
It's just because I'm not familiar with outsiders. After saying that, he got up and left, leaving Yu Xingqing alone and confused. She looked at Chin Yu's back, feeling moved for about half a second. In the evening, Yu Xingqing went to the hospital to visit Lu Yisin, who had food poisoning. Lu Yisin was feeling much better, lying in bed and scrolling through her phone. When she saw Yu Xingqing come in, she immediately shouted, "Xingqing, you're so inconsiderate. You didn't come to save us. I was in the corner at the time," Yu Xingqing awkwardly explained, handing over a bag of fruit. Are you feeling better now? It's fine, just detoxing. Lu Yisin cheerfully took the fruit. Hey, I heard Senior Chin saved someone today. Yu Xingqing's face turned bright red. And no heroics. He just honest but awkward. Lu Yisin winked mischievously. But be careful of Professor Lin. I feel like she's looking at you strangely. Yu Xingqing hesitated but didn't tell the truth. Pei Xingchuan had instructed that the investigation into Lin Wan must be kept secret. When they left the hospital, it was already completely dark. Yu Xingqing checked her watch, 9:40 p.m., more than an hour before lights out at the dorm. Suddenly, she remembered she still needed some final data for her tactical assignment and decided to go to the archives room. The archives room is on the west side of the administrative building, usually empty at this time. Yu Xingqing used her student card to unlock the door and quietly slipped inside. To avoid disturbing any staff working late, she didn't turn on the main light, only using the emergency light to find the needed materials. Just as she was about to leave, her stomach suddenly growled. She hadn't eaten well during dinner because of the commotion at the cafeteria. She patted her bag and surprisingly found a bucket of instant noodles. Just one bite. She looked around nervously and decided to eat quickly. At the end of the archives room, there was a small tea corner. She tiptoed in and used hot water to prepare the noodles. While waiting for 3 minutes, Yu Xingqing crouched by the door, watching out for anyone who might catch her sneaking food. When the fragrant steam finally wafted out, she almost cried with relief. Today had been so exhausting. But just as she lifted the lid of the noodles, the door to the archives room silently opened. A shadow slipped in, moving as quietly as a cat. Yu Xingqing froze in place, the hot steam from the noodles splashing her face. In the faint light, she saw the figure clearly. It's Lin Wan. The other person was dressed in nightwear, holding a small device, clearly on some secret mission. Their eyes met, and Lin Wan clearly hadn't expected to see anyone here, especially her target. After 2 seconds of complete silence, Yu Xingqing's mind finally rebooted. Between screaming for help and quietly retreating, she chose the third option, raising both hands and pouring the hot bowl of noodles onto the other person's face. Ah, Lin Wan let out a muffled cry of pain. The hot noodle soup dripped down her hair, and the noodles humorously hung on her shoulders. Yu Xingqing took advantage of Lin Wan's confusion to run away. She dashed out of the file room like a rabbit, pulling out her phone to send her location to Pei Xingchuan. File room. Lin Wan is on the move. Turning the corner, she heard angry growling and hurried footsteps behind her. Yu Xingqing's heart pounded so loudly it felt like it might burst from her chest. The rush of adrenaline reminded her of exciting escape levels in a game. The corridor in the administrative building seemed endless. Just as she was about to reach the lobby, the footsteps suddenly stopped. Yu Xingqing dared not look back. She sprinted out the door and collided with a wall of people. Yow! Her nose stung, and tears nearly came out. Strong hands grabbed her shoulders. Yu Xingqing looked up into Pei Xingchuan's deep eyes. The officer was dressed casually, clearly having rushed over after hearing the news.
Teacher.
Instructor, she panted, Lin Wan. File room. Noodles. Pei Xingchuan frowned, one hand still supporting her, the other already on his waist, likely holding a gun. Are you hurt? His voice was unusually calm, but the grip on her shoulders showed concern. Yu Xingqing shook her head, only then realizing her legs were weak and she could barely stand. The life-and-death rush just now made her feel scared now. Pei Xingchuan quickly used the walkie-talkie to call security, sealing off the entire administrative building. But the search results were disappointing. Lin Wan seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving only a puddle of noodle soup and a few hanging noodles on the floor of the file room.
How?
How did she do that? Yu Xingqing stared at the empty corridor in surprise. She was just chasing me a moment ago. Pei Xingchuan checked the ventilation ducts and windows. Professional spy tricks. He crouched down and used tweezers to pick up a small metal piece from leftover instant noodle debris.
It was a bugging device.
She was probably here to install it. Yu Xingqing suddenly remembered something. Oh no! My homework materials are still inside. This reaction made Pei Xingchuan pause briefly, then shake his head. First, worry about your safety. He stood up with a firm tone. From now on, you'll stay in the instructor's dormitory. I have already arranged a temporary room for you. Huh? Yu Xingqing's eyes widened.
I
am going to the instructor's dorm, right across from mine. Pei Xingchuan added, as if that explained everything. Yu Xingqing's face turned bright red, like her ears were on fire. Living across from the instructor? That was even more nerve-wracking than being chased by Lin Wan. On her first night moving into the instructor's dormitory, Yu Xingqing couldn't sleep. Although Pei Xingchuan had arranged a clean and tidy room, the unfamiliar environment made her toss and turn. Through the window, she saw the light in Pei Xingchuan's room was still on. He probably hadn't slept yet. Huh? Yu Xingqing buried her face in her pillow, trying to calm her racing heart. Today had been so surreal, poison in the cafeteria, Qin Yu acting strangely, the horror in the archives. And now, she was living less than 10 meters from Pei Xingchuan. Her smartwatch showed it was 1:23 a.m. Yu Xingqing sighed and sat up. Since she couldn't sleep, she might as well pack her belongings. She had hurriedly packed in the evening, so her things were all jumbled in her bag. She quietly turned on the bedside lamp and started taking things out one by one. Toiletries, change of clothes, tactical manual. Finally, she found a small, hard box. Huh? Yu Xingqing looked at the black box with no markings, confused. She didn't remember having this item. Carefully opening the box, she saw a delicate figurine. The popular character, Star Whisperer, from Stellar Front, and it was a limited edition in silver paint. Yu Xingqing gasped. This version was only released 500 times worldwide. When she bought it, she couldn't even get onto the website. How is this possible? She carefully holds the figurine, which has her initials, YXC, engraved on the base. A small note slips out from the box. Security system on the door. Will alert if there is an abnormality. P. Yu Xingqing blinked suddenly, realizing this isn't an ordinary figurine, but a disguised alarm device. Pei Xingchuan actually made the security device look like her favorite game merchandise. She holds the Star Whisperer, examining it from all sides, unable to see any electronic parts. The base is slightly heavier, probably containing a sensor. The figurine itself is very detailed. Even the metal decorations on the characters' clothes are perfectly recreated. Yu Xingqing jumps off the bed, walking quietly to the door. Sure enough, there's a small receiver above the door frame, aimed directly at her figurine. This system is so clever, outsiders would think it's just a normal decoration. Who would guess it's a security device? She happily returns to her bed, placing the Star Whisperer beside her pillow. Although she knows it's essentially an alarm, the craftsmanship is so exquisite, she can't help but treat it as a real collectible. So beautiful. Yu Xingqing gently touches the figurine's face with her finger, then suddenly remembers something. She quickly pulls her hand back. Will it set off the alarm if I touch it? She carefully checks the instructions, a small note hidden in the box's inner layer, confirming that pressing a specific spot on the base for 3 seconds will activate the alarm. This reassures her, and she finally lies back down with the figurine. Good night, Star Whisperer. She whispers softly and turns off the light. Outside the window, the lights across the street also go out. The entire instructor dormitory falls silent. Half asleep, Yu Xingqing feels something vibrating in her arms. She groggily thinks it's her phone alarm, reaching out to grab it, but instead touches the metallic-looking figurine. She struggles to open her eyes and sees that the Star Whisperer is emitting a faint red glow. In the next second, a sharp alarm blares through the corridor, and the base of the figurine projects a line of red text. Detected abnormal heat source. Window. Yu Xingqing instantly wakes up, rolls over, and jumps out of bed. Through the gap in the curtains, she clearly saw a thin metal tube slowly extending from the edge of the window frame. It's some kind of gas injection device. Instructor, she instinctively shouted and clenched her figurine. The alarm grew louder, and the lights in the entire building flickered on one after another. Hurrying footsteps sounded down the corridor, and Pei Xingchuan's voice came through the door. Yu Xingqing. What's going on? There's something outside the window. Her voice trembled, but she still kept her tactical stance, hiding behind the wall. It looks like a tranquilizer gun. The lock clicked open, and Pei Xingchuan stormed in fully armed. Without hesitation, he took a quick step forward, pulled the curtain, and pressed a button on his watch. The alarm level in the building instantly increased, and distant footsteps of security personnel could be heard running. Stay here and don't move. Pei turned around to check the window. Yu Xingqing curled up in the corner, clutching the glowing figurine alarm tightly to her chest, her heart pounding like it was about to jump out. A few minutes later, Pei returned, his face grim. They've escaped. There are traces of ether on the window frame. His gaze fell on the alarm in Yu Xingqing's hand. The alarm worked. Only then did Yu Xingqing realize how tightly she had squeezed the limited edition figurine, and she quickly loosened her grip. It saved me. Pei's lips curled into a slight smile, but he quickly returned to a serious expression. Pack your essentials. We're moving to the safe house. Safe house. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. Now. Pei had already started helping her pack her bag. They've already locked onto your location. Yu Xingqing hurriedly stuffed things into her bag, finally carefully wrapping the Star Whisperer with a towel before placing it inside. The corridor was already filled with instructors awakened by the alarm. Seeing Pei Xingchuan leading Yu Xingqing out, everyone's expressions varied. Some looked confused, some looked enlightened, and others exchanged knowing glances. Cough, cough, Instructor Pei. A middle-aged instructor cleared his throat.
This
is emergency evacuation procedure. Pei remained calm. Someone tried to break in. Yu Xingqing lowered her head and hurried to catch up with Pei Xingchuan, wishing she could hide her face in her backpack. As they reached the first-floor lobby, they bumped into General Zheng, who was on patrol. He stood with his hands behind his back, his sharp eyes scanning back and forth between Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing. The drill is over, and you're still so alert? He asked with a teasing tone. Or is there something else going on? Yu Xingqing's face suddenly turned red. She instinctively hugged her backpack, but at that moment, the alarm inside it went off again, with a short beep. Beep beep. The clear electronic sound was very loud in the quiet hall. Everyone's eyes focused on Yu Xingqing's backpack. Report, General, she stammered, her social anxiety flaring up.
It's
It's a toy that came to life. Pei Xingchuan's mouth twitched suspiciously, then he kept a neutral face. It's a special alarm device disguised as a game accessory. The old general raised an eyebrow and gestured for Yu Xingqing to open her backpack. When he saw the beautifully made Star Whisperer, his expression softened slightly. Stellar Battlefront. My grandson plays that too. Yu Xingqing looked up in surprise, not expecting the serious old general to know about this game. Well designed. The old general examined the alarm device and, rarely, smiled. Creative. But he suddenly lowered his voice. Next time, don't make such a big fuss on a date. Date? Yu Xingqing's voice rose in pitch. Pei Xingchuan cleared his throat. Sir, this is an official security operation. All right. The old general waved his hand and turned to leave, then added over his shoulder, by the way, let me know when the limited edition goes on sale. That kid keeps mentioning it. Yu Xingqing stared blankly at the departing figure of the old general, frozen in place. It wasn't until Pei Xingchuan gently tugged on her backpack strap that she snapped back to reality. Coach, she asked, did the general just say? Don't mind it, Pei Xingchuan interrupted her, though his ears suspiciously turned red. The safe house is in the faculty housing area, about 10 minutes on foot. In the night, two people walk along a small campus path, one after the other. Yu Xingqing closely follows Pei Xingchuan, holding a small figurine that occasionally makes beep-beep sounds. The alarm has been turned off, but the device is still in standby mode, sometimes flashing blue light. Instructor, Yu Xingqing whispers, is this figurine specially made? Pei Xingchuan doesn't turn around. Yes. Then, the paint on it, made according to official data, the limited edition number is engraved inside the base. Yes, it's a copy of number 137. Yu Xingqing pauses, her heart skipping a beat. Number 137 was the one she couldn't get earlier. How does Pei Xingchuan know? The safe house is much more comfortable than Yu Xingqing expected. It's a small apartment in the staff residential area, with 2 rooms and 1 living room, simply decorated but fully equipped. After Pei Xingchuan shows her how the security system works, he goes to the next room, leaving her alone to pack her belongings. Carefully, Yu Xingqing places the Star Whisperer figurine on the bedside table, adjusting its position several times to make sure it can monitor the window and serve as decoration. The metallic paint on the figurine glints under the desk lamp, making her smile. Suddenly, the figurine emits a soft beep, and the base lights up with a green glow. Yu Xingqing startles, then realizes this is a sign that the system has completed its self-check. Quite smart, she mutters softly, taking out her phone to check in with Lu Yisun. As she unlocks the screen, a game notification pops up. Starry Battlefront, friend request. Crimson Phoenix, LV.99, wants to add you as a friend. Her finger hovers over the screen, and her brow furrows unconsciously. Crimson Phoenix. That ID sounds like something a villain would choose. Also, her game ID is known only to a few real-life friends, who would suddenly add her. She opens the other person's profile. The avatar is a blood-red feather, the stats are hidden, and the signature reads, Found you. Suddenly, Yu Xingqing's neck hairs stand up. This tone. This style. She blurted out, and almost threw her phone away. Where is he? Pei Xingchuan's voice came from the door. No, it's not, Yu Xingqing hurriedly explained, holding up her phone. It's a game. Someone added me as a friend. The ID is Blood Red Phoenix. I think it might be. Pei Xingchuan strode over quickly and glanced at the screen. Block him. Okay. Yu Xingqing nervously clicked on the menu, but her hand trembled when she tried to select, reject, and accidentally pressed accept instead. You are now friends with Blood Red Phoenix. Yu Xingqing froze completely. It's over. It's all over. Pei Xingchuan's expression grew serious as he took her phone and started to operate it. But it was too late. The other person had already sent a message. Finally met you. Little Xingqing happy-faced you like the gift I sent, followed by a picture which, when opened, showed a photo of Yu Xingqing's dorm windowsill. The timestamp indicated it was taken early this morning, right when the alarm was triggered. How did she? Yu Xingqing's voice trembled. She clearly ran away. Pei Xingchuan quickly operated his phone. The IP is fake, routed through an overseas server. He exited the game and began checking the phone's security. The other side might have installed a tracking program. Yu Xingqing watched as the officer skillfully used various security software.
Wait.
If she can hack into my game account, then all your electronic devices are unsafe now. Pei Xingchuan took out a brand new phone from the drawer. Use this. The old one needs to be sent for inspection. Yu Xingqing took the new phone, her face complicated as she looked at her old phone, which was sealed in an anti-static bag. It held so many memories. Game progress, chat logs with friends, secret photos of Pei Xingchuan during training. Officer, she whispered, can the data be recovered? Pei Xingchuan hesitated for a moment. Important data? Yu Xingqing's face suddenly turned red. Just game saves and stuff. Pei Xingchuan seemed to see through her thoughts and slightly smiled. I'll try to keep it. He put the sealed bag into his briefcase and said, now log into your new account. The new phone already had the common apps installed, including Starry Battlefront. Yu Xingqing logged into the game and found that Pei Xingchuan had even backed up her friend list, except for that annoying Blood Phoenix. Blood Phoenix. She softly repeated the ID. Why does it sound so familiar? Pei Xingchuan was checking the security system in the apartment and turned around when he heard her. Is that a villain group in the game? Yu Xingqing suddenly patted her thigh. The secret organization in the game story is called Blood Phoenix. Their leader is a female scientist who studies mind control technology. She suddenly stopped and exchanged a shocked look with Pei Xingchuan. Mind control technology. Isn't that exactly the field Lin Wan is openly researching with the W country delegation? This is no coincidence. Pei Xingchuan's voice was cold as ice. She's trying to send you a message. Lin Wan not only knows her game ID but also deliberately chose the same code name as the game's villain. It's almost like a carefully planned game. What does she really want to do? Yu Xingqing unconsciously hugged her knees. If she just wanted to steal information, she wouldn't need to play these games with me. Pei Xingchuan sat across from her, showing rare hesitation. There's something you should know. He opened his tablet and pulled up an encrypted file. Viper organization has a strange habit. They like to recruit promising young people. The file showed that over the past 5 years, at least 7 outstanding students from military academies in different countries had mysteriously disappeared. Investigations found that these students had all received strange game invitations before they vanished. Psychological manipulation. Pei Xingchuan pointed to one of the investigation reports. They first establish contact through the game, then gradually guide the target into a preset situation, and finally carry out kidnapping and brainwashing. Yu Xingqing's fingertips felt cold.
So,
her adding me as a friend in the game means start with initial contact. Pei Xingchuan closed the file. But now we have the upper hand. She doesn't know you've uncovered her identity. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. If this was a game, at least she knew the other person's identity and some of their goals.
And
she wasn't fighting alone. Coach, she suddenly looked up. Can I play along with their plan? Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. What plan do you have, since she wants to contact me through the game? Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. Then let's play with her. Maybe we can get some information in return. Pei Xingchuan thought for a moment and nodded slowly. Good idea. He took out a USB drive. This has special monitoring software that records all in-game chats and hides your real IP address. Over the next 2 hours, they carefully made a phishing plan. Yu Xingqing would handle interactions with the Crimson Phoenix in the game, while Pei Xingchuan monitored all communications and analyzed the other person's behavior. The network in the safe house was specially secured to prevent tracing back. Remember, Pei Xingchuan warned seriously, no matter what they say, don't reveal any personal information. If anything seems off, end the chat immediately. Yu Xingqing nodded firmly and logged back into the game. Private chat. Xingqing's light. Hello, happy face. After sending the message, Yu Xingqing held her breath, waiting for a reply. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. A minute. Is it too obvious? She asked Pei Xingchuan nervously. The coach shook his head. Be patient. She's testing her reaction speed. Sure enough, after 5 full minutes, the reply finally came slowly. Private chat Crimson Phoenix. Xiao Xingqing got a new device? Your old phone was confiscated? Yu Xingqing's pupils shrank suddenly. How did the other person know she changed her phone? Pei Xingchuan quickly recorded on his tablet. Confirmed. Phone is being monitored. The old device must be thoroughly cleaned. Yu Xingqing forced herself to stay calm and replied according to plan. Private chat Xingqing's light. System update caused data loss T. T, who are you? Private chat Crimson Phoenix. A new friend, I see you're doing well in the game. Want to team up for the new dungeon? A new dungeon? Yu Xingqing frowned. The game, Starry Sky Frontline, had recently added a high-difficulty team dungeon that required 5 players to cooperate. However, the other person suddenly sent a team invitation, clearly trying to lure her into a preset situation. She looked at Pei Xingchuan, who nodded slightly. She could continue, but she needed to stay in control. Private chat Xingqing's sparkling light. Sure. But I usually check teammates' profiles first. Can you send a screenshot of your gear? This was a clever test. Top players usually like to show off their equipment, but if the other account was fake, it might reveal itself. After 3 minutes of silence, Blood Red Phoenix sent a gear screenshot. Xingqing zoomed in to check and immediately saw a problem. This top-tier weapon showed it was obtained last week, but game records said the item only dropped this week. She's using a cheat, Xingqing exclaimed. There's no way she got this weapon last week. Pei Xingchuan quickly recorded. Account appears suspicious. Continue guiding and ask about other teammates. Private chat Xingqing's sparkling light. Wow, great gear.
Who are the other teammates?
Private chat Blood Red Phoenix. All experts, one of them is someone you know. Xingqing and Pei Xingchuan exchanged glances. Someone she knew? Who could it be? Private chat Xingqing's sparkling light. Who? Private chat Blood Red Phoenix. Senior Qinyu's game ID is Songqiong Jiren, right? Xingqing almost dropped her phone. Qinyu? That person who always targets her? His game ID is indeed Songqiong Jiren, but that's private information, known only to a few. Coach, her voice trembled. Could Senior Qin also? Pei Xingchuan's expression was very serious. Uncertain. It might just be her investigation. He thought for a moment, then said, ask about the specific dungeon time. Private chat Xingqing's sparkling light. When is the dungeon? Private chat Blood Red Phoenix. Tomorrow at 8 p.m. meet offline. Xingqing's fingers froze. This was completely beyond the game. It was a blatant trap. Pei Xingchuan made a decisive throat-cut gesture, and the conversation. Private chat Xingqing's sparkling light. Sorry, I have class tomorrow. Let's do it another day. After sending this, Xingqing immediately exited the game and let out a long breath. Good performance. Yu Xingqing forced a smile and said, what should we do now? If she really made plans with Senior Qin, I will handle it, Pei Xingchuan replied. He stood up and said, you need to rest. Starting tomorrow, we will have special training. Special training, counter-surveillance, psychological manipulation, emergency escape. Pei Xingchuan's tone was firm. Since they chose the game as their battlefield, we must make sure you understand all the rules. Yu Xingqing nodded seriously. Sunlight seeped through the cracks of the curtains into the safe house. Yu Xingqing rubbed her eyes and got out of bed. Last night's scare made her sleep poorly. In her dreams, she kept seeing strange symbols sent by the blood-colored phoenix. The smell of coffee drifted from the living room. She tiptoed to open the door and saw Pei Xingchuan already dressed and sitting at the dining table. Several documents were spread out before him, and a tablet displayed a complex network diagram. Good morning, instructor, she whispered, unsure of what manners to use in this shared living situation, even though they had separate rooms. Pei Xingchuan didn't look up. The coffee is in the kitchen. She quietly slipped into the kitchen and saw a few containers next to the coffee machine, filled with sliced fruit and sandwiches. She blinked, surprised that Pei Xingchuan had prepared breakfast. Thank you, instructor, she said, carrying the coffee and food back to the table, careful not to disturb his work. Special training starts at 7:30, Pei Xingchuan suddenly said. Eat breakfast first. Yu Xingqing quickly nodded and took a bite of the sandwich, surprisingly delicious. She secretly glanced at the side of the instructor's face and noticed a faint bluish tint under his eyes, clearly indicating he hadn't rested much last night. Instructor. You didn't rest? She asked bravely. Pei Xingchuan paused for a second on his tablet. Analyzing data, he replied. He turned the screen toward her, showing the IP jump path of the blood-colored phoenix. The dense network diagram marked server nodes in several countries, ultimately pointing to a vague location. She's very good at hiding. Pei Xingchuan's voice carried a hint of admiration. Professional-level anti-tracking techniques. Yu Xingqing swallowed her food and asked, what about Senior Qin? Already checked, Pei Xingchuan replied. He doesn't know anything. Yu Xingqing breathed a sigh of relief. After breakfast, Pei Xingchuan took her to a hidden training ground near the neighborhood. It looked like a normal gym, but the equipment was clearly special. Various simulators, reaction testers, and even a holographic tactical map. Phase 1. Improve situational awareness. Pei Xingchuan handed her a VR headset. This simulates the stellar frontier scene, but with added real-world threats. Yu Xingqing put on the headset, and the scene in front of her instantly changed into a familiar game map, the Shadow Corridor dungeon. But she soon noticed something strange. NPC conversations contained odd hints. Pay attention to all anomalies. Pei Xingchuan's voice came through the headset. Mark them. For the next 2 hours, Yu Xingqing focused intensely as she moved through this twisted game world. Every time she found an anomaly and marked it correctly, the system awarded points. Missing or misjudging deducted points. The difficulty gradually increased, and by the end, almost every detail was full of secrets. When she took off the headset, her temples throbbed, and her eyes felt sore as if sandpapered. But a smile crept onto her face. Her final score was 89, and the system rated her as A-level, promising reconnaissance agent. Good job. After reviewing the data, Pei Xingchuan said, continue this afternoon. On the way back to the safe house, Yu Xingqing's phone suddenly vibrated. It was a game notification. Stellar Frontier East Summer District offline tournament registration now open. Winner prizes. Limited edition, Star Whisperer, gold figurine invitation to the W National Gaming Tech Expo. Her finger hovered over the screen, and her heart suddenly raced. The gold figurine. Isn't that the luxurious version of the alarm clock on her bedside table? The W National Gaming Tech Expo. Isn't that the event hosted by the delegation where Linwan is? Coach. She quickly handed her phone to Pei Xingchuan. Look at this. Pei Xingchuan glanced at it, and his eyes immediately sharpened. Clearly a trap, he took the phone and quickly hacked into the competition management system. The participant list included Blood Phoenix and several suspicious unfamiliar IDs. The competition was held at a new esports center on the outskirts of the city, with few surveillance cameras around and complex traffic. It looked like a perfect kidnapping scene. I can't go, Yu Xingqing instinctively said, then felt a bit disappointed. Pei Xingchuan suddenly returned the phone to her. I've signed up. Huh, Yu Xingqing's eyes widened. But, it's a team competition, Pei Xingchuan explained calmly. We'll team up. Yu Xingqing almost dropped her chin to the ground. Pei Xingchuan is going to participate in the game competition? That stern-faced person who always looks disconnected from entertainment activities. She suddenly remembered how skilled he was when the instructor analyzed game data yesterday. Instructor. Do you also play games? She asked cautiously. Pei Xingchuan's lips slightly curved into a small smile, like a pixel. Military school required courses. Yu Xingqing finally realized modern military training indeed includes esports, used to develop tactical thinking and teamwork. But she still found it hard to imagine Pei Xingchuan sitting in front of a computer playing games. Back at the safe house, Pei Xingchuan immediately started preparing for the competition. He pulled up the tactical database of Starry Battlefront, analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of various class combinations, and even studied the current popular strategies. Yu Xingqing watched in amazement. His professionalism was on par with top players. We will use the Shadow Blade and Star Speaker combination. Pei Xingchuan pointed at 2 characters on the screen. Your main class is Star Speaker, High Compatibility. Yu Xingqing nodded. She was best at supporting roles like Star Speaker, providing healing and buffs for the team. Shadow Blade was a high-damage assassin class, requiring precise control and tactical awareness, perfectly matching Pei Xingchuan's style. The match is in 3 days. Pei Xingchuan showed the esports center's floor plan. We need to scout the location beforehand. Yu Xingqing suddenly realized this was no longer just a game. It was a real tactical operation. Pei Xingchuan is using this opportunity to set a trap for the Blood Phoenix. The afternoon training was even more intense. Pei Xingchuan built a simple game simulator, and the two of them began practicing teamwork. Yu Xingqing quickly realized that the instructor's gaming skills were amazing. His reaction speed, tactical judgment, and micromanagement all reached professional levels. Left flank, encircle. Pei Xingchuan's calm voice came through the headset. Prepare for group healing. Yu Xingqing immediately moved the Star Whisperer to the designated spot and released skills the moment enemies appeared. Their perfect timing allowed their team to easily defeat the opponents. Great job! She couldn't help but cheer, then quickly covered her mouth, realizing she was too excited. Pei Xingchuan glanced at her, but said nothing. However, his approving look warmed Yu Xingqing's heart. Training continued into the evening. When Yu Xingqing's fingers finally started to ache, Pei Xingchuan called a stop. Dinner was delivered, a healthy meal. The two ate silently, each thinking about their next plan. Coach, Yu Xingqing hesitated to speak. If on the day of the match, Lin Wan really shows up, will we arrest her? Pei Xingchuan put down his chopsticks. Our main goal is to keep you safe. Collecting evidence comes second. He paused. The W country delegation has diplomatic immunity. Unless we catch her committing a crime on the spot, it's hard to take action. Yu Xingqing nodded thoughtfully. This meant they had to take the initiative before the other side acted, but they couldn't let them suspect anything. 3 days left. Pei Xingchuan packed up the lunchbox. Starting tomorrow, we'll do real combat simulations. That night, Yu Xingqing lay in bed, tossing and turning. Her phone screen lit up with a message from Lu Yisan. Xingqing, I heard you're participating in the offline Starry Sky tournament? And teaming up with Coach Pei? The whole school is buzzing. Yu Xingqing almost fell out of bed. How did this news get out? She quickly replied, Who told you? Lu Yisan responded instantly. From the official tournament website. Your team name is Star River, so obvious. The forum already has over 1,000 posts about it. Someone even posted photos of you training on the field. The attached link leads to the campus forum, where the top post is titled, Shocking. The aloof instructor joins the competition for love. Let's uncover the hidden gaming romance between Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing. Yu Xingqing's face suddenly flushed. The photos in the post are indeed of her and Pei Xingchuan at the training ground today. They are wearing VR headsets and standing very close, almost cuddling from a certain angle. The comment section has already imagined a 10,000-word romantic story. Beep! The Star Whisperer figurine suddenly makes a notification sound, and the base lights up with blue. Yu Xingqing looks up and sees Pei Xingchuan standing at the door, holding her new phone. The public opinion is spreading. He speaks calmly, seeming indifferent to the gossip on the forum. This can serve as a cover. Yu Xingqing takes the phone and sees that Blood-Colored Phoenix has sent another message. Xiao Xingqing is going to join the competition, looking forward to seeing you. My teammates, and I will give you a unforgettable experience. A blood drop emoji follows the message, making Yu Xingqing feel a chill down her spine. She looks up at Pei Xingchuan, whose eyes are firm and calm. Are you ready? He asks. Yu Xingqing takes a deep breath and nods. Yu Xingqing stands at the apartment door, nervously clutching her clothes. This is her first time going out alone in 3 days of staying in the safe house to buy a new game expansion disc for Stellar Frontier. Are you really going? She asks for the 3rd time. Can I order it online? Pei Xingchuan stands inside, holding a tablet showing real-time street surveillance. Online purchases can be tracked. Buying offline is safer. He hands her a small earpiece. Stay in contact and come back within 30 minutes. Yu Xingqing carefully puts on the earpiece and slips the self-defense alarm into her backpack pocket. This should be enough. It's just to buy a game disc. Watch out for strangers. Pei Xingchuan's final reminder. If anything unusual happens, activate the alarm immediately. Leaving the community, Yu Xingqing walks quickly toward the game store 2 blocks away. She hears Pei Xingchuan's steady breathing through the earpiece, which makes her feel a bit more at ease. The street is busy with people, and everything seems normal. She didn't notice that a gray van was slowly following her at a safe distance. The game store was cool and comfortable. Yu Xingqing went straight to the Starry Battlefront section. The new expansion pack, Interstellar Lost, had just been released. The limited edition label on the cover caught her eye. This was a new story that Pei Xingchuan had mentioned, involving tasks to fight against mind control. "Miss, are you buying this?" a clerk asked enthusiastically. "There's a promotion today. Buy the expansion pack and get a limited edition badge for free." Yu Xingqing nodded and took out her cash. While waiting for her change, her headset suddenly crackled with Pei Xingchuan's urgent voice. "Something's wrong." The man with the hat on your left appeared twice in 3 minutes. She glanced to her left and saw a tall man wearing a baseball cap flipping through a game magazine, but his eyes kept drifting toward her. "I'm about to pay," she whispered to herself. "Don't rush." Pei Xingchuan's voice was very calm. "Stay natural." "I've already called for backup." Yu Xingqing forced herself to stay calm and took the bag and the badge from the clerk. Just as she was about to leave, a young delivery person in a uniform stopped her. "Miss Yu." The delivery person held a small box. "You have an urgent package that needs your signature." She instinctively took a step back. She hadn't ordered anything, and she knew only Pei Xingchuan was with her here. "Who is the sender?" she asked carefully. The delivery person looked at the label. "It says Mr. Pei." She relaxed slightly and reached out to take the box. But just as her fingers touched it, her headset crackled again with a frantic voice. "Don't take it." "I didn't send anything." It was too late. The delivery person suddenly grabbed her wrist and quickly covered her mouth and nose with a damp cloth. A strong, unpleasant smell filled her nose, and her vision started to blur. "Help!" She managed to say one word before feeling weak all over. Her backpack slipped to the ground. In her last moments of consciousness, she saw the man with the baseball cap walking quickly toward her, along with the delivery person, lifting her up and moving her outside the store. Her phone had already been turned off and thrown into the trash. The door of the gray van suddenly opened, and Yu Xingqing was roughly pushed inside. She regained consciousness during the bumpy ride. She found herself lying on the floor of the van, with her hands and feet bound with tape, and her mouth sealed with tape. The van was moving at high speed, with dark film on the windows, making it hard to see outside. "You're awake," a rough voice said. Yu Xingqing looked up and saw a scar-faced man sitting in the front passenger seat, staring at her through the rear-view mirror. "Boss, does this girl look special?" asked the driver. "She seems pretty ordinary." The scar-faced man sneered. "The employer specifically requested her. Said she's a genius tactician." Yu Xingqing's heart pounded. "The employer? It must be Lin Wan behind this." She quietly moved her wrists, noticing the tape wasn't very tight. Clearly, they underestimated her ability to resist. The guild battle training from Starry Sky Front was now useful. Yu Xingqing recalled escape techniques from the game, slowly regulating her breathing and relaxing her wrists as much as possible. The tape stickiness was weakening due to sweat. "Check what's in her bag," ordered the baseball cap man, removing his cap to reveal a bald head. He started searching Yu Xingqing's backpack. He took out a game disc and sneered. "Thought she was something special? Turns out she's just a shut-in girl." The scar-faced man took the disc and looked at it. Starry Sky Front. The employer mentioned this before. Although her phone was discarded, her smartwatch was still on her wrist. It was a backup device given to her by Pei Xingchuan with a built-in micro-communication module. While the kidnappers discussed the game disc, Yu Xingqing quietly pressed her fingers against the side of her watch, tapping 3 times to send a command. Members of the Starry Sky Front Guild were all military students, and they had a secret code system for emergencies. Yu Xingqing tried to recall the corresponding codes. "That watch looks pretty advanced," said the bald man, suddenly noticing her wrist. "Take it off and have a look." Just as the bald man reached out, the watch screen suddenly lit up, displaying a secret code understood only by guild members. Starlight glimmer at all members. I am doing the Blood Moon Dungeon quest. Coordinates 00. Need holy light protection. Who's available to form a team? The message was sent successfully. This is the highest level of emergency code. Blood Moon Dungeon means kidnapping, and holy light protection requests immediate help. What the heck? The bald man leaned in to look at the watch, but the message had already been encrypted and only showed garbled text. Scarface frowned. Get rid of that watch. The bald man started to pull hard on the watch, but the strap was designed to prevent it from coming off easily, so he couldn't open it quickly. Damn, this strap is really hard to undo, he muttered, pulling out a small knife from his pocket. Yu Xingqing closed her eyes, forcing herself to stay calm. She had faced more dangerous situations in the game before. Suddenly, Scarface's phone rang. He glanced at it, and his expression became respectful. Yes, boss. The target has been captured. Heading to location 2. Understood. I will be careful with Pei Xingchuan. Hearing the name of the instructor, a glimmer of hope lit up in Yu Xingqing's heart. Pei Xingchuan must have already realized she was missing and was searching for her with all his effort. The van suddenly slowed down and turned onto a bumpy little road. Through the crack in the window, Yu Xingqing saw the surroundings turn into abandoned factories. That was their destination. Get out. Scarface opened the door and roughly pulled Yu Xingqing out of the vehicle. Her legs were still weak, almost unable to stand. Inside the abandoned factory, it was dark and creepy, with a smell of rust and machine oil filling the air. Yu Xingqing was taken to a room on the second floor and tied to a chair. Scarface checked her restraints, confirmed they were secure, then left with his men, locking the iron door. Now, only Yu Xingqing was left alone in the room. She looked around desperately. No windows, only a heavy iron door. Hanging on the wall were some abandoned tools, and in the corner, a few cardboard boxes were stacked. Next to the boxes, there seemed to be a tablet. She strained to move her body, slowly shifting the chair toward that direction. Every inch she moved made a harsh scraping sound, frightening her, worried she might alert the kidnappers outside. After 5 minutes, she finally reached the tablet. The screen was on, showing the game icon for Starry Sky Battlefront on the lock screen. Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up instantly. Someone among the kidnappers was playing this game. Clang! The iron door was kicked open roughly, and scar-faced man entered with 2 henchmen. Yu Xingqing instinctively shrank back. Hey, you're awake. The bald kidnapper grinned and stepped closer. I heard you're good at planning? Come on. Tell us your love luck. Yu Xingqing curled up into a ball, her voice tiny and trembling. I don't do fortune-telling. Not good for matchmaking. Chicken. The bald man snorted and turned to Scarface Man. Boss, is the employer mistaken? This doesn't look like a tactical genius. Scar-faced man didn't speak, just squinted and looked at Yu Xingqing. Her gaze casually swept over the tablet on Scar-faced man's hand, still on, showing the character interface of Starry Sky Battlefront. She suddenly spoke, her voice still a little shaky. Your equipment setup has a problem. The 3 kidnappers froze at once. Scar-faced man reacted first, his eyes suddenly sharp. What did you say? Yu Xingqing swallowed nervously, forcing herself to continue. It's just in the game. You're a Shadow Blade character. Why equip Flameheart? The attributes conflict. The bald kidnapper suddenly shouted. Boss. How does she know you play Shadow Blade? Scar-faced man stared fixedly at Yu Xingqing, his hand already on his weapon at his waist. But her next words made him stop. Not only do the attributes conflict, but the skill cycle is broken too. The 3-second stun after Shadow Strike is the perfect window for Flame Heart to explode, but with this setup, the 2 skills cancel each other out, reducing DPS by at least 30%. Technical terms burst out like a rapid fire, leaving the kidnappers stunned. The silent third kidnapper, a tall, thin man, weakly raised his hand. Lord. She makes some sense. Scar-faced man's expression changed unpredictably. He looked at the tablet, then at Yu Xingqing, who looked innocent and just a game fan, and slowly lowered his hand from his weapon. Continue, he said in a hoarse voice. Yu Xingqing felt secretly happy, but kept a shy look on her face. Just, if you change Heart of Flame to Frostbite, combined with the passive skill, Shadow Blade's Cold Edge, it can not only solve the attribute conflict but also cause freezing effects. She spoke more smoothly and even started gesturing with her hands to show skill sequences. The three kidnappers unconsciously gathered closer, like students paying close attention in class. Wait, the bald man suddenly interrupted. What if the opponent uses heavily armored units? Isn't ice supposed to be weak against them? Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up. This was a good question. She quickly got into character, acting like a real game instructor. So you need to use Shadow Step to flank. Heavily armored units turn slowly and combined with Frostbite to slow them down. She kept talking nonstop for 10 minutes, explaining skill combos, positioning, and team coordination. The kidnappers listened eagerly, nodding from time to time. That makes sense, the tall, thin man suddenly realized. I kept dying to heavily armored soldiers before, but now I see it's because I was doing it wrong. Although the scar-faced man didn't speak, he clearly understood, still gesturing the skill button sequence in the air. Yu Xingqing watched their reactions and secretly calculated. These were basic facts from Stellar Front, but to casual players, it was already very impressive. Suddenly, the tall, thin man timidly raised his hand.
Boss.
Can you tell us how to fight this shadow count in the game? I've been stuck on that boss for a long time. The bald man quickly responded. Yes, yes. Talk about the boss tactics. Yu Xingqing was delighted inside, but kept a serious face. Shadow count. The key is timing the purification. She began explaining the boss mechanics in detail. The three kidnappers listened carefully and asked questions from time to time. The atmosphere was strangely like a game discussion meeting. So, it's like that? The bald man clapped his hands. I've played for 3 years and never noticed this loophole. The tall, thin man suddenly pulled out a cigarette and lit it, offering one to Yu Xingqing, who politely declined. Boss, can you also explain the positioning in Phase 2? Although the scar-faced man didn't speak, he sat quietly, eyes shining with curiosity. The situation became even more surreal. The kidnappers untied her, though they left a foot chain, and brought snacks and instant noodles. Yu Xingqing ate while talking, explaining game tactics and real-life safety tips, making the three kidnappers stare in confusion. The tall, thin kid even raised his hand to ask, Boss, my girlfriend always says I'm bad at gaming and wants to break up with me. What should I do? Yu Xingqing pushed up her non-existent glasses and said seriously, I suggest breaking up. Esports and love don't mix. Just as the classroom atmosphere was at its hottest, the iron door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Don't move. Pei Xingchuan rushed in with a gun, followed by fully armed police officers. But everyone froze in shock at the scene before them. Yu Xingqing sat calmly on a box, while the three kidnappers sat on the ground around her, each with a laptop, as if they were attending a lecture. Scattered on the floor were empty instant noodle containers and snack wrappers. Officer, Yu Xingqing waved happily. You arrived just in time. I was just explaining the advanced use of Shadow Step. The kidnappers all turned their heads at the sight of the dark gun barrels, finally realizing what was happening. Pei Xingchuan's gun lowered slightly, and for the first time, a look of confusion appeared on his usually expressionless face. He looked at Yu Xingqing, then at the trembling kidnappers on the ground, and finally at the whiteboard filled with game tactics. Why are you guys? He hesitated and asked, What are you doing? Scar-faced kid despairingly crouched with his hands over his head. Police. We confess. But can we finish this class first? We're so close to the end. The tall, thin kid was even more exaggerated, raising his hand. Report. I want Teacher Yu to be our defense witness. She can prove we've made a big contribution. By learning the right tactics, the bald kid, with a flattering smile, asked Pei Xingchuan, Big brother, are you Teacher Yu's partner? Can you help ask when the next class is? Pei Xingchuan. He silently put away his gun and told the police captain behind him, check if they've been drugged with hallucinogens. The police officers stifled their laughter and began clearing the scene. Yu Xingqing was escorted to Pei Xingchuan's side and quietly explained, I just gave them a little lesson in tactics. Pei Xingchuan looked into her bright eyes. then at the group of kidnappers clutching game guides and refusing to let go. Finally, he sighed helplessly and said, "Go back and write a report. Explain in detail how you turn the kidnapping scene into a game lecture." Yu Xing shrank her neck, but couldn't help smiling. As she was led out of the abandoned factory by Pei Xingchuan, she could still hear the kidnappers shouting behind her. "Teacher Yu, remember to add us as friends on the game. Next time, take us on a raid." The atmosphere in the second-floor room of the abandoned factory was very different from a few minutes earlier. The original tension and fear had been replaced by a nearly absurd sense of harmony. Yu Xingqing sat on a relatively clean box, nibbling on beef jerky offered by the bald kidnapper. The other 3 kidnappers sat around her, like students listening carefully. The scar-faced kidnapper, the leader known as Brother Black, was busy writing on a piece of cardboard he had found. So that's how it is. The bald kidnapper, codenamed Ironhead, suddenly realized and patted his shiny forehead. "I always resisted. No wonder the nanny called me useless." The tall, thin kidnapper, codenamed Bamboo Pole, looked at Yu Xingqing with admiration. "Teacher Yu, your understanding is amazing. It's a shame you don't go professional." Yu Xingqing modestly waved her hand. "It's nothing, just playing a lot and thinking about it." She glanced toward the corner of the room, where Pei Xingchuan was turned away from them, communicating with the outside through special equipment. At this moment, the young kidnapper responsible for technical support, codenamed Mouse, timidly raised his hand.
"Teacher Yu."
"About my girlfriend." Yu Xingqing remembered the earlier question about girlfriend disliking vegetables, and tried to look serious. "To clarify, esports has nothing to do with love. If she can't understand your pursuit of higher levels, then,
well,
your worlds are different." Mouse nodded, seeming to understand but still a bit confused. "All right." Black Brother put down his pen and took a deep breath. His face, which had been fierce before, now showed a sense of satisfaction from gaining knowledge. "Teacher Yu, today really is. Listening to your words is better than reading 10 years of books. Damn, I always knew fighting and killing were common, but I never thought using my brain could be so interesting." Pei Xingchuan turned around at the right moment and walked over to Black Brother. His voice was deep but firm. "Since you find it interesting, now you have a chance to make up for your mistakes. It depends on whether you can seize it." Black Brother and his men immediately straightened up, their eyes full of a kind of loyal passion. Black Brother pounded his chest and said, "Instructor Pei, you say. Teacher, you saved us. No, guided us. If we don't show some respect now, are we still people?" Tai Tu and Zhugon also agreed. "Yes. Teacher, you told us to do whatever we're told." Pei Xingchuan looked at Yu Xingqing and nodded slightly. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, knowing the crucial moment had arrived. "Black Brother, can you find a way to contact Lin Wan? Like how we usually report our progress on a task." Hearing this, Black Brother grinned, showing a yellowish smile from smoke. "That's easy. We have a fixed contact method and a secret code." He picked up a tablet, unlocked it skillfully, and opened a seemingly normal messaging app. "Usually, when a task is done, we send goods received, final payment settled." Black Brother explained as he typed. "If there's a problem, we say goods have defects, need to negotiate." Pei Xingchuan's eyes sharpened. "Tell her that the goods have defects, but it's not a big deal. Just need to change the packaging and delay the delivery." Black Brother nodded, quickly tapping on the screen, and soon sent the message. The room fell silent for a moment, everyone staring intently at the tablet screen. A few minutes later, the tablet beeped with a reply. "Blood Phoenix. What effect? Handle it within the deadline. The employer can't wait." The reply was urgent and impatient. Pei Xingchuan remained calm and whispered, "Ask her where she is. Meet in person to discuss the details. It will seem more convincing." Black Brother followed the instructions, replying that the defect was special and best confirmed face-to-face to avoid future trouble. He also asked for a convenient location. This time, the reply came a bit later. "Blood-colored Phoenix, no need. Send a photo. Tomorrow at noon, at the Old Street Junkyard, bring the goods for exchange." The other side was very cautious, refused to meet in person, and shortened the transaction to the next day's noon, changing the location to another remote place. She's testing us. Pei Xingchuan saw through it clearly. If we are real kidnappers, we would probably accept this plan. But if we are the police, or... He glanced at Yu Xingqing. Or, if there are other reasons, they might hesitate or object. Yu Xingqing frowned and thought.
So,
should we act like greedy but cautious kidnappers? Maybe. Bargain. Ask for a bigger deposit, or complain that the new location is too far. A hint of admiration appeared in Pei Xingchuan's eyes.
Good.
Brother He replied based on this idea, but be careful with the tone. Although Brother He didn't read much, he had been in the underworld for many years and was very skilled at bargaining in street deals. He immediately showed a greedy yet cautious look and sent a voice message through the microphone. Boss, the road at the junkyard isn't easy to pass, and it's risky. These goods are valuable, so maybe we should ask for a bigger deposit? Otherwise, the brothers won't feel secure. After sending this voice message, the other side was silent even longer. Just when everyone thought they might have figured it out or given up, the tablet rang again. Blood-colored phoenix. Okay. Add 10% to the deposit. Tomorrow at noon. Don't be late.
No tricks.
Soon after, a small amount of deposit was transferred to an anonymous account linked to the tablet. She believes us, Tai Tu said excitedly. But Pei Xingchuan didn't dare to relax. He immediately signaled the undercover team leader standing nearby to quickly deploy forces to set up a surveillance at the old street junkyard. At the same time, he looked at Yu Xingqing and Brother He. The game isn't over yet. We need to make her fully believe that we are just a group of profit-driven outlaws and that the goods are safe in our hands. Yu Xingqing blinked and suddenly had an idea. Take a photo. Just like she asked, take a picture of the goods. Pei Xingchuan agreed with this suggestion. But how to take the photo was the next problem. The usually silent mouse timidly raised her hand and said, I can Photoshop. Maybe make a fake photo. Pei Xingchuan quickly rejected her idea, saying, it's too risky. Professionals can easily spot the fake. Yu Xingqing looked around and focused on a pile of clutter in the corner of the room. Among the items, there was an old work jacket and a baseball cap. She pointed at them and asked, if I wear that, turn my back to the camera, or just tilt my head slightly pretending to be tied up, can I just take a quick shot? Pei Xingchuan thought for a moment and decided this could work. He went over and picked up the dirty, torn jacket, frowning slightly, seeming hesitant. Yu Xingqing didn't mind. She took the jacket and put it on neatly, the oversized work coat almost covering her completely. She then put on the greasy baseball cap, lowering the brim. Following Pei Xingchuan's instructions, she crossed her hands behind her back in a tied-up pose and slightly lowered her head. Quick, take the photo. Pei Xingchuan spoke to He Ge with a tone that carried a subtle urgency. He didn't want Yu Xingqing to stay in that pose for too long. He Ge quickly grabbed his tablet, found the right angle, and snapped a photo with a click. In the picture, only a thin silhouette wearing a torn work jacket and a baseball cap was visible. Done, Pei Xingchuan said immediately. Yu Xingqing straightened up, took off the jacket, and let out a breath. Pei Xingchuan checked the photo carefully, confirmed it was good, and nodded at He Ge. He Ge sent the photo over along with a voice message. Don't worry, boss. The goods are ready, and they'll arrive on time tomorrow. After the message was sent, everyone felt relieved. Now they just had to wait. Pei Xingchuan arranged for his men to temporarily take He Ge and the others away for formal questioning and record-taking. It was only then that Yu Xingqing truly felt scared. Her legs went weak, and she had to support herself on a nearby box. Pei Xingchuan quickly stepped forward and held her arm. Are you scared? He asked softly. Yu Xingqing nodded honestly, then shook her head. A little. But mostly. It feels like I just finished a really tough game level. You did very well, he said in a calm, confident voice. Better than I expected. Officer, she whispered. Can we really catch Linwan? Pei Xingchuan looked out the window at the gradually brightening sky, his eyes sharp as a blade. The initiative is now in our hands. At dawn, the makeshift command center outside the abandoned factory was brightly lit. Pei Xingchuan stood in front of a large electronic screen showing a city map and several blinking lights. Yu Xingqing sat in a chair beside him, wearing Pei Xingchuan's military coat, holding a cup of hot water. Report to Officer Pei. Brother He and others have been transferred to the city bureau. Preliminary interrogation is underway. They admit to their crimes and are willing to cooperate, a special police officer reported standing at attention. Pei Xingchuan nodded slightly, still focused on the screen. What's the situation at the old street junkyard? It's fully sealed off. All vantage points are in place, just waiting for the target to appear. No, Pei Xingchuan shook his head sharply. She won't go there. What? The officer and several commanders beside him looked surprised. Yu Xingqing also looked up, confused, at Pei Xingchuan. Pei pointed to a light on the screen, which was based on the communication records from the kidnapper's tablet, tracking the area used when Blood Phoenix contacted Brother He. Lin Wan is very cautious. She suggested trading at the junkyard, which is a test. If we only deploy heavy forces there, it's like telling her we don't have more information. She would just disappear. He paused, then looked at Yu Xingqing. More importantly, what she truly cares about isn't the trade itself, but Yu Xingqing. Yu Xingqing clenched his cup tightly.
Me? Yes.
From the game friend requests, to the offline trap at the competition, and now this kidnapping, her target has always been you, Pei Xingchuan said confidently. So, what do we do now? One commander frowned and asked, expand the search. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. Pei's gaze shifted to Yu Xingqing, resting on her phone that had already passed security checks. Maybe we can try a different approach. Since she enjoys playing in the game, let's play along with her until the very end. Yu Xingqing understood immediately and picked up her phone. She logged back into Starry Sky Battle, where the avatar of Blood Red Phoenix still showed that ominous blood red feather and her status was online. Instructor, you mean? Send her a message. Pei Xingchuan's voice was calm, like giving a battle order. Use your best way to invite her for one last game. Make your tone angry enough to provoke her and make her lose her composure. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and quickly tapped on the screen. She directly at Ed, Blood Red Phoenix, in a busy, lively global chat channel. World Starlight at Blood Red Phoenix, looks like you only know some sneaky tricks in real life. Dare to have a real duel on the Fallen Star Ridge. The loser will forever leave, Starry Sky. I'll give you 3 moves. As soon as the message was sent, the Lively World channel exploded with chatter.
Wow.
Starlight is online. Blood Red Phoenix? The mysterious expert recently? Challenged the ultimate map? And 3 moves? Starlight is so cool. What's going on? Real-life tricks? So much info. Pei Xingchuan kept a close eye on the technical monitor on the side, which showed the online status and data flow of the Blood Red Phoenix account in real time. 1 second, 2 seconds. 10 seconds passed, but there was no response. Everyone in the World channel was talking excitedly. Yu Xingqing looked nervously at Pei Xingchuan. Pei Xingchuan signaled her to stay calm. Suddenly, the technician reported. Report. The target account's data flow is surging. There's abnormal high-frequency, local network interaction. Location. Locking on. East City District. Blue Bay Club, room 302. Yes. The trick worked. Move out. Pei Xingchuan ordered without hesitation. Target. Room 302 at Blue Bay Club. Ensure the safe capture of suspect Lin Wan. Support from Teams 2 and 3. The elite police team, already on standby, moved quickly and silently. Several police cars disguised as ordinary vehicles silently headed toward the target location. On the command center's big screen, the live footage from the team members' body cameras was displayed. Yu Xingqing held her breath, staring intently, without blinking. In the scene, special police officers quickly surrounded the Blue Bay Club, evacuated the people outside, and controlled the entrances and exits. The frontline team moved swiftly, like cheetahs, into the corridor, heading straight for the 3rd floor. The door to room 302 was blasted open instantly with a hammer. Don't move. Hands behind your head. Urgent commands and the sound of hurried footsteps came through the microphone. The scene shook, quickly showing the inside of the room. Standard internet cafe setup, high-end gaming chairs, curved monitors. However, the expected scene of resistance with weapons or panic was not seen. Instead, a young woman dressed in a stylish hoodie, with slightly messy hair, sat slumped in a gaming chair, staring blankly at the computer screen. On the screen was the game interface of Starry Battlefront, and her character, Crimson Phoenix, had turned gray. Reporting to command, the target is controlled. But the situation is strange. The commanding officer's voice sounded confused. She didn't resist, it seems. She was heavily hit. The camera zoomed in and you could hear Lin Wan murmuring to herself, "Impossible. How could this happen? My tactics were perfect. How did she predict all my moves?" During the game duel, Yu Xingqing kept his promise of letting her make 3 moves, only defending in the first 30 seconds without attacking. But Crimson Phoenix clearly lost her composure out of anger. Her attack was fierce but full of flaws. After 3 moves, Yu Xingqing used a clever combo to instantly defeat her character in less than 15 seconds. This defeat in the game seemed to hit Lin Wan even harder than being captured by the police in real life. "Check her devices carefully, preserve evidence." Pei Xingchuan's voice came through the communicator, calm as always. The team members quickly moved forward, carefully handcuffing the dazed woman and starting to check her computer and devices. Yu Xingqing looked at the woman being taken away, who no longer resembled the Professor Lin she once was, feeling a mix of emotions. A long crisis had ended in this way on her most familiar virtual battlefield. She put away her phone and looked at Pei Xingchuan beside her. He also turned his head, their deep gazes meeting. "It's over." His tone carried a slight, barely noticeable sense of relaxation. Yu Xingqing nodded, feeling the long-held tension in her nerves ease. "Instructor," she softly asked, "does this count as really helping with the game?" Pei Xingchuan looked at her without answering directly. Instead, he reached out and gently patted her shoulder. This simple gesture was more meaningful than 1,000 words. Yu Xingqing looked down, a small smile forming at the corner of her mouth. She knew that this nightmare-like experience was over, and perhaps a new life was about to begin. But she also wondered how long this newly found peace would last. Would the person who was taken away, Lin Wan, and the mysterious Viper organization behind her really give up? The news of Lin Wan and her accomplices being caught was kept secret, and no details were shared publicly. However, inside the Eastern Summer National Defense University, many rumors and stories spread quickly, with countless versions. To calm the students, and to praise Yu Xingqing for staying calm and smart during the incident, which was officially called a safety drill, the school decided to hold a small celebration for her. The celebration was held at the school's multi-purpose activity center. It was small, only inviting her class, a few key teachers, and school leaders. Despite that, the atmosphere was very lively. Yu Xingqing wore a clean student uniform and sat in the front row, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Next to her was Pei Xingchuan, still in his neat military uniform, looking calm. General Zheng attended in person and gave a short speech. "Students," General Zheng's voice was loud and clear. He looked over everyone and paused on Yu Xingqing. "This safety drill successfully tested our students' emergency response and tactical skills, especially Yu Xingqing, who remained calm and quick-thinking in a sudden situation, showing the qualities of a future officer. Let's give her a round of applause." The room erupted in warm applause. Yu Xingqing's cheeks turned slightly red. She stood up and saluted the leaders and classmates, earning even more applause. After the official part, the atmosphere relaxed into casual chatting. Snacks and drinks were served, and students gathered in small groups to talk. And Yu Xingqing, without a doubt, became the center of attention. She was almost surrounded by classmates and other students from different grades who had come to join the fun. "Xingqing, quickly tell us. What exactly happened?" Lu Yisin was the first to push forward, eyes shining with curiosity. "I heard you gave a lesson to the kidnappers? Is that true?" Yeah. It's all over the forum." Another student held up their phone, showing a popular post from the school forum titled, "Shocking. Yu Xingqing becomes Teacher Yu. Uses game tactics to persuade kidnappers. Police successfully catch them." The post exaggerated how Yu Xingqing, after being kidnapped, explained advanced techniques from Starry Sky Battlefront, impressing the kidnappers so much they called her teacher and called her a legend. Yu Xingqing was caught between laughter and embarrassment, secretly glancing at Pei Xingchuan, who was talking with General Zheng nearby. Pei Xingchuan seemed to notice her gaze, slightly turned his head, and gave a subtle nod, signaling her to relax. "It's not that exaggerated," Yu Xingqing said shyly, waving her hand. "It's just..."
They were playing that game, and I just
said a few words casually. Just a few words. Shinmok pushed up his glasses with a skeptical look. "The forum even dug up your Shadow Blade PV cycle optimization and posted photos of your notes. Where did those notes come from?" Details aren't important." Lu Yixin excitedly took her arm. "The point is, you're now a celebrity at our school. Teacher Yu." Haha. Everyone started teasing and laughing. "Hello, Teacher Yu. Teacher Yu, teach us how to do dungeons. When is your next tactical class?" Yu Xingqing blushed deeply from the teasing, but her heart felt warm. Being surrounded and joked about kindly by her classmates eased the shadows from her past experiences. Meanwhile, the school forum and chat groups were flooded with meme images related to her. Someone edited her student ID photo, adding a teacher's hat and glasses, with the caption, "Want to learn tactics? I'll teach you." Someone captured a scene of a character from Starry Sky Front, using their skill, then drew a simple cartoon of a kidnapper kneeling and worshipping with the caption, "From now on, I'll follow you, Teacher Yu." The funniest part is, no one knows who managed to get a blurry distant photo outside the abandoned factory that night, showing police cars surrounding the area. In the photo, someone edited a large game interface window from Starry Sky Front with the title, "Teacher Yu's Practical Training Class." This picture quickly became the top trending post, shared and saved by many, and it's the biggest joke of the day on campus. Even some teachers couldn't help but joke privately about it. When General Zheng was chatting with Pei Xingchuan, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Instructor Pei, the soldiers you bring are really unique. Looks like our teaching methods need to change to keep up with you young folks." Pei Xingchuan still had his usual serious look, but his eyes showed some admiration as he said, "She always manages to bring unexpected surprises." During the celebration, there was a simple gift-giving part. The school gave Yu Xingqing a beautiful tactical notebook and a custom-made pen. What Yu Xingqing didn't expect was that classmates had secretly prepared a special gift too. Led by Lu Yixin, everyone gave her a beautifully wrapped box. Yu Xingqing opened it amid the cheers, and inside was a custom figurine, the Star Whisperer, holding a common scroll from the game in one hand and a small cartoonish trumpet in the other. The base had a small inscription, "To Teacher Yu, knowledge is power." This gift touched Yu Xingqing deeply. She held the figurine, her eyes a bit teary with emotion. "Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Don't thank us," a boy shouted loudly. "Teacher Yu, show us some game teaching." "Come on." Everyone immediately agreed with this idea. Yu Xingqing was startled and looked to Pei Xingchuan for help. Pei Xingchuan watched the lively, energetic scene in front of him. Amid the cheers, he stepped forward and stood beside Yu Xingqing. "All right." Pei Xingchuan's voice was quiet but enough to make the noisy crowd fall silent. You need to rest. Celebrations are fine, but don't overdo it," the instructor spoke, and the students immediately became more obedient, though their faces still showed excited smiles. Pei Xingchuan looked down and softly said to Yu Xingqing, who was still holding a figurine, "Let's go. I'll take you back to your dorm." Yu Xingqing was overjoyed and quickly nodded. Amid the laughter of, "Instructor Pei is so handsome," and "Take good care of Teacher Yu," they hurried away from the lively center. Outside the activity center, the cool evening breeze brushed their faces, and Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, feeling relaxed. "Instructor," she whispered, "thank you today." "Thank me for what?" Pei Xingchuan looked straight ahead, walking steadily. "Thank you for giving me a chance to face these things." Yu Xingqing looked at the funny and adorable figurine in her arms. "And thank you for helping me earlier." Pei Xingchuan paused slightly, turned his head to look at her. "That's a reward you deserve." But he paused. "From now on, the classes as Teacher Yu probably won't be stopping." Yu Xingqing was surprised at first, then realized Pei Xingchuan was joking. She couldn't help but chuckle, and her mood instantly brightened. Then she bravely responded with a teasing tone. In that case, I look forward to your guidance, Instructor Pei. On a weekend evening, Yu Xingqing was focused on her computer screen, carefully organizing notes for her course on asymmetric tactical thinking. Her watch vibrated softly, a special notification tone from Pei Xingchuan. She immediately opened the message. Are you free? Come to my office. Pei. Her heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively sat up straight. Usually, when Pei Xingchuan called her, it was for training or important matters. Having just experienced a kidnapping incident, she wondered if there was some follow-up issue. I'll be there soon, she replied quickly, closed her laptop, tidied her appearance a little, and then hurried out. Yu Xingqing walked through the shaded path to the instructor's office building. The weekend office was much quieter than usual. She knew her way and approached Pei Xingchuan's door, took a deep breath and knocked. Come in, came his deep voice from inside. She pushed the door open. Pei Xingchuan was sitting behind his desk, a thick file spread out before him. Instructor, you wanted to see me? Yu Xingqing stood still. Pei Xingchuan looked up, his gaze fixed on her. Compared to his usual sternness, there was a hint of seriousness that was hard to notice. He pointed to the chair opposite his desk. Sit. Yu Xingqing sat down obediently, placing her hands neatly on her knees, like a student waiting for a teacher's lecture. Pei Xingchuan didn't speak immediately. Instead, he closed the file in front of him and gently tapped his fingertips on the cover. Yu Xingqing saw that the file cover seemed to have the word Top Secret printed on it, along with a badge of a department she had never seen before. Her heart beat faster with anticipation. Yu Xingqing, Pei Xingchuan said calmly and clearly, after review and evaluation by higher authorities, I am officially informing you that you have been exceptionally promoted to the Future Tactics Research Team, directly under the military headquarters. Her eyes widened instantly, and she seemed frozen in place. Future Tactics Research Team? Directly under the military headquarters? Exceptionally promoted? She understood each of these words separately, but together, spoken by Pei Xingchuan, it felt so unbelievable. Me? She pointed to herself, her voice trembling with surprise. Instructor, are you saying? Me? Joining your team? Yes. The official transfer order will be issued after your graduation. For now, you can start participating in the preliminary research and familiarization work. Yu Xingqing suddenly stood up, flustered. But, Instructor, this isn't possible. I'm just a trainee. I have no experience at all, and the team members are surely experts and senior officials. What can I do there? I'll only hold everyone back. Her mind was in chaos. Pei Xingchuan looked at her panicked expression without offering comfort. After she calmed down a little, he spoke slowly. The team isn't lacking experienced experts, solid researchers, or disciplined officers who follow orders. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. But what we need most is someone like you, someone who isn't bound by traditional military theories or frameworks, someone with unconventional thinking and imagination, from your breaking the exercise rules to countering Lin Wan with layered strategies, and now, he paused meaningfully, using unconventional methods to stabilize the situation. Each time, you've shown extraordinary tactical intuition and innovative ability beyond the norm. Pei Xingchuan stood up and walked over to her. Yu Xingqing, skills can be built over time, and experience can be learned, but natural thinking patterns and creativity are rare and precious. Do you understand? Yu Xingqing looked up at Pei Xingchuan, took a deep breath, and tried to stand straighter. I understand, Instructor. I will work hard and not let you down. It's not just my trust, Pei Xingchuan corrected seriously. It's the expectations of the country and the military. This project concerns the future. Yes, Yu Xingqing straightened her chest, feeling the heavy weight on her shoulders, but also filled with strength. Pei Xingchuan returned to his desk, picked up a black access card that had been prepared earlier, and handed it to Yu Xingqing. This is a temporary pass. Your permissions are already set. Tomorrow at 8:30 a.m., I will meet you at the main entrance of the Research Institute. Bring your ID and don't be late. Yes. I will arrive on time. Yu Xingqing took the access card with both hands. After leaving Pei Xingchuan's office, Yu Xingqing felt like she was walking on clouds, her steps a little light. She tightly clutched the card, her palms sweating. Back at her dorm, she kept looking at the card, her mind swirling with various emotions. The next morning, Yu Xingqing woke up early and arrived 15 minutes before the scheduled time at the heavily guarded main entrance of the Future Tactics Research Institute, located deep within the campus. The building was very modern and high-tech looking, with a sleek silver-gray exterior, very different from other structures. Armed guards stood at the entrance, checking everyone's identity carefully. At 8:25, Pei Xingchuan's familiar black SUV arrived on time and stopped in front of her. Pei Xingchuan got out of the car, saw Yu Xingqing waiting, and nodded slightly. "Follow me." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and followed Pei Xingchuan toward the large automatic glass door. He swiped his high-level access card, and the glass door silently slid open. She imitated him, holding her temporary access card near the sensor. A soft beep sounded, and the green light turned on, indicating approval. As she stepped into the hall, Yu Xingqing was immediately amazed by what she saw. In the very tall central hall, there was a huge holographic sandbox showing a real-time simulation of complex battlefield terrain, with flowing light and shadow. A large LCD screen displayed various complex data streams, dynamic star maps, and real-time summaries of global hotspots. Several researchers dressed in white coats or training uniforms hurried past. She forgot her nervousness, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked at the high-tech equipment she had only heard about in theory. Especially the immersive capsule on one side of the hall, clearly used for tactical simulations, made her eager to see more. Over here, Pei Xingchuan's voice pulled her back to reality. Yu Xingqing quickly followed, cheeks slightly red, silently scolding herself for being so timid, feeling like a naive girl seeing a grand world for the first time. Pei Xingchuan led her through the hall, taking an elevator that required both fingerprint and iris verification, to the top floor of the building. The elevator doors opened to reveal a quiet, wide corridor with rooms on both sides, each marked with different signs. He stopped in front of a heavy metal door labeled Core Project Meeting Room. He verified his identity again, and the door silently slid open. Inside, a large circular conference table was equipped with a liftable holographic projection device. The walls around were smart writable screens, with electronic misting glass that could switch between transparency and privacy with one click. 3 or 4 people were already seated inside, of different ages, an elderly man with white hair and some sharp, capable middle-aged people. They nodded in greeting as they saw Pei Xingchuan enter, their eyes shifting to Yu Xingqing behind him. Curious, scrutinizing, gentle. Various gazes met, causing Yu Xingqing's previously steady heartbeat to race again. Pei Xingchuan moved to the main seat, gesturing for Yu Xingqing to stand beside him, then faced the group, speaking clearly and calmly. "Everyone, let me introduce her. This is Yu Xingqing, a second-year command student. Starting today, she joins us as a special reserve member of the Future Tactics Research Team." He paused, looked around at everyone, and his tone was firm. "Let's welcome our new team member, who will also be our future Chief Game Tactics Advisor." He raised his eyelids slightly, his gaze lingering on Yu Xingqing's young face for a moment. Then he lowered his head and continued reviewing the materials in his hand. Next to Professor Li was Lieutenant Zhao, responsible for information warfare and data analysis. He nodded slightly at Yu Xingqing with a clear look of scrutiny, as if examining a new piece of equipment. Another person was a woman in her 30s, named Zhou Yu, an expert in psychology and behavior analysis. The last one looked the youngest, probably under 30, named Sun Wei, an expert in computers and artificial intelligence. He looked at Yu Xingqing with pure curiosity. Student Yu Xingqing is mainly responsible for providing us with cross-disciplinary and unconventional tactical ideas, Pei Xingchuan summarized briefly. Her role is to think, not to execute. Everyone continue as planned. The meeting began, discussing new tactics for street fighting in the core areas of large cities under high-tech conditions. This was a very complex and difficult topic, involving building structures, underground pipelines, electromagnetic environments, civilian evacuation, and enemy identification. The discussion was professional and in-depth. Yu Xingqing sat at the lower end of Pei Xingchuan's position, listening very carefully. Many technical terms and models she had never heard of before, so she could only try to understand the main idea. Pei Xingchuan did not ask her to speak immediately, but let her listen and learn first. In the following days, Yu Xingqing started her life in the project team. Pei Xingchuan gave her access to relevant materials so she could familiarize herself with the project background and existing research results. Most of her time was spent in her small cubicle, buried in reading difficult reports, occasionally gathering courage to ask Pei Xingchuan or the seemingly friendly Zhou Yu and Sun Wei questions. The team members maintained a polite but distant attitude toward her, except for Sun Wei, who sometimes enthusiastically discussed the underlying logic of games with her. The others seemed to treat her as a background figure or as a special arrangement made by Pei Xingchuan on a whim. Until a week later during a project progress meeting. That meeting focused again on the problem of street fighting. Previous plans had encountered bottlenecks in simulations, either too many casualties, too long a duration, or easy prediction by the enemy. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat heavy. Maybe we shouldn't always think about how to break in? A faint but clear voice sounded during the brief silence after Lieutenant Zhao Zhong finished speaking. Everyone was stunned and looked sharply at the source of the voice, Yu Xingqing. Pei Xingchuan looked at her calmly and said, "Go on." Encouraged, Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and tried to steady her trembling voice. I mean like in some complicated game maps, sometimes the strongest monsters guard the most important treasure points. Charging in blindly often leads to heavy losses. Professor Li frowned, clearly uncomfortable with this awkward analogy. Yu Xingqing sped up her speech, but clever players use map editors. No, they use game mechanics. For example, in some areas of a dungeon, what looks like a dead end can be opened up by destroying scene props with specific skills, creating new paths, or even turning the defender's advantage into a disadvantage. She became more engaged as she spoke, her eyes shining. She casually picked up a smart pen from the table and quickly drew on the writable wall screen. She sketched a simplified city block, then circled a seemingly solid building. If we don't attack this street directly, but make it look like a natural accident or long-term neglect, causing a partial collapse, she drew lines indicating the direction and extent of the collapse. The rubble from the collapse can temporarily block the enemy's main routes, creating chaos. More importantly, she pointed her pen at another area. If our people can sneak past in advance. That's nonsense. A sharp shout interrupted Yu Xingqing's explanation. Professor Li slammed the table, his beard trembling with anger. Partial collapse? Creating chaos? Are you planning to demolish the whole city? This is just child's play. It's a delusion caused by too much gaming. Lieutenant Zhao and Zhou Yu looked disapproving but said nothing. Sun Wei watched Yu Xingqing with concern. Yu Xingqing opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. As expected, she was still too idealistic. Professor Li, Pei Xingchuan's deep voice sounded emotionless. Please watch your words. Professor Li, still angry, retorted. Chief Pei, I respect your decision, but this girl's ideas are simply too absurd. We are engaged in serious military research, not a game design meeting. Because this is serious research, we need to consider every possibility, no matter how unconventional it sounds at first. Pei Xingchuan looked calmly at everyone, finally focusing on Yu Xingqing. Yu Xingqing's main point isn't about demolishing buildings, but about controllably changing battlefield conditions. He paused and spoke firmly. The technical feasibility, risk assessment, and collateral damage control are issues that need detailed discussion later. At this brainstorming stage, I don't think any idea should be dismissed as childish and immediately rejected. Professor Li wanted to argue, but seeing Pei Xingchuan's determined look, he finally sat down angrily, muttering, "Anyway, I reserve my opinion." Pei Xingchuan ignored him and looked at Yu Xingqing. Turn her idea into a simple logical flowchart. Sunway, help her quantify the key parameters. Tomorrow morning, use the virtual battlefield simulation system to run a basic test. Captain Pei. Colonel Zhao couldn't help but speak up. Isn't this too rushed? And what about the resources for the simulation system? I'll handle the permissions, Pei Xingchuan interrupted him. I'll coordinate the resources. He stood up, ending the meeting.
Dismissed.
You Xingqing, stay behind. Everyone looked at each other and left the conference room one after another. Colonel Zhao and Professor Li looked unhappy as they left. Zhou Yu patted Yu Xingqing on the shoulder and gave her an encouraging look. Sun Wei eagerly approached. You classmate, I'll come find you later to discuss the parameters. In the empty conference room, only Yu Xingqing and Pei Xingchuan remained. Yu Xingqing looked down, like a child who had done something wrong, tears welling up in her eyes but holding back. Do you feel upset? Pei Xingchuan walked over and spoke softly. Yu Xingqing shook her head hard, voice choked.
No.
I was too naive. Professor Li is right. He's not right, Pei Xingchuan said firmly. He's stuck in what he's familiar with and refuses to accept ideas that could change his understanding. That's not your fault. Yu Xingqing looked up, tears blurring her vision as she looked at him. Remember, Pei Xingchuan's gaze was deep and firm. On the road of innovation, there are always voices of doubt and opposition. Explanation and argument are often powerless. He pointed to the messy lines drawn by Yu Xingqing on the wall screen. The only thing that can make them shut up is the result. Pei Xingchuan's voice was not loud, but it carried a strong force, entering Yu Xingqing's heart. Can you turn your game thinking into a tactical language they can understand? Yu Xingqing looked into Pei Xingchuan's eyes, full of trust. She wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes, straightened her back, took a deep breath, and her eyes became bright and determined. Yes. Instructor, I will do it. After the meeting, Yu Xingqing hugged her notebook and thick reference materials, then went into the small cubicle assigned to her by the project team. She didn't rush to argue with Professor Li or seek comfort from anyone. In this place where strength speaks, the only way to prove herself is to present flawless plans and simulations. By dawn, a brand new simulation plan, full of colorful annotations, arrows, and notes, was finally completed. Yu Xingqing's eyes were bloodshot, but she was extremely excited. She carefully checked the process, making sure every step considered backup plans for risks. Then she hugged the thick file and rested her head on the desk for a moment. At 9 in the morning, the core members of the project team gathered in the virtual battlefield simulation lab. The huge circular screen lit up, with a complex 3D city model floating in the center. Professor Li still had a serious face, while Colonel Zhao and Zhou Yu looked at everything with scrutiny. Sun Wei sat at the control console, looking a bit nervous. Start the simulation, Pei Xingchuan ordered. Sun Wei activated the program. The red light dots representing the defense side densely occupied key buildings and high points, showing tight defense. The blue lights representing Yu Xingqing's team were much sparser, initially spread around the city edges. At the start of the simulation, the situation was very unfavorable for Yu Xingqing's plan. A small team trying to infiltrate through ventilation ducts because of the complex internal structure and sensors inside moved slowly. They were quickly discovered by the red team and fell into a fierce battle, almost completely wiped out. Another team tried to use a billboard reflecting laser signals to guide other squads to targets. Due to calculation errors, the reflected light exposed their position, and they were sniped. Professor Li let out a barely audible snort. Lieutenant Zhao shook his head. The idea of three-dimensional infiltration is good, but there are too many environmental variables. It's too easy to go wrong. Even Zhou Yu frowned slightly, feeling that Yu Xingqing's plan relied too much on risky surprise attacks. Yu Xingqing clenched her lips, fists resting on her knees, palms sweaty. But she was not panicked, because these accidents were part of her planned scenarios, even deliberately set to confuse and lure the enemy's sacrificial units. Sure enough, after defeating 2 blue team infiltrations, the Red Army's defenses focused on these unconventional routes. At this moment, a sharp light flashed in Yu Xingqing's eyes. She gave an order to Sun Wei. Proceed with the second phase of the plan. On the screen, Two blue squads hiding in the shadows began to move. They used city noise and the distraction of Red Army attention to successfully infiltrate the underground core of the city. What? Lieutenant Zhao leaned forward slightly. When did they get to this position? Professor Li also squinted. Even more surprising, the infiltrated blue squads did not rush to attack. Instead, they started a series of environmental interaction operations. Now's the time. Yu Xingqing's voice was calm but decisive. Team B, use individual gliders to infiltrate from the southwest side of H5 Tower. Target: the enemy's temporary command post in the central square. Team D, detonate the barrier, device set at P2 parking lot. Once the orders were given, the soldiers in Team B, waiting at the top of a tall building, quickly launched their individual gliders. They descended from a vertical direction the Red Army thought impossible to attack from, directly landing in the central square. Almost simultaneously, a muffled explosion came from P2 parking lot. Some structures were precisely destroyed, not collapsing completely, but blocking a main reinforcement route on the west side of the square. Report: Blue Team B has successfully infiltrated the Red Command post. The Red Command link is cut. Sun Wei's voice was excited. On the ring-shaped screen, the large light spot representing the Red Command node quickly dimmed. Without unified command, the various Red Army units fell into chaos and fought separately. Meanwhile, the other Blue Army squads led by Yu Xingqing followed the planned strategy to divide and clear out the remaining enemies. The simulation results quickly appeared. The Blue Army achieved their tactical goal with very little cost, paralyzing the Red Army's command system and eliminating most of their active forces. The virtual simulation room was silent. Lieutenant Zhao stared at the screen showing the final battle statistics, unable to speak for a moment. Zhou Yu's eyes were full of amazement as he replayed key moments in the footage. Sun Wei looked excited and admired Yu Xingqing with respect. Professor Li's contempt and anger had disappeared, replaced by shock and deep thought. He looked up and saw the young girl, pale from staying up late but with bright eyes. He had to admit he was wrong. Not about her ideas, but about his fixed way of thinking. Pei Xingchuan stood up, his face still expressionless, but a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. He looked at Professor Li and asked calmly, "Professor Li, what do you think of the simulation results?" Professor Li took a deep breath, slowly took off his glasses, rubbed his forehead, and smiled with a mix of shame and admiration. "Pei team leader, I am convinced." He turned to Yu Xingqing and spoke more seriously. "You student, I apologize for my previous words. Your tactics, although still needing refinement in details, have indeed opened a new window into urban combat research. Young people are impressive, truly impressive." Yu Xingqing quickly stood up and bowed slightly to Professor Li. "Professor Li, you are too kind. I also thank you for your criticism, which helped me realize my shortcomings and improve the plan." Pei Xingchuan watched the scene and nodded slightly. He knew that from this moment on, Yu Xingqing had truly established her position in the team. She was about to turn on her computer to continue fixing some details from yesterday's analysis when Pei Xingchuan's deep voice came from inside. "Yu Xingqing, come in for a moment." Yu Xingqing's heart tightened, thinking there might be some part of the plan that still needed fixing. She quickly grabbed her notebook and walked briskly into Pei Xingchuan's office. The office design matched the high-tech style of the entire project team. At this moment, Pei Xingchuan was standing in the center of the office, pointing to an empty space near his desk on the right. There was a modern, simple desk there, very different from Pei Xingchuan's serious black ebony desk. On the desk, there was a small, cute cartoon-style cup, clearly a new addition. "Instructor," Yu Xingqing looked at the new desk with some confusion, then at Pei Xingchuan. "Starting today, you'll work here." "Here? Really?" Yu Xingqing was stunned, pointing outside. "But I have a space outside. The partition outside is for someone else." Pei Xingchuan interrupted her, giving a clear and unarguable reason. "Your main role now is as a core advisor. We need frequent communication. Sitting outside means you'll have to go in and out for every discussion, which affects efficiency and breaks your focus." She looked at the new desk less than 2 meters from Pei Xingchuan's, feeling it was not just a desk but an invisible pressure barrier. What did this mean? It meant she would spend almost all her working hours under Pei Xingchuan's watch. She couldn't sneak off to browse game forums for inspiration anymore. She couldn't get stuck in her thoughts and scratch her head in frustration, nor could she even relax her sitting posture a little. It was 100 times scarier than being assigned a special seat next to the teacher on the podium in class. Instructor. Yu Xingqing tried to resist. I think I'm fine outside, it won't affect. This is an arrangement. Pei Xingchuan's tone was firm, his gaze sweeping over her like she was facing a great challenge. A faint smile seemed to flicker in his eyes. Bring your things inside. In 10 minutes, we'll discuss the next research focus. The order was given and she had no choice but to accept. Yu Xingqing drooped her head, looking like a wilted eggplant, and quietly returned to her small cubicle. She began packing her belongings. She carried her box back into Pei Xingchuan's office, silently arranged her things on the new desk, sat upright, opened her computer, and stared steadily at the screen, breathing softly and carefully. Pei Xingchuan seemed unaware of her nervousness and started working on his documents. The only sounds in the office were keyboard typing and paper flipping. The first few hours felt like an eternity to Yu Xingqing. She felt like a small lab mouse being watched, as if she could always sense the sharp gaze on her. Near noon, because she was very tense and hadn't eaten enough that morning, her stomach suddenly growled loudly. In the quiet office, the sound was very clear. Yu Xingqing froze instantly, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, wishing she could hide somewhere. Pei Xingchuan paused his typing, looked up and glanced at her. Then he opened a drawer of his desk, took out an energy bar, and placed it on her desk corner. Eat this first. Yu Xingqing looked at the energy bar and whispered, Thank you, instructor. Focus on your work. After saying that, Pei Xingchuan lowered his head again. Yu Xingqing unwrapped the energy bar and ate small bites. She was surprised that the instructor kept snacks in his office drawer. In the afternoon, Yu Xingqing started working on a new tactical model. Once she got lost in her thinking, she gradually forgot where she was and even forgot about Pei Xingchuan beside her. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes her fingers flew quickly over the keyboard, sometimes she grabbed nearby draft paper to write and draw, and even accidentally dropped her pen on the floor without noticing. After a long time, Yu Xingqing finally solved a key algorithm problem, took a deep breath, and stretched happily. She wanted to rest her eyes on the desk for a few minutes, but the office's warm air and comfortable chair made her relax, and she drifted into a light sleep. Pei Xingchuan finished an urgent report and was about to call Yu Xingqing to discuss the next step when he looked up and saw that the girl beside him had already fallen asleep on the desk. Her breathing was steady and deep, clearly in a deep sleep. He put down the documents in his hands, stood up slowly, and gently walked to the coat rack. He took down his usual military jacket. Then, very carefully, he draped the jacket over Yu Xingqing's shoulders. The jacket was too big for her, almost covering her completely, leaving only her small head visible. She seemed to feel the sudden warmth in her sleep, unconsciously rubbing her cheek against the collar of the jacket, making a soft, sleepy sound and falling into a deeper sleep. Pei Xingchuan stood quietly for a moment, then turned back to his seat as if nothing had happened. After some time, the school bell outside the window rang, waking Yu Xingqing. She groggily lifted her head, rubbed her eyes, and realized she was wearing Pei Xingchuan's military jacket. She suddenly snapped to attention, quickly took off the jacket, and looked at Pei Xingchuan with a confused expression. He had just finished a video call and was taking off his headphones. Feeling her gaze, he turned his head and looked normal. You're awake? Organize the data analysis report from yesterday's simulation and send it to me. Yu Xingqing's cheeks turned slightly red. Holding the still warm, lightly fragrant jacket, she whispered, Yes, instructor. Carefully, she folded the jacket and set it aside. Was the jacket the instructor gave her? Did she just drool on it? After surviving a week in the special seat in Pei Xingchuan's office, Yu Xingqing gradually learned some survival rules. Although the instructor had a commanding presence, as long as she worked diligently, he didn't constantly watch her like a supervisor. Sometimes, she could secretly browse new tactical posts on gaming forums on her split screen while he was fully focused on his documents, Just quickly switch back to the military map before he looked up. This tense but exciting feeling strangely helped her adapt to this pressure barrier, even finding some dark humor in it. That morning, Pei Xingchuan had just finished a confidential call, looking more serious than ever. He pushed an encrypted file toward Yu Xingqing. Take a look. New mission. Curious, she opened it. The file's title was Sword 202X, Multinational Counterterrorism Exercise Participation Plan for East Summer Country. This is a high-level joint exercise led by several military powers. Dongxia Country, as an important participant, was invited to send elite troops and command teams to a hypothetical overseas battlefield. She was surprised to see the attached list. Her name, Yu Xingqing, was clearly written with a note in parentheses. Special Advisor, responsible for asymmetric tactics support. Me? Instructor, is this list a mistake? Yu Xingqing pointed at her name, as if she saw the name of a horror movie protagonist. I'm just a student. For such an international-level exercise, the best experts should go. Professor Li, Lieutenant Zhao, and others. Pei Xingchuan's expression showed no surprise. The list is correct. This was decided after a thorough assessment by the command center. The exercise is very complex, involving coordination between multiple countries' troops, language differences, legal issues, hostage safety, and anti-proliferation concerns. What the command center values most is your ability to apply game-based thinking to real, complex scenarios. Yu Xingqing understands the reasoning, but this is going to be a real fight on the international stage. The people sitting below might all be foreign generals with stars on their shoulders, looking down their noses. She, a young student with little experience, is supposed to explain counterterrorism strategies using the Stellar Frontier game mode. She's afraid she'll be treated as a lunatic and kicked out on the spot. Instructor. I can't do it. Yu Xingqing looked distressed, already imagining herself nervously stuttering in front of these big shots, then being personally pulled out by Pei Xingchuan from the command center. I'll embarrass you. Embarrass the country. Embarrass? Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow, with a hint of subtle teasing in his tone. Yu Xingqing, do you forget how you convinced Professor Li before? Your pressure back then wasn't any less than now. That's different. Yu Xingqing was so anxious, she almost jumped. That was at home. It's easy to talk when the door is closed. But this is an international competition. It's like being the top player in a game ladder and suddenly going to the World Cup finals. All opponents are monsters. This analogy made a slight movement flicker across Pei Xingchuan's lips. He stood up and walked over to Yu Xingqing. Listen here, there's no difference between home and international. His voice was deep and firm, leaving no room for doubt. There are only tasks and ways to complete them. Since the command center named you, it means they trust your abilities. He leaned slightly closer, close enough that Yu Xingqing could clearly smell his faint, cold breath. During the drill, I will be one of the on-site commanders for our side, participating throughout. All your tactical ideas will be decided by me and presented to the Joint Command. To gain support, all you need to do is think at your best, like designing a game strategy, and come up with the most effective, bold, and surprising plans. Pei Xingchuan looked directly into Yu Xingqing's wide eyes, which were filled with shock and fear, and spoke clearly. Follow your ideas, without any worries. I will be your strongest supporter and your firewall against any crazy ideas. If the sky falls, I will hold it up. Yes, what is there to be afraid of? There's an instructor here. It's Pei Xingchuan. If he says I can handle it, then I definitely can. Why be scared? Isn't this the perfect chance she had always dreamed of, to use her game world wisdom in the real battlefield? And there will even be a global live broadcast, special edition. Yu Xingqing suddenly sniffed. Yes. Instructor. I understand. I will complete the mission. I will. I will not let the country down. Seeing her instantly switch from a discouraged state to a motivated little rocket, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared in Pei Xingchuan's eyes. Good. Now put away those unnecessary worries. In 3 days, we need to understand every detail of the drill scenario. Time is tight, so let's get to work. Yes. Over the next 3 days, Yu Xingqing experienced what it truly meant to feel overwhelmed but more motivated. During the day, she stayed in Pei Xingchuan's office, studying a huge electronic sandbox, various building plans, and enemy intelligence estimates, deep in thought. At night, back in her dorm, she even pulled out all the maps related to city ruins, underground mazes, and high-level attack and defense from the game Star Frontier, repeatedly analyzing strategies and terrain features she could use. She often came up with ideas that sounded very fantasy-like to Pei Xingchuan. Trainer, if we use the cooling tower of this abandoned purification plant to create a small steam burst at a specific time, could it interfere with the infrared detection devices on the high ground? Like blinding guards in a game using environmental effects. Before the joint operation begins, can we spread false information about internal traders and unfair resource distribution on terrorist-controlled online forums to make them suspect each other? Whenever she suggested these ideas, Pei Xingchuan never immediately rejected them. Instead, he would analyze their feasibility, risks, and technical challenges with her, combining real military technology and tactics. He could quickly translate Yu Xingqing's wild, game language into precise military terms and practical tactical steps. After 3 days of intense work, Yu Xingqing's eyes were dark like a panda, but she was extremely excited. She felt her mind had been fully activated and reshaped. In the collision of reality and virtuality, seriousness and imagination, countless sparks flew. On the night before departure, Yu Xingqing checked the plan details one last time under Pei Xingchuan's supervision. Looking at the bold combat plan full of Yu-style ideas on her tablet, she still felt a bit nervous. Trainer, do you think commanders from other countries would accept this? More innovative approach. Pei Xingchuan closed the folder he was holding, looked out at the dark night, and spoke calmly but confidently. Whether they accept it or not is not my concern. Just remember, when you present the plan tomorrow, treat all the generals in front of you as teammates waiting for you to lead in the stellar frontline game. However, this mission can't be revived. It can only be completed once. He turned his gaze back to Yu Xingqing. Bring out your top-rank momentum. Tomorrow's stage is yours. Yu Xingqing stared at him blankly, her heart pounding strongly, and all her worries disappeared in his words. She nodded forcefully, feeling a surge of strength throughout her body. In an abandoned industrial city somewhere overseas, the once dilapidated factory area was now shrouded in a tense, oppressive atmosphere. The Sharp Sword 202X multi-country joint anti-terrorism exercise has officially begun in this area. Yu Xingqing, dressed in a well-fitting uniform from the Eastern Summer Country, wearing a technical advisor badge, sat in the designated area for the delegation, right next to Pei Xingchuan. Although Pei Xingchuan was sitting nearby, she couldn't help but sweat in her palms and instinctively touch the small box of special mint candies that Pei Xingchuan had given her. Pei Xingchuan stared at the screen without looking away, occasionally whispering through encrypted communication with the on-site commander of the participating troops from Eastern Summer. He even gently nudged Yu Xingqing's arm with his elbow when a nearby White Eagle Country general wasn't paying attention, softly saying, "Relax, just like watching a big panoramic movie. Teacher, this movie ticket is too expensive, and I am the main actor in my own script. Team A1 report.
Signal is very weak.
Repeat, can't hear instructions clearly. Team B2 has lost contact for over 3 minutes. Command. This is Captain Blue Fox. We heard a loud explosion, but can't determine the direction or nature. Request instructions. Urgent and vague reports came from various units over the communication channels. On the big screen in the command hall, icons representing each team flickered uncertainly. The highest commander of the Joint Command, General Lanchi, sat upright at the command seat, with a furrowed brow, constantly urging the communication tech team to restore contact quickly. Several staff officers gathered around a large sand table, trying to infer the frontline situation with limited information, but the gaps were too big, like blind men feeling an elephant. This can't go on. A hot-tempered general from Ross slammed his fist on the control console. How long will it take to restore communications? Are we going to let the young soldiers stumble around blindly inside? Our surprise advantage is slipping away. Another major from the Imperial Union looked worried. If the enemy stabilizes their position and uses the terrain to their advantage, the hostages will be in danger. Yu Xingqing was also very anxious. The clever maneuvers and coordination she designed relied heavily on timely information sharing and teamwork. Now that communications were almost completely down, her plan was about to fall apart before it even started. She looked at the frontline icons on the screen, which resembled headless flies, and her mind raced quickly. What should she do? What should she do? What to do in a game when faced with this situation?
Game.
That's right. The game. In the early versions of Starry Sky Front, the servers were often unstable or faced malicious network interference, causing voice communication to freeze or even disconnect. At that time, we relied on a highly developed, simple, and clear icon signaling system and battlefield marking language built into the game. A single icon could express complex ideas. This system even became a universal second language for players around the world. Yu Xingqing suddenly turned to Pei Xingchuan, no longer caring about the situation, and whispered urgently, "Instructor, communication. We can use an alternative method." Pei Xingchuan immediately focused on her face and asked, "Speak. Use icons." Like in Starry Sky Front. Yu Xingqing spoke quickly, afraid that her idea might slip away. "We don't need voice. We can transmit the simplest icons and symbols through data links. For example, a red cross to mean important target found, plus some basic coordinate numbers. These data are very small and less affected by electromagnetic interference. The young soldiers on the front line will definitely understand." Pei Xingchuan's eyes lit up instantly. He almost hesitated not at all, stood up quickly, and loudly reported to the highest commander. "General, the East Summer delegation has an urgent communication alternative proposal." In an instant, all eyes in the command hall focused on Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing, who was half hidden behind him. General Anqi, who was overwhelmed, immediately said, "Speak." Pei Xingchuan summarized Yu Xingqing's idea using the most professional military terminology. The proposal was so innovative that several senior generals were stunned. Using game elements to command actual combat? Nonsense. This is just child's play. The first to oppose was General Ross. "This is serious military action. General." Pei Xingchuan's voice was calm. "Please consider the average age of our frontline soldiers. They may not be familiar with some complex military communication protocols, but they will definitely understand these icons. Efficiency is the most important. We can attach brief voice or text codes to each icon during transmission as secondary confirmation to ensure absolute safety." Yu Xingqing, hiding behind Pei Xingchuan, was almost jumping out of her skin. She could feel countless eyes of doubt, scrutiny, and even disdain fixed on her. At a critical moment, the usually silent leader of the White Eagle delegation suddenly spoke. "I think we can give it a try. I remember the game my son played had a very efficient marking system." He looked at Colonel Pei Xingchuan and asked, "Do you have a ready-made symbol library and transmission protocol?" "Yes," Pei Xingchuan answered firmly, signaling to Yu Xingqing with his eyes. Yu Xingqing immediately understood and quickly retrieved her well-organized standard tactical icon library and abbreviation chart for the Starry Sky Front from her tablet. She could draw this in her sleep. The technical team from Dongxia quickly adapted this icon system to the dedicated data link used for drills. Within minutes, a simplified, game language, communication protocol was sent through a backup channel to all participating squads' individual terminals. The command was issued, prioritize icon communication, with voice confirmation as a backup. At first, the frontline squads were a bit confused, but soon, the young soldiers realized their terminals displayed clear icons and coordinates. Command sent a red cross at coordinate G7. "Are we supposed to attack there?" "Confirmed." "Enemy heavy machine gun position found at G7. Squad A1 understands. We received a green arrow pointing to K3 channel and a medical cross symbol. Are we supposed to evacuate the wounded through K3? Correct." Squad B2 received. These icons became a natural language, instantly understood and skillfully used by all the young officers and soldiers. They even started creatively combining icons, like a bomb plus a clock, meaning explosive device installed, countdown started. On the big screen, the previously stagnant squad icons became active again, showing impressive teamwork. Yu Xingqing's bold tactical design finally came to life. The phases of infiltration, penetration, feint, and precise strikes connected smoothly and worked in perfect harmony. The atmosphere in the command center completely changed. The previous anxiety and seriousness were replaced by surprise and excitement. Several generals watched the efficiently advancing battle on the screen, their faces showing disbelief. The General Anshi took a deep breath and looked at Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing, who was cautiously peeking out from behind him. Wonderful Eastern wisdom. Amazing young person. This game language is just perfect for our new soldiers. General Ross from the neighboring country also stroked his chin and said in admiration, I didn't expect that the things my son spends all day tinkering with would actually come in handy at critical moments. Hearing the praise from the generals around, Yu Xingqing quietly clenched her mint candy box in her pocket, feeling a little excited inside. Who said playing games is useless? Game icons can save the world. During the following drills, rescue operations, hostage negotiations, and clearing remaining threats, Yu Xingqing often came up with some bright ideas. For example, she suggested using drone swarms to simulate large-scale troop formations with sound and light effects, pretending to attack the main entrance to lure the enemy's main force. Or, she recommended that the assault team release small reconnaissance robots before entering complex tunnels, like clearing fog in a game, to explore the internal structure. She even proposed using certain sound wave frequencies to interfere with the enemy's habit of judging directions by sound. Most of her suggestions were adopted by Pei Xingchuan. After careful translation and risk assessment, they turned into practical tactical commands. Thanks to these clever tricks, the East Summer troops performed exceptionally well during the drills. After the exercises, during the review meeting, everyone highly praised the success of the drills. Special mention was made of the excellent adaptability and tactical innovation shown by all parties, especially the East Summer delegation, during communication failures. Although no one directly named her, everyone knew that the amazing icon communication method and the series of clever tactics that followed were all created by the young female advisor from East Summer. Once the meeting ended, Yu Xingqing immediately became the focus of attention. Ms. Yu, your tactical ideas are truly impressive. I am Alex Miller, the leader of the Eagle Nation's assault team. Would you be interested in having dinner with us to discuss asymmetric tactics in urban environments? A tall, handsome young officer with a charming smile, blonde hair, and blue eyes approached Yu Xingqing directly. He spoke in stiff but clear Chinese and extended an invitation. His face showed genuine admiration and obvious interest. Captain Axe had worked with the East Summer team many times during drills, leaving a deep impression on Yu Xingqing. Mostly because he fought fiercely, like a wild warrior. Yu Xingqing was a bit stunned by this sudden straightforward invitation, especially with many senior officers watching. She felt a little flustered, her cheeks reddening. Instinctively, she stepped back behind Pei Xingchuan and whispered, Huh? Dinner. Pei Xingchuan was talking to a general nearby. When he sensed Yu Xingqing's small movement, he subtly shifted his body to better shield her. Lieutenant Miller. Pei Xingchuan's voice sounded more distant than usual. Thank you for your recognition of our advisor. But Yu is under a lot of stress during drills and needs rest, and discussing tactical details involves some of our research, which might not be appropriate. But Axe was not giving up. He moved half a step closer, smiling even more brightly. Colonel Pei, don't worry. It's just an academic exchange. We won't discuss any sensitive information. I truly admire Ms. Yu's talent. Look, it's at the base cafeteria, with many people around. It's completely formal. He even winked at Yu Xingqing. Ms. Yu, I'm also very interested in your country's military culture. We can learn from each other. Yu Xingqing felt even more uncomfortable with his wink. This foreign friend was way too enthusiastic. She instinctively grabbed the back of Pei Xingchuan's uniform, seeking protection like a young animal. Captain Miller, Lieutenant Miller, Pei Xingchuan interrupted softly, blocking Yu Xingqing's hesitant words. He took a half step forward, almost completely shielding her from Axe's view, his eyes sharp and cold as he looked at the other. I understand your academic enthusiasm, but according to regulations, informal exchanges, especially in foreign-related situations, require strict approval. This is a basic rule in any country. So, we appreciate your invitation, but we must decline. Core technology, confidential. Sorry. These words hit Major Axe's Miller's enthusiastic face like a cold steel plate with a loud slap. His smile instantly froze, and a hint of surprise and awkwardness flashed in his eyes. Other officers from different countries nearby also heard this, and they looked at him with meaningful expressions. The reason was very convincing and so strong that Axes couldn't argue. What could he say? That he just wanted to have a simple meal and chat with the beautiful consultant? If he said that, he might be suspected of trying to steal military secrets and be taken away for questioning. Haha, I was too abrupt. Axes quickly changed his expression, though his smile was a bit forced. I understand, I completely understand.
Well,
I look forward to a formal exchange in the future. He nodded at Pei Xingchuan and then turned to leave, his back giving off the impression of fleeing in a hurry. Yu Xingqing watched Axes disappear into the crowd, then let out a long sigh of relief, patting her chest and whispering, "That scared me." Foreigners are so direct. She looked up at Pei Xingchuan, feeling a strange sensation in her heart. Did the instructor just seem a bit too serious? Pei Xingchuan sensed her gaze and slightly turned his head. In the future, if you encounter unnecessary social invitations, just refuse. Your main task is research and learning, not diplomatic socializing. For some reason, Yu Xingqing heard a reminder in his words, "Don't talk to strangers." I understand, instructor. Yu Xingqing nodded obediently, but that strange feeling in her heart grew stronger.
Could it be?
Is the instructor jealous? The thought suddenly startled her, and her cheeks flushed red. No way, no way. Who is Instructor Pei? He's the cold-faced war god who makes the entire East Summer National Defense University tremble when he stomps his foot. How could he be jealous over something as small as a foreign officer inviting her to dinner? It must be her imagination. Yes, it must be that the instructor is just committed to protecting national secrets and his subordinates with absolute responsibility. That's it. However, over the next few days, Yu Xingqing found that this Axes Miller seemed to be someone who grew more determined after setbacks. Although Pei Xingchuan blocked his attempts with the core technology argument, he did not give up trying to communicate with Yu Xingqing. During a break at the rehearsal, in the coffee shop, Yu Xingqing had just sat down when Axes suddenly appeared from some corner, excitedly greeting her. "Ms. Yu? What a coincidence. The blueberry mousse here is very good. Would you like to try some?" Before Yu Xingqing could respond, Pei Xingchuan just happened to arrive, expressionless, taking the juice from Yu Xingqing's hand and replacing it with his own thermos. At the same time, he shot Axes a look that said, "Why are you here again?" and said, "Major Miller, we have different tastes. Advisor Yu isn't used to Western-style desserts. Also, we have technical issues to discuss." At the informal gathering, Axes, holding an English copy of The Art of War, approached Yu Xingqing humbly and asked, "Ms. Yu, I am a bit confused about the meaning of war is deception. Could you please clarify?" Before Yu Xingqing could speak, Pei Xingchuan came over with a thick report on the exercise data analysis and handed it to her. "This is urgent. Please verify it immediately. Major Miller, academic questions should be directed to your country's sinologists. Advisor Yu is currently busy with her tasks." After several attempts, Yu Xingqing clearly sensed something was wrong. Is this firewall the instructor built a bit too high? Every time Axes approached, the instructor would appear within 30 seconds, using various justifications to take her away. This has gone beyond simple protection of national secrets. As the rehearsal neared its end, during the final multinational officers' dinner, Axes watched helplessly as Pei Xingchuan kept Yu Xingqing close, sighing with frustration. He lamented to his companion that Colonel Pei from Dongxia country is more protective of his talented advisor than his country's missile defense system. There's not a single gap. He is the popular team leader in the White Eagle country's assault team, loved by everyone and admired by many. When has he ever been so humiliated in front of a lady? This situation was even harder for him than his last survival training in the Amazon rainforest. However, fate still gave him one last chance. After the main exercises were over, the organizers arranged a relaxed international military officers' academic exchange. Pei Xingchuan had planned to just show himself briefly and leave, but another senior general from Dongxia country was busy discussing macro-strategic issues with some foreign generals. He was asked to stay and accompany them temporarily. So, Pei Xingchuan had to act like a cautious bodyguard, staying close to Yu Xingqing at all times. Yu Xingqing was nervous about social events like this. Most of the time, she held a glass of juice and hid behind a corner of a potted plant. Pei Xingchuan stood nearby, arms crossed, scanning the room with a stern look that said, "Stay away." It was in this situation that Axis, using his excellent infiltration skills, broke through Pei Xingchuan's warning line. He carried a small, delicate cake, carefully avoiding the large palm plant, and appeared in front of Yu Xingqing. "Ms. Yu, good evening. Finally, I get a chance to talk to you." Axe's voice was full of excitement, and his eyes shone brightly. Startled, Yu Xingqing's hand trembled, almost spilling her juice. Pei Xingchuan instantly stepped in front of her, looking coldly at Axis. "Lieutenant Miller, do you have any instructions?" Axis ignored Pei Xingchuan's icy stare and focused on Yu Xingqing, trying to sound sincere and urgent. "Ms. Yu, please give me a few minutes. I mean no harm. Really. I just want to express my admiration for you face to face." Admiration? Even Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Yu Xingqing peeked curiously from behind Pei Xingchuan, looking confused. Admiration. What was there to admire about her?
Yes.
Utter admiration. Seeing Yu Xingqing willing to talk, Axis felt greatly encouraged. He spoke quickly. "I've been following you for a long time. Since the moment you topped the ladder in the international server of Starry Sky Frontline." "Oh my." Xingqing's glimmer. "That was really you. I simply can't believe it." Aix is completely caught up in the excitement of meeting his idol. He starts talking non-stop. 3 months ago, during the Dusk of the God season, in the final ranking push, you 1v3 defeated 3 professional players on the bench and turned the game around to reach the top. That battle was like a textbook example of strategy. I watched the replay over 50 times. Yu Xingqing is stunned. She clearly remembers that intense ladder match, where she played until her fingers cramped and finally won with a clever surprise move.
But
the captain of the White Eagle Special Forces team is actually her game fan? This world is so magical. Aix gets more excited, even gesturing wildly. "And that post you made on the official forum about psychological tactics and operation improvements for Shadow Blade under high-pressure situations, I printed it out and studied it for a whole week. It greatly improved our team's mental toughness and reaction speed in close indoor battles." His eyes are full of admiration as he looks at Yu Xingqing. "I've always wanted a chance to meet you and share gaming tips. I never thought I'd meet a real person during this practice. Miss Yu, no. Great master. Please sign my game ID." Pei Xingchuan's tightly pursed lips twitch slightly. So, this major who looks like a peacock spreading its feathers, who kept jumping around and trying to get close to Yu Xingqing, wasn't because he had any inappropriate thoughts about her, but because he is a huge fan of her in the game. He slowly turns to the side, looking at Yu Xingqing, who is still confused and hasn't fully understood the situation. Suddenly, he feels that his series of defensive actions might have been a bit too exaggerated and funny. Yu Xingqing, coming back from her shock, looks at Aix with eyes full of longing and admiration, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. She instinctively ignores Pei Xingchuan's complicated expression, a bit of her professional instinct kicking in, and asks, You also play Stellar Frontier?
which server are you on?
What class do you main? International server. ID is Thunderhammer. Main Tank Warrior. Seeing that the Great Master is willing to talk to him, Aix is so excited he almost jumps up. Compared to you, I am just a beginner. Expert, can you tell me how you predicted that the opponent's Phantom Assassin would attack from that tricky angle last time? Yu Xingqing vaguely remembered Thunderhammer, a player known for playing aggressively and often posting on forums. The game topic instantly eased her social anxiety. She felt like she was back to chatting comfortably while gaming and started analyzing. Oh, that actually it's because he had a small pattern in how he entered team fights 3 times before. Pei Xingchuan stood nearby, watching these two quickly switch to a smooth exchange of gaming terms, completely ignoring him as if he were just a background wall. He showed a very helpless but slightly amused expression. He rubbed his forehead, thinking about his recent strict guarding. What is this all about? The scene he thought was a love rival showdown suddenly turned into a big fan meetup and game strategy discussion. Pei Xingchuan looked at Yu Xingqing, who was excited and confident when talking about her favorite area. At least, this silly girl hadn't realized the truth yet, and the potential threat was just a simple-minded battle fan. He let out a soft breath, lowered his arms that were crossed, and relaxed his posture. He even kindly took 2 small cakes from a passing waiter's tray, handed one to Yu Xingqing, who was talking so eagerly she was dry, and, to Axe's surprised look, handed the other over as well. Since we've been talking so long, have a snack. Pei Xingchuan's tone returned to normal calm, and the coldness that kept people at bay was gone. Axe took the cake, almost moved to tears. Thank you, Colonel Pei. You're so kind. Pei Xingchuan glanced at him but said nothing, thinking to himself. As long as you don't have other intentions, you can discuss the game as you like. Yu Xingqing, completely immersed in the joy of gaming talk, had long forgotten her previous nervousness and the subtle jealousy of the instructor. Until the event ended, Axe happily left with the advanced Shadow Blade combo diagram she casually drew on a napkin, feeling like a treasure. Only then did she realize and look at Pei Xingchuan. Instructor. Was I talking too much just now? She shyly scratched her head. A faint smile flickered in Pei Xingchuan's eyes. He reached out and wiped away a bit of cream on her mouth, moving naturally as if he had done it many times before. That's okay. He casually said, next time, remember to charge a consultation fee. Huh? Pei Xingchuan didn't explain further. He turned to leave the meeting room, but a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, one he didn't even notice himself. It seems I need to get used to it. This chief advisor of mine might have many more fans like this around the world. The multi-country joint anti-terrorism drill, Sharp Sword 202X, successfully concluded. The East Summer delegation was praised highly by all participating countries for their quick thinking, innovative tactics, and high professionalism. On the return flight, the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Many accompanying personnel were still reminiscing about the exciting moments of the drill, especially the way Major Axe showed almost fanatical admiration for Yu Xingqing at the last moment, which became a private joke among them. Officer Pei, did you see? When Major Miller got that napkin Yu Guan casually drew, his expression was like he received an important order. A young aide said with a smile. Pei Xingchuan sat by the window, only giving a faint, in response. His gaze swept over Yu Xingqing, who was wearing headphones and nodding off. The girl was exhausted from the tense drills and subsequent activities. As soon as the plane took off, she fell asleep, her head slightly tilted toward the window. Pei Xingchuan quietly reached out and gently turned her head, resting it on his shoulder. Yu Xingqing mumbled in her sleep, finding a more comfortable position and sleeping more soundly. He adjusted his sitting posture slightly to make her more comfortable, then continued reading the post-mission evaluation report, as if that gentle gesture had been just a casual act. A few subordinates exchanged knowing glances, lowering their voices and smiling kindly. After returning home, a grand awards ceremony was held at the military headquarters. The entire project team received a commendation, and Pei Xingchuan, as the on-site commander and project leader, was awarded a second-class merit. When mentioning Yu Xingqing's name, the event paused briefly and subtly. Cadet Yu Xingqing, during the Sword 202X exercise, served as a special advisor, utilizing her unique strengths to propose critical communication alternatives and several innovative tactical ideas, making outstanding contributions to the success of the exercise. The commendation was well written, fully recognizing her achievements. When it came to awarding her, the department responsible for evaluations faced a real dilemma. According to tradition, such a major contribution should at least earn her a third-class personal merit award or even a second-class award. But the problem was, Yu Xingqing's official status was still that of a second-year student at the Eastern Summer National Defense University. She was not an active-duty officer and did not hold an official military rank. Awarding a military medal, symbolizing the highest honor of soldiers, to a student was unprecedented in the history of the Eastern Summer Military. Moreover, her way of contributing was very special. Although her results were impressive, was it appropriate to equate her achievements with those of soldiers fighting bravely on the battlefield? Could this cause unnecessary controversy or misunderstandings? Therefore, during the meeting, several senior officers discussed this matter carefully. Comrade Yu Xingqing's performance is widely recognized and highly significant. Not awarding her would be a failure to acknowledge her efforts, and it could also discourage innovative thinking. An elderly general with white hair set the tone first. However, her status is indeed special. Giving her a military medal directly conflicts with current regulations, and it might cause concerns among lower-ranking officers. They might think we value tricky skills too much and overlook traditional virtues. Another senior officer responsible for political work expressed his concerns. I disagree. General Zheng, calm and steady, spoke up. He was an experienced superior of Pei Xingchuan and knew Yu Xingqing well. Her achievements are her achievements. We shouldn't discount her efforts just because her status and the way she contributed don't follow tradition. This girl's game thinking played a bigger role in the exercise than a fully staffed tactical team. This is the kind of ability our future military needs. At this moment, a lieutenant colonel in charge of archives and personnel suggested, senior officers, perhaps we could consider awarding her a special contribution medal that is not part of the combat series but holds great value? It does not take up military merit slots, but its evaluation standards are very strict. Once awarded, it is recorded in the file and holds great value for future promotions and further studies. This proposal was immediately supported by most people. Special Contribution Medal. That's a good idea. General Zheng nodded. It not only reflects the value of her contribution, but also follows the proper procedures. When she graduates and officially joins the army, this will be one of her passports for special promotion and taking on more important tasks. I agree. Pei Xingchuan's cold voice sounded. Yu Xingqing's value isn't just in the medal itself, but in the potential her way of thinking can bring in the future. This is more meaningful than simply awarding a military medal. In the end, it was decided to honor student Yu Xingqing's outstanding contribution during the Sharp Sword 202X multinational joint anti-terrorism exercise. She would be awarded the Republic of Dongxia National Defense and Military Special Contribution Medal, which would also be recorded in her personal file. A few days later, a small but high-standard award ceremony was held inside the secretive building where the project team worked. There were no media or noise, only a few senior leaders and all team members present. Yu Xingqing, dressed in a neat student uniform, stood in the center of the venue, feeling both excited and nervous. When she received the beautifully designed, weighty silver medal from a general's hand, her hands trembled slightly. The medal did not feature common symbols like guns or cannons, but depicted stars and gears surrounding a sharp sword, symbolizing wisdom and innovation with deep meaning. Comrade Yu Xingqing. The general's voice was gentle yet firm. I hope you stay humble and keep working hard. In the future, you will make even greater contributions to our national defense. Yes. Thank you, Commander. I will work hard. Yu Xingqing straightened her chest, saluted properly, and her eyes welled with emotion. After the ceremony, colleagues came forward to congratulate her. Professor Li patted her shoulder, full of emotion. Young and promising. Girl, keep it up. You truly deserve this medal. Lieutenant Zhao and Zhou Yu also offered sincere blessings, and Sun Wei excitedly said he wanted to take a photo with her as a keepsake. Pei Xingchuan was the last to approach. He looked at the new medal on her chest with deep eyes. Instructor. Yu Xingqing looked at him, her heart full of words but unsure how to start. Pei Xingchuan reached out and gently adjusted the slightly crooked metal ribbon caused by her excitement. This is just the beginning. He looked into her bright eyes, his voice deep and clear. The road ahead is long. Remember the responsibility behind this honor. I understand, instructor. Yu Xingqing nodded firmly, feeling a surge of strength throughout her body. She glanced at Pei Xingchuan beside her, silently making a promise. No matter how long the future road is, she will keep working hard, never betray this special honor, and never betray the instructor's trust. The pride and excitement from receiving the Special Contribution Medal had not yet fully faded. Suddenly, an urgent mission pulled the team back into a tense battle state. That afternoon, Yu Xingqing sat in her exclusive seat in Pei Xingchuan's office, frowning at a pile of complex data models, biting her pen. Pei Xingchuan was busy with a stack of post-battle reports. The only sounds in the office were keyboard clicks and paper rustling. Suddenly, the red encrypted phone on Pei Xingchuan's desk rang sharply, breaking the quiet. His eyes sharpened. He immediately put down the documents, picked up the receiver, and said, "Hello, this is Pei Xingchuan." Although Yu Xingqing couldn't hear the details, she quickly noticed from his tense jawline and sharp eagle-like eyes that something serious was happening.
Yes.
Understood. My team will immediately go into top-level readiness. We will complete the mission. Pei Xingchuan's voice was steady, but very serious. He put down the phone without sitting down and pressed an emergency assembly button inside his desk. In an instant, a deep but piercing alarm sounded throughout the entire project building. "Xingqing, bring your core equipment." Room 1 briefing, in 5 minutes. Pei Xingchuan quickly issued commands while striding toward the door, his military coat fluttering in the cold wind. Yu Xingqing's heart jumped to her throat, not daring to slack off. She grabbed her tablet and the tactical notebook filled with her ideas, then jogged to catch up with Pei Xingchuan. Inside Room 1, the atmosphere was tense. A large electronic screen displayed a detailed map of the border area, with several red flashings that were very eye-catching. Professor Li, Lieutenant Zhao, Zhou Yu, Sun Wei, and other key members were all present, each looking serious. Pei Xingchuan stood at the main position, without any small talk, and directly addressed the group. "We just received an urgent order from the highest command. In the border area of Bald Eagle Ridge, in the southwest of our country, a group of about 30 to 40 illegal armed personnel has crossed the border. The group is very well equipped. Our border patrols have tried to clear them twice, but both attempts failed, and there have been casualties." The screen started showing blurry images from the front line. Steep cliffs, dark cave entrances, dense forests, and occasional glimpses of armed personnel dressed in foreign military uniforms. The terrain was very complex, far beyond any city or ruin map that Yu Xingqing had studied before. Lieutenant Zhao gasped, "These people are not ordinary smugglers or bandits. Their equipment and behavior suggest they are either well-trained soldiers or top mercenaries." Professor Li pointed to the marked enemy activity area on the map. Bald Eagle Ridge is full of caves and underground rivers. If they hide inside, it's like mice in a maze. "Our soldiers suffered in the previous 2 clearings because of the difficult terrain," Zhou Yu added. "Psychologically, it's the same. The enemy clearly knows how to use the terrain to their advantage, while our people are under great mental pressure and fatigue when chasing in such unfamiliar and harsh environments. The situation was very difficult. Regular attacks and assaults in such a tough natural environment would cost a lot." Pei Xingchuan looked around the room. "The highest command has ordered us to provide tactical support at the front immediately. Our goal is to find the group's hiding patterns and weaknesses as quickly as possible, with minimal casualties, and develop an effective plan to clear them." He paused, his tone becoming more serious, clearly giving an order. "Yu Xingqing." "Yes." Yu Xingqing almost reflexively straightened up. "You're mainly responsible for analyzing all the enemy data from the front line. I give you the highest data access." Pei Xingchuan's eyes showed complete trust. "I need you to find a breakthrough in this game as quickly as possible in your own way." "Yes." "Instructor," Yu Xingqing responded loudly. As soon as the meeting ended, Yu Xingqing rushed back to the temporary analysis station next to her office. She skillfully accessed the highest-level database, and a large amount of information flooded onto the screen. Pei Xingchuan assigned different tasks to others, Professor Li and Colonel Zhao were responsible for evaluating the limits of current equipment in extreme terrains and suggesting tactical modifications. Zhou led the team to build models of enemy psychology and behavior. Sun Wei tried to use technical methods to see if they could find more clues from the enemy's scattered electronic signals. The project team operated like a precise machine, moving quickly. Yu Xingcheng was completely immersed in the sea of data. She stared at the complex contour lines, the shadows representing cliffs, and the marked known and unknown cave systems, quickly overlaying and comparing them with the maps from countless games she had played. What does this remind me of? She began to reframe this battlefield using her familiar, gaming mindset. The enemy is like invading wild players who occupy high-level zones, are equipped with powerful gear, and know the spawn points of monsters. Our side is like local players trying to take over the wild zones but being beaten by terrain and monsters. Fighting head-on definitely won't work. Our gear can't operate well in the wild zones, and we are easy targets for ambushes. So what should we do? Yu Xingqing's fingers moved quickly on the screen, enlarging different areas. Her gaze focused on the marked underground rivers and cave systems. Water, caves. She remembered a stealth game where the protagonist used sewer systems and ventilation ducts to complete missions stealthily. A bold, somewhat crazy idea began to take shape in her mind. No matter how strong these armed groups are, they're still human. They need supplies, water, and cannot stay forever hidden deep inside completely isolated caves. They must have fixed supply routes, water sources, or places they would choose for communication, where signals are relatively good. Just like monsters in a game, they have their patrol routes and spawn points. Senior Sun Yu Xingqing suddenly called out, "Can you analyze the locations of the enemy's scattered communication signals over the past 72 hours? Are there any patterns? Also, check if there are any local legends or hidden, ancient small paths or seasonal rivers nearby that can lead outside the mountains." Sun Wei immediately operated on the computer. Understood. Give me 10 minutes. Yu Xingqing turned to the large electronic sand table, her eyes sharp like a small predator ready to hunt. She picked up the electronic pen and began marking and connecting on the sand table, murmuring unconsciously, "Think of this as a giant open-world game copy, with the boss hidden in the hardest-to-find corner of the map. To succeed, you don't necessarily have to push straight ahead. Maybe try tricking the system?" Yu Xingqing's theory of activity routes and respawn points opened a new perspective for the difficult analysis work. All the resources of the project team started to focus on the directions she indicated. Sun Wei, with his tech team, worked like they had a boost of energy, rapidly reviewing and analyzing overlooked enemy communication fragments. They analyzed not only the locations but also signal strength, duration, and even frequency hopping patterns, trying to find clues. Professor Li and Colonel Zhao brought the most detailed geological and hydrological data of the Tujue Ridge area, along with folk geographic records from decades ago, to verify the guesses about ancient small paths and seasonal rivers. Meanwhile, Yu Xingqing, like a top player, immersed herself in the holographic digital sand table. Time passed second by second, and new intelligence and minor contact reports came from the front line. Each report represented the risks faced by our soldiers in the rugged environment. Pei Xingchuan had already rushed to the front command, maintaining real-time contact with the project team through encrypted channels. "Xingqing, how's the situation?" Pei Xingchuan's voice interrupted Yu Xingqing's thoughts on the channel. She looked up, rubbed her dry eyes from long hours staring at the screen, and said, "Instructor, give me a little more time. I've found some suspicious traces and am comparing and verifying them. Hold on." Pei Xingchuan's tone was not hurried but trusting. The Falcon team is in position, waiting for the next command. Waiting one more minute increases the risk of exposure. Yu Xingqing takes a deep breath, forcing herself to stay calm. She looks at the screen again, quickly swiping her finger across the touch screen to enlarge, overlay, and rotate the suspicious areas she marked. Suddenly, her gaze fixes on a seemingly unremarkable, almost completely covered, dried-up riverbed by vegetation. On the geological map, this riverbed is marked as a seasonal river. Recent weather data shows it hasn't rained in the area for half a month. However, in the latest images taken with special spectral technology, there is a small area where the vegetation color differs slightly from the surroundings, as if it has been lightly stepped on or pressed down. Senior son Yu Xingqing suddenly shouts, "Overlay the past 72 hours of intercepted enemy signals with the path of this dry leaf riverbed and analyze the spatial relationship." Quickly, "I'm already doing it," Sun Wei responds excitedly. "We found something." 3 signal points. The signals are all weak, and 2 of the points appeared just before dawn, when it was still dark. Dawn is a common time for supplies or communications. Weak signals are used for concealment. Yu Xingqing's eyes light up instantly, like finding a clue to the hidden boss room in a game. She immediately pulls up a detailed terrain map of the area. The dried riverbed twists and turns, one end leading into the Bald Eagle Ridge area, and the other connecting to an almost abandoned old mule trail leading to a neighboring country. Because of the rugged terrain, it is no longer part of regular patrol routes, but if small groups carry supplies and sneak through, it is entirely possible. More importantly, in the middle of the riverbed, there is a very hidden narrow pass with a natural tunnel below, large enough for several people to pass through. Passing through this tunnel leads directly to the edge of a large cave system in the core area of Bald Eagle Ridge. This cave system is one of the most likely enemy hideouts previously identified. "Found it!" Yu Xingqing slams her hand on the control panel, her voice trembling with excitement. "Instructor, I may have found their supply line and a secret side entrance." She quickly shared her discovery with the frontline command center and explained rapidly over the communication channel. The enemy is likely using this abandoned dry leaf riverbed as a nighttime supply route. Their main force is probably hiding in the Rattlesnake cave system. We can use this information to create a time delay. A bold tactical plan quickly formed in her mind. "I think we can send a small team to feint at the front of Bald Eagle Ridge, creating the illusion that our forces are about to launch a large-scale attack to draw the enemy's attention, like in a game, engaging in a frontline fight to distract while our high-mobility teammates sneak around." There was a few seconds of silence on the channel, only faint electrical noise. Yu Xingqing's heart was in her throat. She knew this plan was very daring, even risky. If the sneak attack tactic was discovered, the Falcon team carrying out the infiltration would be trapped and helpless. In the frontline command center, several senior officers looked at the map, with Yu Xingqing's marked routes and plans, all frowning. The plan relied too much on that unverified trail, and the risk was very high. Everyone's eyes focused on Pei Xingchuan. He stood in front of a large strategic map, his sharp gaze sweeping over Yu Xingqing's proposed infiltration route, then looked at the preset area for the front feint, lightly tapping on the electronic sandbox with his finger. Time seemed to freeze. At the back, Yu Xingqing waited nervously, her palms sweaty. Finally, Pei Xingchuan's deep and firm voice broke the silence, clearly transmitted through the channel back to the rear and to every combat unit on the front line. "The plan is approved. The command center adopts Advisor Yu's Feign East, Attack West infiltration tactic." He paused, his tone resolute and unwavering. "With a decisive tone, 1st and 2nd squads will launch a feint attack at Bald Eagle Ridge front at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. The firepower must be intense, the noise loud, to attract the main enemy force's attention. Falcon team, proceed immediately along the planned route for ambush. Once enemy situation is confirmed or the feint signal is received, no further approval is needed. Enter through this side gate into the Rattlesnake cave system to carry out the elimination and capture mission. Repeat, all units on the front line must strictly follow Advisor Yu Xingqing's tactical plan. The command center fully trusts the judgment from the rear. Falcon team, received. 1st squad, understood. 2nd squad, understood. Clear and firm responses come through the channel. Yu Xingqing, keep monitoring the battlefield data and provide support at any time. Leave the front to me. Yes, instructor. Yu Xingqing responds loudly. She sits up straight, takes a deep breath, and refocuses her gaze on the complex data displayed on the screens. The Falcon team moves silently like ghosts in the night, slowly infiltrating along a nearly forgotten riverbed. Meanwhile, at Bald Eagle Ridge, The first and second squads have already reached their designated attack positions. Across the border zone, it feels like a bow slowly being drawn, the string tight and ready to fire. Pei Xingchuan commands from the frontline command center, where a large electronic map clearly shows the real-time positions of all units. He has a serious look and frequently confirms details with squad leaders through encrypted channels. The atmosphere in the command center is tense, with only the faint hum of machines and clear reports from communication officers. In the back, inside the Tactical Research Project Team's command center, Yu Xingqing's screen is divided into many small sections. She acts like a high-speed processor, quickly filtering, analyzing, and integrating information to extract the most valuable intelligence for Pei Xingchuan at the front. Sun Wei and others provide technical support behind her, ensuring smooth data links and stable operation of analysis tools. Everyone understands that they are now the eyes and brains of the frontline soldiers. At 4:30 a.m., feint attack begins. Pei Xingchuan gives the order. In an instant, gunfire erupts at Bald Eagle Ridge, with explosions lighting up parts of the cliffs. The eastern border troops, leveraging their firepower advantage, prepare for a fierce assault, making a strong and aggressive push. The frontline command screen shows that the enemy signals, previously hidden in the Rattlesnake cave area, are now visibly agitated and gathering. Falcon reporting contact on the front line. The main enemy force has been drawn in. I have reached the side gate, pass, and found no abnormalities. Requesting next instructions. Instructor, the side door is secure. Falcon team can enter. Yu Xingqing quickly reports. Falcon team, follow the plan. Stay silent and be careful. Pei Xingchuan gives clear instructions. Understood, Commander. Next comes the tense waiting. The environment inside the cave is complex and communication signals will be heavily blocked. The Falcon team won't be able to contact headquarters in real time for a long time. They can only rely on preset signal triggers or timed short messages to report their status. Everyone's hearts are tense. Yu Xingqing holds her breath, staring closely at the satellite and drone surveillance screens of the cave area, not missing any small change. Time passes second by second. The gunfire on the front battlefield remains intense, mostly with suppressive fire and probing attacks. Suddenly, Yu Xingqing leans closer to the screen, looking at the area marked Wind Ear Cave. Instructor. Thermal imaging shows something unusual. A few very faint heat signals just appeared. They don't seem to be our people. Pei Xingchuan's eyes narrow. Can you confirm the number and direction of movement? The technical team quickly enhances and analyzes the images. Report. Preliminary estimate is 3 to 4 heat sources moving quickly towards the neighboring country. Trying to escape? Pei Xingchuan's gaze sharpens. Most likely the enemy command team. Seeing the pressure from the front and suspecting infiltration at the side door, they decisively choose to retreat via the backup escape route. He immediately orders, command the frontline troops to increase firepower and apply pressure. Patrol team in Area 3, flank and intercept towards Wind Ear Cave. We must not let any of them escape. However, that trail is too remote and steep. The patrol team will need time to reach it, and they might be too late. At this moment, Yu Xingqing suddenly seems to think of something. Her hands fly quickly over the keyboard. Her eyes move rapidly between the contour lines and water systems, her mind working fast, trying to see things from the perspective of the enemy commander fleeing. If I were him, well-equipped and familiar with the terrain and being chased, which route would I choose? It needs to be fast and hidden. Yu Xingqing mumbles to herself, unconsciously tapping her fingers on the table. Suddenly, her eyes light up. She grabs the microphone. Instructor, I have a prediction. The enemy commander probably won't head straight to the borderline. That target is too obvious. I suspect they will first enter the Ghostly Gorge Valley, use the complex terrain to escape possible pursuers, and then find a chance to cross the border. Someone in the command center questioned, Advisor Yu, isn't that too subjective? What if they go straight across the border? Yu Xingqing quickly explained, charging directly to the border is the fastest way, but also the most dangerous, as it's easy for us to lock onto them from the air. Although the Ghostly Gorge Valley is difficult to traverse, it gives them room to maneuver. Pei Xingchuan almost didn't hesitate. He immediately marked the sharp turn area of the Ghostly Gorge Valley on the map, focusing on the weathered rock formations.
Change the interception plan.
Drone team, immediately strengthen reconnaissance and surveillance of the Ghostly Gorge Valley, especially the weathered rock area in the middle section. The nearby cheetah team abandon the original route and head straight to the sharp turn of the Ghostly Gorge Valley at top speed, seize the advantageous terrain, and set an ambush. Pei Xingchuan's orders were clear and decisive, without any hesitation. Received, cheetah team. Behind them, Yu Xingqing watched nervously as the drone footage of the Ghostly Gorge Valley was transmitted back. A few minutes later, the high-definition camera captured several figures in camouflage, moving swiftly. They really went in. A suppressed cheer erupted from the command center behind. Cheetah team reporting. Target found. For people entering our ambush zone, an excited voice came from the front line. Wait until they are fully inside the rocky area before attacking. We want them alive, Pei Xingchuan calmly ordered. This quick and clean ambush was without suspense. Before the enemy, trying to rest briefly and plan their escape, could react, they were surrounded by the cheetah team like divine soldiers, disarmed and surrendered. Almost simultaneously, the captain of the Hawk squad transmitted through the encrypted channel, report to command. The Rattlesnake Cave Group has completed the cleanup mission. The gunfire on the front line gradually ceased, and the remaining enemy forces, lacking command, either surrendered or scattered. The Bald Eagle Ridge operation was a complete victory. The front command burst into enthusiastic applause and cheers. Pei Xingchuan's tense face finally showed a relieved smile. He spoke into the microphone. Well done, everyone. Great job. The command center of the backup team became a sea of happiness. Sun Wei was so excited that he almost picked up Yu Xingqing and spun around, but Yu Xingqing blushed and dodged away. Professor Li patted his thigh and kept saying yes, while Lieutenant Zhao and Zhou Yu also looked at Yu Xingqing with approval. Listening to Pei Xingchuan's praise over the radio, Yu Xingqing's tense heart finally relaxed. Yu Xingqing, here. Instructor. Yu Xingqing responded immediately, still a little excited. Organize a detailed report of your analysis process, especially your reasoning about the enemy commander's escape route. Pei Xingchuan's voice returned to its usual calm. This will be a great case for future tactical studies. Yes. Instructor. I promise to complete the task, Yu Xingqing answered loudly. The success of the Bald Eagle Ridge operation once again brought extra attention to the Future Tactical Research Project team, especially to Yu Xingqing, adding a bright spot to their reputation at higher levels. The confidential awards and summaries were proceeding smoothly, but Pei Xingchuan had planned something unexpected for Yu Xingqing outside of that. On the second weekend after the mission, Pei Xingchuan drove with Yu Xingqing out of the highly guarded campus and project building, heading toward the western suburbs of the city. Outside the car window, the scenery changed from modern buildings to lush tree-lined roads and quiet courtyards with walls. Instructor, where are we going? Yu Xingqing looked at the increasingly peaceful environment and felt a little nervous. This didn't seem like a business trip. Pei Xingchuan held the steering wheel with one hand, his gaze steady ahead, and said casually, to see someone. Who? Yu Xingqing became even more curious. My teacher, General Zheng. Pei Xingchuan's tone was calm, but Yu Xingqing immediately sat up straight, heart pounding. General Zheng. He was a true leader in the military of Dongxia country. Although retired for many years, his former students and friends were everywhere in important military positions, with far-reaching influence. Pei Xingchuan was one of his outstanding protégés, carefully nurtured from many young talents. In the eyes of young students like Yu Xingqing, Old Zheng is a legendary figure, someone whose image is printed on the first page of textbooks. Teacher, why didn't you tell me earlier? Yu Xingqing suddenly panicked, looking down at her simple sweatshirt and jeans. She felt like she was about to attend a top interview without even a resume, like a student who is unprepared. I haven't prepared anything. Wearing this to meet the old general is so rude. Pei Xingchuan glanced at her and saw her nervous fingers twisting together. No need to prepare. Teacher Zheng doesn't like pretenses. Just be yourself. But Yu Xingqing couldn't be herself easily. She tried to recall what little she knew about General Zheng, hoping to prepare herself mentally, but her mind was blank, only filled with awe for this legendary figure. The car finally entered a secure but modest courtyard, stopping in front of a two-story building covered in ivy. In front of the building was a well-kept small garden. An elderly man, dressed in a plain Zhongshan suit with silver hair but lively eyes, was leisurely trimming the flowers with scissors. Yu Xingqing immediately recognized him. This was the General Zheng she had seen in photos. Pei Xingchuan got out of the car and quickly approached, respectfully calling out, "Teacher." Old Zheng put down his scissors, turned around, and with a kind smile on his wrinkled face, said, "Xingchuan has arrived." His gaze then fell on Yu Xingqing, who was nervously following behind Pei Xingchuan, almost trembling with nervousness. His eyes were gentle but observant. "And this is Comrade Yu Xingqing, right?" Yu Xingqing quickly straightened her back, saluted properly, and her voice was a little tight from nervousness. "Hello, old general." Student Yu Xingqing reports. Seeing how nervous she was, old Zheng couldn't help but smile. His smile softened his authority, making him seem very approachable. "Relax, relax. This isn't a military camp, no need for so many rules. Come in, sit down, enjoy the shade outside." His kindness made Yu Xingqing breathe a little easier, but she still dared not relax too much. Carefully, she followed Pei Xingchuan into the small building. The living room was simple yet elegant, full of scholarly charm. Old Zheng personally brewed tea for them, and Pei Xingchuan helped carry the water with practiced ease. Xingchuan mentioned on the phone that you all fought a great battle at the border some time ago. Old Zheng sat down and looked kindly at Yu Xingqing. "Especially you, Comrade Yu, I heard you used some kind of game method to outsmart a bunch of old-timers." Yu Xingqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she explained softly, "Old General, it's not a game map. It's using geographic information systems and data analysis, combined with some, non-traditional thinking." Haha, Old Zheng laughed heartily. "No need to be modest. Xingchuan has told me everything. You're different from others, always able to find a way out of tough situations. Come on, tell me in detail about that feint and strike tactic and how you predicted those guys would run towards ghostly sorrow." Faced with this seemingly gentle but sharp-eyed elder, Yu Xingqing dared not hide anything. She forgot her nervousness and started explaining everything in detail. She spoke with passion, gradually forgetting that she was talking to a highly respected elder. It felt more like discussing plans with Pei Xingchuan and their project team, sometimes gesturing, sometimes using a few game terms. Pei Xingchuan sat quietly beside her, occasionally adding more professional military terms when her explanation was not precise enough. Old Zheng listened very carefully, nodding from time to time. When he heard something clever, he clapped his hands and praised, "Brilliant! Such a creative idea. This is called unexpected attack, unprepared enemy. The ancient military strategies are being revitalized with your new methods." When Yu Xingqing explained how she predicted the ambush points in the ghostly sorrow valley, Zheng's eyes showed pure admiration. "Excellent. Your sharp sense of terrain and understanding of enemy psychology are truly innate. Little Yu, you're a natural strategist in the making." After a detailed report, Yu Xingqing felt her throat dry, but her heart was warm. She could sense that old Zheng's praise was sincere, without any politeness or pretense. Getting old, Old Zheng sighed as he shook his head. Then he looked at Pei Xingchuan and teased, "Xingchuan, when I was leading you young guys, I thought you were sharp, quick-minded, and brave. But now, compared to Comrade Yu, your cleverness back then seems a bit lacking." Pei Xingchuan responded to his teacher's teasing with a calm face, even a faint smile of pride in his eyes. The teacher is right. Xingqing's way of thinking has truly opened many new doors for us. Not just new doors. Old Zheng looked at Yu Xingqing with increasing satisfaction, gently beckoning her over. "Come here, Lil Yu, sit closer.
Don't be shy.
When you have free time, come visit me, this old man." Yu Xingqing was pleasantly surprised and moved closer. Old Zheng looked at her with kind eyes and a meaningful tone. "Our army is now going through a key period of change. We need fresh blood like you, brave, willing to think and act freely. Your game thinking is great.
Keep it up.
Keep moving forward boldly. If you face any difficulties, just tell Xingchuan or come directly to me. Thank you, old general. I will do my best, Yu Xingqing nodded excitedly. After chatting for a while longer, old Zheng, being quite old, showed some signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Pei Xingchuan politely suggested they take their leave. Old Zheng insisted on seeing them to the door, patted Pei Xingchuan on the shoulder, then looked at Yu Xingqing with a gentle smile. Little Yu, from now on, don't call me old general anymore. It's too formal. Just call me Grandpa Zheng. Yes. Grandpa Zheng. Yu Xingqing obediently changed her way of addressing him. Before leaving, old Zheng pulled Pei Xingchuan back a few steps, watching her carefully close the car door. He lowered his voice, speaking only to him. Xingchuan, this girl is a rare gem. Pure-hearted, talented beyond her years, much stronger than your fierce spirit back then. The old man's tone was playful, then became serious. Good eye. If you found her, don't let go. Take good care of her, and protect her well. Hearing this, Pei Xingchuan paused slightly, subtly turning his head to look into his teacher's insightful eyes. He neither admitted nor denied, only nodded slightly and whispered, I understand, teacher. On the way back, Yu Xingqing was still excited, chattering about how kind old General Zheng was and how sharp his eyes were. Pei Xingchuan drove quietly, listening to her cheerful voice. His gaze fell on her lively face, glowing with excitement, and in his mind, he kept recalling his teacher's words. If you found her, don't let go. The car smoothly traveled back home. As Yu Xingqing talked, her voice gradually grew softer. Perhaps because she was very nervous and excited during the day, now relaxed, she leaned on the passenger seat and fell asleep. Pei Xingchuan slowed the car, rolled up the window, and blocked out the noise outside. Inside the car was very quiet, only the steady hum of the engine and the even breathing of the person beside her. A faint, genuine smile appeared at the corner of Pei Xingchuan's mouth. Yu Xingqing woke up slowly as they approached the school gate. She rubbed her eyes and noticed she was covered with Pei Xingchuan's military jacket, which he usually kept in the car. You're awake? Pei Xingchuan's voice was deep and calm in the quiet car. Yes. Yu Xingqing sat up a little awkwardly, folded the jacket, and asked, Thank you, instructor. Did I fall asleep? We've arrived, he replied. Pei Xingchuan gently parked the car near the school gate, but didn't open the door right away. He turned off the engine, tapped lightly on the steering wheel twice, seeming to hesitate. Yu Xingqing sensed that her instructor seemed a bit different tonight. Since leaving General Zheng's house, he had been more silent than usual. Did the old general say something? Teacher? She asked softly, with a hint of curiosity. Pei Xingchuan turned his head, his deep eyes resting on her face. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking. It's still early.
Do you want to
take a walk? A walk? Yu Xingqing blinked, a little surprised. Of course, she wouldn't refuse. She even felt a secret little thrill inside. Sure. They got out of the car and strolled slowly along the tree-lined sidewalk outside the school. The streetlights cast long, shifting shadows of the two, sometimes crossing each other. Compared to Yu Xingqing's light, excited steps, Pei Xingchuan walked a bit slower, lost in thought. He had his hands in his military pants pockets, looking straight ahead but clearly not focusing on the scenery. Yu Xingqing followed half a step behind, secretly watching his profile, her heart pounding. What was the instructor trying to say? Could it be that she didn't perform well in front of General Zheng today? Is there any problem with the border operation report? Yu Xingqing imagined many possible issues. They happened to walk to a quiet spot with a bench by the roadside. Sit for a while. Pei Xingchuan pointed to the bench. Okay, sure. Yu Xingqing obediently sat down, hands on her knees, like a student waiting for a teacher's lecture. But Pei Xingchuan didn't sit immediately. Instead, he stood in front of her, his tall figure almost covering her completely. He looked down at her, his sharp eyes like an eagle's, with a hint of nervousness that was hard to notice. Yu Xingqing's heart skipped a beat. She saw Pei Xingchuan take out a small, beautifully crafted dark blue velvet box from inside his military jacket pocket. Her eyes widened instantly. What was the instructor doing with that? In her surprised and doubtful gaze, Pei Xingchuan opened the box. Inside was a uniquely designed badge. The badge's main shape was the same as the support hero she liked best in Starry Battlefront. It was very clever, blending game elements with real craftsmanship, looking both magical and cool with a metallic feel. But upon closer look, this badge was definitely more than just a decoration. Is this? Yu Xingqing looked up, confused, at Pei Xingchuan, her heart beating faster. He handed the box to her, his expression calm and serious. It's for you. He picked up the badge, pointing to the back. This isn't an ordinary badge. It has a tiny, integrated encrypted communication device inside, with multiple encryption and location functions. He indicated a small bump on the side of the badge, almost hidden in the pattern. And it's highly resistant to interference and damage. Yu Xingqing was stunned. This wasn't just a badge. It was like a tiny high-tech security fortress. It had the functions of a teleportation scroll and a leader summoning stone from the game, but in a super enhanced version. Yu Xingqing instinctively wanted to refuse. It was obvious this was a very advanced piece of technology. But Pei Xingchuan didn't hesitate. He leaned slightly, carefully pinning the badge on her left chest, near her heart. Pei Xingchuan did not immediately step back when the badge was offered. Xingqing, after the border mission, I am even more sure of one thing, he said. He paused, as if choosing his words carefully. Your future path will face more challenges and unknown risks. I can't always be there to protect you. His eyes were very serious, even showing a rare honesty that Xingqing had never seen before. So I had this badge made. It's not just a tool, but also a promise. I hope that wherever you are, no matter what dangers you face, you'll have a direct and quick way to contact me, to call for help. Pei Xingchuan looked at her closely, speaking clearly. This badge represents my promise to always protect you. As long as you have it, and the signal works, I will come to your side no matter where you are. The whole world seemed to fall silent, leaving only Pei Xingchuan's deep and steady voice echoing in her ears. Xingqing stared at him blankly, her mind empty. The badge on her chest felt heavy, as if carrying his heartbeat, beating steadily and touching her heart. She opened her mouth but couldn't speak. Her eyes felt hot, and her nose prickled. He didn't say like or love, but the words, always protect, were heavier and more touching than any straightforward words of love. Seeing her almost crying but trying to hold back, Pei Xingchuan's usually stern face softened completely in the night. He reached out and gently brushed her slightly red eyes with his fingertips, a tender gesture full of care. Don't feel you need to answer me now, he whispered, his voice slightly hoarse. Just knowing I am there with you is enough. Xingqing nodded firmly, reached out, and held the badge tightly in her hand. The cold metal quickly warmed in her palm. She looked up bravely into Pei Xingchuan's eyes, her cheeks blushing. Yes, I understand. I will always wear it. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long, and they leaned close to each other. Pei Xingchuan watched her clutching the badge with a serious look, and the last bit of doubt in his heart disappeared. He nodded slightly. Let's go. I'll take you back to your dorm, okay? The badge symbolizing the promise of eternal protection was carefully woven by Yu Xingqing with a strong umbrella cord and worn as a necklace close to his skin. The cold metal pressed against his chest. At first, it felt strange, but soon that heavy, solid feeling replaced all discomfort. The successful completion of the Bald Eagle Ridge operation, along with their impressive performance in joint drills and on the international stage, drew great interest from military research departments. They were very curious about this unconventional team's combat style. This way of combining creative, out-of-the-box thinking with decisive battlefield action proved its strength through many tests. As a result, a formal task was assigned to summarize and analyze this method. A higher-level unit led the project, with Pei Xingchuan's team as key participants. The goal was clear: to study and refine the Pei Xingchuan-Yu Xingqing cooperation model to see if it could be standardized for future military reforms and special operations. A small, expert research team was formed for this. Professor Li led it personally, with Lieutenant Zhao, Zhou Yu, Sun Wei, and others as core members. Yu Xingqing and Pei Xingchuan were naturally the main subjects for analysis and interviews. In the following weeks, the project team's meeting room was filled with lively discussions and intense brainstorming. The whiteboard was covered with relationship diagrams and flowcharts. The table was piled high with detailed action reports, data analyses, and psychological assessments. The researchers reviewed their initial virtual confrontations with Professor Li, the icon communication method, used in joint drills, and the feint and strike tactics at Bald Eagle Ridge, along with precise predictions. They aimed to find common patterns from each successful collaboration. It's clear that the core driving force of this model is use unconventional thinking, her ability to draw inspiration from different fields and come up with innovative ideas, Zhou said, pointing to Yu Xingqing's name on the whiteboard. She can provide intuitive tactics and breakthroughs that traditional military training struggles to develop. Meanwhile, Leader Pei's role is crucial, indeed indispensable. Colonel Zhao then said, as an experienced frontline commander, he is not only an excellent battlefield leader but also the filter, translator, and firm executor of Advisor Yu's creative ideas. Without him, even the best ideas might just be empty dreams. Professor Li adjusted his glasses and added, "There's one more point we shouldn't overlook, the almost telepathic trust and understanding between them." Sun Wei, from his professional perspective, suggested, could we develop a support system to simulate or assist this brain and action teamwork? To reduce dependence on specific individuals, the discussion became detailed and in-depth. Everyone generally agreed that this 1-1 greater than 2 collaboration model is very valuable. However, because it relies heavily on specific individuals' chemistry, standardizing and spreading it is quite difficult. As the research neared its end, a seemingly simple but crucial question emerged: how should we name this new combat approach? It is different from traditional hierarchical command, from simple technical support, and certainly not just a special forces team model. We need a name that reflects its dual-core drive, innovation, and execution, and that is simple, memorable, and easy to share. A small internal group gathered opinions, suggesting names like Dual-Core Drive Model, Integrated Innovation Execution Tactics, or Pei-Yu Collaboration Paradigm, but these sounded either too academic and awkward or not impactful enough. That afternoon, during a key internal meeting, everyone once again debated the naming issue intensely. Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing, as the subjects of the study, also attended the meeting. Pei Xingchuan remained silent as usual, listening to everyone's discussion. Yu Xingqing felt a bit uneasy, hearing his name and various tactical terms repeatedly mentioned, like he was being publicly scrutinized. His face reddened slightly, and he could only lower his head, pretending to take notes seriously. Professor Li, who was chairing the meeting, looked at the stalemate and somewhat deadlocked scene, stroked his chin, and suddenly smiled. His gaze swept back and forth between Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing with a playful tone and said, "Everyone, let's not make this too complicated. The core of this tactic is just those two, isn't it?" He paused, and amid everyone's puzzled looks, picked up a marker. On the whiteboard below the names, Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing, a star and a wavy line were drawn respectively. Then he smiled and said, "Look, this star shines brightly, guiding us. This river flows endlessly, staying firm. The star's light reflects the river, and the river carries the star's glow. They support each other and are both essential." He found it more and more interesting as he spoke. He put down his pen and half-jokingly, half-seriously suggested, "Why don't we stop trying to come up with fancy names? Let's just call it Star River Tactics. It's easy to remember and fits well. What do you think?" Star River Tactics. The meeting room went quiet for a moment, then many people's eyes lit up. Lieutenant Zhao was the first to agree. "Yes, that's a good name." Star River includes both their names and clearly describes the tactics. "It's much better than the names we thought of." Zhou Yu also nodded with a smile. "It fits well. Plus, this name isn't so stiff, which helps it spread among young soldiers." Sun Weisheng excitedly pushed up his glasses. It sounds very high-tech and futuristic. Everyone looked at Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing, wanting to hear their opinions. Yu Xingqing's face turned as red as a ripe apple. To combine their names directly into a tactic name?
That.
It was just too embarrassing. When Pei Xingchuan heard the words, Star River Tactics, his grip on the pen tightened slightly without him noticing. He turned his head and glanced at the small, red head hiding almost under the table. He didn't immediately respond but stayed silent for a moment, as if carefully considering whether the name was appropriate. In fact, deep inside, he felt a little pleased that their names were closely linked in this way. Names are just labels. What matters is the meaning. If everyone thinks Star River Tactics can accurately describe this cooperation mode and help promote it, I have no objections. All right, let's go with that. Professor Lee made the final decision happily. Star River Tactics. From now on, this will be the official name for our innovative brain extreme execution combat mode. After the meeting, everyone gradually left. Yu Xingqing was still lost in the shock of the Xingchuan tactics, feeling dizzy as she packed her things. Pei Xingchuan walked over and stopped beside her. Feeling his presence, Yu Xingqing's body stiffened slightly, and she lowered her head even more. Pei Xingchuan looked at her reddened ears, and a faint, almost invisible smile appeared in his eyes. The name, Xingchuan Tactics, along with detailed research reports and brilliant border operation achievements, quickly spread among high-ranking military officials and research institutions. Soon, an official notice with a red header was sent to the Future Tactics Research Team. After approval by the Curriculum Review Committee, Xingchuan Tactics was officially included as a key case study in the next year's core teaching materials for command studies, focusing on asymmetric warfare and innovative command thinking under information conditions. When the news arrived, the project team was very excited. Professor Lee was so happy he stroked his beard, and Lieutenant Zhao pounded the table, saying, "It's about time those proud command trainees got a reality check." Pei Xingchuan simply nodded and continued working on his documents. It was as ordinary as being included in the teaching materials or getting an extra bun at breakfast, just routine. But the reaction of another main character was completely different. When Yu Xingqing received the exact news from Zhou Yu and saw the draft feedback email attachment from the curriculum committee, she was stunned. Yu Xingqing stared at her name on the screen, feeling like she was dreaming. Half a year ago, she was just an ordinary trainee who would get tired after running laps with her instructor. Half a year later, her name, along with Pei Xingchuan's, was printed in a textbook used to train the top command trainees in the entire military. This feeling, it was too unreal. She instinctively pinched her arm.
Ouch.
It hurt. Not a dream. She slammed her laptop shut with a snap, as if one more second of looking would make the words jump out and bite her. Covering her face, she leaned on the table, feeling her cheeks burn so hot she could fry an egg. Are those future generals going to laugh their heads off at me? Look, that senior who plays games and makes tactics in the textbook? Yu Xingqing's mind automatically started imagining countless future embarrassing scenes. As she was lying on the desk, trying to hide herself, the dormitory door opened. Xing. Lu Yisin rushed in, waving a printed document in his hand, followed by Wang Xiaowei and a few other girls from their class who looked equally excited. Oh my. Oh my.
Oh my.
Lu Yisin was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. He pointed at the clear words, Yu Xingqing, on the printout. Xingqing. This is a textbook for advanced command studies. You and King Pei are listed together. Ah. Xingqing, you're amazing. Xingchuan Tactics. Such a cool name. Wang Xiaowei also excitedly shook Xingqing's shoulder. Senior. Sign for us. You'll be a legend from now on. A younger girl, eyes shining, took out a pen and a small notebook. Yu Xingqing looked at the proof on the desk and then at her excited friends, wishing she could disappear on the spot. Where did you get this? Hee. Lu Yisin proudly shook his head. My cousin is in the advanced class. Their instructor sent out part of the draft early for review. I just borrowed it a little. Xingqing, you're now a living legend. A textbook-level figure. Come on. Sign your name. Next to it. I want to keep it. Yes. Sign it. Senior, sign here, next to you Xingqing advisor. A group of people hurriedly shoved pens and paper into Xingqing's hands, surrounding her completely. Xingqing took the pen to sign her textbook. This was so embarrassing.
I
won't sign. What is this? Her face flushed red as she tried to hide. Don't.
Xingqing.
This is a historic moment. You have to keep it. Exactly. Senior, don't be shy. Sign it. Please. Just as Xingqing was cornered by her fangirls, a deep, cold voice sounded at the door. What are you all doing? Pei Xingchuan was standing at the door, eyebrows slightly furrowed, scanning the room, finally settling on the girl with a pleading expression, Yu Xingqing. Everyone around her instantly straightened up. Lu Exian hid the printed draft behind her back, showing a smile that was even uglier than crying. Pei, Instructor Pei. We are just here to congratulate Xingqing. Yes, congratulations. The others nodded eagerly, not daring to make a sound. Pei Xingchuan walked in, his footsteps very clear in the quiet dormitory. He went straight to Yu Xingqing, naturally took the pen she was holding, which was almost deformed from being squeezed too hard. Then he closed the draft of the textbook and took it in his hand. He glanced at the onlookers and said, "The draft of the textbook is internal material. It is not allowed to be shared outside. Everyone disperse. Do whatever you need to do. Yes, instructor. Leave now. Goodbye, Xingqing." Everyone hurried away like rabbits. Only Lu Exian managed to give Yu Xingqing a worried look before slipping away. Suddenly, only Pei Xingchuan and the still very embarrassed Yu Xingqing remained in the dorm. Pei Xingchuan looked at her, who was shrinking into herself, then at the cover of the printed draft with a prominent title, Xingchuan Tactics. He was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Did you see the feedback email from the textbook editorial committee? Yes, Yu Xingqing's voice was very soft. Any suggestions for changes? Pei Xingchuan asked professionally. No. She quickly shook her head. Right now, she just hoped this textbook would disappear. He nodded, holding the draft, then turned to leave. Yu Xingqing watched his back, feeling anxious. Is it over? When Pei Xingchuan reached the door handle, he paused and left her with a surprising comment. Not bad, quite objective. The nickname Living Legend isn't too exaggerated. After saying that, he opened the door and left. Yu Xingqing stood there, stunned for a while. She touched the Star Whisperer, badge hidden inside her clothes, its cold touch calming her down. What's there to be ashamed of? That was her and the instructor's achievement, earned through brains and sweat. And Living Legend sounds pretty cool. The military is planning a high-profile awards ceremony soon to honor individuals and groups who have made outstanding contributions in recent major missions. The focus is on recognizing the Future Tactics Research Team, and Yu Xingqing, as one of the key contributors, is naturally on the list of awardees. When Yu Xingqing received the notice, she was working on a difficult data model, almost dropping a thin but heavy-looking piece of paper. Go on stage? Receive an award? Give a speech? Or be in a place full of stars and cameras, possibly more than the stars themselves? Her first thought was to find a big tree to hide behind. She would rather crawl into the caves at Vulture Ridge again than stand in front of so many important people and speak. Just imagining that scene made her legs feel like they were about to cramp. But she knew she couldn't escape. Besides that, what made her even more nervous was that she had to participate in the military salute ceremony as a probationary officer. This meant she had to perform a perfect, upright, and powerful military salute in front of everyone's eyes. She could do a regular salute, but this ceremony, facing the top leaders and representing thousands of soldiers, with countless cameras recording, had much higher standards. Every angle, the height of her arm, the gap between her fingers, her gaze's firmness, even how tight her muscles were, everything had strict requirements. All her fear and nervousness instantly overwhelmed her small sense of pride. In the following days, whenever she had free time, Yu Xingqing secretly practiced salutes. She was seen raising her arm repeatedly in hallways, in the small open space outside her dorm, even in front of the bathroom mirror after lights out. Not right, my wrist still isn't straight. Maybe my angle is a bit too high. Eyes must be firm. No drifting. It still feels soft and weak, No matter how she practiced, something was always wrong. She became more frustrated and felt more like a clumsy puppet. Performing that perfect, energetic military salute looked easy for others, but in reality, it was incredibly hard. Yu Xingqing even started having nightmares, dreaming that she saluted on stage with her hands and feet out of sync, or that her arm froze halfway up, causing the audience to burst into laughter. That night, she looked into a slightly blurry mirror and raised her right arm once again. Raise your hand, find your position, focus your gaze. But it still wasn't right. That commanding presence, she just couldn't imitate it. Suddenly, her phone on the sink lit up with a notification for a video call from Pei Xingchuan. Startled, she almost dropped her phone into the sink. She hurriedly answered the call, and Pei Xingchuan's face appeared on the screen. Still awake, Pei Xingchuan looked at the dim light and tiled background behind her, raising an eyebrow. Just about to sleep.
I'm...
Washing up, Yu Xingqing nervously tried to turn the camera away. Pei Xingchuan's gaze fell on her stiff, unrelaxed arm that she hadn't yet lowered. Practicing salutes. Does the instructor have superpowers? She lowered her head and mumbled. Yes. There was a pause from Pei Xingchuan on the other side, then he adjusted the phone stand so he could sit more properly in the frame. Hold the phone steady. Let me see your current posture. His voice was calm and reassuring through the speaker. Yu Xingqing hesitated for a moment, then followed his instructions, placing her phone on a cup and adjusting the angle. Stand properly, prepare your stance without equipment, Pei Xingchuan ordered. She took a deep breath, puffed out her chest, pulled in her stomach, and stood at attention. Salute. She inhaled deeply, trying to remember the key points, and raised her arm to salute. Her movement was correct but stiff and lacking confidence. Pei Xingchuan watched carefully from the screen. He didn't comment immediately, but slowly raised his own right hand, performing a perfect, smooth, and powerful military salute as a demonstration. Watch my movement. Relax your shoulders, look straight ahead, be firm. Imagine you're not looking at a mirror but at thousands of comrades behind you and everything you're protecting. She instinctively mimicked him, adjusting her posture. Lower your wrist a bit. Yes, hold it. Look at me. Yu Xingqing's gaze instinctively focused on Pei Xingchuan's eyes on the screen. Those deep, steady eyes looked at her with a kind of magic that made her anxious heart slowly calm down. Try again. Pei Xingchuan put down his hand. Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, remembered his demonstration and his gaze, and raised her arm again. This time, her movements seemed smoother, and her eyes showed more focus. Good progress. Pei Xingchuan gave her timely praise but also pointed out some small mistakes. Thus, through the small phone screen, he guided Yu Xingqing over and over again. She practiced for a while, and when she finished the movement again, Pei Xingchuan looked at the screen and nodded slightly. That's enough. At the ceremony, just like this, Pei Xingchuan's voice was gentle. Don't be afraid. This is your own earned honor. I will be watching from below. Hearing his words, Yu Xingqing suddenly felt that the intimidating ceremony hall didn't seem so scary anymore. Yes, she nodded hard, her nose feeling a bit sore. Also, Pei Xingchuan suddenly remembered something, his tone returning to its usual formal style. After the award ceremony, your official appointment will also be announced, with special approval from the military department. Once you graduate this semester, you will be immediately promoted to second lieutenant and officially transferred to the future tactical research team as deputy chief researcher. Yu Xingqing's eyes widened instantly. Second lieutenant. Deputy chief researcher. This meant she would completely leave her trainee status and become a real officer, with an official position in the project team she loved and fought alongside her instructor. The huge joy and disbelief made her speechless for a moment. On the other end of the screen, Pei Xingchuan watched her silly, yet excited expression, a faint smile appearing deep in his eyes. So, he slowed his tone. Prepare well. Win your first official honor in your military career. I will be waiting below to see you salute. The video call ended, and the screen went dark. The room returned to silence, only the slightly hurried breathing of Yu Xingqing from her excitement. She looked at the girl in the mirror, her eyes slightly red but her mouth unconsciously curved into a smile, and quietly clenched the badge on her chest. Fear and nervousness still exist, but at this moment, there is more anticipation for the ceremony. She looks into the mirror again, straightens her back, and raises her arm. This time, her military salute is firm and strong, with a determined look in her eyes. The grand and solemn ceremony ends smoothly. Yu Xingcheng wears a special officer uniform based on the training results from Pei Xingchuan. She takes a deep breath, raises her arm, and salutes. Her movements are smooth, her posture upright, and her gaze steady. When she catches a slight nod of approval from Pei Xingchuan below, her last bit of nervousness turns into a feeling of achievement. After the ceremony, the official appointment documents and the letter of appointment as Deputy Director of the Future Tactics Research Project Team arrive together. Along with this, there is a very challenging task. The higher-ups have decided that, based on the great potential shown by the Xingchuan tactics, they will establish a national-level Innovation Tactics Research Center. This highly anticipated but difficult project, recommended by Pei Xingchuan and carefully considered by the top leaders, surprisingly falls on Yu Xingcheng, who is just over 20 and recently promoted. When the news spreads, it causes a big stir in the military. Even Yu Xingcheng almost thought she was hearing things when she first heard the news, thinking she was imagining it from nervousness during the award ceremony. Me? Responsible for building the research center? Yu Xingcheng points to her nose, eyes wide, looking at the calm Pei Xingchuan in front of her. Instructor. No, Group Leader Pei. Isn't this a bit too much of a joke? Pei Xingchuan pushes a thick stack of guiding documents and an empty organizational chart in front of her. Xingchuan Tactics itself is no joke. There are many who believe in your ability. Of course, there are also many who think you can't do it, and some who see this as just a game to control the army. Build the center and prove them wrong with your results. That's up to your skills. He pauses and drops a heavier statement. This is an order from the military. Yu Xingcheng? All right, a military order is as heavy as a mountain. Thus, Second Lieutenant, you gained a new title, Head of the Research Center. She was also assigned a temporary office, which only she occupies, filled with various rules, budget templates, personnel application forms, and equipment procurement lists. Looking at the pile of documents on the desk, Yu Xingcheng let out a loud groan. Oh heavens! This is even harder than soloing the Endless Abyss dungeon. At least that dungeon had a guide, but this thing has no task instructions at all. Though she complained, she still had to work. Yu Xingcheng forced herself to start reading the difficult administrative rules. Just the section on Principles of Organizational Structure made her dizzy. Terms like matrix management, flat structure, and project-based operation sounded like a foreign language. After thinking hard for a while, she looked up at the ceiling and suddenly had an idea. Running a research center is just like managing a top gaming guild. The guild leader oversees everything with a few core elders and a resource management department. Members join different teams based on their interests and skills and can even switch teams to work on different projects. This comparison made her thoughts clear instantly. Yu Xingcheng suddenly felt energized. She quickly opened her computer and started drafting an organizational chart. She even unconsciously used gaming terms as notes, writing next to the Resource Management Department, Guild Treasurer, controls finances, not to be messed with. At some point, Pei Xingchuan appeared behind her, watching the quirky diagram filled with gaming jargon on the screen with interest. Director Yu. Pei Xingchuan's cold voice suddenly sounded beside her, startling her so much she almost jumped out of her chair. Applying a guild management model to a military research center is quite creative. Yu Xingcheng hurriedly tried to close the document, her cheeks turning bright red. I was just thinking out loud for reference. Pei Xingchuan leaned down, his long finger pointing at the note on the screen that said, requires director's approval. So, the guild leader you mentioned, are you referring to me? Do you want me to review this draft structure and see if there are any bugs to fix? Yu Xingcheng wished she could disappear into the floor. She stammered, no need. I'll fix it right away. Make it more formal. There's no need. Pei Xingchuan straightened up, a faint smile in his eyes. The idea is good. Just replace the gaming terms with standard military language. Prioritize efficiency, Yu Xingqing felt like a weight was lifted from her shoulders and nodded repeatedly. The initial progress on the system design was just a start, but a bigger problem soon appeared: funding. The military allocated the startup funds, and the amount looked quite large. However, when Yu Xingqing checked the equipment purchase list, she was stunned. An immersive virtual tactical training platform.
How many zeros are there?
This is just money grabbing. It could buy 1,000 top-tier limited edition skins for Stellar Front. Yu Xingqing counted on her fingers, her face scrunching up in frustration. And there's the high-speed server cluster, motion capture system. Oh my, this starter capital is so stingy. She sighed as she looked at the budget sheet, feeling the truth of the saying: a clever housewife cannot cook without rice. To build a top research center, money is absolutely necessary. She even started to imagine whether she could do a crowdfunding campaign or find a wealthy sponsor to support them. But reality was much harder than that. Some senior officers, especially those with traditional ideas, had doubts about this center led by a gaming girl. Rumors started to spread to Yu Xingqing. Did you hear? In the future, wars will be commanded through gaming. Letting a kid lead innovation? Don't get the wrong idea about the project. Pei Yanwang too. No matter how much he spoils her, he shouldn't joke about serious matters. These doubts felt like tiny needles stabbing her heart, making her uncomfortable and increasing her pressure. She knew she had to produce real results quickly to prove herself and show the value of gaming thinking. That night, she worked late in her office, almost pulling out her hair over the plans and budget. Pei Xingchuan pushed the door open and saw her looking exhausted. He placed a cup of warm milk on her desk. Having trouble, he sat down across from Yu Xingqing. She looked up, her eyes a little red. Not from tiredness, but from feeling wronged. The instructors say we're just playing around. Pei Xingchuan looked at her calmly. The road to a new world is always seen as a wrong path by traditionalists at first. Remember when you used game icons to fix communication failures? The doubts were even greater. And what happened? Yu Xingqing paused, recalling the scene during the joint drill, and her gaze gradually refocused. Pei Xingchuan continued, when funds are short, find ways to increase income and cut costs, and achieve some results to gain more support. When people doubt, respond with undeniable achievements. That's what you should think, Director Yu. He deliberately emphasized the words, Director Yu, as if reminding her of her responsibilities. Yu Xingqing looked at Pei Xingchuan's determined eyes, took a deep breath, and nodded firmly. Yes, now she is Director Yu. She can't hide when she faces difficulties like a beginner. When players encounter tough levels in a game, they also think about how to beat them, right? She regained her spirit, picked up her pen, and said, I understand. First, we tackle the hardest budget boss. Pei Xingchuan watched her reignite her fighting spirit, a slight smile appearing on his face. Pei Xingchuan's words, respond with undeniable achievements, hit Yu Xingqing like a strong boost. Seeing her resolve, she was running low on her initial startup funds. Yu Xingqing clenched her teeth and decided to use her best resources wisely. First, she would solve the core problem: recruiting people. Without a team full of creative, daring, and proactive members, just having equipment is like a high-end internet cafe, not an innovation center. She posted a uniquely styled recruitment notice on the notice boards of major military academies. Innovation Tactics Research Center recruitment notice target applicants. Current students of military academies. Priority given to those who meet the following conditions: 1. Proficient in more than 3 mainstream strategy, simulation, or large-scale multiplayer tactical games. 2. Have won awards in provincial or higher-level esports competitions. 3. Interested in military theory and capable of turning gaming strategies into real-world tactics, must submit a written argument of at least 1,000 words. Once this notice was posted, it caused a huge stir in the traditionally strict military academies. Students stared in shock, excited and eager to join, while some senior educators and military theory experts nearly had heart attacks. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. An old professor with white hair was so angry his beard trembled. Using gaming ranks and esports awards as admission standards? Are they selecting military talents or gaming gods? Pei Xingchuan is also messing around. So what are we old guys who have studied military strategy for decades supposed to do? Just open an esports training class. Another colonel slammed his hand on the desk in the office. The voices of doubt and opposition flooded in, and some even wrote letters directly to the higher-ups. However, thanks to the success of the Xingchuan tactics and Pei Xingchuan's firm support, the leaders took a wait-and-see attitude, letting the situation develop. The center's construction continued amid controversy. On the day of the initial recruitment review, the scene at the makeshift recruitment point outside the lecture hall was quite strange. Applicants carried Switch consoles or had game controllers sticking out of their bags. Some nervously checked screenshots of their saved game progress in Civilization 6. Inside the classroom, Yu Xingqing served as the main examiner. Pei Xingchuan was the chief advisor, and two respected examiners, Professor Li and Colonel Zhao, were also present. Professor Li was open-minded about new things, while Colonel Zhao was a tough military man. Watching the group of internet-addicted teens, he furrowed his brow and occasionally looked at Yu Xingqing with a doubtful expression, thinking, can this really work? When the interview started, the scene became even more unusual. One confident student explained how to apply the Zerg Rush tactic from the game to special operations, gesturing excitedly about the burrowing snake strategy. Colonel Zhao looked confused and interrupted. Wait, student, the water army and puppy you mentioned, are those military codes from some country? I've never heard of them. Another student submitted a detailed battle report of winning a game without fighting as an attachment. Professor Li looked at it with interest, but suddenly his eyes widened when he saw something on the screen. He pointed and asked, student, by sending spies to sabotage their space project and stir up internal conflicts. Isn't that a bit too aggressive for real-world international relations? The student pushed up his glasses and calmly replied, Professor, this is the ultimate application of peaceful evolution, combined with limited strategic deterrence when necessary. Colonel Zhao, listening nearby, twitched his mouth and muttered to Professor Li, Old Li, this kid's ideas are pretty dangerous. The written exam was even more eye-opening for the traditional examiners. The exam paper contained many pattern recognition questions, including analyzing different team setups in a game and comparing them to real battlefield combinations, as well as writing improvement plans based on performance. A veteran officer known for his strictness was called in to supervise the exam. He stood behind a student who was deep in thought, staring at the complex game map and dense data on the screen. He looked at the late-stage map and data, then fell into long silence before murmuring, using a rock band to spread ideas. Is this cultural invasion or psychological warfare? But the real challenge was still behind him. The students who passed the initial test faced the final assessment designed by the chief planner, Yu Xingqing, a virtual simulation called Food Delivery Battle. The scenario was set in a highly realistic future city with narrow streets and underground tunnels. Participants were randomly divided into two teams, red and blue. The Red Army had to break through the Blue Army's defenses within a set time and deliver a special food order safely to a designated spot. The Blue Army aimed to intercept them. The environment was complex, with tall buildings, underground pipes, street obstacles, neutral NPCs, and random events. The scene was filled with shouts and chaos. My delivery team is targeted by snipers on the rooftop. Damn. We took a shortcut through the alley, but an NPC grandma's laundry blocked us. Calling for backup. My delivery person was caught by city officials pretending to be Blue Army. One student, a senior, had his elite team sneak close to the last hot pot restaurant before victory seemed certain. But due to a mistake, they alarmed the NPC, angry boss, who splashed hot oil on them. The system declared, mission failed, delivery person incapacitated. The student looked pale as he left the simulation pod, almost crying. I now understand what social death means. In the control room behind, Pei Xingchuan watched the various disasters unfold on the big screen. His tactical officer beside him looked nervous and whispered, Leader Pei, you director's test. Isn't it a bit too harsh? It's even harder than our usual drills. Pei Xingchuan kept his eyes on Yu Xingqing, who was carefully monitoring the data and occasionally adjusting NPC difficulty settings himself. The battlefield is always changing quickly, and no method is off-limits. She thought of using the seemingly simple idea of food delivery to test overall tactical skills and stress resistance. This shows she truly understands the complexity and unpredictability of future wars. He paused and added, "Moreover, Officer Yu is more creative in designing torture scenarios than in real combat." After several rounds of what could be called brutal screening, a group of students with sharp insight, quick reactions, strong stress resistance, and clever thinking stood out. They might not have the highest scores in traditional military exams, but in this unique, game-based recruitment event, they showed great potential. Yu Xingqing looked at the tired but bright eyes of the participants, feeling very proud. This special team, chosen by game standards, will surely bring glory to the Innovation Tactics Research Center. Although doubts still exist, more and more people are curious about what this group of game experts can create together. All personnel were in place. Yu Xingqing was eager to start her big project. She carefully planned the first trial project, a multiplayer online simulation of complex urban terrain combat. After getting Pei Xingchuan's approval, Yu Xingqing happily grabbed the procurement list and headed to the logistics department. But then, reality hit hard. The procurement process was much more complicated than she expected as a newcomer: applying, approving, asking for quotes, bidding, drafting contracts. Each step was like a long skill bar in a game that needed to be filled and could be interrupted at any moment by enemy skills called rules and regulations. Especially for high-end equipment on the list, approval was slow as a snail. "Comrade, why do we have to specify this brand for the haptic feedback data gloves? Can't we use domestic ones? They are more cost-effective." A serious-looking staff member from logistics pushed up his glasses and pointed at the list. Yu Xingqing quickly explained, "Because this brand has the lowest latency, only 5 milliseconds. That's crucial for real-time tactical simulations. Missing a few milliseconds could mean life or death." The officer looked at her with a "are you joking?" expression and said, "Does 5 milliseconds versus 10 milliseconds really make a difference? It's just a game, after all." But this wasn't really about playing games. The argument over server setup made her feel sick. "Lieutenant Yu, your server requirements are way too high, far beyond the standard," one of the leaders said seriously. "To apply, you need to write a detailed feasibility report. Funds are tight, and every penny counts." Yu Xingqing was so anxious she was about to burst, her lips blistered from worry. Without this equipment, her simulation project would be just on paper, and the project's first showcase was about to fail. She carried a thick stack of application materials, looking dejected as she returned to her office. "Coach, they say we don't need such good equipment for gaming. They say my report looks like a game guide. What should I do? The process is stuck here, and our project can't start." Pei Xingchuan watched her panic and, after putting down his pen, thought for a moment before saying, "Give me the report." Yu Xingqing quickly handed over her rejected, personalized procurement proposal. Pei quickly looked it over without saying a word, then picked up a blank official document and a pen. His office lights stayed on late into the night. The next morning, a document titled, "Feasibility Study on Improving Tactical Decision-Making and Response Speed in Complex Battlefield Environments Through High-Precision Human-Machine Interaction," was placed on the logistics department leaders' desks. In the report, Pei cleverly linked the core parameters of gaming peripherals with military needs. At the end, he included some research progress and equipment procurement details from foreign militaries in similar fields, subtly hinting that being behind means getting beaten. The logistics leaders looked at the well-researched, data-rich report that seemed quite impressive and professional, making them hesitant to criticize it easily. Although they felt something was a bit off, Pei's authority and the professionalism of the report made it hard to find fault. In the end, the procurement request was approved smoothly and quickly. When Yu Xingqing received the official approval, she couldn't believe her eyes. She kept looking at the approved report, then ran to Pei Xingchuan's office, her eyes shining as she asked, "Instructor, does this mean you've given our center an official boost?" Pei Xingchuan calmly organized his documents and replied softly, "Using rules wisely is also a kind of strategy." Finally, the equipment arrived one after another and the research center prepared for an important trial run. The whole team was nervous but excited, ready for their first online simulation with everyone involved. Yu Xingcheng, as the commander, sat at the main control station, took a deep breath, and gave the start command. Large amounts of data began loading, dozens of simulation terminals connected at once, and a complex city map slowly appeared on the big main screen. However, just as the simulation reached a critical point, with different forces starting to make contact and fight, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, the screen froze, command delays increased sharply, and then the entire center's network made a buzzing sound and completely crashed. All the simulation screens went black, and a loud alarm sounded. "What's going on? The network is down. Data packets are severely lost. The main server is overloaded and about to shut down." Technicians scrambled around, anxiously trying to find the problem. Yu Xingqing's heart sank instantly. Her first attempt was a failure. She rushed to the server room, looked at the flickering error lights, but felt helpless. This kind of deep network architecture and server optimization issue was beyond her knowledge. In the midst of the chaos, Pei Xingchuan had already appeared at the main control station. He ignored the noisy surroundings, calmly scanned the scrolling error logs, and quickly typed on the keyboard, directly entering the back-end command interface. Yu Xingqing leaned over and saw countless lines of code flashing on the screen, many of which she didn't understand. Pei Xingchuan's actions were so fast that it was dizzying. His calm and confident demeanor, as if he had everything under control, stood out sharply against the surrounding panic. A few minutes later, Pei Xingchuan pressed the final enter key. In an instant, the lag on the main screen disappeared, the network connection was restored, and all the simulation terminals lit up again.
Wow.
So smooth. Why is the delay even lower than before? Director Pei, what did you do? The team members let out a gasp of surprise. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but lean closer to the screen, pointing at the code she didn't understand and whispering, "Director Pei, how did you write this back-end code? Its optimization is even better than game cheats." Pei Xingchuan released his keyboard, picked up a half-empty bottle of mineral water beside him, and took a sip. Basic operations. There was a small issue with the server cluster's scheduling algorithm, so I optimized it a bit. Basic operations? A quick optimization? Teacher, is your cheating a bit too casual? After this experience, although the first project trial run was smooth and safe, everyone understood one thing. This young director Yu has a big imagination and a wild approach, but behind her, the seemingly indifferent director Pei is the real hidden, ultimate boss. With Pei Xingchuan standing firm, Yu Xingqing felt more confident. She watched her team dive back into intense planning, clenched her small fist, and thought, "Now is the time for us, game players, to show our skills." Yu Xingqing led her team of gaming experts, working hard to produce some decent results to prove themselves. She decided to bring her real-world experience into the virtual world. Using the Bald Eagle Ridge operation as a model, she developed a high-difficulty tactical training dungeon called Bald Eagle Ridge Nightmare. Yu Xingqing poured a lot of effort into this dungeon. Not only did she perfectly recreate the complex terrain of Bald Eagle Ridge, which was a headache for many, but she also added clever tactics used by the armed group and increased the difficulty with some artistic touches. Let you experience the fear of being controlled by wild monsters too, Yu Xingqing muttered softly as she coded the placement of ambush points. Once the dungeon went live, it immediately sparked fierce challenges from research center staff and students on campus. The students clenched their fists, thinking, "Isn't this just a real-life version of a game? Can't we, these top players, handle it?" But reality is harsh. The first 5-member elite team, full of confidence, rushed into the dungeon, but in less than 10 minutes, they were all defeated and kicked out by the system, looking embarrassed. The team leader was a former provincial esports champion. When he exited the simulation pod, he was still stunned. They aren't on the ground. They hung upside down behind the stalactites on the cave's ceiling to attack. Does that make sense? A teammate nearby, looking distressed, added, and that boss appears randomly in different spots. We just found its lair, and it popped up behind us. This feels like cheating. In the following days, many teams tried to challenge the Vulture Ridge Nightmare mission. But every time, they were wiped out in less than 4 minutes, with the toughest lasting only 15 minutes before running out of supplies and failing. Everyone in the training room was complaining. Director Yu is just trying to get revenge on society, right? This dungeon definitely has bugs. The enemy's sensing range is wrong. I want to see the boss's code. Hiding in the grass and ambushing people ruins the game experience. Where's the tactical training? This is just a horror game. While a group of students gathered around Yu Xingqing, trying to argue that the dungeon design was unfair using gaming rules, Pei Xingchuan quietly appeared at the door of the training room. Today, he seemed to be doing his routine patrol, dressed in casual clothes, standing tall, with his usual cold expression. As he looked over the group of students with their upset faces and at Yu Xingqing, who was confidently defending the dungeon, a faint, amused smile flickered in his eyes. Instructor Pei, Director Pei, you're just in time. The students saw him as a savior and recounted how Yu Xingqing designed the difficult dungeon and used game bugs to torment others. Teacher, Director Yu's dungeon is way over the line. The enemy's behavior logic doesn't make sense. Yeah, this isn't training, it's pure torture. You need to do something. Yu Xingqing, hearing these accusations, puffed up with anger, ready to defend herself, but Pei Xingchuan raised his hand to stop the noisy discussion. He looked at Yu Xingqing calmly and asked, "Did you design this dungeon?" "Yes," she replied confidently. "I based it entirely on real combat possibilities. The battlefield is full of surprises." Pei Xingchuan didn't comment on her design ideas. Instead, he walked straight to an empty simulation pod, sat down, and skillfully put on the sensors. "Director Pei, what are you doing?" one student asked, puzzled. Pei Xingchuan adjusted the equipment without looking back and said, "Let's test it." Everyone instantly fell silent. Was Director Pei going to try it himself? They all watched as he took on this difficult dungeon alone. Yu Xingqing was also stunned. She quickly moved to the control screen to see how the instructor would operate. Pei Xingchuan logged into a high-level test account, chose single-player mode, and without hesitation, entered Bald Eagle Ridge Nightmare. The screen lit up, and the character controlled by Pei appeared at the entrance of the withered riverbed. He didn't rush forward like the other students. Instead, he quickly observed the surroundings, even looking up at the cliff's angle and how sparse the plants were. Then he made his move. He chose a very steep, seemingly impassable crack in the cliff and bypassed the first ambush point set by the enemy at the riverbed entrance.
Wow.
You can do that. This route isn't marked on the map at all. The students were all stunned. Yu Xingqing was also surprised. This path was a hidden Easter egg she had added when designing the map. It was very hard to find, and even if discovered, it required high skill to use. Next, Pei Xingchuan seemed to have a prediction skill. He could sense enemy movements a few seconds before they happened, finding cover before they even fired. He even deliberately made noise to attract small groups of enemies, then used the terrain to quickly deal with them, never hesitating to fight. When facing the elusive boss that made many teams frustrated, Pei's approach was even more surprising. He didn't look for the boss directly. Instead, he sneaked to a key water source where the boss might appear and set a simple trap in advance. Then, he exposed himself on purpose to lure the boss into pursuit, leading it into the trap area. When the trap was triggered, it limited the boss's movement. Pei launched a precise attack from a tricky angle, quickly draining the boss's health. The whole process had no fancy effects, only accurate judgment, extreme operation, and perfect use of the environment. It took him 6 minutes and 58 seconds to clear the dungeon alone. All the students were wide-eyed, staring at Pei Xingchuan with awe and a hint of disbelief. Pei Xingchuan walked up to the student who had been loudly complaining earlier, stopped, and lightly parted his lips to say a very blunt but honest comment. "Just practice more if you're bad." After saying that, he turned to Yu Xingqing, who was still in shock, and said, "The design of the challenge is good. The difficulty can be increased a bit." Then, Director Pei walked away at a calm pace from the training room. Long after he left, the room burst into loud discussions.
Wow.
Director Pei is so impressive. Solo clear. No damage. Almost 7 minutes. Is he even human? It turns out it's not the challenge design that's the problem, but that we're just too weak. Director Yu, I was wrong. I want to train harder. Please push us even more. Watching the students suddenly become so motivated, Yu Xingqing felt like. Unexpectedly, the instructor had just shown off his skills again.
But
Can the difficulty be increased a bit more? Yu Xingqing stroked her chin. The next version of the Hell plan could now be scheduled. In this lively atmosphere, the unveiling ceremony of the Innovation Tactics Research Center was officially scheduled. The ceremony was set for a week later, and the scale exceeded Yu Xingqing's initial expectations. Not only would several top military leaders attend, but many experts and scholars from other affiliated units and research institutes would also be present. This meant the research center would be in the spotlight, under the scrutiny of the entire military. Yu Xingqing lay on her bed, tossing and turning like a pancake. Her mind flashed with tomorrow's schedule, welcoming the leaders, guiding the tour, giving a report, and the main event, unveiling the plaque and her speech. She decided to get up, turn on the desk lamp, and review her speech for the nth time. Although she had memorized it perfectly, the thought of the generals and experts watching made her tongue feel tied. No, I need to calm down, she muttered, took out a black hair tie, and started to tie her hair. After tying it, she felt it wasn't neat enough, so she took it out and retied it. Then, she thought it was too messy with stray hairs, so she untied it again. By the time she snapped back to reality, she had already thrown more than 10 elastic hair ties into the trash can beside her, all worn out from pulling and tugging. Yu Xingqing, you're done for. You're so nervous you're using your hair ties to relieve stress. She made a funny face at her reflection in the mirror, where her eyes were bloodshot and her hairstyle was so tight it looked like it might strangle her scalp. At that moment, her phone screen lit up with a message from Pei Xingchuan. Are you free?
Come to the office.
There is a document that needs your signature. Yu Xingqing's heart skipped a beat. Why at this late hour? What document needs signing? Could the ceremony be changing? She quickly put on her coat, nervously fixing her tense hairstyle, and hurried to the office building. The lights in Pei Xingchuan's office were still on. She knocked and entered, seeing Pei Xingchuan sitting behind his desk, a beautifully bound red document spread out before him. Commander, why is this document so urgent? She asked breathlessly. Pei Xingchuan pushed the document toward her, his tone calm and steady. This is the official registration document after the center was listed, and, look here, his finger pointed to a bolded line on one page. Following his finger, she saw clearly written, the Innovation Tactics Research Center, officially included in the Furnace 202X Military Development Plan. The Furnace Plan. She knew the center was important, but she didn't expect it to be valued this highly. This meant the research center would become a national team, carrying the hopes for the future transformation of the military. Her hands started trembling uncontrollably. She took the pen Pei Xingchuan handed her, feeling as if 1,000 pounds were pressing down. The tip of the pen hovered over the signature line but couldn't bring herself to sign. The weight of this responsibility was too much. Director Pei, her voice trembled. Pei Xingchuan looked at her pale face and trembling hands but said nothing, just waiting quietly. Gritting her teeth, Yu Xingqing signed with force. Because she was so nervous, her hand shook, and the pen left an ugly ink mark on the paper, splattering a few small ink spots on the edge of the document. Sorry, she exclaimed in panic. She hurriedly looked for something to wipe it with. It was over. She had ruined such an important document. At that moment, a clean, soft, dark gray handkerchief was handed to her. Pei Xingchuan had quietly come beside her, picked up the stained document and skillfully absorbed the ink stain, carefully wiping the ink spots on the edge. It's okay. These are small problems, he said without looking up, his voice deep and steady. Director Yu, the battle maps you'll sign in the future are much more complicated and difficult to draw. This little ink stain is nothing. Yes, compared to the real guns and complex battlefield situations they might face in the future, this small accident is nothing. She took a deep breath and picked up her pen again. This time, she signed her name steadily in the right spot. The next day, the unveiling ceremony was held as planned. The front of the main building was decorated with red flags, and many important people gathered, with cameras flashing. Yu Xingqing wore a neat officer uniform with a special badge on her chest. She followed behind Pei Xingchuan and some leaders, trying to keep a polite smile and good posture. The tour and report parts went smoothly, without any problems. Finally, it was the most important moment, unveiling the sign and Yu Xingqing's speech. The red cloth was pulled away, revealing the shining gold words, Innovation Tactics Research Center, in the sunlight. Next, please welcome the Deputy Director of the Center, Lieutenant Yu Xingqing, to give her speech. The spotlight immediately shone on Yu Xingqing. She walked to the microphone, looked at the dark crowd and many eyes, and suddenly forgot her carefully memorized speech. Her mind went blank. Cold sweat soaked her back instantly. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. All she could hear was her pounding heartbeat. It's over. She was about to embarrass herself in front of the entire army. Just as she wanted to find a hole to hide in, her eyes caught Pei Xingchuan sitting in the front row. He naturally took out his phone, turned on the screen, and then, in a seemingly casual but precise way, pointed it at her. On the screen was their chat window. Before the ceremony started, Pei Xingchuan had sent her a message. Don't worry, I've got invincibility mode on. Invincibility mode. Yes, with this human cheat code in the audience, what was she afraid of? Lack of firepower?
Impossible.
Her teammates were too strong. She quickly took a deep breath, looked back at the crowd, cleared her throat, and threw her forgotten speech aside to improvise. Dear leaders and colleagues, standing here, I feel excited and a little nervous. I almost forgot my words just now. She openly admitted it, earning kind laughter from the audience. But just now, I suddenly realized what the main goal of our center is in the future. She paused, then looked again at Pei Xingchuan, who had already put away his phone. Her tone was very firm. I want to say that all fears probably come from two reasons. First, not enough firepower. Second, not strong enough teammates. The audience was silent for a moment, then burst into louder laughter and applause. This statement was down to earth, but also showed the youthful spirit. And what our center needs to do, Yu Xingqing said more smoothly, is to do our best to make sure our soldiers never have the fear of not enough firepower in future battles. At the same time, we also want to work hard so that every teammate can trust that their partners are strong enough to turn all impossible into possible. Thank you, everyone. Her spontaneous speech was much livelier, more sincere, and better reflected the character of this new center. After giving an impromptu speech at the plaque unveiling ceremony and receiving great praise, Yu Xingqing felt lighter and walked with more confidence. The research center's work was gradually getting on track, with projects progressing smoothly. As the deputy research director, she could finally breathe a little easier. One rare free weekend afternoon, Louis sneaked into her dormitory, looking mischievous, and secretly handed her a pink list with cute fonts. Here, 100 small things couples must do. This is a must-have guide to strengthen your relationship. Louis winked at her. Your husband, Pei Yanwang, is probably too stiff to think of romantic activities like going to an amusement park. I can only help you with this. Yu Xingqing took the list and looked at the densely packed items. Watching the sunrise together, cooking together, growing plants, making DIY cakes, going to an amusement park, watching horror movies. A blush crept onto her cheeks, and her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the direction of Pei Xingchuan's office. Right now, that stiff guy was probably analyzing the best path for a set of training plans or equipment parameters, right? She wished he would put down his work and go with her to do these childish things. The difficulty level felt higher than soloing the Vulture Ridge Hell dungeon. But deep inside, a tiny little hamster was frantically shouting, I want to go. I just want to go with him. Like a normal couple. After struggling for a long time, my social anxiety finally gave me courage. I clutched the crumpled list and moved to Pei Xingchuan's office door. I took a few deep breaths before gently knocking.
Come in, came his deep voice.
Yu Xingqing pushed the door open and saw Pei Xingchuan frowning and thinking in front of the computer screen showing a terrain map. She tiptoed to the desk like a little student, nervously twisting the corner of her clothes. Pei Xingchuan looked up at her. Is there something, Coach? Yu Xingqing's voice was so soft it was almost a whisper. My work has mostly finished recently. Can we what? Pei Xingchuan put down his mouse, his eyes falling on the pink paper in her hand, which looked out of place in a serious environment. A task list? Not a task. In a rush, Yu Xingqing blurted out. I just want to go out and have fun with you. As soon as she said it, she wanted to bite her tongue. What a terrible way to say it. Pei Xingchuan seemed to be momentarily stunned. A fleeting look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled. He silently looked at Yu Xingqing for a few seconds, making her feel nervous and almost wanting to run away. Then, unexpectedly, he stood up, picked up his jacket hanging on the chair, and put it on quickly and smoothly. Approved, he said simply, then typed quickly on the keyboard as if saving a file. No urgent plans this afternoon. Approved? Dating feels like reporting a task and getting approval from the boss. Although the process was very Pei Xingchuan, the result was good. Yu Xingqing's little heart started to dance. Before leaving, Pei Xingchuan naturally took out his phone, pulled up a map of the city's biggest amusement park, and quickly swiped his finger, starting his pre-visit reconnaissance and route planning based on real-time crowd data. I suggest prioritizing the Ancient Ruins Adventure and Future World sections in the East Zone, taking advantage of the quieter afternoon hours. Yu Xingqing watched in amazement, silently thinking, Coach, we're going on a date, not invading enemy strongholds. However, the next facts proved that Coach Pei's route planning was indeed unbeatable in efficiency. They almost didn't wait in line and quickly played several popular rides. Yu Xingqing was very excited, while Pei Xingchuan still looked calm. However, when she got off the roller coaster and was excitedly chattering, he would hand her a bottle of water with the cap unscrewed. Until they entered the haunted house-themed, ancient ghost house. Spooky music, flickering lights, sudden cold wind. Although Yu Xingqing knew it was fake, she couldn't help feeling nervous and instinctively moved closer to Pei Xingchuan. At that moment, an NPC dressed in a white robe with a pale makeup suddenly jumped out from the corner, letting out a loud, eerie scream. Startled, Yu Xingqing shivered and reflexively shouted, Instructor, there's a hidden enemy. At 9 o'clock, her shout surprised Pei Xingchuan even more. He immediately sharpened his gaze, took a quick step forward, and carefully protected Yu Xingqing behind him. His sharp eyes then fixed on the poor NPC, radiating a cold, intimidating aura. The girl playing the ghost NPC had never seen such a scene. Seeing Pei Xingchuan's intense stare, which seemed to say, take another step and you'll be gone, she was so frightened she froze in place, forgetting her lines and almost crying. Only after Pei Xingchuan confirmed the threat was gone and protected Yu Xingqing through that area did she breathe a sigh of relief. The NPC, still trembling, whispered to her colleagues hiding nearby, Wow, that guy's eyes were so scary, like he was about to pull out a gun or launch a rocket at me. After leaving the haunted house, Yu Xingqing thought about what just happened. She found it funny and a bit embarrassing. She secretly glanced at Pei Xingchuan and noticed his ears seemed a little red. Later, during the DIY cake activity, it turned into a big kitchen disaster. Faced with a bunch of cream, food coloring, and piping bags, Director Pei looked like he was facing a major battle, frowning as if planning a detailed strategy. He tried to pipe the cream with precise movements, but the result was a neat, sharp-edged cream flower that looked like a row of tiny missiles ready to launch. Yu Xingqing was completely an abstract artist, squeezing cream all over the table and her face, leaving the cake in a mess. Seeing their terrible works, both of them couldn't help but laugh. Yu Xingqing playfully smeared some cream on Pei Xingchuan's face. At first, Pei Xingchuan wanted to dodge, but seeing the girl in front of him smiling brightly, with cream on her nose, he sighed helplessly and let her have her fun. He even reached out and gently dabbed a bit of cream on her forehead. In the end, Pei Xingchuan, with a small amount of cream on his nose, looked at Yu Xingqing, who was laughing happily in his arms with a rosy face. His eyes were full of tenderness and indulgence. He also took out his phone and carefully took several photos of the two unappetizing but meaningful cakes for keepsake. That evening during the movie, it vividly showed what professional mismatch means. While watching a war film, Pei Xingchuan whispered explanations. This charge formation lacks cover, and the command chain has issues. With this firepower density, the main character's ammunition should have run out 3 times already. During a romantic film, Yu Xingqing was moved to tears by the heartfelt confessions of the leads, but Pei Xingchuan, sitting beside her, pondered. The heroine's security system is almost useless, and the enemy's infiltration methods are too primitive. When the most romantic scene of the movie appeared, Yu Xingqing finally couldn't hold back and covered his mouth with her hand, laughing and crying. Instructor Pei. Director Pei. Please, turn off the tactical analysis mode. This is a movie, not a war game. On the way back, Yu Xingqing checked her progress on the 100 small things couples must do list, sighing. Sigh, I've completed less than 10 items. The progress is worrying. Pei Xingchuan took the list, quickly glanced at it, then circled items like watch the sunrise together and grow plants together, calmly saying, these can be incorporated into daily training plans, progressing step by step, and managing time reasonably will get them done. Yu Xingqing felt like she was about to explode.
This is not a training plan.
It's a list to build a relationship. Pei Xingchuan saw her angry expression and a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes. He turned around, took out his electronic calendar, silently checked the weather forecast, and precisely marked the dates with the best conditions for watching the sunrise. Although the trip to the amusement park was full of tactical analysis and unexpected situations, the photos secretly taken by passers-by or friends still circulated quietly within the small military school network. In the photo, Pei Xingchuan is instinctively shielding Yu Xingqing in front of a haunted house with a sharp side profile. He has a dollop of cream on his nose, looks helpless yet indulgent as he watches Yu Xingqing, who is laughing happily in his arms. These photos are like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples among Pei Xingchuan's colleagues and subordinates, who are used to his cold and strict style. Oh my god, King Pei actually went to an amusement park. He's even making DIY cakes? Look at his serious face squeezing the cream. Does he look like he's defusing a bomb? And the most important thing is his gaze. The way he looks at Lieutenant Yu. I've never seen that kind of light in his eyes. Wow, I didn't expect that King Pei, when talking about love, is so adorable with a big contrast. Their relationship has become somewhat public within the organization. Everyone understands this silently, even teasing happily about it. That day, Pei Xingchuan and Yu Xingqing went together to report the recent work to Director Li. After the report, Director Li closed his folder, adjusted his reading glasses, and looked between the two with a kind and slightly gossiping smile. Xingchuan, I hear you've been busy outside of work too? Engaged in quite a few field investigations. How did it go? The phrase field investigations sounded meaningful coming from the old director. Yu Xingqing, standing behind Pei Xingchuan, blushed instantly when she heard this, nervously tugging at the edge of her folder, wishing she could bury her face in her chest. Oh my, even the director knows. Pei Xingchuan, facing the teasing from his senior, remained upright and serious, answering properly. Report to the director. We've recently conducted some interactions outside of work. The target's condition is stable, interactions are good, and everything is progressing as expected. Could you use normal words, please? She felt like her toes were about to dig a hole in her shoes. Director Li was momentarily stunned by Pei Xingchuan's very serious and professional report, but then burst into a hearty laugh, pointing at him and shaking his head. You little guy. All right, keep it up. After leaving the director's office, Yu Xingqing's face was still flushed. She muttered softly, Instructor, what you just said was really strange. Pei Xingchuan glanced at her sideways, a faint smile in his eyes. Just speaking the truth, Yu Xingqing puffed out her cheeks, deciding not to argue with this guy whose language system needs upgrading. But Pei Xingchuan's strangeness was far from over. One weekend, Yu Xingqing went to talk to him about something.
He was on an urgent call at the time.
She decided to find a book on the bookshelf to pass the time. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to some books with very different styles in the corner. One was titled Love Psychology, and the other was High Emotion Communication, How to Be More Popular. What shocked her most was that inside the Love Psychology book, there was a pink list titled 100 Small Things Couples Must Do, which looked very familiar. The list had items like go to an amusement park, make a DIY cake, and watch a horror movie, all carefully crossed out with red pen, with small dates and brief notes beside them. Yu Xingqing held the book and the list, feeling a mix of amusement and warmth. The so-called interaction test and meeting expectations that he mentioned were actually based on such clumsy yet serious theoretical research. Just then, Pei Xingchuan finished his call and turned around. When he saw what she was holding, his steps paused slightly. His usually expressionless face showed a tiny stiffness, and a blush quickly spread to his ears. But he quickly regained his composure, stepped forward, and explained in a tone trying to sound professional, understanding. The psychological state and behavior patterns of the target is the foundation for ensuring the effectiveness of the operation and achieving the final goal. Seeing him trying to stay calm but his neck turning red, Yu Xingqing couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. She put down the book like a little bird and tiptoed over. She wrapped her arms around his neck, looked at him with bright eyes and a mischievous smile. So, Instructor Pei, you work so hard just to achieve the goal? Based on your deep research, what is our next mission target? Pei Xingchuan was caught off guard by her sudden closeness. His body stiffened slightly, hesitated for a moment, then gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Listening to her teasing with a smile and seeing her bright, close-up smile, the embarrassment of revealing my secret gradually faded and was replaced by a warm feeling. I lowered my head, gently pressed my forehead against hers, and spoke softly and kindly, with a hint of affection I didn't even realize I had. Your next goal is up to you. Our breaths intertwined, and a sweet atmosphere filled the air. At this perfect moment, maybe I could quietly complete the item on my list, kiss during a warm moment. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket rang unexpectedly. She, somewhat annoyed, let go of my hand, took out her phone, and saw it was the school administration office. She answered the call, and as she listened to the message, her expression changed from shy and sweet to surprised and a little worried. Huh? Me? Teaching an elective course? Her voice raised unconsciously. Game thinking and modern tactical innovation? For upper-year students? Can I really do this? After hanging up, Yu Xingqing looked a bit dazed, then looked up at Pei Xingchuan with uncertain eyes. Coach, the school wants me to teach an elective next semester. Is this too sudden? I just graduated not long ago. Pei Xingchuan looked at her hopeful yet nervous face, gently ruffled her hair, and said proudly, your experience and achievements are the best teaching material. Use what you've done at the research center and present it in class. You instructor, you can do it. That title made Yu Xingqing shiver. She took a deep breath, feeling more nervous than when she first faced Pei Xingchuan's assessment. Seeing the trust in his eyes, she suddenly felt a surge of courage. All right, if I have to teach, then I will. At worst, I'll treat the class as a special copy. Tasked with creating an elective course, Yu Xingqing started preparing with a mix of nervousness and excitement. The course was finally named Introduction and Practice of Asymmetric Tactical Thinking. The name sounded impressive, but its core was still her familiar game thinking. As soon as the course description was uploaded to the school's registration system, it was like dropping a deep water bomb into a calm lake. Students have long been curious about this. Game God, one of the creators of Xingchuan Tactics, and the legendary senior who is dating King Pei. Now, with a chance to experience her class firsthand, their enthusiasm for choosing courses has reached an all-time high. As a result, within 3 minutes of the course registration system opening, it crashed. The programmers worked frantically for over half an hour before restoring it. The class she planned to fill with 80 students was fully booked in an instant, with hundreds waiting in the queue. The campus forum was filled with complaints. First come, first served. I just refreshed the page and it froze. That's more chaotic than trying to buy tickets for my idol's concert. Big brother, please be kind and transfer me your spot? I'll pay 3 months worth of meal expenses. Stop dreaming. This class will be legendary, with no tickets available. When the news reached Yu Xingqing, she felt even more pressure. Her original lecture notes looked unappealing, and she felt like something was missing. She locked herself in her office, staring at her computer and thinking hard. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Since she was talking about game thinking, why not prepare her lesson like a game? She opened a blank PowerPoint and started designing her course using the familiar, Starry Frontier, dungeon guide style. She became more and more absorbed, even adding game screenshots and military case comparison charts for each key point, turning it into a colorful, tactical dungeon guide. Finally, the day of the class arrived. Yu Xingqing arrived at the large lecture hall half an hour early, thinking she had plenty of time. But as soon as she reached the corridor, she was stunned. There were crowds of students at the door. Not only was the inside packed, but the hallway was also filled with students carrying small stools, folding chairs, or just standing, all eagerly waiting, their eyes shining like they were waiting for a game to start. A senior student, assigned as her assistant at the last minute, pushed through the crowd, sweating profusely. He looked worried and reported with a sad face, "Professor Yu, things are out of control. The dungeon players are seriously overloaded. The classroom. No, the capacity has reached its limit. Should we consider opening a split session?" Seeing the scene, Yu Xingqing felt her legs weaken, and her social anxiety instincts started warning her wildly. She took a deep breath, touched the cool badge on her chest, and forced herself to stay calm. She said to the teaching assistant, "Let's start. Let's begin." She nervously walked into the classroom, immediately surrounded by hundreds of intense gazes, and applause erupted. She reached the center of the podium and tried to smile confidently. "Hello, everyone. I am Yu Xingqing." Her voice came through the microphone with a slight, barely noticeable tremor. She quickly looked down to operate the computer, preparing to open her carefully prepared strategy guide, PowerPoint. But the more nervous she was, the easier she made mistakes. Her hand trembled, and instead of clicking on the PowerPoint file, she accidentally clicked on a nearby folder, then, in her panic, hit the shortcut for screen sharing on her phone. In the next second, a large photo appeared on the big projection screen behind the podium. It was a photo of her working late at the research center, exhausted and sleeping on the desk, secretly taken by Pei Xingchuan. In the photo, her cheeks were puffed up from her arms, her hair was messy from sleep, and she looked completely unkempt. Yu Xingqing's face instantly turned bright red like a cooked shrimp, her head throbbed with a loud buzz, and she wished she could dig a hole and hide herself right then and there. It was a huge social embarrassment scene, and it was on her first official lecture podium. The teaching assistant was frantically trying to turn off the screen sharing, but the more anxious he was, the more chaotic it became. Just as Yu Xingqing was overwhelmed with shame and helplessness, she caught a glimpse of a familiar figure standing in the back corner of the classroom. He was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching her, with a blank expression but a hint of amusement in his eyes. When her eyes met his, Yu Xingqing felt a strange panic, but oddly, the urge to run away was suppressed. A burst of reckless courage surged in her heart. She suddenly turned around, faced the students who were trying hard not to laugh, cleared her throat, and tried to make her voice sound more composed. "Very good. It seems some students have already previewed an important point for today's lesson. The students, preview? Your sleeping face?" Yu Xingqing forced herself to continue. This picture vividly shows a tactical commander in a normal physiological state after continuous high-intensity work. It teaches us an important lesson. She paused, looked around, and saw that the students were all intrigued. Even Pei Xingchuan in the back raised an eyebrow. That is, even the best strategist is not a perpetual motion machine. Getting enough rest, restoring your blue bar, and planning clever tactics are equally important. On the battlefield, you may face unexpected situations at any time. Without enough blue, how can you unleash your ultimate move? How can you handle a long fight, She spoke more smoothly and even started to improvise. So, future commanders, remember that good sleep and proper routines are essential supplies for your future careers. This is the same principle as needing to return to base in the game to recover your status. Have you learned it? The classroom was silent for a few seconds before erupting into even more enthusiastic applause. Everyone could see that Yu Xingqing was trying hard to save face, but her quick wit and self-deprecating spirit made her seem more genuine and adorable. The teaching assistant successfully turned off the screen projection, and Yu Xingqing quietly relaxed, quickly opening the correct PowerPoint. After this little episode, she felt less nervous and officially started her dungeon strategy lecture. From the back, Pei Xingchuan watched the girl on the podium, her cheeks still flushed but now able to teach smoothly and occasionally crack game jokes that made the class laugh. A faint smile appeared on his lips. His instructor Yu seemed to have a special ability, using her unique way to resolve crises. Although the first lesson started with some risks, the outcome was very successful. Yu Xingqing, after turning the sleeping face social death incident into a way to connect with students, gradually made the classroom atmosphere more lively. Her unique, game dungeon-style teaching was fresh and fun, but naturally, it also drew some doubts. That day, when Yu Xingqing talked about how to use asymmetric information gaps to create local advantages, a serious-looking boy with black-rimmed glasses raised his hand. Instructor Yu, he pushed his glasses and challenged a bit. You used many examples from games which sound reasonable. But games are virtual, with fixed rules. Are your game theories a bit just theoretical talk? Can you give a more realistic example that everyone can understand immediately? When she said this, many students nodded in agreement. Indeed, tactics in games are clever, but when applied to real life, it always feels a bit distant. Yu Xingqing felt a sudden jolt. Her social anxiety made her instinctively want to shrink when faced with doubts. But seeing so many eyes on her, including supportive friends like Lu Yi and recalling Pei Xingchuan's words, "You can do it," she took a deep breath and forced herself to stay calm. A real-life example? Something close to daily life? Her eyes scanned the classroom and suddenly landed on a student in the front row who was lighting up their phone screen on a food delivery app. An excellent idea suddenly came to her mind. That's a very good question. Yu Xingqing steadied her mind and even showed a slightly mischievous smile. Connecting theory with practice is key. Let's analyze a small, real-life battle case that many of you might have experienced or are experiencing now. She spoke, then quickly walked to the computer at the podium, skillfully opened the online food delivery app, entered the school address, and started searching for nearby restaurants. The students curiously stretched their necks, not understanding what he was about to do. Are we about to have a meal? Soon. Yu Xingqing locked onto a highly rated Sichuan restaurant, clicked on one of the latest reviews marked as "Order Cancelled," and read the anonymous comment. The review included a picture of a school wall, with a comment saying, "The delivery person said taking a shortcut over the wall was faster, but was caught by security. My pickled fish is gone." Bad review. Yu Xingqing projected this review onto the big screen, pointed at the picture and text with a laser pen, and began her analysis. Look, everyone. This is a typical case of terrain infiltration failure. The goal is to deliver important supplies, the pickled fish, safely to a designated spot. The delivery person is responsible for infiltration and delivery, like a lone soldier. Then she pointed to the security guard and said, "This is the guard responsible for area security and counter-infiltration." The delivery person's tactic was covert infiltration, surprise attack, climbing over the wall, trying to bypass the main checkpoint. It's like in a game, sneaking past enemy towers and stealing a base in the wild area. However, he made several deadly mistakes: insufficient intelligence, poor use of terrain, and misjudged risk assessment. He underestimated the enemy's alertness and reaction speed. As a result, Yu Xingqing summarized, the infiltration was exposed, the mission failed, supplies were lost, and he was captured. This shows us that even the simplest delivery task needs careful scouting, correct route choices, and good emergency plans. Otherwise, even the best tactics can fail due to small mistakes. The classroom was quiet for a few seconds, then burst into laughter and discussion as everyone realized. Wow! Is that how it can be explained? Now I think my last food delivery also. That's brilliant. Next time, I should ask the delivery person for a battlefield assessment before ordering. The boy who asked the question was stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. Seeing the effect, Yu Xingqing took the opportunity to give another example. For instance, another common problem among students. Why is the popular milk tea shop at the West Gate always crowded, and why is it hard for you to get a drink? Yes. Every time I go, I have to wait across the street. It seems many aren't students, but professional queuers. Yu Xingqing showed a knowing smile. This is a classic market disruption tactic, similar to feints and fake displays on the battlefield. Some people, she didn't directly say scalpers, hire a few staff to spread out in different parts of the line, creating the illusion of high demand and shortage. This fake scene makes genuine buyers feel a sense of scarcity and follow the crowd, which causes more people to join the line, making the wait longer. And their main group, she continued analyzing, may have already obtained supplies through other channels. So, Yu Xingqing shrugged. The reason the line seems long isn't because the milk tea is really scarce, but because someone is artificially creating this difficulty. No way. That's how it is. I knew it. No wonder sometimes it looks crowded, but the actual wait isn't that long. These scalpers. No, these tactical masters are really ruthless. The classroom was lively, with students discussing their own experiences with various folk tactics. Yu Xingqing explained these seemingly complex tactics in a down-to-earth, even humorous way. Suddenly, from the back of the classroom, a deep and familiar voice sounded, with a hint of deliberate seriousness. Professor Yu, I have a question. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to the back. Pei Xingchuan had appeared there again, standing confidently with his hand raised and a serious look on his face. Yu Xingqing's heart skipped a beat. Was he about to test her? Or was he just giving her support? She steadied herself and responded naturally. Director Pei, please go ahead. Pei Xingchuan stood up, looking at her calmly. Based on your earlier analysis of the pretend tactics used by milk tea shops, if we are on the defensive side, how can we effectively counter these fake units and ensure resources are fairly and efficiently distributed to real needs? As soon as he asked, everyone held their breath. The students thought, this is a very professional question from Director Pei. He raised a real-world issue and turned it into a tactical challenge. Yu Xingqing's mind raced quickly. Combining her previous ideas, she soon had an answer. Thank you for your question, Director Pei. To counter this kind of market infiltration and interference, we can take multiple measures. Strengthen ID recognition, optimize the resource deployment process, and enhance battlefield monitoring. The key is to break information asymmetry, make genuine needs clear, and increase the costs and risks of disruptive actions, she summarized. Pei Xingchuan listened without showing any expression, just nodding slightly. Your ideas are clear, and your strategies are feasible. Thank you, Professor Yu. Then he sat down. His question and her answer greatly boosted her authority in teaching without her realizing it. After class, the students left, still discussing eagerly. Yu Xingqing only then noticed her back was soaked with sweat, but she felt an unprecedented sense of achievement. Pei Xingchuan approached the podium, watching her pack up. Director Pei, why are you here? Yu Xingqing asked softly, her cheeks still a little red. Looking into her bright, sparkling eyes, Pei Xingchuan gently brushed her slightly messy hair at her temple. His tone was calm but carried a hint of gentle warmth. Just passing by, I thought I'd check on Instructor Yu's teaching results. It seems the dungeon strategy guide was very successful. Yu Xingqing looked at the faint smile in his eyes and felt a sweet warmth inside. Turns out, he was here to be her supporter. Yu Xingqing's class, Introduction and Practice of Asymmetric Tactical Thinking, became very popular because of its unique game dungeon, teaching method, and relatable case studies. Every class was full, with students sitting in the hallways out of curiosity. The classroom was filled with laughter and applause. Students called this course Yu's Dungeon and even formed a post-class discussion group to analyze the strategy guide left by Instructor Yu. However, just as the class was thriving, the academic office suddenly issued a notice. Instructor Yu Xingqing had to pause the asymmetric tactical thinking class due to an urgent important task. As soon as the news spread, Students were devastated, feeling like they lost their main support. On the campus forum, a sensational headline quickly topped the homepage. Hot topic: urgent military analysis. Instructor Yu suddenly suspends class. Was it an attack by the enemies? Silent skill? Seeking insiders' info. The original poster, Strategic Analysis Little Stool, wrote, "From frontline observations, the notice came suddenly and suspiciously. It's possible that foreign forces are jealous and use some silence or kidnapping skill to interrupt our use dungeon knowledge transfer." The replies were even more imaginative. First comment: I agree. Instructor Yu is our core damage dealer. We can't afford a break. Second comment: maybe he's on a secret mission? Like infiltrating a game company headquarters to steal the next generation engine. Third comment: inside info. Stop guessing. Instructor Pei is also on leave. Reliable sources suggest they might be out tackling a high-difficulty couples dungeon. Fourth comment: exactly. Support Instructor Yu and Pei to clear the dungeon. Hopefully they'll drop some teaching experience gems. Fifth comment: no matter what, I hope Instructor Yu comes back soon. Without the Use Dungeon strategy guide, my tactical thinking is about to run dry. Various guesses and speculations appeared, showing the rich imagination and curiosity of these future commanders. 1 week later, Yu Xingqing returned. On the day classes resumed, the classroom was more lively than ever. Students eagerly looked at the door, like a group of young birds waiting to be fed. Yu Xingqing entered the classroom, looking at the expectant and curious eyes below, and couldn't help but smile. "Hello, everyone," she said from the podium. "I heard that during the week I was away, you all came up with very creative guesses about my disappearance." A gentle laugh spread through the students. "First, thank you for your concern." Yu Xingqing spoke sincerely. "I am fine. I wasn't silenced or kidnapped. As for the couple's mission," she paused, her cheeks slightly red, and smoothly changed the subject. "We went to participate in a formal academic event." She opened her computer and connected it to the projector. "This time, I was sent by the headquarters to accompany the project leader, Colonel Pei Xingchuan, to attend a high-level international summit called Global Security and Future Tactical Innovation." She clicked on a recorded video that was permitted to be shown. In the video, a tall, serious-looking general was speaking in accented English, saying that some tactical ideas from the East are too unique, relying heavily on specific cultural backgrounds, making them hard to understand and use. The camera then shifted to the delegation from the Eastern Summer Country, where Yu Xingqing slowly stood up. She first politely signaled to the host, then walked to the podium and adjusted the microphone. Everyone in the room, including students outside the screen, held their breath, eager to see how Officer Yu would respond to this provocative question. A faint smile appeared on Yu Xingqing's face. "Thank you for your question, General. Regarding the universality of tactical thinking, I'd like to use a popular leisure strategy game from our country, and even globally, as a simple analogy." This caused a slight stir and some puzzled murmurs in the room. A game? In such a serious setting? On the screen behind her, a screenshot from the game, Plants vs. Zombies, appeared at the right moment. "Everyone, please look," she said, pointing at the screen with a laser pen. In this game, players need to place different types of plants in front of their yard. This game is popular worldwide. Players of different cultures and ages can understand and enjoy its strategic fun. This shows that the core tactics, resource management, threat assessment, and dynamic responses are universal and cross-cultural. She concluded, "Star River Tactics, or the innovative thinking we promote, is based on the same principles." In the video, the representatives' reactions changed from confusion at the start to thoughtful consideration, then to nodding, and finally some even smiled as if they suddenly understood. The general who asked a question shrugged helplessly, but with admiration. After the open discussion, many representatives from other countries approached to talk with Yu Xingqing, excitedly looking at her PowerPoint about plants versus zombies, as if they had found treasure. When the video finished, the students in the classroom were silent at first, then erupted into thunderous applause and cheers.
Wow.
Instructor Yu is amazing, using Plants vs. Zombies to challenge foreign generals. This cultural exchange is incredible. Ha ha ha, I can imagine how those foreigners are taking notes. Just like me before final exams. Who says games can't be on the international stage? Instructor, you proved it. Yu's team is unstoppable. No one can stand in their way. Amid the cheers, someone said, cultural output depends on Yu's team. Yu Xingqing stood at the podium, watching the excited students, seeing the admiration, pride, and excitement in their eyes. She slightly reddened her eyes and bowed deeply to the students. This class was not just about teaching knowledge. It was about inspiring confidence and spreading a spirit of daring to think and act freely. And these lovely students were her strongest support and most valuable achievement. Yu Xingqing's course, Introduction and Practice of Asymmetric Tactical Thinking, has become a phenomenon at the Eastern Summer National Defense University. Every week, the class is like a popular lecture, attracting not only students from her major but also many from other departments and even some young teachers eager to attend. The classroom is always full, with extra small benches filling the aisles. Despite the lively scene, Yu Xingqing's inner social anxiety is constantly shouting inside her every day. Although she has attended many classes, whenever she steps onto the stage and is watched by hundreds of curious and expectant eyes, her palms sweat slightly in the first few minutes before she begins speaking, and her voice carries a faint hint of nervousness. However, somewhere along the way, she developed a small habit without even realizing it. Her eyes instinctively and quickly scan the last row of the classroom, the corner by the window. There, without fail, sits a figure. Pei Xingchuan has officially included auditing Instructor Yu's class in his weekly schedule, marked in bold red font, second only to major strategic meetings and headquarters reports. He arrives 5 minutes early every week, never late. Once there, he quietly enters the lively classroom and heads straight to his designated corner seat, which the students have come to recognize as his own. After sitting down, he places his cup on the table corner, then crosses his arms or occasionally opens a folder that looks like meeting notes, calmly watching the podium. The students' reactions to his presence go through a full psychological cycle. At first, they are shocked and scared.
Wow.
Director Pei is here again. How many times is this now? Does Director Pei have issues with Instructor Yu's teaching? Is he here to supervise? Sure.
Quiet.
It feels like the air is thinning. Some students sitting in front of him unconsciously straighten their backs and breathe more softly, afraid of being caught in the cold gaze from the back. But over time, shock turns into habit and fear becomes reassurance. Oh, Director Pei is here, normal. Don't say it, sitting near Director Pei in summer is pretty cool, like having a natural air conditioner. Some students jokingly nicknamed that corner seat the stage guard seat. This nickname quickly spread among the students choosing courses, even with a teasing sense of respect. Yu Xingqing gradually got used to this presence. She found that whenever her gaze touched that steady figure, the nervousness caused by her social anxiety strangely eased, as if he was there to support her. When she talked about a clever game tactic analogy, she would unconsciously glance at the back row with a little pride. Pei Xingchuan always seemed to catch her signals precisely. He might not show any obvious expression, but he would give a very slight, almost imperceptible nod. Or, in his usually calm and deep eyes, a fleeting hint of approval would flash, a smile only Yu Xingqing could understand. This silent interaction became their little secret, a special confidence for Yu Xingqing in class. Of course, Pei Director's role as a teaching assistant also left some funny traces. Once, during a break, Yu Xingqing came down to check on students and answer questions, and accidentally walked near Pei Xingchuan's seat in the back. Pei had just been called away for a quick phone call, leaving his black leather notebook open on the desk. Yu Xingqing's eyes instinctively glanced at the pages. They weren't ordinary class notes, but complex tactical symbols, troop deployment diagrams, and arrows connecting key points. But right next to these serious diagrams, in the bottom right corner of one page, Yu Xingqing's sharp eyes caught a simple sketch of a chibi figure drawn with minimal lines. The figure wore an exaggerated headpiece that looked like tactical headphones, but upon closer inspection, the headpiece had 2 round, fluffy bunny ears. The figure's eyes were big, with a serious expression, holding a tablet as big as its body. It was obvious who this was meant to be. Yu Xingqing's face suddenly flushed red, feeling both shy and amused. She quickly looked away, pretending she hadn't seen anything. Just then, Pei returned from his call. He saw Yu Xingqing standing beside his seat, paused slightly, and his gaze fell on the open notebook. Without changing his expression, he smoothly closed it with a snap and put it into his briefcase. The whole action was so natural and flowing, like just tidying up an ordinary item. Yu Xingqing stifled a laugh, looked up at him, and just caught his seemingly calm but slightly blushing eyes. She quickly looked down, pressed her finger to her lips, and cleared her throat softly. Director Pei, I need to prepare for the next part of the class. Pei Xingchuan's voice was as steady and deep as always, if you ignored the suspicious blush that was quietly spreading to his neck. This little moment made Yu Xingqing feel as if she was soaking in warm, soft hot spring water, cozy and relaxed. She spoke more confidently, even occasionally making a few harmless jokes, which earned her applause. When the bell rang, the students left, still eager to learn more. Yu Xingqing packed up her notes, walked to the back row, where Pei Xingchuan was already holding a thermos and a briefcase, waiting for her. They walked out of the classroom side by side, the sunset casting long shadows behind them. Instructor, Yu Xingqing whispered, her eyes curved into a smile, your notes on tactical key points. They're quite unique. Pei Xingchuan kept walking forward, looking straight ahead. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and after a moment, he replied in a serious tone that sounded almost offensive, it's just a visual aid to help memory. Yu Xingqing couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. The sunlight shone on her face, making her look bright and charming. Pei Xingchuan turned to look at her radiant smile, and the helplessness in his eyes finally softened into warm indulgence. He raised his hand naturally and gently brushed a strand of her hair that was blown loose by the wind. Let's go. Instructor Yukama, his voice was deep and gentle. Today's mission has been rated S for success. Yu Xingqing guided the class, offering a few hints now and then, but did not give a clear answer. She encouraged creative thinking and appreciated all kinds of clever ideas. However, as the discussion went on, each group seemed to get stuck in their own way of thinking or settle for local solutions. The debate became stuck, and the overall progress slowed down. The students' ideas were either too risky, too cautious, or overlooked some important constraints. They scratched their heads, stared at maps and data, feeling like they were facing an unbreakable puzzle. Yu Xingqing looked at the time and clapped her hands to quiet everyone. Everyone has been discussing very passionately, and many ideas have some good points. She stepped to the center of the stage, looked over the students, and said, but doesn't it feel like we're just missing that one small step, the key piece, to connect all the clues and create a complete plan that can handle surprises? The students nodded in agreement. The fun of tactical planning is that there is no single right answer, but there are better options. Yu Xingqing tried to sound more relaxed to ease the tense atmosphere. Sometimes, stepping outside your own ideas and listening to different perspectives can open your mind. Don't be afraid if your ideas are not perfect yet. Speak freely. We are now in a tactical discussion team, and our goal is to find possible ways to succeed. After she finished, she looked at the students with encouraging eyes, hoping someone would suggest a new approach. For a moment, there was silence. Then, a clever boy sitting in the middle, who is usually quick-witted, scratched his head, took a deep breath, glanced at the back corner, and raised his hand. Teacher Yu, we've been working on this for a long time. Could we maybe ask Director Pei to share his perspective and help us break the deadlock? Just a quick explanation would be great. As soon as he said this, the whole classroom fell silent. Everyone's eyes quickly turned to the last row, the corner that seemed to have a cool atmosphere. Pei Xingchuan was holding his dark gray thermos, as if he had just taken a sip of hot water. When he heard this sudden request, he paused slightly, then looked up. He didn't immediately look at the student who asked, but first turned his gaze to Yu Xingqing on the stage. Yu Xingqing was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting the students to directly call out, Pei Xingchuan. But seeing their eager and curious eyes, along with Pei Xingchuan's questioning look, she suddenly had an idea. Maybe this is a good opportunity to let the students see how a top-level combat commander extracts key information from complex data. She gently nodded at Pei Xingchuan with a small look of anticipation, as if saying, "Instructor, could you help me out?" Pei Xingchuan understood her signal. He carefully placed his thermos on the table, stood up, and walked through the students' seats that automatically parted for him, heading to the side of the podium. He didn't stand in the middle of the stage, but slightly turned, standing behind Yu Xingqing, a little to the side, clearly indicating that she was still the main focus. The whole classroom seemed to hold its breath. If normally Director Pei sitting at the back was setting the scene, now standing at the front was controlling the situation. The invisible pressure made every student straighten their backs and listen carefully. The main issue is that you set rescue, eliminate threats, and stay hidden as goals to be achieved at the same time, Pei Xingchuan spoke. His voice was calm but clear and strong, reaching every corner of the room. This is a typical thinking trap under resource-limited conditions. The students looked at each other, some suddenly understanding, others still confused. Pei Xingchuan pointed to the complex map on the projection screen. Most groups noticed the abandoned sewage treatment plant's concealment, but only saw it as a backup escape point or temporary hiding place. His finger moved to another seemingly unrelated icon. Southeast, the municipal ventilation duct hub, marked as impassable because standard data shows it has a collapse risk. What if we combine these 2 points? Pei Xingchuan drew a virtual line in the air with his finger, and also consider the enemy patrol's 5-minute blind spot when they changed shifts at the sewage plant? At that moment, several students' eyes suddenly lit up. "I get it." One girl almost stood up excitedly. "It's not about completing all the goals at once. It's about using the sewage plant's concealment as a springboard to quickly enter the ventilation ducts through the blind spot." Another boy clapped his thigh. "Yeah, this way, the main rescue team doesn't need to attack directly from the front or side, or to infiltrate." The previously debated, risky versus conservative plans are now replaced by a more clever, focused, and controllable new approach. The students exchanged excited glances and whispered quickly, making the classroom atmosphere suddenly lively. Pei Xingchuan stood calmly to the side until the discussion quieted down, then spoke again. "Tactics are sometimes about prioritizing problems and finding the connection between impossible and possible. Information is never useless, it's just not properly connected." After he finished, he nodded slightly to Yu Xingqing and then turned to walk back to his designated seat. There was a brief silence, then a burst of enthusiastic applause. Yu Xingqing smiled brightly, clapped her hands to signal everyone to be quiet, and said, "This is a mini live demonstration of the Xingchuan tactics." When the class bell rang, students packed up their things while still excitedly discussing the moment of insight they just experienced. Yu Xingqing faintly overheard 2 students whispering as they walked away. Today's class was really worth it. Instructor Yu's deep copy, plus Director Pei's limited edition hint. What hint? It's a buy-one-get-one deal. Top-tier tactical thinking package. Show. Director Pei hasn't left yet. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but smile as she looked at the back row, where Pei Xingchuan had already packed up quietly, waiting for her. She hurried over and said, "Instructor, your moves just now were like targeted elimination of mental blocks. Amazing. It's because you guided them well, they found the way themselves." Pei Xingchuan looked at her sideways and added, "Class interaction efficiency has improved." They exchanged a smile. Pei Xingchuan always appeared at the back of Yu Xingqing's classroom, gradually transforming from initial shock to a unique part of the campus scenery. The students went from being nervous at first to getting used to it and now to feeling proud. After all, not every class has the honor of having Pei the King as a regular audience. However, where there are people, there are conflicts. Where there is attention, there are rumors. Especially when something is too noticeable and lasts too long, it naturally sparks various guesses and small discussions. These rumors initially spread only among a small group in private, but over time, they inevitably reached some of the people involved. That afternoon, Yu Xingqing was organizing lesson plans for next week in the teaching office. The voices of 2 young teachers from the neighboring offices, chatting while getting water, faintly came through the slightly open door. "Hey, do you think Director Pei goes to listen to Lieutenant Yu's classes every week because of some special instruction from above?" or because they really value this new course. Of course they value it since it's based on Xingchuan tactics.
But
Isn't the frequency a bit too high? I heard Director Pei is also busy with his own project team. Exactly, it feels like he's almost a full-time assistant. TSK, is it because Lieutenant Yu's class is so good that Director Pei doesn't want to miss it? Or maybe, yeah, you know how it is. Some people whisper that maybe Lieutenant Yu is still young and lacks experience, so Director Pei has to be there to keep things in order. Otherwise, what if something goes wrong in class? Sure. Don't say that out loud. It's not good if others hear.
But
Well, with Director Pei sitting there, who would dare to cause trouble? The classroom discipline must be top-notch. Still, it feels a bit like a blurred line between work and personal life. Of course, they're a couple, and they get along well. We're just chatting casually. Their voices gradually faded away, leaving the teaching office in silence. Yu Xingqing's fingers tightened slightly on the mouse, her fingertips turning pale. She stared at the dense notes on her computer screen, but the words suddenly seemed to blur. She wasn't afraid of preparing lessons hard or of answering tricky questions from students. She even gradually enjoyed sharing knowledge from the podium. But deep inside, that shy, socially anxious little voice never fully disappeared. What she feared most was others' doubts and lack of recognition, especially doubts about her abilities. Does Lieutenant Yu need Director Pei to sit there and endorse her? Is she unable to control the class without him, blurring the lines between work and personal life? These words felt like tiny needles stabbing her fragile, not yet solid confidence. A strange sense of loss and unease quietly crept into her heart. She couldn't help but wonder, do others really think I can teach well only because the instructor is sitting in the back? Without him, would my class really fall apart? Am I really not good enough? This feeling lasted until the evening. Pei Xingchuan, as usual, waited for her to leave together. He was so sensitive that he immediately noticed her mood was a bit down, unlike her usual lively self after class, and she even seemed to avoid his gaze on purpose. He didn't ask right away. Instead, he took the slightly heavy file bag from her hand naturally and suggested, "It's still early. Want to go for a walk on the playground?" Yu Xingqing silently nodded. On an early summer evening, many students were still exercising on the playground, and the setting sun painted the track a warm orange red. The two walked side by side on a quieter inner track. After a while of silence, Yu Xingqing kicked a small stone at her feet and finally couldn't hold back. She softly spoke, with a hint of unintentional sadness in her voice. "Instructor, don't you think, since you come to listen to the lessons every week, others might find it a bit strange?" Pei Xingchuan didn't stop walking. He looked at her sideways and asked, "What kind of strange view?" She lowered her head and said quietly that maybe I'm not capable enough, and I need you to sit there to make sure the class goes smoothly. Or maybe that we're too close for work and personal matters. Pei Xingchuan stopped walking. Yu Xingqing also stopped and looked up at him nervously. He turned around to face her. He didn't immediately deny the rumors or give empty comfort like, "Don't mind what others think." He just looked into her eyes and said, "There are 2 reasons I attend your class. First, your class is valuable. Your perspective from gaming, your analysis of asymmetric thinking, provides an important supplement beyond regular military education. I listen, I think, and I learn." Yu Xingqing stared at him blankly. This was the first time she heard Pei Xingchuan formally praise her class's value. Second, Pei Xingchuan paused slightly, his gaze fixed on her slightly reddened eyes. "Because I want to be there," he repeated simply. "I want to be there. No explanations, no embellishments, just a straightforward, honest sentence." All her worries, sadness, and self-doubt instantly melted away in front of this. It turned out he wasn't there out of worry or duty, nor for some kind of endorsement. Yu Xingqing's nose felt a little sore, and tears almost welled up, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn upward. She blinked hard, holding back her tears, and let out a heavy, Pei Xingchuan looked at her eyes, which had brightened again, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. He reached out and gently wiped the damp corner of her eye with his finger. "Let's go." He took a step forward again. "What do you want to eat tonight?" "Spicy food," Yu Xingqing immediately caught up, her voice returning to its usual cheerful tone, even with a hint of pride. Yeah, what's wrong with my instructor loving to listen in class? He also loves to act as my living support, play games with me, and analyze my takeout orders with military terms. This is how we get along, unique and special. Who cares what others think? If you find it annoying, then keep on being annoyed. A few days later, in the school administrative building corridor, Director Li ran into the hurried Pei Xingchuan. Xingchuan, Director Li called out with a smile, his eyes narrowing playfully. Going to listen to little Yu's class again? You're such a diligent assistant, more punctual than I am as the director. Pei Xingchuan stopped and faced the director. The director is busy with many things. Instructor Yu's class is a key part of our new teaching approach and worth observing. I think it's more suitable for me to handle this ongoing research and follow-up work. His words sounded official and convincing, praising Yu Xingqing's class while showing he was working seriously and without selfish motives. Director Li was momentarily speechless from his flawless official reply, then he pointed at him and laughed. Good job, Pei Xingchuan. Remember to write me a report next time. Yes, Director. Pei Xingchuan responded calmly, nodded slightly, and continued walking steadily away. The work at the research center was temporarily finished, and it was a rare relaxing weekend. Yu Xingqing stretched lazily, looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, deciding to put aside complicated tactical plans and lesson preparations for now, and return to a normal life. Instructor. She snuggled next to Pei Xingchuan, who was reading a book, her eyes shining brightly. Let's go to the supermarket? The fridge is empty. Pei Xingchuan looked up from the military magazine, glanced at her expectant face, and closed the book. Okay. What kind of supplies do you need to add? Well, in the instructor's dictionary, browsing the supermarket is roughly equivalent to strategic material replenishment. The two changed out of their casual clothes, dressed simply in comfortable outfits, and walked into a nearby large supermarket like an ordinary couple. As soon as they entered, Yu Xingqing felt like a fish in water. Her social anxiety seemed to temporarily disappear amid the colorful shelves. Her goal was clear. She pushed the shopping cart straight to the snack section. Chips. My chips. She cheered, tiptoed to reach the large bag of cucumber-flavored chips on the high shelf, and casually grabbed 2 cans of chilled cola. Pei Xingchuan pushed the cart behind her, watching her happily toss the trophies into the cart. He slightly frowned. He bent down, precisely picked up the bag of chips, turned it over, and quickly scanned the ingredients and nutrition label like a scanner. High fat content, excessive sodium, unclear trans fat labeling. Then he picked up the cola and said, high sugar, high carbonation, phosphates affect calcium absorption. These are unnecessary energy sources. With a long arm, he reached out and took 2 packs of mixed nuts and a box of sugar-free yogurt from the nearby shelf, placing them steadily into the cart. Yu Xingqing watched her beloved chips and cola being disarmed and replaced with healthy nuts and yogurt. Her little face immediately drooped. She argued passionately, trying to regain her snack sovereignty. Instructor, you can't say it like that. Mental happiness and emotional value are also important parts of combat effectiveness. After intense mental work, proper junk food is an effective mental comfort, helping to maintain enthusiasm and mental agility for subsequent tasks. She tried to sound convincing. Pei Xingchuan looked at her serious debate, cheeks slightly puffed, with a faint smile in his eyes. But on principle, he was firm. Mental endurance can be achieved through healthier entertainment, like exercise or reading. High-risk supplies should be strictly controlled in terms of frequency and amount. Standing in front of the snack shelf, one insisting on mental endurance and the other calmly analyzing physiological risks, the atmosphere became a bit tense, attracting the attention of nearby shoppers. At that moment, a cheerful woman wearing a gold medal shopping guide, red sash approached warmly. Hey, little couple buying soy sauce? Come see our new, fresh Flavor King. No additives, all natural brewing. Makes cooking taste better. Special price today, buy one get one free. Without waiting, she shoved a brightly packaged bottle of soy sauce into Pei Xingchuan's hand. He instinctively took it, but his eyebrows furrowed even more. Instead of looking at the sale tag, He immediately flipped the bottle over and examined the ingredients list, as if scrutinizing a suspicious map. Brewing process? Is it low-salt solid fermentation or high-salt liquid fermentation? No additives? Do you have detailed test reports for preservatives like monosodium glutamate, disodium inosonate, sodium benzoate, and flavor enhancers? Has the amino acid nitrogen content reached the top standard? What are the specific test results? The woman's smile froze instantly. Her hand holding the flyer stiffened in midair, her eyes widened, and her mouth slightly parted. Having promoted in this supermarket for over 10 years, she had seen customers dislike the price, the packaging, or the brand, but this kind of detailed questioning was the first for her.
Well, this.
Our brand is big. The quality is definitely guaranteed. She hesitated, her forehead starting to sweat, completely unable to keep up with Pei Xingchuan's professional analysis. Yu Xingqing watched nearby, both amused and annoyed. Seeing the woman nearly overwhelmed by Pei Xingchuan's ingredient analysis firepower, she quickly stepped in to save the situation. She grabbed the Fresh Flavor King bottle from Pei Xingchuan's hand and put it back on the shelf, then swiftly picked up a simpler-looking soy sauce from nearby. With a friendly smile, she said to the woman, "Auntie, thank you for the recommendation. We'll take this one. We're used to this taste." After saying that, she hurriedly placed the soy sauce into the shopping cart, pulled Pei Xingchuan along, and whispered, "Trust me, this brand. Well, they advertise a lot, so it should be okay." Pei Xingchuan was pulled along, looking at the advertised soy sauce in the cart and then at Yu Xingqing's slightly guilty yet confident expression. Finally, he could only shake his head helplessly. While Pei Xingchuan carefully chose fruit, Yu Xingqing quietly slipped back to the snack section. She looked around nervously like a thief, then quickly and quietly grabbed a bright red pack of spicy snacks from the bottom shelf. She hurriedly shoved it into the bottom of the shopping cart and covered it tightly with several paper towels. She clapped her hands, pretending nothing was wrong, and casually returned to Pei Xingchuan's side. However, she underestimated Pei Xingchuan's battlefield awareness. As they pushed the cart toward the checkout and queued up, Pei Xingchuan's gaze casually swept over the shopping cart. When he reached out to move the paper towels, Yu Xingqing's heart nearly jumped into her throat. He naturally moved the paper towels aside and precisely pulled out the hidden pack of spicy snacks. He didn't speak immediately, but placed the snack pack in the most obvious spot on the cart, on top of the healthy nuts and yogurt, creating a stark, eye-catching contrast. Then he turned his head, his deep eyes calmly fixed on Yu Xingqing's quickly blushing face. "Failed covert operation. Reason for your actions? Caught red-handed." And with evidence in hand, Yu Xingqing looked at the snack pack standing out among the healthy foods, then at Pei Xingchuan's expressionless yet commanding face. Her mind raced. "Report." She tried to sound confident and justified. "Although this item is classified as high risk, it can be considered an unconventional incentive in certain situations." Requesting discretionary approval. After she finished, she looked at Pei Xingchuan eagerly, her eyes full of pleading for mercy, her fingers unconsciously clutching his sleeve. Pei Xingchuan looked at her stubborn and coquettish expression, silent for 3 seconds. Just as Yu Xingqing thought the snack pack might be sacrificed heroically, he reached out and took it from the judgment seat. He said nothing, only pushed the cart forward, signaling that it was their turn to check out. But the faint, helpless, and indulgent smile at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true attitude. Yu Xingqing was stunned for a moment, then her heart exploded with joy. She hurried over, quietly and excitedly confirming, "Instructor, did you approve?" Pei Xingchuan kept his eyes on the cashier scanning the items, only softly replying through his nose, After shopping at the triumphant supermarket, the small dorm kitchen was filled with loot. Yu Xingqing rubbed her hands excitedly, ready to try a spicy dish she had wanted to make for a long time, mala xianghua, spicy hot pot. She happily took out her phone, found her long-saved recipe, and proudly showed it to Pei Xingchuan. "Coach, let's make this tonight. It looks super delicious." Pei Xingchuan took the phone, quickly looked over the detailed recipe filled with words like moderate, a little, and to taste, and furrowed his brows slightly. He didn't immediately say no. Instead, he took out a small notepad and pen he always carried and sat at the small dining table. Curious, Yu Xingqing leaned over to see. Pei Xingchuan started writing and sketching quickly on the tiny notepad. First, he broke down the cooking process into clear stages. Then, for each stage, he detailed specific steps, estimated times, and key cooking points. He even drew a small flowchart with arrows and boxes, showing how each step connects and what to watch out for. Finally, he made a seasoning ratio table, precise to the gram. Yu Xingqing was stunned. Coach, we're just making hot pot, not launching a rocket. Pei Xingchuan looked up, serious. Clear goals, detailed steps, and controllable parameters are the basics for successful cooking and good results. He added, especially when handling high-risk dishes. Yu Xingqing nodded. Okay, cooking with the coach was definitely a different experience. Yu Xingqing was in charge of washing vegetables, peeling garlic, and preparing simple side dishes. She hummed along to some unknown background music, feeling relaxed and happy. Meanwhile, Pei Xingchuan acted like a surgeon preparing for a precise operation, starting his work. He put on an apron with a little yellow duck on it, divided the ingredients that needed boiling into 3 batches based on how long they needed to cook, and set timers. Next, he handled potatoes and lotus root slices that needed frying, controlling the oil temperature at medium heat, frying precisely to the second, and making sure they turned golden with slightly curled edges, evenly cut as if by a machine. When chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic, his knife work was fast and steady. When it was time to stir-fry the base, Pei Xingchuan followed his flowchart and ratio table strictly. When the pan is hot and the oil is about 60% heated, add Sichuan peppercorns and dried chili peppers first. A timer nearby ticks away as you watch the color change in the pan. When it just turns a light brownish red and slightly charred, quickly remove some to prevent bitterness. Next, add chopped green onions, ginger, garlic, bean paste, and hot pot base. Cook on low heat until the oil turns red and fragrant. The process is smooth and organized, with no signs of panic. Yu Xingqing watches closely, eager to join in the secret seasoning. She secretly picks up a bottle of chili sauce, thinking of adding a small spoonful when Pei Xingchuan isn't looking. Stop. Pei Xingchuan doesn't turn around but seems to have eyes in the back of his head. His cool voice sounds. The ratio has already been balanced for spiciness. Adding more will change the flavor and is not recommended. Embarrassed, Yu Xingqing puts down the chili sauce and mumbles softly, maybe it would taste better. After all ingredients are in the pan, she starts stir-frying on high heat. The kitchen fills with a rich aroma of spicy, fresh flavors that hit the nose. Yu Xingqing takes a deep breath, feeling delighted. This is exactly the taste. Suddenly, she notices some smoke near the edge of the pan. A few lotus root slices seem to be darkening too quickly. She screams in alarm. Oh no! It's going to burn! Pei Xingchuan remains calm. He quickly adjusts the heat to medium-low, using forceful wrist movements to stir the ingredients rapidly and evenly, ensuring they contact the hot oil and broth at the bottom of the pan. Controlled charring, he explains calmly while stirring, adds depth to the flavor and enhances the wok aroma. As long as you adjust the heat and stir regularly, it's a useful, tactical effect. It's impressive how he describes the risk of burning so eloquently. Finally, a large, bright red, glossy, overflowing spicy hot pot is ready. Sprinkled with toasted sesame seeds and chopped cilantro, it looks and smells incredibly tempting, far beyond Yu Xingqing's expectations. What surprises her even more is the next step, cleaning the kitchen. Pei Xingchuan efficiently washes all the used pots, bowls, and utensils. All the condiment bottles and knives are put back in place, and the kitchen is instantly tidy again. Yu Xingqing is in charge of setting the table. She watches Pei Xingchuan busy at work, then glances at the tempting hot pot. She secretly picks up some ketchup and draws a crooked but very happy smiley face on her bowl of plain rice. At the dining table, Yu Xingqing eagerly picked up a slice of luncheon meat coated with red oil, blew on it, and then put it in her mouth. She was immediately scalded and gasped, but her eyes happily narrowed. Wow. So hot. but so delicious. Pei Xingchuan watched her stubbornly keep eating despite the burn, shook his head helplessly, and handed her a glass of cooled boiled water he had prepared earlier. Take it slow. Yu Xingqing took a few sips of water, calmed down, and then happily reached for some lotus root slices. The freshly cooked lotus root slices were crispy and hot again, and she was caught off guard once more, letting out a small cry. Pei Xingchuan looked at her grimacing face. A faint smile appeared in his eyes, and silently poured her some more water. The two sat facing each other, beginning to enjoy their meal. Pei Xingchuan ate slowly and carefully, as if evaluating an important achievement. Halfway through, he put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and gave his opinion. Overall, the execution was smooth. The appearance and aroma of the dish meet expectations. My overall score is, he paused thoughtfully, 85 points. Yu Xingqing was holding a piece of bean curd skin and enoki mushrooms. Hearing this, she almost choked. 85? That's so strict. I think it's super tasty. It's definitely a 120. Then she confidently added, tasty equals full marks. Under the light, she smiled with her eyes curved, and the ketchup smiley face in her bowl seemed to be smiling at her too. Pei Xingchuan picked up his chopsticks again, grabbed a piece of her favorite crispy fried potato slice, and placed it into her bowl. He responded softly, as if agreeing with her, scoring standard. After a satisfying meal, the two worked together to clean up the last of the dishes. Yu Xingqing rubbed her round belly happily and sighed contentedly. Then her eyes lit up as she looked at Pei Xingchuan. Coach, shall we play a game? I recently found a really great two-player puzzle game. Pei Xingchuan had just carefully folded the clean cloth he had washed. Hearing her, he paused for a moment. He looked into Yu Xingqing's expectant eyes and nodded. Okay. His initial curiosity about her game invitation had turned into a silent understanding and relaxation between them. This was another special, collaborative training area outside of military and classroom activities. The game loaded quickly. Two characters controlled by players are in an ancient ruin full of traps and puzzles. Yu Xingqing's character is a clever explorer, while Pei Xingchuan controls a strong guardian. At first, the puzzles are simple, like moving mechanisms together or using weight differences to trigger pressure plates. But as the game goes on, the puzzles become more difficult and require not just physical cooperation but also crazy creative thinking. Yu Xingqing thinks hard for a few minutes, trying different common arrangements, but nothing works. Pei Xingchuan draws several possible solutions on paper, frowning as he searches for the best one. Suddenly, Yu Xingqing's eyes light up. Wait. Instructor, look at that corner. Pei Xingchuan follows her finger and sees a small stain in the corner of the wall, shaped a bit like
a tilted cat.
There's a hint in the poem. Shadows and light play together in a certain direction. Yu Xingqing speaks faster now. If we change the characters' positions so that the shadow falls on the right ear of that cat stain, then when the shadow touches the ear, we can light up the rune. Pei Xingchuan doesn't say anything but immediately moves the guardian to adjust the angle. When the shadow lands exactly on the right ear of the stain, Yu Xingqing quickly says, now. She performs a quick double jump as the shadow's tip nearly touches the ear, pressing the interaction button at just the right moment.
Yes.
We did it. Yu Xingqing cheers happily, looking proudly at Pei Xingchuan.
How about that?
My trigger password is pretty good, right? Pei Xingchuan looks at the open path on the screen, and then at the lively girl beside him, a faint smile appearing in his eyes. Yes, very impressive. As the game nears its end and they prepare to face the final boss, Yu Xingqing suddenly controls her character and, seemingly on instinct, walks toward the cliff behind the boss's throne, where purple flowers are blooming. Wait, do you notice the falling pattern of these petals? It seems kind of regular. She squints, speaking with curiosity and uncertainty. Pei Xingchuan points to a spot and says, every 7 petals, one is a darker color, and its falling path always points toward the third crack on the left wall. The crack, Yu Xingqing immediately controlled her character to jump over and investigate on the unremarkable crack. However, there was no response. That's not right. Not investigate. She muttered to herself, then suddenly her eyes lit up. It's perform. I have a whistle in my backpack that emits special sound waves. She quickly equipped the whistle and used it on the crack. The crack emitted a faint glow, revealing a hidden small opening that only one person could pass through. It's a hidden area. Yu Xingqing was so excited, she almost jumped off the sofa. The two characters entered the opening, revealing a small, starry, mysterious space. In the center floated a book that emitted a gentle glow. After interacting with the book, its pages automatically turned, revealing a secret background story of the game world, along with two unique, beautifully designed virtual avatar frames as a reward. An Easter egg. A super hidden Easter egg. Yu Xingqing cheered happily, her eyes shining like stars. No one on the forum mentioned this. We must be the first in the whole server to find it. Pei Xingchuan skillfully activated the screenshot function, capturing key steps that triggered the Easter egg. He created a folder named Easter Egg Trigger Records to save them. The conditions and environment variables for triggering the Easter egg are recorded, he said seriously after saving. Clear logic, reusable. Alright, this is very much like a teacher. Playing games feels like doing experiments and writing reports. After completing the game, there was still plenty of time. Yu Xingqing dug out a bag of spicy strips that had been through a lot, opened 2 jars of yogurt, and the two of them squeezed onto the sofa, choosing a light-hearted, funny animated movie. In the movie, the main characters used exaggerated props and silly methods to fight the villains. Yu Xingqing laughed happily, relaxing and leaning on Pei Xingchuan's shoulder. When the villain set a seemingly complicated but actually flawed trap, Pei Xingchuan frowned slightly and quietly commented, "Infrared sensors are spaced too far apart. There are blind spots in the surveillance. Such security level. Stop." Yu Xingqing quickly reached out and covered his mouth. Her palm felt warm, and her cheeks slightly flushed. She looked at him with a mix of amusement and embarrassment. "Instructor Pei, Director Pei, Comrade Pei Xingchuan, we are now in leisure and entertainment time. Please, could you temporarily turn off your vulnerability scanning radar?" In the palm of her hand, Pei Xingchuan's lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just looked at her quietly, with a faint smile in his eyes. Yu Xingqing blushed and quickly pulled back her hand, but he gently held her wrist. "Okay," he replied softly, then held her hand in his palm, gently rubbing her thumb. They shared the same bag of spicy strips, but Pei Xingchuan only tasted a small piece and commented, "Too spicy, not recommended for regular eating." They occasionally whispered a few words, talking about anything from a funny character in a movie to the confused cashier at the supermarket today. Night fell deeper, and the movie was nearing the end. Yu Xingqing leaned on Pei Xingchuan, her eyelids growing heavy. The excitement and satisfaction of the day turned into deep tiredness. On a weekend afternoon, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the living room with a warm amber glow. Yu Xingqing sat cross-legged on a soft rug, leaning against the sofa, holding a tablet, happily browsing a gaming forum. Her hair was casually tied into a loose bun, with a few strands falling by her ears, glowing softly in the sunlight. Pei Xingchuan sat on a single sofa beside her, his long legs crossed, with a thick book titled Modern Warfare History open on his lap. His sitting posture remained upright like a soldier's, but the sternness in his expression seemed to soften a bit in the sunlight. Occasionally, he would pick up a white porcelain teacup placed nearby and take a sip of the slightly cooled tea. The room was very quiet, only the sound of pages turning and fingers lightly touching the screen. "Huh." Yu Xingqing suddenly laughed, breaking the silence. She looked up, her eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Instructor, look at this post." Someone used a Plants vs. Zombies formation to analyze the case we discussed last time, and even drew a diagram. The pea shooter is a sniper. The nut wall is armored troops. Pei Xingchuan lifted his eyes from the book and looked at the tablet she handed over. The hand-drawn diagram vividly depicted serious tactical deployment using game elements, even labeling each plant unit with corresponding real-world soldiers and equipment. "Creative idea." He spoke with a slight smile, saying, "But the actual firepower setup isn't quite accurate enough." Yu Xingqing pouted and said, Oh, it's just for fun, not a real battle plan. She put away her tablet and continued sliding her finger across the screen. But this idea is pretty interesting. Pei Xingchuan looked at her focused side profile, didn't argue further, and simply nodded softly before returning to his book. This time, however, he spent noticeably more time staring at the pages, as if lost in thought. After a while, Yu Xingqing spoke again, excitedly. Wow. Starry Battlefront is releasing a big new update. The new dungeon, Echoes of the Abyss, is said to be very hard, requiring perfect teamwork between two players to clear. She turned her head, eyes shining as she looked at Pei Xingchuan. When it updates, shall we play together? Pei Xingchuan closed his book and nodded seriously. Okay. Put it on the schedule. His tone sounded like he was confirming an important meeting, not just planning a game. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but laugh. Instructor Pei, do you realize that when you say, put it on the schedule, it sounds just like planning next week's military drills? Pei Xingchuan raised an eyebrow. Is there a difference? Of course there is. Yu Xingqing sat up straight and explained earnestly, games are for fun, for relaxing. They don't need to be planned 3 weeks in advance, don't require risk assessments, and don't need emergency plans. Pei Xingchuan looked at her serious expression, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. So, who was it last time that made a 12-page handwritten guide and drew a boss skill timeline just to clear the Lava Fortress dungeon? Yu Xingqing. She was caught off guard. That's different, she tried to save face. That was a high-difficulty dungeon. It needs a professional attitude. Pei Xingchuan nodded, looking serious. I agree. Therefore, Echoes of the Abyss should be treated the same. I will reserve enough time for research and training. Yu Xingqing opened her mouth to argue but found her logic was actually flawless. In the end, she could only grumble angrily. Fine, you're right. Her attention drifted away from the tablet, and as she looked at the swaying shadows outside the window, she couldn't help but smile. Pei Xingchuan lifted his eyes from the book and looked at her calm, thoughtful face. The sunlight gave her a soft golden glow. Her eyelashes cast faint shadows on her cheeks, and a gentle smile touched her lips. After a while, Yu Xingqing's head began to nod slightly. She tried to keep her eyes open, but the warm sunlight and quiet atmosphere felt like a soft lullaby. Her head slowly tilted to the side, resting against the arm of the sofa. Pei Xingchuan put down his book and quietly walked over. He carefully took the tablet that was about to slip from her hand, turned off the screen, and placed it on the table. Then he gently supported her head and adjusted her position so she could rest more comfortably. After that, he returned to his seat and picked up his book again, though his eyes kept drifting toward the sleeping figure every few minutes. The sunlight turned a warm orange before Yu Xingqing slowly woke up. She rubbed her eyes, her voice still soft with sleep. Did I fall asleep? 1 hour and 28 minutes, Pei Xingchuan replied, closing his book with precision. Yu Xingqing stretched and yawned. I think I had a dream. We were playing that new game level. She tilted her head, trying to remember. It was a huge maze, and you had to use a shield to reflect light beams to unlock the puzzles. Pei Xingchuan thought for a moment. Using environmental light to solve puzzles is a valid strategy, but it requires careful timing and angle control. Yu Xingqing stared at him, then laughed. Instructor, are you really analyzing the logic of my dream? He answered seriously, dreams reflect subconscious thinking. Your gaming instincts remain active even in sleep. That's worth noting. Yu Xingqing sighed and smiled. Should I be happy about that kind of compliment? The peaceful days passed quickly. The largest and most advanced joint military exercise of the Eastern Xia Defense Forces, the Hidden Edge Project, was about to begin. This exercise fully simulates a high-intensity combat environment, testing the troops' emergency response skills in complex conditions. It is also used as an important assessment of new combat capabilities. As the main contributor and practitioner of the Xingchuan tactics theory, Yu Xingqing was naturally selected to join the exercise command center as a tactical advisor. Pei Xingchuan led an elite special forces team called All Dragon, responsible for high-risk tasks such as behind enemy lines sabotage and key point control. When the order was given, Yu Xingqing was relaxing on her dormitory sofa, just opening a bag of new potato chips. After receiving the notice, she paused for a few seconds, then quickly put the chips back into the bag, along with scattered snacks on the table, all into a storage box. At that moment, her lazy and casual expression instantly disappeared, replaced by a calm and focused look. In the following days, the command center was brightly lit at all hours. Yu Xingqing almost lived in the combat analysis room, facing a large electronic sand table and a flood of data. Her part of the plan focused on using information gaps to create advantages on the local battlefield. The core idea still carried a clear, game-thinking style: how to use the fewest resources to achieve the most critical control or burst effects. After working through 3 sleepless nights, repeatedly revising and testing, the plan was finally finalized. Early in the morning, when the staff delivered the thick stack of printed operation plans to each officer, a sharp-eyed lieutenant colonel picked up the one Yu Xingqing was responsible for and suddenly smiled. "Hey, Advisor Yu, your cover design. Quite unique." "Huh." Everyone looked over and saw that the blue-covered plan booklet had a small, round-headed cartoonish figure drawn in black ink in the top right corner. It was a cute, slightly goofy game boss character, with claws out and a fierce expression. Yu Xingqing's face instantly turned red. Last night, just before printing, she felt the plain cover looked too serious, so she randomly drew that little figure. She intended to keep it for herself, but forgot when distributing the plans. Her social anxiety instinct made her want to find a hole to hide in immediately. "Haha, nice," the lieutenant colonel said cheerfully. "It adds a bit of fun to our tense atmosphere. And honestly, that boss looks quite lifelike, just like those stubborn old guys at the enemy command center. Hey, Commander Yu, next time can you also draw that book for me?" Another young officer teased. "I think that's a good idea. Let's make it our command's mascot." Friendly teasing and laughter eased the serious mood before the battle. Yu Xingqing looked at his colleagues, who seemed to find it funny and didn't mind. His embarrassment slowly faded, and he also smiled. Meanwhile, the atmosphere of the Xiaolong squad was very different. In the equipment check room, only the soft sounds of gear clinking could be heard. Pei Xingchuan, dressed in special combat camouflage with face paint, was doing his final personal gear check. The deputy captain, a sturdy man codenamed Cheetah, handed him an extra magazine. His eyes casually glanced at the dark pocket on Pei Xingchuan's tactical vest. The Velcro on the pocket was half open, revealing a small, neatly folded piece of paper with a faint blue color. There seemed to be a tiny hand-drawn star pattern on the edge of the paper. Cheetah paused briefly. Pei Xingchuan was not the type to carry unrelated items in his combat gear. Noticing his gaze, Pei Xingchuan carefully pressed the Velcro shut and calmly explained, "Spare data." "Oh, data? Using a star pattern paper?" He wondered silently, but wisely chose not to ask more. However, with his sharp eyes, he noticed that the texture and blue color of the paper reminded him of the color of the sticky notes on Officer Yu's desk when he delivered documents to the command last time. Meanwhile, in the corridor of the main command, Yu Xingqing hurriedly carried a stack of updated intelligence reports toward the meeting room. At the corner, she almost bumped into a tall figure in camouflage. "Be careful." Pei Xingchuan reached out to steady her hand and her stumbling figure. "Commander." Yu Xingqing looked up. The paint couldn't hide the sharpness in his eyes. This was their first meeting since the order for the exercise was issued. Though it was just a brief glance, she clearly saw him fully armed, ready to head to the battlefield. Her heart instinctively tightened, and a strong urge to do something surged inside her. The corridor was busy, with officers walking past quickly. Time was short, and it wasn't the right place to talk much. Pei Xingchuan's eyes quickly swept over her slightly tired but still energetic face. He took a small, sleek black communication earpiece from his gear bag, smaller and more refined than the standard model, and handed it to her. "Take this," he said in a low but steady voice. "It's a private channel, top-level encryption, strong against interference. If something urgent happens at headquarters, use it." He didn't explain what kind of emergency, but they both understood. Yu Xingqing gripped the earpiece, still warm from his hand, and nodded firmly. Then, A bit flustered, she pulled a small sealed bag from her uniform pocket. Inside were a few brightly colored, star-shaped gummies. "This is for you," she said quickly, pushing it into his hand. I made these energy candies. They help you stay alert, just a little boost. Eat one when you're tired." In truth, they were just regular vitamin gummies from the store, but she had chosen a nice package and drawn a tiny lightning symbol on the bag herself. Pei Xingchuan looked down at the cheerful little bag that seemed so out of place among all the serious equipment, then looked up at her slightly flushed face, tense with nervousness. He didn't refuse. Instead, he carefully placed the candy bag into another pocket on his chest, right over his heart. Then he raised his hand, as if wanting to touch her face, but in the end only brushed lightly against the edge of her helmet, a silent gesture of reassurance. "I'm going." "Okay." Yu Xingqing nodded hard, watching his tall figure disappear down the corridor. She touched the spot on her helmet where his hand had hovered, then tightened her grip on the special earpiece. The command center was still busy and noisy, filled with electronic sounds and voices, but somehow, she felt calm inside. The Hidden Edge exercise had entered its third day. The Blue Army suddenly changed its tactics, launching an unexpected and fierce attack in the northern zone. Inside the Red Army Command Center, the flashing red alerts on the big screen made the entire hall tense. Report. The Blue Army's 3rd Armored Brigade has broken through the A7 defense line. Drone reconnaissance shows an electronic interference field in Area C2. Satellite image analysis suggests that the Blue Army Command Center is moving southeast. The officers' urgent reports kept coming one after another. General Zhao, an elderly man with white hair, stared at the electronic map, his brow furrowed. Traditional response plans either spread out too many troops or take too long to implement. Yu Xingqing stood in front of her terminal, fingers flying over the keyboard. On her screen, battlefield data was being reorganized in a strange way, not with standard military symbols, but with a visual style similar to a game interface. Different units were simplified into icons with various symbols, movement paths appeared as colorful lines, and electronic interference zones were marked with semi-transparent effects. Commander Zhao, she gathered her courage and spoke, her voice slightly louder than usual. "I have an idea." General Zhao turned around and saw the young officer holding a tablet, her expression both nervous and determined. He remembered her. She was the one who drew cartoon covers on combat plans before. Though her approach was unusual, her previous suggestions had been insightful. "Go ahead." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath, quickly moved to the main screen, and connected her tablet. Instantly, her brightly colored, game-style battlefield analysis overlay appeared on part of the screen. Several older officers frowned visibly. "Please, give me 30 seconds to explain." Yu Xingqing's voice trembled slightly, but her logic was very clear. The Blue Army's fierce attack in the north is a feint. The real move is... She quickly zoomed in on the southeast area, where several blinking yellow question marks appeared on the map. These are key points that might be overlooked. With a swipe of her finger, several virtual march routes appeared on the screen, each marked with estimated times and risk levels. We can use a small mobile force to lure the Blue Army's main force into this canyon area. Then, the entire command center suddenly fell silent. Yu Xingqing's heart pounded so loudly she thought it might burst from her chest. She wasn't sure if she was being too reckless. Suddenly, General Zhao let out a short laugh. "Ha! That girl." He shook his head and pointed at the cartoon-style battlefield diagram on the screen. "Even if it looks like a children's comic, it could really work. Immediately develop a detailed plan based on this idea." Yu Xingqing's eyes lit up instantly. In the next half hour, she worked with the combat officers to turn her game map thinking into standard combat orders. When the first counterattack command was issued, the atmosphere in the command center became noticeably more relaxed. "Assistant Yu." General Zhao walked over to her, lowering his voice. "Next time you make a briefing, you don't need those colorful icons." A faint, almost unnoticeable smile appeared on his serious face. "But your ideas are good. Keep it up." Yu Xingqing nodded firmly, her cheeks slightly flushed from excitement and a bit of embarrassment. She secretly glanced at the communication device on the table, that special earpiece Pei Xingchuan gave her. She wondered where he was now, and if the mission was going smoothly. At the same moment, 70 kilometers away in the dense forest, Pei Xingchuan and his owl dragon team were hiding among thick bushes. Their original plan was to infiltrate a communication hub behind the Blue Army, but a patrol and sensor array suddenly appeared ahead, disrupting all plans. Jaguar, he whispered softly, the original route is no longer possible. Plan B. Pei Xingchuan calmly observed his surroundings, his mind racing. Changing the route meant crossing an unscouted area, with unknown risks. At that moment, his gaze fell on a thick tree trunk nearby. There was a crooked arrow carved into it, with the words, "Boss here," written beside it. Pei Xingchuan's lips twitched slightly. This mark was from their 3 months ago during outdoor survival training, where Yu Xingqing said she wanted to leave signs in the jungle, all drawn in this game-style graffiti. Unexpectedly, he saw it again here. The direction the arrow pointed to was a hidden trail they discovered during the last training. That trail had complex terrain and was easy to overlook in regular reconnaissance, but it could bypass the current blockade. Adjust the route, he quickly decided, pointing in that direction, go southeast, weaving through the old trail. Old trail? The cheetah team member frowned in confusion. There's no sign of it. There is a trail, Pei Xingchuan replied briefly, already taking the lead. The team moved quietly through the dense forest. They followed a small path covered with fallen leaves, cleverly avoiding the patrol routes and sensors of the Blue Army. When they reached near their target, they noticed a subtle gap in the Blue Army's defenses. Pei Xingchuan didn't hesitate and quickly changed the attack plan. When the Xiaolong team appeared behind the Blue Army's communication hub, the defenders were caught off guard. Boss, amazing! After the operation, Cheetah couldn't help but whisper in admiration, how did you know this path was passable? And that weak point, Pei Xingchuan examined the captured equipment without looking up. Someone thought of it in advance. As night fell, the command center received news that the Xiaolong team had successfully completed their mission. Yu Xingqing finally relaxed a little. During a break, she quietly slipped outside the command center corridor and opened a special communication channel. Instructor, she called softly. After a brief static noise, Pei Xingchuan's deep voice came through. She leaned against the wall, her voice full of hidden joy. I saw the battle report. You guys are amazing. That weak point. It's almost the same as the one I suggested. It was a short reply, but after a moment of silence, he added, your plan was very useful. Yu Xingqing couldn't help but smile. How's the situation at the command center? Old General said my drawing looks too much like a children's comic, Yu Xingqing whispered with a smile, but they still used my suggestion. Oh, and I found something really interesting today. Just as she was about to share her observations, footsteps suddenly sounded at the end of the corridor. Yu Xingqing quickly straightened up. Someone's coming. I have to go back.
You.
Stay safe. The last response came through the communicator before everything went quiet again. Yu Xingqing tidied her collar and hurried back to the command center. Late at night, she opened her tactical tablet and drew a small, chibi-style, Xiaolong symbol on her draft operation plan with a tiny note beside it. Best teammate, happy cooperation. Report. The communication system is under strong interference. Backup channels are also being suppressed. Satellite link is down. Yu Xingqing stared at the screen in front of her, which suddenly turned into snowflakes. She frantically tapped on the keyboard. The entire hall was filled with alarm sounds and shouted messages from communication officers. General Zhao slammed his fist on the control panel. Where does the Blue Army get such electronic warfare ability? It's a new type of equipment test. The technical officer wiped sweat from his forehead. The command department just sent a notice saying this is an unexpected situation assessment. Yu Xingqing's heart sank suddenly. She instinctively reached for the special communicator hanging around her neck, but all she heard was a harsh electrical noise. Activate emergency plan immediately. General Zhao's voice cut through the chaos. Send a communication vehicle to establish ground relay, and Yu Xingqing forced herself to stay calm. She quickly pulled out a paper map. her eyes fixed on the last reported location of Team Xiaolong and their original mission target, the Blue Army Air Defense Radar Station in Zone D7. But now, with communication cut off, could they receive the latest command updates? If they follow the original plan, they might fall into the Blue Army's trap. A bold idea suddenly flashed through her mind. She clenched her teeth and raised her hand. Report. I have a suggestion. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away from Zone D7, in the dense forest, Pei Xingchuan crouched behind a fallen tree trunk, frowning as he looked at the communicator in his hand, which had suddenly lost signal. The cheetah and other team members around him also shook their heads. Every channel was drowned in static. Leader, what should we do? Continue with the original plan? The cheetah asked in a low voice. Pei Xingchuan didn't answer immediately. He looked up at the sky and then examined the surrounding terrain. The communication blackout wasn't accidental. It was likely that the Blue Army had used some powerful electronic warfare method. Under these circumstances, the risk of their planned surprise attack would increase exponentially. He closed his eyes and imagined Yu Xingqing during the pre-battle briefing. She pointed at the map and emphasized, if communication is lost, the best entry point for Zone D7 is actually on the northwest side, where there is an abandoned drainage pipe. At that time, the other staff officers laughed at her being too cautious, but Pei Xingchuan noticed the spot she marked, which happened to avoid the most likely deployment area of electronic warfare equipment. Change the plan, he ordered decisively. Abandon the frontal infiltration and enter from the northwest side. Northwest side? Cheetah looked confused. The terrain there is complicated and drainage pipe. Pei Xingchuan had already stood up. Stealthy, quick. Although the team members were puzzled, they never doubted their leader's judgment. They silently changed their route and moved toward the northwest. 20 minutes later, when they finally found the entrance to the drainage pipe, half covered by weeds, Cheetah couldn't help but whisper in amazement. Amazing. How did you know there was a way here, boss? Pei Xingchuan didn't explain, only made a shushing gesture. Inside the pipe, it was damp and dark, but as Yu Xingqing said, it led directly to the logistics area of the radar station. When they cautiously peeked out from the pipe entrance, they found that most of the Blue Army's guard forces were concentrated on the original attack route, leaving this area relatively weakly defended. Split into 2 groups, Pei Xingchuan quickly ordered. Group A creates distractions. Group B follows me to seize the control room. The operation went even more smoothly than expected. When the Xiaolong squad successfully took control of the radar station and unexpectedly captured new electronic warfare equipment from the Blue Army, even the headquarters observers couldn't help but applaud. How did you think of breaking through from this direction? The observer asked curiously. This is the only blind spot in the Blue Army's defense plan. Pei Xingchuan was checking the equipment without looking up. Someone pointed out this possibility in advance. Who? So clever. This time, Pei Xingchuan didn't answer, only slightly smiled. 3 hours later, when the Red Army finally restored communication, the command center immediately received news that the Xiaolong squad had completed their mission. Well done. General Zhao clapped his hands in admiration. Pei Xingchuan is simply amazing. Even with all communications cut off, he managed to find the most important target we wanted him to hit. Yu Xingqing stood to the side, her heart pounding. She hadn't had a chance to suggest, change the attack direction, before Pei Xingchuan acted. Commander Yu, General Zhao suddenly turned to her. I remember you wanted to suggest something just now. Yu Xingqing's face suddenly turned red. I just thought, maybe we could try using the drainage pipes on the northwest side. The command center fell silent for a few seconds, then burst into surprised exclamations. Isn't that the route Captain Pei chose? Are you two in on this together? Wait, the communication was cut off. How did you discuss this? A young officer suddenly pointed at Yu Xingqing as if he just realized something. Oh, could it be that you used some kind of psychic connection between lovers? Is that cheating? The command center immediately erupted with friendly laughter. Yu Xingqing's ears turned red, almost as if they were going to bleed. She stammered in protest. What psychic connection? It's tactical understanding. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, until it was almost a mumble. That night, Yu Xingqing contacted Pei Xingchuan through a special channel. "Coach," she whispered, her voice full of hidden excitement. "How did you think of using the drainage pipes today?" There was a pause on the other end, then Pei Xingchuan's calm voice replied, "Because you suggested it." That simple sentence made Yu Xingqing's heart feel as if it was soaked in warm water. She wanted to say something, but all her words got stuck in her throat. In the end, she only managed a soft, "Oh, your judgment is always accurate." Yu Xingqing buried her face in her hands, feeling like she was about to melt. How could someone so calm on the battlefield make her heart race every time they spoke? How is the analysis of the new electronic warfare equipment going? She quickly changed the subject. "Preliminary decryption is complete," Pei Xingchuan answered, his tone returning to professional. "Targeted countermeasures will be in place tomorrow." "That's great." Yu Xingqing let out a breath of relief. "By the way, the people in the command center said we have a psychic connection." "That's a bit exaggerated." "Not quite." Pei Xingchuan paused, then added, "It's understanding." Yu Xingqing hesitated for a moment, then understood his meaning. "Yes," she nodded firmly, even though she knew he couldn't see her. "See you tomorrow." "I mean, let's keep in touch tomorrow." After hanging up, Yu Xingqing sat on the edge of the bed, hugging her knees and thinking about today's events. Then she took out her small notebook, drew two simple stick figures, one wearing a tactical helmet, the other with a small ponytail. Between them, she drew a tiny, shining star. The Qianfeng exercise was in its last 36 hours, and the red and blue teams were deadlocked. On the electronic map at the command center, red and blue lights representing each side's forces crisscrossed, with no clear advantage for either. Yu Xingqing had been staring at the map for 2 hours without moving. She massaged her temples, suddenly brightening with a new idea, as if she had found a spark of inspiration. "Commander Zhao," she bravely approached an old general who was discussing tactics with several officers. "I have an idea." The old general turned around, looking tired but sharp-eyed. "Go on." Yu Xingqing took a deep breath and traced a winding line on the map with her finger. "According to traditional tactics, we should concentrate our main forces to break through from the front. But the blue team is probably thinking the same." She pointed to a spot deep inside the blue team's territory. "If we use our main force as a distraction, we could secretly send elite units through here." "An assassination operation?" One officer frowned. "That's too risky. The Blue Command's defenses are tough. It's not a traditional assassination." Yu Xingqing shook her head. "It's more like clearing the stage before fighting the boss in a game." Seeing some officers look confused, she quickly explained, "First, small units create chaos and disrupt the enemy's command system. When they're busy